Binhai is a coastal city where the sleek skyscrapers of the CBD collide with the nostalgic liveliness of the old town, creating an atmosphere rich in character. In September, brilliant sunlight filters through the cafe's floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dazzling ribbons of light upon the wooden floor. Before leaving, I deliberately changed into a new white shirt and buttoned its collar to the very top. Jia noticed, and with a gentle smile reached out to unfasten a button for me. Her warm fingers brushed against my neck, carrying a faint scent of hand cream as she murmured, "Yanyan, don't button it so tight. It appears too formal." I nodded in response, yet my nervousness remained undiminished. My left thumb unconsciously fiddled at the hollow of my right hand, quickly reddening the skin. Tingyu Jia was about to return. She who since childhood had confidently vowed, "I'll always watch over you," and after 5 years abroad was finally about to appear before me. Suddenly the light at the doorway dimmed for an instant, followed by the measured tapping of high heels on the floor. Against the backlight, a slender figure was steadily approaching. She wore a smoky gray suit dress that ended just below her knees. The tailored waist accentuated her slender figure, while her blouse outlined a pleasingly soft décolletage. As she moved, her swaying hips exuded undeniable charisma. Every detail radiated the allure of a mature woman. Her calves, encased in black stockings, showcased sleek, toned lines. Her pointed, delicate high heels tapped on the floor with a cold glimmer at the tip, oozing authority. With a classic ovate face and sharp contours, her naturally defined sword-like brows lent her an air of forbidding severity. Her narrow, upturned eyes with light brown irises fixed on me, a subtle smile belying a cool, calculating gaze. Her cool crimson lipstick set off her porcelain skin reminiscent of the finest mutton-fat jade, radiantly exquisite. It was Tingyu Jia. She stood before me, head slightly bowed as she observed me. "Yanyan," she called. Her voice deeper than remembered and imbued with the calm of 5 years, yet carried the same familiar tone. "After 5 years, how do you still look so pitiable?" as she teased. I hurriedly stood up, stammering, "Tingyu Jia." Before I could finish, she suddenly leaned in. Instinctively, I stepped back until my shoulder struck the cold glass. With one hand pressed against the glass beside my ear, she leaned in so closely that her fragrance, a heady mix of perfume and her unmistakable allure, enveloped me. It wasn't the freshness of childhood, but the seductive charm of a mature woman, dangerous and irresistible. All I could see were the delicate clavicles exposed by the open neckline of her suit and a subtle cleavage. Instantly, heat rushed to my ears, and I averted my eyes in embarrassment. Tingyu Jia's breath caressed my cheek as she quietly asked, "Why are you nervous? Weren't you always following me around as a child?" Then she urged, "Look up at me." Her cool fingertips rested on my chin, forcing our eyes to meet. In her light brown gaze, I saw my flushed cheeks and a dazed, startled look, like that of a frightened fawn. Tingyu Jia smiled, her eyes curving seductively as she remarked, still so easily shy, "But you've grown. Once you barely reached my chest, now you're taller than me." She withdrew her hand and sat opposite me, casually crossing her legs to reveal a stretch of black-stocked calves whose matte texture accentuated the smoothness of her skin. "Why are you standing? Sit down." I obeyed, awkwardly resting my hands on my knees while unconsciously fidgeting with the crease of my hand. Tingyu Jia glanced at me silently. Just then a waitress appeared and served an Americano, though her gaze soon returned to me. "Hand." I was momentarily stunned. Then Tingyu Jia added, "Give me your hand." I extended it, and she grasped my wrist. "You fidget when you're nervous. When will you ever break that habit?" she chided. My heart skipped a beat as I voiced rough managed, "Tingyu Jia, why? Why did you suddenly come back?" Tingyu Jia released my hand, leaned back into her chair, and took a sip from the freshly delivered coffee, leaving a faint lip print on its rim. "Just graduated and already back. What, aren't you happy to see me?" I hastily gestured. No, welcome, very welcome." Tingyu Jia set her cup down, her gaze turning serious as she said, "That's good. This time I'm not leaving. I've been tasked by my father to take over the family business, and besides, I came back to keep an eye on you." I murmured in protest, "I don't need anyone watching over me." Tingyu Jia raised an eyebrow and said, "Really? Who in your last video told me that you were too timid to retort when someone blocked you at school? And the time before that when someone stole the credit for a group project and you wouldn't utter a word?" I was hit where it hurt, staring down at the table as I mumbled, "Tingyu Jia, please stop." Tingyu Jia looked at the way my hair drooped, just as it had in childhood when I would lower my head to avoid an argument, and teasingly revealed 2 little curls for her to caress. "All right, let's go home." She circled the table to come beside me and ruffled my hair with the same gentle touch as 5 years ago, adding, "Manny Jia is waiting at home with your favorite meal." At the doorway, she suddenly turned, and I nearly collided with her. Looking up, she fixed me with an unusually earnest gaze, saying, "Yanyan, this time I won't leave you alone again." I stood frozen, then looked down at the spot where she had grasped my wrist and absent-mindedly touched my warm earlobe. Tingyu Jia called out as she turned, "Why are you just standing there? Let's go. I hurried after her, shouting, I'm coming. Out of the corner of my eye, a pink figure was dashing toward me. Yanyan. Bai Lu called out as she ran towards me, clad in a light pink princess dress, with a voluminous skirt that billowed like a drifting cloud, her high ponytail swaying with every step. She rushed up and wrapped her arms around mine. Tilting her face upward with a soft, jubilant tone, she exclaimed, Yanyan, Tingyu, are you here to pick me up? My arm went numb from her tight embrace as I pleaded. Bai Lu let go. She held on even tighter, nuzzling her head against my arm and tickling my skin with her hair, saying, I'm not letting go. I missed you so much. Tingyu raised an eyebrow and teased, Bai Lu, how old are you and still acting so coy? Bai Lu stuck out her tongue playfully and retorted, jealous Tingyu? Then you should hug Yanyan too. Tingyu said nothing further as she turned toward the parking lot, while Bai Lu tugged at me to follow, her small hand clutching my fingers, soft with delicate dimples between them. Yanyan, you look absolutely wonderful today. I love that white shirt. I stammered, it's just something I threw on. Bai Lu tiptoed closer and whispered in my ear, her warm breath, teasing, liar. Is it because Tingyu has returned? My ears flushed again as Bai Lu laughed, her eyes crinkling into playful crescents. Yanyan, your ears are turning red once more. I sighed helplessly. Stop teasing me. Bai Lu intertwined her fingers with mine and said, all right, I won't tease you anymore. She continued, let's go home for dinner. Manny Jia made a ton of your favorite dishes. I looked down at her, my almond-shaped eyes brimming with pure joy, my dark irises sparkling like black grapes in mountain spring water. Yanyan, it's wonderful that from now on we can share meals every day. I whispered in agreement. Yes, it truly is wonderful. Yanyan, it's wonderful that from now on we can share meals every day. I whispered softly. Yes, it truly is wonderful. The car slowly rolled into Yunchi Mountain Villa. The Su family's residence lay deep within the villa, covering 5 mu of land nestled against the mountain and facing the sea. The main building was designed in a French style with off-white walls and a blue-sloped roof. On the ground floor were the living room, dining room, and kitchen, with the living room facing a backyard lawn and swimming pool. The second floor housed the bedroom area. My room, located in the southeast corner with a private balcony, was the sunniest of the entire building. 5 guest rooms lined the other side of the corridor, each permanently assigned to one of the elder sisters. In the front yard, a fountain sent out a fine mist while the lawn was trimmed to perfection, and a few unnamed small flowers bloomed in the corners. As soon as I stepped out of the car, a familiar aroma greeted me. Braised pork ribs with mushrooms, Sister Manny's specialty, wafted through the air, carrying the comforting warmth of home and instantly easing my tension. The door opened. There stood Sister Manny at the entrance, her apron neatly tied. She wore a light apricot knitted dress that fell just above her knees, paired with flesh-colored stockings that outlined her soft calves and low-heeled nude slippers on her feet. Her long hair was loosely gathered with a few stray wisps framing her neck and softening her jawline. Her curved eyes and gentle expression were as graceful as a crescent moon. Sister Manny smiled as she approached her back. Then she glanced at Sister Tingyu and said, Tingyu has slimmed down, as she surely hasn't eaten well out there. Turning to me, she gently patted my head. Yan has become leaner too, come inside. I offered Sister Manny, let me help you. She replied, no need, you keep them company. Then glancing back toward the house, she added, Piaopiao is in the dance studio, waiting to show you her new routine. Meanwhile, Qing was in the studio, saying she would come over as soon as she finished her painting. At that moment, the sound of a door opening from the basement signaled the arrival of Sister Piaopiao. She wore black dance practice attire with a thin cardigan draped over barefoot. Her berry-colored nail polish shone vividly under the sunlight, and as she moved, her waist swayed languidly and alluringly, exuding an innate charm. Drawing closer, I noticed small rhinestones near the outer corners of her eyes. When she blinked, they sparkled like falling stars. Her glossy, berry-colored lipstick made her look as striking as a red rose with a hint of thorns. Little Yanyan, you're back. Did you miss me? Sister Piaopiao said with a smile. Stammering, I managed to say Piao. Piaopiao, sister. Suddenly she tiptoed and leaned close to my ear, her warm breath carrying the sweet aroma of berries. Your ears are turning red. I froze in place. Seeing my startled expression, she laughed heartily, her cardigan swaying to reveal the slender waist outlined by her tight dance outfit. Still as playful as ever. She stepped back a couple of paces, spun around, and her dance outfit clung to her figure, accentuating her poised bust, slender waist, and rounded hips. Years of dance training had chiseled her body into a firm, graceful form. As she asked, shall I perform my new routine for you? I quickly nodded, yes, I'd love to. Sister Piaopiao raised her eyebrows and feigned annoyance, answering so reluctantly. Then forget it. I hurriedly explained, no, not at all. I really want to see it. She burst into a light chuckle, and the tiny rhinestones at her eye twinkled as she added, I'm just teasing you all, of course I will perform for you. After speaking, as she passed Sister Manny, she playfully pinched her cheek. Sister Manny, call me when dinner is ready. I'm off to take a shower. Sister Manny laughed as she gently dismissed her hand. Go ahead. The living room then fell into a serene calm. I looked at the three people before me. Sister Tingyu leaning against the car door while on a phone call, her profile sharp and refined, Bai Lu tugging at my sleeve with soft fingertips, and Sister Manny smiling at me with eyes as gentle as spring water. Sunlight bathed them, spilling over the villa behind and reaching the shimmering sea in the distance. In that moment, I felt that this family was truly complete. Bai Lu tugged my sleeve. Yan, shall we go see Sister Qingqing? She's been painting all morning. I nodded all right. Together we circled around the main building toward a small pavilion at the northeast corner of the yard. That was Sister Qingqing's studio. The floor-to-ceiling glass reflected the sunlight, obscuring the view inside. Only when I drew near could I see through the glass. There Sister Qingqing was standing by the easel. She wore a loose white shirt dress that fell just past her knees with flesh-colored stockings outlining her slim straight calves and nude low-heeled dance shoes on her feet. Her long hair was casually pinned up with a pencil, with a few soft strands framing her face and gently swaying as she moved. Sister Qingqing was deeply absorbed in her painting. Her wrist moved gently as she painted, yet her body remained perfectly still, only the hand holding the brush was in motion. Sunlight slanted through the western window, falling upon her and enveloping her in a soft halo that tinted her hair a delicate golden hue. Just as Bai Lu was about to knock, I gently held her hand and whispered, "Wait, let her finish painting." Bai Lu glanced between me and the scene in the window and smiled softly. In a hushed tone, as if afraid to disturb anything, she murmured, "Yan, you're so kind to Sister Qingqing." I said nothing, simply gazing at the figure in the window. After completing her final brushstroke, Sister Qingqing stepped back to admire her work before looking up and meeting my gaze, a gentle smile gracing her lips. That smile was as light and fleeting as a spring breeze over water, filling my heart with warmth. After setting down her brush, she walked over and pushed open the door. As she moved, the hem of her skirt softly brushed against her calves, and the flesh-colored stockings shimmered lightly in the sunlight. In a voice as gentle as a feather, Sister Qingqing said, "Why didn't you call out when you arrived? I was afraid of disturbing you." Sister Qingqing looked at me with slightly drooping eyes. Her light brown irises reflected my face. Her gaze was as calm as a clear spring pool, inviting one to draw near. "Come in, I've just finished painting." With that, Sister Qingqing invited us inside. Bai Lu and I stepped into the studio, where the air was filled with the scents of turpentine linseed oil and an indescribable fresh aroma. On the easel hung a new painting of the pavilion in the backyard, with sunlight filtering through the leaves to cast dappled shadows on the ground. "It's truly beautiful," I exclaimed. Sister Qingqing stepped beside me to admire the painting. She stood so close that I could faintly detect the subtle scent of paint mingled with a hint of clean soap emanating from her. "It's not finished yet. The light isn't right. I'll continue tomorrow," Sister Qingqing said, tilting her head slightly. Her gentle, unhurried tone was incredibly soothing. I lowered my gaze to look at her. Her fingertips were dusted with a trace of ultramarine paint, shimmering with a faint blue glow under the sunlight. It was her favorite hue, appearing most frequently in her works. "Sister Qingqing, you have paint on your hand." She glanced down and smiled softly. "Yes, it's the kind that cannot be washed off." Sister Qingqing raised her hand and looked toward the sunlight. The ultramarine on her fingertips appeared especially striking in the light. Then she turned to look at me. "Do you like it?" I hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes, I like it." Sister Qingqing pursed her lips into a gentle smile, her expression softer than before. "Then let it remain. Tomorrow marks the first day of university. Yet here, I am wide awake, struggling to keep my eyes open until 2 in the morning. Only when my eyelids grew heavier did I finally drift off into a hazy sleep. In my dream, Sister Tingyu stood at the front, reaching out to ruffle my hair. Sister Piaopiao gently embraced me from behind, her warm breath brushing against my ear. Bai Lu nestled into my arms, softly calling me brother. Yan, Sister Qingqing sat nearby, leaning over to draw, and Sister Manny approached with a bowl of hot soup, her eyes crinkled in a smile as she urged me to drink it while it's hot. I wanted to respond, to reach out and hold them, but I found I couldn't move or speak, which made my chest feel tight with anxiety. I was jolted awake, my chest still rising and falling gently, a thin layer of sweat forming on my forehead. I checked my phone on the bedside table. It was already 7:30 in the morning. Sitting up, I rubbed my swollen eyes, intending to stretch, but suddenly froze. There was a person squatting beside my bed, and I blinked to see better. It turned out to be Bai Lu. She was wearing a pink coral fleece nightgown that fell just above her knees, with her calves wrapped in white socks tucked under her. Her hair was messy, a few strands sticking to the side of her face. She was propping her chin up, looking at me with bright apricot-shaped eyes that sparkled like black grapes. "Brother Yin, you're awake," she said with a smile. "How did you get in?" My mind went blank. "Bai Lu," I stammered. She replied confidently, her long and curled eyelashes fluttering like little fans. "The door wasn't locked." "I came to wake you up," Sister Manny said. "Breakfast is ready." I let out a sigh of relief, but then felt something was off. "You." You go out first, I need to change my clothes. Bai Lu tilted her head. Brother, Yan is still shy? Didn't we sleep together all the time when we were little? That was before I turned 13. My ears turned slightly red. That was when we were kids. It's different now. Bai Lu blinked, suddenly leaning closer. What's different? She was too close enough for me to see every curve of her eyelashes, to smell the faint scent of milk on her. Her lips were a natural shade of pink, plump, like freshly peeled lychees, soft and juicy. I paused my breathing. Bai Lu noticed my reaction and smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I'll go wash up. She stood up, bouncing out of the room. The hem of her nightgown swayed gently with her movements, revealing a glimpse of her calves wrapped in white socks, her ankles slender. I sat on the bed, touching my flushed ears. After washing up, I went downstairs where the dining room was already filled with people. On the long table lay the breakfast freshly prepared by Sister Manny, including fried eggs, bacon, millet porridge, several small dishes, and a steaming basket of dumplings. Sister Manny was setting the table, dressed in a light pink knitted cardigan, paired with a white long skirt, her calves appearing even whiter and more delicate under the sunlight, her feet in low-heeled nude shoes. Her long hair was loosely tied up, a few strands cascading down her neck, accentuating her gentle jawline. When she leaned over, the neckline of her cardigan opened slightly, revealing a delicate collarbone. Yanyan's here, quick, sit down. She smiled as she scooped porridge for me, her movements deft. My heart warmed. Thank you, Sister Manny. Sister Piaopiao sat diagonally across from me, wearing a black spaghetti-strap dress with a light blazer over it. Her long legs wrapped in black stockings crossed beneath the table, her feet in red-soled high heels. Although she was just having breakfast, she exuded the aura of walking down a red carpet. The neckline of her dress was low, but the fitted design accentuated the fullness of her curves, her waist so slim it could barely be grasped. She rested her chin on her hand, her eyes slightly raised, the tiny sequins at the corners of her eyes glimmering in the morning light. Little Yan, did you sleep well last night? I nodded. I was fine. Sister Piaopiao chuckled softly. Fine. Your dark circles are almost touching the ground, and you say you're fine. I lowered my head and drank my porridge, not daring to respond. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed her legs shifting positions, the sound of black stockings brushing against each other, creating a faint rustling. Sister Tingyu sat across from me, dressed in a white shirt tucked into black trousers. Her slender ankles were covered by black stockings, and she wore chunky black shoes. Her long hair was styled in a low ponytail, revealing her graceful neck and delicate collarbone. The top button of her shirt was undone, and as she drank her porridge, the slight opening allowed a glimpse of the porcelain-like skin beneath. She glanced at me, and without saying a word, pushed the fried egg, my favorite, towards me. I whispered, "Thank you, Sister Tingyu." Sister Tingyu acknowledged me with a soft mm. Last to enter was Sister Qingqing, dressed in a light gray knitted dress that reached just above her knees, with skin-toned thin stockings clinging to her legs and low-heeled nude shoes. As she walked, her legs appeared soft and clean. Her long hair cascaded down, and the slight droop at the corners of her eyes made her look like a cat that had just woken up. She sat beside Sister Piaopiao, smiling at me. Good morning. Good morning, Sister Qingqing. As she sat down, the hem of her dress lifted slightly, revealing a section of her calves wrapped in skin-toned stockings, the lines soft and exuding a faint sheen. Sister Manny served porridge to everyone, and then quietly asked, "Since school starts today, how are you all getting to school?" Bai Lu immediately raised her hand, still holding a dumpling with her chopsticks, her cheeks puffed up, her tone excited. "I'm going with Brother Yan. We're in the same class." Sister Tingyu put down her bowl of porridge and calmly said, "I can drive and take you both along." Sister Piaopiao raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I also have a car. We can take turns driving so you won't get tired." Sister Qingqing put down her chopsticks and softly said, "I can ride my bike. It's perfect for painting the scenery along the way." Sister Manny thought for a moment and cheerfully suggested, "How about I pick you up after I finish work? I have the day off today, so I don't have anything else to do in the afternoon." "No need." Sister Tingyu shook her head. "I have a meeting in the afternoon, but dropping them off is no problem." Sister Manny's eyes curved into a gentle smile. "Then I'll stay home and make dinner. What do you all want to eat? I'll make a few extra dishes that you love today." Bai Lu raised her hand, first sweet and sour ribs. Her eyes sparkled like they held starlight, and her tone was a bit spoiled. "I haven't had Sister Manny's sweet and sour ribs in a long time. I really want to eat them." Sister Qingqing lowered her head and took a sip of porridge, softly responding, "Anything is fine. Ew, I'm not picky. I love whatever Sister Manny makes." Sister Tingyu maintained her calm tone, concise and to the point. "Anything is fine." Sister Piaopiao tilted her head in thought and smiled. "I'm craving Sister Manny's braised beef. It's been a while since I had it." Sister Manny nodded with a smile. "All right, then we'll make braised beef and sweet and sour ribs along with a few small dishes." I sat aside watching them discuss dinner, exchanging words filled with warmth and familiarity, a wave of warmth flooding my heart. The entrance of Benhai University was bustling with people. New students dragged their suitcases, their faces full of curiosity and anticipation. Senior students walked in groups chatting and laughing as they headed into the campus. The recruitment booths of various clubs were set up in 2 rows with seniors enthusiastically calling out, creating an exceptionally lively atmosphere. The car stopped at the entrance, and Bai Lu followed me out. Sister Tingyu rolled down the window, one hand on the steering wheel and the other resting on the window. "Shall we have lunch together?" Bai Lu immediately nodded, vigorously shaking my hand excitedly. Sure. "Brother Yan, let's eat with Sister Tingyu," I replied with an Sister Tingyu glanced at me, suddenly reached out, and gently tapped my forehead with her fingertip. "Don't be nervous." Her voice was cool yet warm. "Call me if you need anything." I nodded, a faint blush creeping up my ears. Sister Tingyu withdrew her hand, rolled up the window, and the car slowly drove away. Through the dark window, I could vaguely see the outline of her profile. Even just a profile was mesmerizingly beautiful. Bai Lu held my hand and walked into the campus. "Brother Yan, our classroom is over there. I specifically checked it out yesterday." I followed her, passing through the shaded path, walking past the library, and circling around the artificial lake. Along the way, many people looked at us, mainly at Bai Lu. She was wearing a light pink princess dress today, the skirt fluffy, and when she ran, she looked like a moving cloud. On her feet were white low-heeled shoes with little bows on the socks. The bows swayed gently as she moved, looking adorably soft. "Who is that? So cute. A new student, I haven't seen her before. Is that boy next to her her boyfriend? He looks pretty ordinary." Hearing the last sentence, I instinctively lowered my head, staring at the tips of my shoes. But Bai Lu suddenly stopped, turned around, and glared at the person speaking. Her almond-shaped eyes widened and her cheeks puffed up with anger as she sternly said, "He is my brother Yan. You can't say he is ordinary." The speaker was taken aback. I was equally astonished. Bai Lu pulled me away, mumbling as she walked, "What kind of eyes are those? My brother Yan is obviously the best looking." I watched her ponytail sway as she walked. I said softly, "Bai Lu, moi. Thank you." Bai Lu turned to look at me, her almond-shaped eyes curling into crescent moons. "For what? What I said is true." She shook my hand. "Brother Yan is the best looking. The classroom is on the 3rd floor of Building 1, the 2nd room near the staircase." Many people had already arrived in the classroom. When they saw us enter, their gazes gathered primarily on Bai Lu, then on me, their eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Bai Lu pulled me to sit by the window. After sitting down, Bai Lu didn't settle down, still resting her chin on her hand, looking at me with bright eyes. I felt uneasy under her gaze. Why are you looking at me?" Bai Lu replied confidently, "You're good looking." My ears turned slightly red as I turned to look out the window. Outside the window was the school's shaded path, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. I remembered the painting Sister Qingqing made yesterday, which had the same light and shadow. I wondered what she was doing now. My phone vibrated. I picked it up to check. It was a message from Sister Qingqing. "Qingqing, have you arrived at the classroom?" "Me, yes, you." "Qingqing, in the studio, the morning light is good. Qingqing, make sure to pay attention in class." "Me, okay." I put down my phone and Bai Lu leaned over. "Is it Sister Qingqing?" What did she say, "She said she is in the studio and told me to pay attention in class." Bai Lu nodded. "Sister Qingqing works really hard." She paused for a moment and leaned in closer. "Brother Yan, do you think Sister Qingqing paints beautifully?" "Moi." I thought without hesitation. "Yes, beautifully." "Then who looks better, me or Sister Qingqing?" I was taken aback looking at her. Bai Lu blinked her eyes, eagerly waiting for my answer. "Both are good looking." Bai Lu pouted. "That's a cliché." I tugged at the corner of my mouth. "Both are truly good looking. You both have different types of beauty." Bai Lu thought for a moment, then smiled widely. "All right, I'll let you pass this time, but you mustn't be vague next time." She sat back down, taking out her textbook from her backpack and placing it on the desk. I also took out my textbook and opened the first page. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Bai Lu was secretly looking at me. I pretended not to notice, but the corners of my mouth slightly curled up. The class bell rang. At that moment, the counselor walked in, a woman in her 30s wearing silver-rimmed glasses and a dark professional suit, looking very gentle. "Hello, students. I am your counselor. My surname is Wang. Today is the first day of school. I will first introduce our assistant counselor to everyone." She waved her hand towards the door. "Come in." Immediately, the sound of high heels tapping against the floor echoed. I lowered my head to flip through my book, not paying attention, until the sound stopped beside me. I looked up only to be momentarily stunned. It was Sister Tingyu standing next to me, looking down at me with a hint of teasing and tenderness in her eyes. Her voice was cool, particularly clear in the quiet classroom. "From today on, I am your assistant counselor." The classroom erupted in a commotion. Lin Tingyu looked at my flushed ears, her lips curling up slightly as she turned around and slowly walked towards the podium. "My name is Lin Tingyu, a senior, and I have just taken over as the president of the student council." She stood at the podium, her gaze sweeping across the entire class, her tone cool yet firm. For the next month, I will assist Teacher Wang in handling class affairs, including attendance, class rules, and freshman adaptation, among other matters. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask me, don't hesitate. She paused, her gaze slowly sweeping across the class and finally landed on me. With a hint of barely perceptible teasing in her tone, she clearly said, especially you. Everyone's gaze followed hers to look at me. I lowered my head, wishing I could burrow under the desk. Bai Lu beside me was covering her mouth, stifling her laughter, her shoulders shaking. Sister Tingyu withdrew her gaze and continued speaking, her voice cool and orderly, discussing the arrangements and precautions for this semester. I listened to her voice, feeling warm yet chaotic in my heart. What she meant by "feel free to ask me" was truly any time, because I knew in my heart that no matter when I needed her, Sister Tingyu would be there. I didn't know how long it had been when the class bell rang. Sister Tingyu walked over and stopped by my desk. "How did you find the first class?" I looked at her. It was okay. She raised an eyebrow, the corners of her eyes lifting slightly with a teasing tone. "Okay. You were blushing for the entire class, not daring to look at me, and you call that okay?" Bai Lu burst into laughter beside me. Sister Tingyu turned to leave, but paused and looked back at me. "Yanyan, my, get used to it. You'll see me every day from now on." Sister Tingyu's lips curled up slightly as she finished speaking and walked away. The sound of high heels tapping on the floor gradually faded. Bai Lu leaned over. "Brother Yan, Sister Tingyu is so cool." I nodded. On the first day of school, Bai Lu's outspoken defense of me sparked rumors that swept through the entire freshman class within a single day. "Did you hear? Lin Tingyu's younger brother already has a girlfriend." "Who is she?" "Is it that girl in the pink dress who walked onto campus with him yesterday?" Yes, that's her. Her name is Bai Lu. She grew up alongside senior sister Lin." "Wow, how did senior sister Lin react?" "No one knows for sure, but they say she sat through today's meeting with an icy expression." The moment Bai Lu and I stepped into the classroom, curious, probing, and even gossipy glances pierced us from every direction. They felt like countless needles pricking my back, making me profoundly uneasy. I lowered my head and took my seat. Then Bai Lu leaned close and whispered, "Brother Yan, everyone outside is saying." "I know." I nodded and opened my textbook. Bai Lu looked faintly guilty, twisting the hem of her skirt between her fingers. "So, I spoke up in anger yesterday, denying those rumors, and accidentally let people think I was your girlfriend. Did I cause trouble for you?" I looked at Bai Lu. Her almond-shaped eyes brimmed with nervousness, her lashes trembling softly, her lips gently pressed together like a child who'd just made a mistake. "It's fine, don't worry." Bai Lu exhaled in relief, then leaned closer. "Really? Truly?" Her eyes instantly curved into crescent moons. "Brother Yan is the very best." She then nuzzled her head against my arm. Classmates around us stared stunned. What on earth was happening? Public displays of affection right here in class. A faint warmth bloomed across my earlobes, and instinctively I wanted to pull away, but seeing how utterly dependent she looked, I forced myself to stay still. The first morning lecture was a large-format class held in an amphitheater-style lecture hall. Bai Lu and I chose seats toward the back. Just as we opened our textbooks, the chair beside me scraped across the floor, and a rich, familiar fragrance wafted over, a delicate rose scent that instantly enveloped my senses. I turned, instinctively startled. Piaopiao Jia had taken the seat beside me. As always, she radiated bold allure, a black slip dress beneath a lightweight black blazer, sheer black stockings hugging her long, elegant legs, and crimson-soled stiletto heels. Her spine was perfectly straight, one leg crossed over the other, accentuating the full curve of her chest, the delicate definition of her collarbones, and the slender elegance of her waist. "Senior Sister Piaopiao, what brings you here?" "Just crashing the lecture." Her eyelids lifted slightly, a tiny crystal stud glinting at the outer corner of her eye. "Oh, do you mind?" I quickly waved my hands. No, not at all. I just never expected you'd come." Senior Sister Piaopiao leaned forward slightly and murmured near my ear, "I heard you've been officially claimed." My ears flared hot. Bai Lu grew flustered beside me. "Senior Sister Piaopiao, please stop teasing him." Piaopiao Jia glanced at her and smiled knowingly. "Oh, already stepping in to protect him." Bai Lu flushed crimson. Aye. Piaopiao Jia propped her chin on her palm and studied me, her gaze subtly sharpened. "Little Yanyan, do you know how Tingyu reacted today?" I met her eyes and shook my head. She smiled enigmatically, said nothing more, and picked up my textbook, as though pretending to read it. She simply shifted her posture, the whisper-soft rustle of her black stockings unervingly seductive. The bell rang for the end of class. I gathered my things, preparing to head to the cafeteria. Just as I stood up, I saw Senior Sister Tingyu standing in the doorway. She leaned against the doorframe, one hand tucked casually into her trousers pocket, the other holding a phone, her slender, elegant fingers poised lightly over its surface. "Step outside for a moment." I hesitated, then walked out. Bai Lu tried to follow, but Senior Sister Piaopiao gently held her back. "Let them talk privately." A knowing smile played upon Piaopiao's lips. At the far end of the corridor, before the floor-to-ceiling windows, senior sister Tingyu stood before the window, her back to me. Sunlight bathed her silhouette, sharply defined shoulders and narrow waist, hips curving gracefully beneath her tailored trousers and slender calves sheathed in black stockings. Every line was exquisitely sculpted. I approached slowly and stopped beside her. Senior sister Tingyu. She turned, her gaze locking onto mine. Bai Lu says she's your girlfriend. I froze completely. Senior sister Tingyu stepped forward. Instinctively I retreated, until my back struck the wall. A cool sensation seeped through my shirt. She placed one hand flat against the wall beside my ear, drawing her entire body close. This stance identical to our first encounter in the cafe. Yet today something new flickered in her eyes. She was too close. So close I could trace every arc of her lashes, discern the faint brown mole nestled beside the bridge of her nose. Softly she asked, is what she said true? My Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. She. Moi. She was only joking. The words finally tumbled out, dry and strained. Senior sister Tingyu held my gaze for several silent seconds, then curved her lips upward. Joking? I nodded. She withdrew her hand and stepped back. That's good. Then unexpectedly she reached up and tapped my forehead lightly with her fingertip. Her eyelids lifted slightly at the outer corners. Next time, don't let her make jokes like that. With that she turned and walked away. I remained rooted in place, mind utterly blank. I entered the campus cafeteria, buzzing with voices, clusters of students gathering for lunch. Senior sister Man and I had taken a personal day off and arrived carrying a thermal container. She wore a light blue knitted cardigan over a white maxi skirt paired with low-heeled nude pumps. Her long hair was loosely gathered with delicate strands falling beside her neck, accentuating the soft grace of her jawline. As she bent to serve herself, her waist dipped gently and the neckline of her cardigan parted just enough to reveal a sliver of ivory skin and the subtle, alluring hollow between her collarbones. It wasn't deliberate exposure, yet infinitely captivating. Yanyan's here, come sit down. Noticing my dazed expression, Senior Sister Man and I asked with concern, what's wrong? Nothing. Piaopiao teased. He got cornered by Tingyu in the hallway for quite the interrogation. Man and I turned her gaze towards Senior Sister Tingyu. Tingyu ate quietly, her expression unreadable, each motion of her chopsticks refined and unhurried, as if nothing at all had occurred. Bai Lu murmured softly beside her, it's all my fault. It's not your fault. Bai Lu looked up at me. I placed a piece of braised pork rib onto her plate. Eat. She blinked, then her eyes welled with tears. Brother Yan. Don't cry, just eat. She sniffled, bowed her head and ate, teardrops clinging to her lashes. The others watched silently, each wearing a different expression. Piaopiao smiled with quiet charm. Little Yanyan's grown up. He knows how to comfort people now. Ching gave a gentle nod, her lips curved in a tender spring-like smile, her gaze soft as flowing water. Man and I stroked my hair affectionately. Tingyu glanced at me. Silent, yet the outer corners of her eyes lifted just slightly. Stealing another glance at her, I sensed she'd left something unsaid in the corridor. With no classes in the afternoon, the campus was particularly quiet, the sunlight just right, and a gentle breeze blew. The art building was very quiet at this moment, almost devoid of people. The door to the studio was slightly ajar, and instead of pushing it open directly, I peered through the crack. Ching was sitting in front of the easel, wearing a white shirt dress that fell just above her knees, revealing a slender calf encased in sheer nude stockings, perfectly straight and delicate. Her long hair was casually pinned up with a pencil, with a few stray strands falling beside her face. I stood at the door for a moment, not daring to make a sound. After a moment's thought, I gently pushed the door open and sat down on a chair against the wall. The studio was very quiet. Ching was focused on her painting, occasionally stepping back to examine the overall composition before moving in again to add a few more strokes, as if the world contained only her and the painting. I simply watched her, observing her slender fingers as they held the brush, the slight flutter of her eyelashes, and the small motions of her pursed lips. I lost track of time. Suddenly Ching stopped painting, turned her head, and her gaze landed squarely on me. She paused for a moment, then slowly revealed a smile. It was light and subtle, the corners of her eyes slightly drooping, like ripples left on the surface of a lake by a breeze. Why didn't you say you were here? Her voice was also soft, like a feather brushing past my ear. I felt a pinch of guilt, saying I was afraid to disturb you. Ching said nothing, put down her brush, and walked over to me. She moved lightly, her skirt swaying gently with her steps. Her slender calf encased in sheer nude stockings swayed in front of me before coming to a rest beside me. She sat on the chair next to me and said, I heard about what happened today. I lowered my head and murmured, oh. Ching turned her face to look at me. I could feel her gaze on my face, gentle as the breeze on a spring afternoon. You did the right thing. I looked up at her. She gazed back at me, her light brown eyes reflecting my face, as clean as spring water devoid of any impurities. She reached out her fingertips, lightly brushing my ear. It was cool. Your ears are still red. I instinctively touched my ears. They were indeed warm. Ching chuckled softly and withdrew her hand. She gently said, next time you don't have to be so nervous. After saying that, she stood up and returned to the easel. I'll continue painting. You can stay if you want. I nodded. The sound of the brush against the canvas resumed, soft and gentle. Sunlight bathed her, outlining her figure with a soft golden glow. I looked at her profile and suddenly felt a deep sense of calm. All the chaotic thoughts were soothed by the gentle brush strokes. When I returned home in the evening, Manny was busy in the kitchen. A rich aroma instantly filled the entire house, warming my stomach. I walked over slowly and softly said, Manny, let me help you. Manny turned to look at me, her brows arched, her smile gentle. Sure, come help me wash some vegetables. I walked to the sink, turned on the faucet, and the cold water flowed over my fingers, washing away the day's heat and discomfort, leaving me feeling refreshed. Manny was chopping vegetables beside me, her movements skilled and swift. She was focused while cutting, her brows lowered, the light casting a soft glow on her face, making it look particularly gentle. Yanyan, she suddenly spoke, her tone warm. I looked up at her. About what happened today, do you feel a lot of pressure? Her tone was filled with concern. I gently nodded a little. Manny set down her utensils and turned to look at me. You know about Tingyu, she said softly. She has never been good at expressing her feelings since she was little. The more she cares about someone, the more she puts on a stern face, her mouth as hard as stone. I recalled Tingyu's demeanor today, as she indeed had a cold expression throughout, her tone indifferent, but in the end she still gently tapped my forehead, a warmth that couldn't be concealed. Manny looked at me seriously. She cares about you. We all care about you. I looked up at her, warmth filling my heart. Manny smiled, gently reaching out to lightly pat my head. Her palm was warm and soft, carrying the warmth of the kitchen. So don't overthink it, just do as you feel. We're here for you. I nodded vigorously. I understand, Manny. Manny withdrew her hand, picked up her utensils again, and continued chopping vegetables, her tone light. By the way, I have tomorrow off. What do you want to eat? I thought for a moment and smiled. Anything Manny makes is delicious. I'm not picky. Manny burst into laughter at my response, fine lines of laughter appearing at the corners of her eyes. You sweet-talking kid. I felt my ears turn slightly red, a bit embarrassed as I lowered my head. Not sweet-talking, it's really delicious. Manny looked at my flushed ears, her smile becoming even gentler, her tone indulgent. All right, I'll make a bit more tomorrow. That night, I lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. My mind replayed everything that happened during the day, as if scenes from a movie were unfolding in my mind. Tingyu cornered me at the end of the hallway, seriously asking if what Bai Lu said was true. Piaopiao looked at me with a half smile in the cafeteria, her eyes filled with meaning. Oi Ching in the quiet studio, gently brushing my ear with her fingertips, her tone unexpectedly tender. Manny in the kitchen, filled with warmth, lightly patting my head, filled with concern. And Bai Lu with red-rimmed eyes looking at me full of guilt. 5 people, 5 expressions, 5 ways. But they were all quietly telling me the same thing. They all cared about me. In that instant, warmth flooded my heart, heavy and comforting. Just then my phone buzzed with a notification. I reached out to grab it. It was a message from Bai Lu. Bai Lu, Yanyan, are you asleep? I tapped my fingers lightly and replied, not yet. Bai Lu, I can't sleep either. Bai Lu, about today. I'm sorry. I looked at those words and replied, I won't blame you. Bai Lu, really? Bai Lu, then, do you still want me to be your girlfriend? The joking kind. I stared at that message, stunned for a few seconds, my lips involuntarily curling up and a smile forming in my eyes. Yanyan is awake. Perfect, come sit down. As she bent to retrieve the cutlery, the full, graceful curve of her hips unfolded naturally. I sat beside her. Hardly had I settled when footsteps echoed from the staircase. Tingyu Jie descended as well. She walked to the table and took a seat, nodding gently toward me before lifting her bowl of congee. She had taken only a few sips. Bai Lu came rushing down the stairs. Good morning, she called, bouncing merrily into the dining room. She plopped down beside me and nuzzled her head against my arm. Brother Yin, good morning. I squirmed slightly at the ticklish nudge. Gee, good morning. Her eyes crinkled into crescent moons. From the basement, the dance studio door clicked open and Piaopiao Jia ascended the stairs. Morning, everyone. She drawled lazily, taking the seat opposite me, crossing her legs with effortless poise, her bare foot swaying gently, the heel of her slipper tapping softly against the floor. Propping her chin in her palm, she gazed at me. Little Yanyan, did you sleep well last night? I lowered my gaze. Fairly well. Fairly well. Her eyes flickered playfully at the corners as she teased, did I appear in your dreams? My ears flushed faintly once more. Bai Lu, sitting nearby, grew flustered. Piaopiao Jia. Don't tease him first thing in the morning. Piaopiao Jia glanced at her, her smile rich with implication. Protecting him so fiercely. Bai Lu's cheeks instantly bloomed crimson. She ducked her head and resumed eating her congee in silence. Ching Jia returned from her studio. She seated herself beside Piaopiao Jia and offered me a gentle smile. Good morning. Good morning, Qingqing Jia. The six of us gathered around the long table where breakfast steamed warmly, its fragrance rich and inviting. Bai Lu ate quickly, and once finished propped her chin on her hands, gazing at me intently. Brother Yin, you have no classes today. Where shall we go? I paused thoughtfully. Where would you like to go? The amusement park. Her eyes lit up. A brand new one just opened. It has a Ferris wheel. Piaopiao Jia arched a brow. A Ferris wheel? Just the two of you? Bai Lu declared utterly unapologetic. Yes, just me and Brother Yan. Piaopiao Jia chuckled softly, then turned to Tingyu Jia. Tingyu, what do you say? Tingyu Jia set down her chopsticks and dabbed her lips. I have plans this afternoon. What a pity. Qingqing and I are free though. Qingqing Jia nodded in agreement. Yes, I have no classes this afternoon. Mani Jia smiled warmly. I've taken a day off. I'm free this afternoon too. Bai Lu blinked, then realization dawned. You're all coming too. Piaopiao Jia merely smiled silent. Bai Lu turned her gaze to me. I met her expectant eyes, then glanced at the other four. Well, shall we all go together then? At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 women, each radiating a distinct, captivating charm, stood before the amusement park gates, drawing admiring glances from passers-by. Bai Lu was adorable and vivacious, Piaopiao Jia alluring and enchanting, Tingyu Jia cool and poised, Qingqing Jia gentle and serene, Mani Jia elegant and gracious. Side by side, they formed a breathtaking tableau. Where shall we go first? Bai Lu asked. Piaopiao Jia gestured toward the distant Ferris wheel. That one, fulfilling our little Bai Lu's wish. Bai Lu's eyes sparkled. Yes, let's ride the Ferris wheel. She seized my hand and dashed off toward it, while the other four followed at a relaxed, unhurried pace. A long queue snaked beneath the Ferris wheel. Bai Lu rose onto her toes, peered ahead, and her expression dimmed with disappointment. She murmured softly, so many people. It'll take forever to get our turn. Piaopiao Jia smiled faintly, pulled out her phone, made a brief casual call, and tilted her chin toward us. No need to rush, just wait. Minutes later, a staff member approached respectfully. Please follow me, everyone. Piaopiao Jia rose. Let's go. Bai Lu hesitated. Piaopiao Jia, you know someone here? Piaopiao Jia simply smiled, saying nothing. The 6 of us were led to a private gondola. This is a VIP gondola, seats 6 comfortably, and offers an exceptional view. Enjoy your ride, the attendant said. Bai Lu let out an exuberant cheer and tugged me inside. The gondola ascended slowly, smoothly, steadily. Through the transparent glass, the entire park unfolded before us. The carousel, the roller coaster, the pirate ship, and beyond, the shimmering artificial lake. A scene of tranquil beauty. Bai Lu pressed her face to the glass, eyes wide with wonder. So high. Brother Yin, look, that carousel is so beautiful. I followed her pointing finger and nodded with a soft smile. Yes, it truly is. Piaopiao Jia sat beside me, still elegantly crossed at the knees. She leaned close, her voice low and beguiling. Little Yanyan, afraid of heights? If so, lean into sister's arms. A faint flush warmed my cheeks. Not really. Not really. She drew nearer, her lips brushing my ear as she curved a knowing smile. Then when we reach the very top, I'll whisper a secret to you. Bai Lu glanced back, flustered. Piaopiao Jia, stop teasing him. Piaopiao Jia burst into delighted laughter and sank back into her seat. As the Ferris wheel reached its apex, the entire coastal city unfurled below, skyscrapers rising in orderly succession, streets weaving like intricate threads, and far beyond the vast azure sea. A gentle breeze carried the faint, briny scent of ocean air, serene, soothing, utterly sublime. Qingqing Jia asked softly, is it beautiful? I gave a quiet nod. Yes. She smiled faintly and opened her sketchbook, beginning to draw. Piaopiao Jia leaned close to my ear. The secret is, today's stockings are in your favorite color. I blinked, startled, and looked down at her. Black stockings. When had I ever said I liked black? Seeing my bewildered expression, she dissolved into unrestrained laughter. Just teasing you. I was caught completely off guard. My ears burned crimson again. Bai Lu pouted beside me. Piaopiao Jia is awful. Tingyu Jia gazed out the window, her lips lifting ever so slightly. Mani Jia shook her head, smiling indulgently. After descending from the Ferris wheel, Bai Lu tugged me eagerly through every attraction. The carousel, bumper cars, pirate ship, insisting I join her for each, her laughter ringing clear and bright across the park. Though wearing high heels, Piaopiao Jia threw herself into the fun, riding the bumper cars with childlike delight, her usual allure momentarily softened into pure, unguarded joy. Qingqing Jia sat quietly on a bench all afternoon, sketching. Each of us captured mid-laugh or mid-motion her strokes, delicate, evocative, alive. Tingyu Jia, rarely so at ease, bought an ice cream and stood nearby, savoring it slowly, adding a tender human warmth to the scene. Mani Jia kept her phone raised, capturing every shared smile, every fleeting moment of joy. As the sun dipped low, casting golden light over the lakeshore, the six of us settled onto a bench, basking in rare, peaceful stillness. Tired from play, Bai Lu leaned her head against my shoulder. Piaopiao Jia slipped off her heels and massaged her ankles. Qingqing Jia flipped through her afternoon sketches. Tingyu Jia watched the sunset stretch across the horizon. Mani Jia shared the photos in our group chat, laughing. I took so many today, don't forget to save them. I looked around at the 5 women beside me, listening to their soft, easy chatter, feeling the gentle weight of Bai Lu's head upon my shoulder. And I thought, may moments like this linger unbroken forever. After dinner, I felt a bit impatient to return to my room for a while. But just as I reached the stairs, I bumped into Tingyu Jia. She stood at the top of the stairs, said nothing, and grabbed my wrist, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Come with me. Pulling me upstairs. The night wind rushed towards me, carrying the briny scent of the sea. The November wind was already a bit chilly, raising goosebumps on my skin. Tingyu Jia released my hand and walked to the edge of the railing. I stood a few steps behind her, unsure whether to approach. There were scattered fishing lights on the sea, flickering like the eyes of the night. Come here, Tingyu Jia said without turning back. I walked over and stood beside her. She turned her head to look at me. The moonlight fell on her face, softening the cold, beautiful contours. Her brows were still sharp and the corners of her eyes still arched, but in this moment I saw something in her gaze that I had never seen before. Are you afraid of me? I quickly shook my head. Tingyu Jia lightly curled her lips and turned back to gaze at the sea. After a few seconds of silence, she suddenly spoke. It's been 5 years. I understood what she meant. 5 years ago, she left Binhai to study in another city. Before she left, she stood here and said to me, wait for me to come back. At that time, I was 13 and she was 16. It was autumn when you left, I said. Tingyu Jia raised an eyebrow, the small mole at the corner of her eye lifting slightly with the motion. You remember so clearly. I didn't speak, but my ears began to heat up. Tingyu Jia turned to look at my profile, suddenly reaching out her fingertips, tracing my cheek. In these 5 years, did you think of me? I was caught off guard, frozen in place. Yes, I replied, slowly turning to look at her. Tingyu Jia smiled, a mix of satisfaction and relief along with something I couldn't comprehend. So did I, thinking of you every day. Suddenly Tingyu Jia turned to face me. The high heels made her almost at my eye level. The distance between us was close enough to feel each other's breath. Suyin, do you know why I came back? I shook my head. Because of you. Tingyu Jia looked directly into my eyes, enunciating every word. Because I missed you, because I can't let you go, because... She paused, reaching out to press on my shoulder. Because I realized you've grown up. I was instantly lost in thought. Tingyu Jia's fingers slid from my shoulder to the back of my neck, gently pulling me a bit closer. The distance between us was now just a few centimeters. I could see the curve of her eyelashes, thick and curled, each one distinct. 5 years ago, I said I'd wait for you to grow up now. Tingyu Jia's gaze slid from my brows to my lips, her voice low like a whisper. I don't want to wait anymore. My breath became erratic. I wanted to step back, but she held onto the back of my neck, preventing me from moving. Tingyu Jia. Don't move. Tingyu Jia slowly leaned and kissing my lips. The kiss was light like a dragonfly touching the water. Yet my mind went blank and I stood frozen in place. Tingyu Jia pulled back a little, looking at my dazed expression, her lips curling into a smile. You look foolish. My ears were burning and I wanted to say something, but my lips moved and I couldn't utter a word. Tingyu Jia released the back of my neck and wrapped her arms around my waist. She buried her face in my chest, her voice muffled. Your heart is racing so fast. I didn't reply, but my hand hesitated before gently resting on her back. Her back was slender and I could feel the delicate bones beneath her dress. Tingyu Jia curled her lips in my embrace. Suyin, moi. From now on I will always be here. And I tightened my hold on her. After a long time I finally gave a soft The moonlight poured down from above, casting long shadows of us. Tingyu Jia stayed in my arms for a long time, long enough for me to think she had fallen asleep. Then she lifted her head to look at me. But you have to take it slow, I'm not in a hurry. I didn't understand her meaning. Tingyu Jia helplessly tugged at the corner of her mouth and reached up to smooth my wind-tousled hair. You still have 4 older sisters. Her tone was calm, as if she were commenting on the nice weather. I know what they're thinking and they know what I think. So there's no rush. I was momentarily taken aback. Tingyu Jia looked at my dazed expression and laughed. What's wrong? Did you think I didn't know? The way Bai Lu looked at you, the paintings in Qingqing's studio, the pride in Piaopiao's teasing, the care that Manny showed you. Tingyu Jia counted them one by one, and with every name she mentioned my face reddened. No need to explain. Tingyu Jia interrupted me, her fingertip resting on my lips. She stood on her toes, leaning into my ear. I never said you couldn't. Just, you have to put me first. Her voice was low, as if sharing a secret. All right, let's go down now. If we stay any longer, they will get anxious. She turned to walk towards the stairs, but after taking a few steps, she turned back. By the way, about that kiss. Tingyu Jia paused, smiling meaningfully. Next time I want you to take the initiative." The door opened and closed again, and her figure vanished from the stairwell. I stood there, the night wind blowing across my flushed cheeks. I raised my hand to touch my lips, which still seemed to retain the warmth of that fleeting moment. My heart was still racing. I looked at the distant sea, recalling the day she left 5 years ago. Tingyu Jie had also stood here saying to me, "Wait for me to come back." At that time I didn't understand what waiting meant. Now it seems I understand a little. Waiting for her to grow up. No, it's waiting for me to grow up. Waiting for her to return, waiting for a future that belongs to us. My phone buzzed with a message notification. I took it out to check. Bai Lu, what are you doing up there? Piaopiao Jie, did Tingyu Jie bully you? Do you want your sister to comfort you? Qingqing Jie, rest early. Manny Jie, the milk is ready, come down to drink. For messages, 4 avatars, 4 tones. I took a deep breath, stuffed my phone back into my pocket, and turned to walk downstairs. At dusk the next day, Bai Lu tugged insistently at my sleeve. "Brother Yin, please keep me company while we watch the sunset." She clung to my arm and swayed gently, her eyes sparkling like mountain spring water, dark lustrous orbs reflecting my own image. I found myself utterly unable to refuse. She wore a milky white lambswool coat that enveloped her in soft, fluffy warmth, with the pink hood of her sweatshirt peeking out from within. Slim light blue jeans hugged her long, graceful legs, while white dad shoes lent her an air of delicate charm. Come on. We'll miss the sunset if we don't go now." She tugged me toward the shore, her ponytail bouncing rhythmically with each skip. The private beach behind Yunchi Villa had been part of my childhood landscape, yet never before had I raced across it pulled by her hand. A 5-minute walk stretched into 10 minutes as she hopped and skipped along the way, pausing to collect seashells, chasing seabirds, then turning back to wave at me with a bright smile. "Brother Yin, hurry up." Bai Lu kicked off her shoes and stepped barefoot onto the sand. Her feet were dainty and lovely, tiny size 35 prints sinking softly into the golden grains. Her rounded toes, dusted with fine sand, glowed faintly pink in the dying light. "Brother Yin, come quickly." She waved at me over her shoulder, the arc of her swinging ponytail impossibly graceful. I slipped off my shoes and followed. The sand still held the sun's lingering warmth, soft, yielding, tickling between my toes as it pressed through. Bai Lu dashed to the water's edge, letting the tide wash over her ankles before giggling and retreating like a child at play. She pointed to the sand. "Look what I drew, Brother Yin." A crooked heart inside which she'd scrawled SYBL. I stared at the 2 initials and felt a faint warmth rise to my ears. Bai Lu, wholly unaware, tugged me down beside her onto the sand. She leaned against my shoulder and gazed upward. "It's truly beautiful." I nodded quietly. Indeed it was. The setting sun bathed the entire sea in molten orange and crimson, clouds blazed with incandescent hues, and seabirds skimmed the waves, their cries echoing far and clear. A salty sea breeze drifted past, carrying the sweet, intoxicating fragrance that clung to her skin. Bai Lu fell uncharacteristically silent. The ever-chirping little sparrow had stilled at last. I turned my head to look at her. She sat entranced by the sinking sun, her long curled lashes casting delicate shadows upon her cheeks. "What are you thinking about?" Bai Lu blinked back to awareness and tilted her face up to mine. "Brother Yin, will you always stay with me?" I paused, startled. Why such a sudden question? Bai Lu lowered her head, tracing idle circles in the sand. Because the older sisters have all returned." Her voice grew muffled. "Sister Tingyu is so stunning, Sister Piaopiao, so effortlessly charming, Sister Qingqing, so tender, Sister Man, and I, so nurturing. I'm afraid you'll no longer want me." Watching her bowed head, something deep inside me softened instantly. How could that ever happen? "You are Bai Lu." She lifted her face, but her eyes were already red-rimmed. "Then who do you love most, Brother Yin?" I faltered. She held my gaze, waiting. After a breath's pause, I murmured, "I don't know." Her expression dimmed slightly. "But I know, you're all here." Bai Lu blinked, surprised. I gazed toward the distant sea, voice quiet and steady. "Sister Tingyu protects me. You stay beside me. Sister Qingqing paints me. Sister Piaopiao teases me. Sister Man and I takes care of me. You are all here, and all kind to me. I don't know whom I love most, but I do know each of you is irreplaceably precious to me." Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's eyes welled even more. "Brother Yin." And suddenly she lunged forward and wrapped her arms tightly around my neck. The force sent me leaning backward, and my palms braced instinctively against the sand. She clung to me completely, her face buried deep in the hollow of my throat, her shoulders trembling with soft, shuddering sobs. Her tears were warm, falling one by one onto my skin. I hesitated, then raised my hand and began gently patting her back. "Don't cry. Tears will spoil your beauty." Bai Lu lifted her face from my neck. Her eyes and nose were flushed red, her lashes still damp with glistening droplets, her whole countenance like that of a tear-streaked kitten. "Then kiss me once, Brother Yin, and I'll stop crying." I fell silent. She blinked slowly, another tear rolling down her cheek, pathetic yet utterly endearing. Gazing at her doll-like face and those tear-filled dark lustrous eyes, I almost smiled. When had this girl learned such a trick? I bent low and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. Bai Lu's tears vanished in an instant, replaced by radiant laughter, as she squeezed me tighter. Brother Yan is the very best. I let her hold on, resigned and tender. In the distance, the final sliver of sunlight sank beneath the horizon, leaving only a soft afterglow. The moon rose quietly, laying down a shimmering silver path across the sea. Cradled in my arms, Bai Lu spoke again. Brother Yan, even if all the older sisters return, you must never ignore me. All right, pinky swear. She extended her little finger, plump and dusted with sand. I mirrored her, hooking my pinky around hers. Pinky swear, forever unbroken, 100 years long. She declared it solemnly, then pressed her thumb atop ours for emphasis. I followed suit, sealing the vow. Satisfied, Bai Lu curved her eyes into crescents and nestled back against my shoulder. The sea wind blew cool and salty. Her hair fluttered loose, strands brushing my jaw, teasingly soft. I glanced down. She had closed her eyes somewhere along the way, her breathing now slow and even. She'd fallen asleep. I looked upon her peaceful slumber, half a mist, half tinder. Tears still glistened unshed upon her lashes, yet her lips curved in a tiny, serene smile. She curled into me like a rabbit finding its burrow. So I remained seated motionless, afraid to stir her. The moon climbed higher, spilling liquid silver across the waves. From afar came the hushed, rhythmic sigh of the surf. A lullaby whispered by the sea. Suddenly I remembered many years ago. Back then Bai Lu had been just a tiny thing, 2 braids bobbing as she trailed behind me, calling out, Brother Yan. When she stumbled, she cried, and I would blow gently on her scraped knee until she laughed. When she got candy, she'd dash straight to me, press it into my mouth, and ask, is it sweet? Now she's grown. Yet she still follows me, still calls me Brother Yan. Only now when she falls, she rises without tears and smiles, saying, I'm fine, Brother Yan. Yet when she finds something wonderful, she still runs to share it with me first. I reached out and gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. In her sleep, she seemed to sense it, nuzzling closer into my shoulder, her smile deepening just a fraction. Looking at her, I thought, no matter what lies ahead, right now, she is here. I am here. She rests in my arms. I hold her close, listening to the ocean's breath, and for a fleeting sacred moment, I wish time itself would stand still. She stirred faintly in my arms, murmuring sleepily, Brother Yan, then settled back into slumber. I bent my head and whispered, I'm here. Whether she heard me, I do not know. But I do know. I promised her I would always be here. And I will be. On Wednesday afternoon, with no classes, I crossed the courtyard to find Sister Qingqing. As I passed the pavilion, my steps paused. The door of the studio was slightly ajar, and sunlight squeezed through the crack, casting a slender beam of light on the ground. I walked softly and gently pushed the door open. The studio was very quiet. Only the faint sound of the brush gliding over the canvas could be heard, like spring silkworms nibbling on mulberry leaves, making a soft rustling sound. Sister Qingqing stood in front of the easel, her back to me. She wore a white shirt, dress the hem just above her knees, revealing a segment of her calf wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. Her legs were straight and slender, her ankles astonishingly delicate, resting in a pair of nude flats. Her long hair was casually gathered with a pencil, with a few strands falling along her neck, gently swaying with her movements as she held the brush. Sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling window, enveloping her in a soft glow. I remained silent and sat down in my usual spot by the door. This was my favorite spot, an old wooden chair with my childhood scribbles carved into the back. From here, I could perfectly see her profile without disturbing her painting. The studio was filled with the scent of paint, the sharpness of turpentine, the richness of linseed oil, and an indescribable fragrance that belonged to her filled the air. She stood there motionless, only her hand gripping the brush moved. Her wrist gently turned the tip of the brush, leaving delicate strokes on the canvas. I didn't know how long had passed when Sister Qingqing suddenly stopped. She turned her head and looked at me. I was momentarily taken aback. Caught red-handed. Why didn't you say you were here? Sister Qingqing asked, her voice soft as if afraid to disturb something. I didn't want to interrupt you. Sister Qingqing smiled slightly, put down her brush, and walked towards me. As she moved, the hem of her skirt brushed against her calf, the flesh-colored stockings glimmering softly in the sunlight. She sat down beside me, tilting her head to look at me. From this angle, I could see her eyelashes, long and curled, casting a small shadow on her eyelid. The corners of her eyes drooped slightly, giving her an expression that seemed to carry a hint of a smile. In her light brown irises, my face was reflected. How long have you been waiting? I glanced out at the sunlight. About an hour, I suppose. Sister Qingqing widened her eyes slightly. That long? Why didn't you call for me? I saw you so absorbed in your painting that I couldn't bear to interrupt. Sister Qingqing looked at me and suddenly smiled playfully. She stood up, walked back to the easel, and turned the painting to show me. Take a look. I looked over and was taken aback. The painting was of me. I sat in that old wooden chair, sunlight shining from behind, creating a halo around me. My head was slightly bowed, lost in thought. The entire painting had a warm tone, warm enough to soften the heart. This was painted just now. Ai Ching nodded. I stared at the painting for a long time. In the painting I looked so serene, so cherished. Sister Qingqing, I said, my voice a bit hoarse, can I see more? Sister Qingqing glanced at me, then walked to the corner and opened a portfolio. She spoke softly. Since you were 16, every time you come to the studio, I paint one of you. I walked over and looked down. A thick stack, all of the same person. The first one was of me sitting in the chair, head bowed, my eyes a bit red. That was the year my grandfather passed away, and I was hiding in the studio crying. The second one was of me, standing by the window looking outside. The third was of me leaning against the wall asleep. The fourth, fifth, sixth. Flipping through them was like flipping through my 3 years. In the paintings I sometimes looked dazed, sometimes lost in thought, and sometimes wore a smile that I wasn't even aware of. One was of me watching her paint, my gaze focused so intense that I barely recognized myself. So this is how I appeared in her eyes. I looked up at Sister Qingqing. She stood in the sunlight, the white shirt dress becoming slightly sheer, faintly revealing her slender waist. Her calves, wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, were straight together with a faint mark around her ankles. Her fingertips were stained with ultramarine paint, shimmering with a deep blue light in the sunlight. Why, I asked. She looked into my eyes, her voice gentle. Because you are the first person who can understand my paintings. I was dumbfounded. Sister Qingqing continued, people say they can't understand what I create. Too abstract, too cold, they don't know what I want to express. Only you come to visit, quietly sitting for an entire afternoon. When you leave, you smile at me. She paused. At that time I thought, this person I want to paint for a lifetime. I opened my mouth, unsure of what to say. My heart felt as if it had been gently bumped by something both sour and soft. Sister Qingqing. These paintings. I hesitated, can I come to see them often? Sister Qingqing looked at me, the corners of her eyes curving slightly. They were meant to be painted for you. Sunlight outside shifted, landing at our feet. She wore the pair of nude flats while I had on my faded canvas shoes, both pairs of shoes close together. That night as I lay in bed I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. My mind was filled with those paintings. 3 years she had painted me, for 3 years. And I had never known. My phone buzzed with a message notification. I picked up my phone. It was a message from Sister Qingqing. Sister Qingqing, are you asleep? I replied, not yet. Sister Qingqing, don't overthink what happened today. I stared at the message, my fingertip hovering over the screen for a long time. Sister Qingqing. Sister Qingqing, I thank you. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Sister Qingqing, no need to thank me. Sister Qingqing, good night. Good night. I put down my phone and stared at the ceiling. Moonlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, casting a silver beam of light on the floor. I recalled how she looked standing in the sunlight today, remembered the gaze she had when she said, painted for a lifetime, and thought of that streak of ultramarine paint on her fingertips that would never wash off. Suddenly my heart felt very calm, like her paintings, quiet enough to hear the sound of the moonlight falling. The next afternoon, I went to the studio again. When I pushed open the door, she was standing in front of the easel, turning to look at me. That glance felt like she had been waiting for a long time, as if she knew I would come. Sit in your usual spot. I nodded and sat down in that old wooden chair. The sunlight was just as good. She stood there quietly painting. I looked at her and suddenly spoke, Sister Qingqing. What are you painting today? She turned her head, looking at me with a slight smile at the corners of her lips. Guess. I curved my lips slightly. No need to guess. I knew it was me. The osmanthus outside was blooming and the fragrance floated in with the wind, mixing with the scent of paint. The studio was very quiet, but I knew this kind of silence was called companionship. On Friday night my phone chimed with a message notification. Senior Sister Piaopiao, come to the dance studio. Senior Sister Piaopiao, I'll show you the new routine I've choreographed. I descended into the basement. The dance studio door stood ajar, and pulsing music seeped through the narrow gap, rhythmic, insistent, alive. She wore a sleek black dance leotard, form-fitting and elegant, cut in a sleeveless style that revealed her delicate clavicles and clean, graceful shoulders. A short black dance skirt fluttered with each movement. Beneath its sheer black tights hugged her long straight legs, every pirouette tightening sinuous lines of muscle along their length. Her feet were clad in soft pink ballet slippers, laces crisscrossed neatly around her slender ankles. Her long hair was swept into a high ponytail, swinging with each motion, stray strands clinging damply to the curve of her neck. She danced a contemporary piece, fluid yet powerful, charged with raw emotional tension. When she spun, her skirt bloomed like an unfolding flower. When she landed, her muscles coiled like those of a panther poised to spring. Sweat traced glistening paths down her temples and cheeks, soaking into the dark fabric of her leotard and leaving faint, deepened patches. I sat quietly on the chair by the doorway, silent. She danced with total absorption, as if possessed by the music itself. Her long legs encased in black tights flexed and released again and again. Her calf muscles gleamed under the light, healthy and taut. After a sweeping leap, she landed lightly, breathing shallowly, her chest rising and falling. Sweat traced her throat, vanishing beneath the neckline of her leotard. As the final note faded, she stilled, standing breathless where she'd landed. Then she turned toward me. Smiling, senior sister Piapiao walked over and sat beside me, leaning fully against my side. Her scent, sweat mingled with her familiar sweet fragrance, washed over me. Her breath still uneven, her chest lifting gently with each inhale. She drew her legs together, slim taut ankles framed by loosened pink laces dangling beside her feet. A faint blush warmed my ears. That was breathtaking. She pressed her lips together in quiet amusement, then nuzzled her head against my shoulder, settling into a comfortable angle. This piece is called First Encounter. I paused, surprised. First encounter. Exactly. That's what it means, our very first meeting. She paused, lifting her gaze to mine. Do you remember how we first met? I thought for a moment. Yes, I was 6 and you were 8. You came to play at my house. I hid behind senior sister Manny, too shy to step forward. Piapiao burst into soft laughter, her expression tender with nostalgia. You were so tiny back then, timid, peeking out from behind Manny with only half your face visible. I thought you were adorable, so I wanted to tease you. But the moment I stepped closer, you vanished behind her again. After that, I came every day, and slowly you stopped being afraid of me. She paused, holding my eyes. Do you know why I love teasing you so much? I shook my head. She laughed softly, then tapped my nose lightly with her fingertip. Because your ears turned red every time I teased you. It was utterly charming. Instinctively, I touched my ear, burning hot. She laughed aloud, then nestled back against my shoulder, warm and content. We sat in silence for a few seconds before she spoke again. Yanyan, moi, do you know why I'm so good at flirting? She didn't wait for my reply, continuing softly. When I was 14, a man claiming to be a talent scout approached me. He said he'd make me a star. I believed him and went with him to an audition. Her voice remained calm, but her shoulders tensed almost imperceptibly. I tilted my head, watching her closely. Her gaze drifted forward, distant, unfocused. He tried to take advantage of me. My heart lurched. I fought back fiercely and finally escaped. When I told my mother, she scolded me for being naive, trusting strangers so easily. Her tone stayed level, unervingly placid. She said he was an important person and that we couldn't afford to offend him. A faint, bitter smile flickered across her lips. After that, I decided if everyone already saw me as frivolous, then I'd be frivolous, for their sake. I stared at her, my throat tight. She turned to meet my eyes. But you're different. When I tease you, your ears redden, and your hands rise, hovering, too hesitant to touch. You wait for my permission. She paused, her eyes slowly filling with tears. You're the first person who's ever truly respected me. Something struck deep inside my chest. Senior sister Piapiao. She shook her head and buried her face once more against my shoulder. Don't speak. Just let me lean on you for a while. She rested against me in quiet stillness. Her shoulders trembled, once then again, softly, silently. I raised my hand, hesitated, then gently placed it upon her back. We stayed like that, wordless, suspended in shared silence. After a long while, she drew a slow, deep breath and lifted her face to mine. Her eyes were still rimmed with red, yet her lips curved upward. Yanyan, moi. From now on, I'll protect you, and you'll protect me. Will you promise? I held her gaze. Under the soft light, her peach-shaped eyes shimmered with unshed tears, yet blazed with extraordinary brilliance. My arm tightened around her back. Yes. Her expression softened. She ruffled my hair vigorously, turning it into a tousled mess. By the time we left the dance studio, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Passing through the living room, I found senior sister Manny still seated there. She wore a cozy light pink knitted dress, its hem brushing just below her knees, revealing a slender stretch of calf wrapped in sheer flesh-toned tights. Her feet rested in low-heeled cotton slippers. Her long hair was loosely gathered into a gentle chignon, with delicate wisps framing her neck, lending her an air of serene, painterly grace. At the sound of our footsteps, she looked up. Why aren't you asleep yet? I sat beside her on the sofa. Just came from senior sister Piapiao's. Manny nodded, then closed her book. What did she tell you? I hesitated. About what happened when she was 14. Manny fell silent for a beat, then sighed, soft and sorrowful. Piapiao has carried so much alone since childhood. Outwardly carefree, inwardly she feels everything, more deeply than most. I nodded in quiet agreement. Manny turned to me. Yanyan, moi. Be kind to them. They're both wonderful girls. I met her eyes. The lamplight bathed her face, softening her features into something even more tender, more luminous. I know. She reached out and gently smoothed the wild tangles Piapiao had left in my hair. There, you're all set. Go rest early. Tomorrow we're attending Ching Ching's art exhibition. Yes, I know. I rose and walked toward the staircase, then paused and glanced back. Manny remained on the sofa, opening her book once more. I recalled her words. They're both wonderful girls. Inwardly, I added softly, Senior Sister Manny. You are too. Then I turned and climbed the stairs. That night my thoughts kept returning to Piaopiao, the look in her eyes in the dance studio. Redrimmed, yet blazing with fierce, unforgettable light. From now on I'll protect you, and you'll protect me. Will you promise? I slipped my hands behind my head and smiled just slightly. Yes. On the weekend, Bai Lu drove us to the City Art Museum. There an exhibition of Bai Lu's paintings was being held. Along the way, Bai Lu chattered non-stop. Bai Lu's paintings must be stunning. I want to buy one to hang in my room. Bai Piaopiao glanced at her from the rearview mirror. Will it even fit in your room? With all those stuffed toys? I can hang it on the wall. Manny smiled and patted her head. All right, I'll help you pick one out later. Bai Lu focused on driving, occasionally glancing at me through the rearview mirror. I leaned against the car window watching the streets pass by feeling inexplicably nervous. The words Bai Lu said in the studio were still echoing in my mind. Paint for a lifetime. A lifetime is so long, how could she be sure she wanted to paint me? A multitude of flower baskets adorned the entrance of the art museum and groups of people trickled in. I stood at the bottom of the steps, gazing at the entrance, my palms slightly sweaty. Bai Lu tugged at my sleeve. Yuan, go, let's go. The museum was crowded mostly with people from the art community, painters, critics, collectors, and some curious visitors. The exhibition hall was spacious with Bai Lu's works displayed on the white walls. There were landscapes, portraits, and abstract color blocks. Each piece bore her unique style. Warm tones, gentle lines, much like her personality, quiet, yet capable of reaching into your heart. I was pulled along by Bai Lu with Bai Piaopiao and Bai Lu following behind. Manny lagged at the back, holding up her phone, saying she wanted to take pictures for memories. Bai Lu stood among the crowd, dressed in a light gray knitted dress that reached just above her knees. The sheer nude stockings clung to her skin, glimmering softly under the lights. She wore low-heeled nude shoes, revealing a delicate ankle. Her long hair cascaded down with a few strands falling beside her face, her eyes slightly drooping as she turned her head to talk to someone beside her. Today she wore light makeup, which was merely a layer of transparent lip balm, yet her face was so clean and pure, as if she had stepped out from a painting. Bai Lu pulled me further inside. Look, look. This one is beautiful. That one is beautiful too. I was dragged along looking at each painting. Bai Piaopiao and Bai Lu leisurely followed behind, occasionally stopping in front of a painting to admire it a bit longer. Manny took photos everywhere, but after reviewing them she frowned and retook some. The crowd was large yet quiet, with only occasional hushed conversations. This one is beautiful. The colors here are so pleasant. This painter is only 22. Truly a bright future ahead. I had seen Bai Lu's paintings for 3 years. Yet those displayed here seemed different from what I usually saw in the studio. Under the lights the colors appeared more vibrant and the brushstrokes more delicate. Each piece exuded a quiet strength. Bai Lu tugged at my sleeve. Yuan, go look at this one. It looks like the seaside. I nodded. Yes, it was the sea of Binhai City, the bay we had visited together. As we continued deeper, the crowd grew thicker. I rounded a wall and suddenly stopped. In front of me was a circle of people, far more than elsewhere. Some gasped softly while others were taking photos. I squeezed in and looked up. The sight before me captivated me entirely. The painting depicted a person, a youth 19 years old, sitting on an old wooden chair. Sunlight streamed in from behind, casting a halo around him. He slightly lowered his head, lost in thought. The entire painting was rendered in warm tones, so warm it made one's heart soften. It was me. That painting, afternoon. Next to it hung another piece. I stood by the window, gazing outside, my profile tinted warm orange by the setting sun. Beside it was another piece. I leaned against the wall, asleep with my brow slightly furrowed, as if having a nightmare. And beside that, a whole wall filled with portraits of the same person. All of them were my likeness. The crowd whispered among themselves. Who is this model? Quite good looking. With so many paintings, they must be someone important, right? Look at that sleeping portrait. The detail is exquisite. You can see the eyelashes clearly. All titled Youth. This must be a series, right? I stood frozen in place, my mind blank. A buzzing filled my ears as if numerous bees were flying around me. 3 years. The 3 years Bai Lu spoke of it turned out to be this kind of 3 years. Not just an occasional painting, but an entire wall. All of them were me. I heard soft footsteps behind me. I turned around. Bai Lu stood behind me. She looked at me, her gaze as calm as a deep pool. Did you see? I turned around, opened my mouth, but couldn't find the words. My throat felt tight, and my eyes suddenly grew warm. Bai Lu took a step forward, standing beside me, and we both gazed at that wall. I painted for 3 years, she said softly. Every time you came to watch me paint, I would create one. Later I realized I had accumulated so many. I turned to look at her. Sunlight poured through the window, illuminating her face and softening the gentle contours. Why, oi? Jie Qingqing turned to look at me. Because you are the only person I want to paint. The surrounding crowd was still murmuring and the shutter clicks continued. But I could hear nothing. All that echoed in my ears were her words from moments ago. The only person I want to paint. I don't know how much time passed. Jie Tingyu stood behind me. She reached out and gently pressed my shoulder. Let's go, let Jie Qingqing get back to work. I was pulled along by her out of the crowd, out of the exhibition hall, onto the corridor outside. Bai Lu leaned in closer and whispered, Yuan Gu, are all those paintings really you? I nodded numbly. Bai Lu blinked and then smiled. I knew it. Jie Qingqing likes you the most. Liu Piaopiao leaned against the wall, her lips curling up. Not bad, little Yuan, the muse of an artist. Jie Manny smiled and patted my head. This is a good thing, don't think too much about it. I looked at them, unsure of what to say. Leaning against the railing of the corridor, I gazed at the clear sky outside. My mind lingered on that wall. A full wall all adorned with my portraits. When the exhibition ended, Jie Qingqing came to find us. She walked up to me and stopped. Did it scare you, eh? I looked at her and shook my head. Jie Qingqing smiled slightly. That's good, let's go home. The six of us turned and walked out. I followed behind, watching their silhouettes. We walked together into the setting sun ahead. I looked down at my hands. The skin between my thumb and index finger was red from being pinched, something I hadn't even noticed. So this is what it feels like to be painted by someone for 3 years. It's not fear, nor is it nervousness, it's something indescribable. I think time will provide me with the answer. But I know I will remember this wall of paintings for a lifetime. It was just past 10 at night when I went downstairs to get some water. The living room was pitch dark with only a faint light filtering in from the street lamp outside. Just as I was about to head towards the kitchen, I heard the sound of a door opening at the entrance. The door opened, and a figure stumbled in it. It was Sister Manny, who had been working late again. She was still wearing the same outfit from earlier. A white shirt tucked into black suit pants, the hems brushing just above her ankles, revealing a portion of her calves wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. On her feet were a pair of low-heeled black leather shoes. At that moment, one foot was on the ground, while she struggled to kick off the other shoe. She didn't turn on the lights, fumbling in the dark to change her shoes, her movements slow, as if she were sleepwalking. Sister Manny. She jumped in surprise and looked up at me. Yanyan, why are you still awake? Her voice was hoarse. I went downstairs to get some water. I shook the empty cup in my hand. Did you just get off work? As I walked closer, I noticed her appearance. Her long hair was down, several strands stuck to her forehead with sweat. Dark circles under her eyes were evident, her lips lacking color, and she exuded an indescribable weariness. Sister Manny nodded, kicked off her other shoe, and slipped into a pair of slippers. When she stood up, her balance wavered slightly, and she steadied herself against the wall. I instinctively reached out to help, but she had already straightened up and smiled at me, saying, I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. She walked further and sat directly on the sofa and sank into it, leaning back against the cushions with her eyes slowly closing. Her eyelashes quivered slightly, and her brows were furrowed, as if she were enduring something. I sat beside her. Sister Manny, moi. She opened her eyes and turned to look at me. Have you eaten? Sister Manny's expression momentarily appeared dazed. After a moment's thought, she shook her head, saying, I forgot. Forgot. Those 2 words pricked me like a thorn. I stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Yanyan. Sister Manny called from behind. What are you going to do? I'm going to make you some noodles. After a few seconds of silence, I heard a warm laugh from behind, tinged with surprise. You can cook. My ears felt a bit hot, and I didn't turn around replying, I learned. I took out the ingredients and tied on an apron. I turned on the stove and boiled the water. Once the water was boiling, I dropped the noodles in. An egg cracked into a bowl, and I whisked it with chopsticks. I chopped the tomatoes into pieces and washed the greens. You've learned quite well, a voice came from behind. I turned to see Sister Manny had somehow appeared at the kitchen door, leaning against the doorframe watching me. She had changed into loungewear, a light gray cotton nightgown with a thin cardigan over it. The light from above spilled down, illuminating her figure. The neckline of her nightgown was slightly open, revealing a small portion of her collarbone. The flesh-colored stockings were off, and her smooth, fair feet rested on the wooden floor, her toes slightly curled. I withdrew my gaze and continued to focus on the pot. I replied, it's okay. Before long, a bowl of steaming tomato and egg noodles was ready. I carried the noodles out of the kitchen, and Sister Manny was already sitting at the dining table, propping her chin up and looking at me. I placed the noodles in front of her, saying, here. She looked down at the bowl of noodles, momentarily stunned. Did you really make this? Yes. Sister Manny picked up her chopsticks, twirled a bunch of noodles, blew on them, and slowly brought them to her mouth. I stood beside her, my palms slightly sweaty. After chewing for a moment, she looked up at me. It's really delicious. Those 3 words eased the tension in my heart. Sister Manny ate her noodles slowly, picking them up one by one, chewing them carefully, as if savoring some exquisite delicacy. The light fell on her lowered profile, softening the contours of her weariness. The shadows of her eyelashes flickered on her eyelids, gently trembling with her chewing. I sat across from her, quietly watching her. Halfway through her meal, she suddenly put down her chopsticks and looked up at me. Yanyan. Moi. Thank you. I shook my head, saying, Sister Manny, this is what I should do. Yet Sister Manny's eyes turned slightly red as she softly said, You've grown up. She reached out her hand, ruffling my hair across the table. Her palm was warm and soft, carrying a faint scent of hand cream. I smiled gently. Then I looked at her, noticing that Sister Manny's eyes were noticeably redder, but her lips still curled up. Sister Manny. I'm fine. She sniffed, saying, I'm just a bit touched. Sister Manny paused, her voice lowering. I didn't expect that you would care for others now. I opened my mouth, unsure of what to say. She stood up, walked around the table to stand in front of me, bent down, and gently hugged me. Let me hold you for a while. I stiffened momentarily, but my arms naturally wrapped around Sister Manny's waist. Her chin rested on my shoulder, her breath lightly brushing against my neck. After a long while, she released me and looked down at me. Yanyan. Moi. In the future, when I'm tired, you'll cook noodles for me to eat, okay? I smiled and nodded, saying, okay. Sister Manny nodded with a gentle smile, her eyes glistening with tears, yet shining brightly. In the dead of night, I lay quietly in bed, reminiscing about my childhood. When I was 6 years old, I had a high fever reaching 40 degrees. At that time, Sister Manny was only 11, staying by my bedside for 3 days and nights. She fed me medicine, wiped my sweat, and coaxed me to sleep. In my dazed state, I clung to her hand, and she held onto mine until my fever broke. Later, my mom said that Sister Manny lost a lot of weight during those 3 days, enduring a low fever herself while taking care of me. At 8, I had a nightmare and woke up screaming in the middle of the night. Sister Manny rushed into my room, holding me in her arms and gently patting my back. She said, don't be afraid, Sister Manny is here. I gradually calmed down in her embrace, inhaling her scent, and fell asleep contentedly. At 12, when I was hungry, she cooked for me. At that time, she had just learned to cook and her skills were not very good. The dishes she made were either too salty or too bland. But every time she watched me finish with a smile, asking, was it good, Oi? When I said it was delicious, she beamed with joy. Now I could finally take care of her. My phone beeped with a message notification beside my pillow. I picked it up to check. It was a message from Sister Manny. Sister Manny, Yanyan. Sister Manny, today's noodles are the best I've ever had. I looked at the screen, a smile slowly forming at the corners of my mouth. After a while, she sent another message. Sister Manny, sleep early. I replied, good night, Sister Manny. Sister Manny, good night. I thought about helping Sister Manny cook more in the future. Not just noodles, but also learning to stir-fry, make soup, and cook sweet and sour ribs that she loves. I turned over and closed my eyes. With a contented heart, I slowly drifted off to sleep. Night fell softly as I sat dazed before my computer in the study. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Piaopiao leaned against the doorframe. Yanyan, will you accompany me out tonight? I instinctively rubbed my thenar eminence. Where are we going? To where I perform regularly. She stepped inside and lifted a hand to smooth my collar, her fingertips grazing my clavicle with casual intimacy. I'll sing tonight. I want you to hear me. My ears flushed. I longed to pull away, yet dared not. Mani said there's soup waiting. We'll have it when we return. Already she had slipped her arm through mine, leaning half her weight against me. Let's go, young master. The soft curve of her chest pressed against my forearm, stealing my breath, leaving me motionless wooden as she guided me forward like a puppet on silken strings. I glanced down just as she tilted her face up, flashing me a playful wink, the rhinestone at her outer eye catching the light, making my heart skip a beat. We arrived at a bar named First Encounter, tucked deep within an old alley, its entrance lit only by a single amber lamp. Pushing open the door, a wave of clamor rushed forth, smoke curled through the air, silhouettes flickered in the haze, and the clink of glasses mingled with laughter reverberating beneath the low ceiling. The air hung thick with the scent of liquor, perfume, and faint tobacco. The moment Piaopiao crossed the threshold, heads turned. Piaopiao's here. What'll you sing tonight? We've been waiting for you. She waved back with easy familiarity, weaving effortlessly through the crowd. She guided me onto a tall stool beside the bar and leaned in, her warm breath brushing my earlobe, sending a shiver rippling across my skin. The bartender's Ajay, tell him what you'd like. With that, she turned away, her black dress sweeping in a graceful arc beneath the lights. Ajay, wiping a glass behind the bar, glanced my way. First time here? Yes. I rubbed my thenar eminence again. Brought by Piaopiao. That's rare. She never brings anyone. At a loss for words, I simply lowered my gaze. On stage, the lights dimmed. A single spotlight pierced the darkness, centering upon Piaopiao, standing alone, microphone held steady in her hand. Her voice filled the room through the speakers. For tonight's first song, I sing for someone very special. Whistles and cheers erupted from the crowd. She offered a gentle nod, a subtle smile playing on her lips, the rhinestone at her eye glinting once in the light. Music swelled, a slow, tender melody. I'd never heard her sing like this before. Normally her voice carried mischief and charm light as breeze. Yet now it flowed low and tender, like midnight waves lapping softly rhythmically against the shore of my heart. Each note seemed to sprout delicate feet climbing into my ears, burrowing deep into my soul. I couldn't recall the lyrics, not because I forgot them, but because I hadn't truly listened to the words at all. All I heard was her voice. When the final note faded, thunderous applause broke out. Piaopiao set down the microphone and let her gaze travel across the sea of faces until it settled unmistakably on me. Well, she slid onto the stool beside me and lifted my glass, taking a slow sip. She drank with effortless ease, her neck arched gracefully, her Adam's apple shifting subtly. I watched her profile. It was beautiful. That's it. She arched a brow, the rhinestone dancing at her eye's edge. Nothing more. I held her gaze for several silent seconds, my mind still replaying her performance, every gesture, every breath. It was extraordinary. For a heartbeat she froze, then burst into laughter, eyes crinkling at the corners. Her whole body trembled with mirth as she leaned toward me, finally resting her forehead against my shoulder. Her hair brushed my neck, soft, teasing, ticklish. Little Yanyan, you're utterly adorable when you're nervous. I remained frozen, arms stiff at my sides, fingers slightly curled, not because I didn't want to touch her, but because I dared not. Ajay shook his head, watching us from behind the bar. We left the bar at 11 o'clock. Old alleyways hushed under the night street lamps, stretching our shadows long and thin. I followed half a step behind her, watching her back. Her black slip dress fluttered gently in the night breeze, sheer stockings traced the elegant line of her calves, her ankles slender and alluring. She walked slowly, her waist swaying with languid grace, like a cat luxuriating in moonlight. Piaopiao, I spoke suddenly. She halted, turning to face me. Moi. I met her eyes. That song, who was it for? She said nothing, only looked at me quietly, steadily. Time stretched, endless yet fleeting. Then she stepped closer, lifting a finger to tap lightly over my chest. Guess. My heart stuttered. She drew nearer, still tilting her chin up, those peach blossom eyes shimmering with lamplight, luminous, searing. Guess right, and there's a reward. I stared, speechless, unable to utter a single word. A faint knowing curve touched her lips. She withdrew her hand and turned, continuing down the alley. Her voice drifted back light as mist. Then guess slowly. Guess for a lifetime if you like. I stood rooted, watching her captivating silhouette recede into the night. Her black dress fluttered like a butterfly's wing, graceful, fleeting, hovering just beyond my reach. Back at Yunchi Villa, the living room lights were still on. Moni emerged from the kitchen, apron tied neatly, her expression warm and serene. Back already? The soup's still simmering. Help yourself. Piaopiao murmured acknowledgement, kicked off her heels, and padded barefoot across the hardwood floor. After 2 steps, she glanced back. What are you waiting for? I entered the kitchen, lifted the lid. Steam billowed forth, rich and savory. Braised pork rib soup. Its aroma made my stomach growl. Just as I reached for the ladle, a presence pressed against my back. Piaopiao rested her chin on my shoulder, draping herself over me. 2 bowls, I want one too. Her breath whispered beside my ear, fragrant with wine layered with her own sweet singular scent. My hand jerked, the ladle nearly slipped into the pot. She chuckled softly, then wrapped her fingers around mine, guiding the spoon with steady, sure hands as she filled a bowl. Her voice dropped to a murmur against my ear. Little Yanyan, how can I ever trust you alone like this? A faint warmth rose in my ears. After finishing the soup, Piaopiao paused at the foot of the stairs and looked back. Don't tell them about tonight. About what? I asked, bewildered. A quiet, enigmatic smile flickered across her lips. Nothing. Good night, little Yanyan. She vanished around the stairwell corner. I stood alone in the quiet living room, staring up at the empty staircase, her voice still echoing in my ears. I sing tonight for someone very special. Someone special. Was it me? I dared not hope, yet could not stop hoping. Tonight would be another sleepless one. Her face filled my thoughts. The Piaopiao singing on stage, the Piaopiao leaning against my shoulder at the bar, the Piaopiao turning toward me beneath the street lamp, the Piaopiao embracing me from behind in the kitchen. Her singing, her laughter, the way she looked at me. My phone glowed softly on the nightstand. Good night, little Yanyan, read the message, from Piaopiao. I stared at those words for a long while, then typed 2 simple ones in reply. Good night, Piaopiao Jia. Sending it, I pressed the phone to my chest. Clutching it tightly, I drifted into sleep, still smiling faintly. This afternoon I attended a class activity, and by the time it ended it was already 9 in the evening. I packed my things and stepped out of the teaching building. The autumn wind seeped into my collar, causing me to shrink my neck. At that moment my phone chimed with a message notification. In the group chat 5 beauties, and Yen, the screen was flooded with messages. Bai Lu, Yen, go, what time does the activity end? Piaopiao Jia, do we need to pick you up? Man and I, Jia, I have to work overtime tonight, and might not make it. If you go, be careful on the way. Tingyu Jia, am nearby the school, it's on my way. Jia am also in the art studio not far away. I hesitated for 3 seconds, then mustered the courage to text back. It's almost over, I can go back by myself. Bai Lu, no way. It's not safe this late. Piaopiao Jia 1 Ting, Yu Jia 1 Jia 1, I thought. I rationally stuffed my phone back into my pocket, slung my bag over my shoulder, and walked outside. As I reached the school gate, I looked up and was instantly petrified by the scene before me. There were 4 cars parked neatly beside the gate. From left to right, a black Porsche, a pink Beetle, a white Tesla, and a red BMW. Oh, and there was a silver Mercedes slowly parking beside them. The car doors opened almost simultaneously. Tingyu Jia was the first to get out. She wore a white shirt with black suit pants that ended just at her ankles, revealing a pair of calves wrapped in black stockings. She leaned against the car door and nodded towards me. What are you dawdling for? Come over. Her tone was commanding. Bai Lu climbed out of the pink Beetle. She wore a light pink knitted cardigan over a white pleated skirt, her legs in white stockings shimmering under the streetlights. She waved at me, her ponytail flicking like a rattle. Jia got out of the white Tesla wearing a light gray knitted long dress, paired with an off-white cardigan, her long hair casually pinned up with a pencil. She said nothing, just smiled slightly at me. Piaopiao Jia emerged from the red BMW, wearing a black slip dress topped with a thin blazer, her long legs wrapped in black stockings extending from the car door. She winked at me, the rhinestones at the corners of her eyes sparkling. As she walked, she said, Xiao, Yin, have you decided whose car to take? The last to get out was Man and Jia. She wore a light apricot knitted cardigan over a white long skirt, low-heeled nude shoes, and her long hair loosely tied back. She looked at the scene before her astonished and burst into laughter. Why are you all here? Tingyu Jia raised an eyebrow, just passing by. Piaopiao Jia smiled, I'm also passing by. Bai Lu raised her hand in the most on the way. I just happened to pass by the school. Jia said quietly, the art studio is right next door. Man and Jia looked at them, then at me standing dazed at the school gate, laughing uncontrollably. Alright, it seems like everyone is really on the way. A crowd had gathered around, who knows when. Late students, passers-by, and a few security guards were all peeking curiously. Wow, is that Lin Tingyu, the student council president? The one next to her is Liu Piaopiao from the dance department. And there's Bai Lu, the little princess of the Bai family. That girl in the gray dress seems to be a talented girl from the art department. Who's driving the Mercedes? So gentle. What's going on? Are they all waiting for someone? The murmurs surged like a tide. I stood there completely frozen. Bai Lu was the first to run over and grab my sleeve. Yin, go. Let's go ride in my car. 5 people, 5 directions, 5 pairs of eyes were all focused on me. I forced myself to calm down and took a deep breath. I looked down at the sleeve Bai Lu was pulling, then at the hand Piaopiao Jia had on my shoulder, at Tingyu Jia's expectant gaze, at Jia's quiet observation, and at Man and Jia's gentle smile. I tugged at the corner of my mouth and said, I'll just walk back. I gently pulled back the sleeve Bai Lu was holding and took a step aside. All 5 of them were stunned. Bai Lu blinked. Piaopiao Jia raised an eyebrow. Tingyu Jia's eyes widened. Jia tilted her head slightly, and Man and I laughed out loud. Bai Lu's eyes widened. Walking. Are you serious? Going home from school. That'll take an hour. Just enough to exercise. With that, I turned and headed towards the school gate. It was quiet behind me for 3 seconds. Then a burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. Ha ha, this brother is too amazing. Surrounded by 5 beautiful women, and he chooses to walk home. I would call him the strongest straight man of the year. Not a straight man, just cowardly. Listening to these comments, my toes in my shoes were about to dig a 3-bedroom apartment. My ears flushed uncontrollably. Bai Lu was the first to react, jogging after me. Yin, go wait for me. I'll walk with you. Piaopiao Jia shook her head with a smile and got into her car, starting the engine and slowly following behind. Tingyu Jia sighed as the black Porsche glided to the roadside. Jia smiled slightly, the white Tesla quietly following. Man and I watched this scene, laughing and shaking her head as the silver Mercedes slowly merged into traffic. Thus a peculiar scene unfolded at the school gate. I walked ahead with Bai Lu bouncing beside me, chattering away. Behind us, 4 cars lined up, crawling at 5 kilometers per hour. Passers-by along the road turned to look. Bai Lu chattered beside me. Yin, go, why are you walking? It's so comfortable in the car. I have snacks in my car. Piaopiao Jia made cookies. Don't you want to eat them? I shook my head helplessly. What do you want to eat? I'll bring it for you tomorrow. I turned to look at Bai Lu. She looked up at me, her apricot eyes full of expectation, her nose slightly reddened from walking, resembling a ripe little strawberry. I chuckled and said, you don't need to bring anything, just keep me company. Bai Lu's face was filled with astonishment, and then her cheeks flushed bright red. She lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Then I'll walk with you every day from now on. From the 4 cars behind, I could feel the heat of their gazes without turning around. I stopped, took a deep breath, and walked towards them. Walking up to the black Porsche, I tapped on the window. The window rolled down, revealing Tingyu Jie's face. What's up? Can you not follow me? Tingyu Jie raised an eyebrow. My ears turned red again, with so many people watching. I feel shy. She stared at me for a few seconds, and then gently curled her lips. Okay, then I'll head back first and wait for you at home. The window rose, and the black Porsche slowly accelerated, disappearing into the night. I sighed in relief and walked over to the red BMW. Piaopiao Jie rested her chin on her hand, looking at me. Yanyan, can I take off too? I nodded. She smiled slightly, reaching out to pinch my face. Fine, considering how adorable you are. The red BMW drove off. The white Tesla slowly stopped in front of me. The window rolled down, and Tingyu Jie quietly looked at me. She spoke first, then I'll head back. I nodded. She smiled slightly, and the white Tesla silently glided into the night. Finally, there was the silver Mercedes. Man and I lowered the window. Are you tired? I shook my head. She smiled and reached out to pat my head. Then I'll head back to cook, waiting for you to come back to eat. Okay. The silver Mercedes also drove away. Bai Lu tugged at my sleeve beside me. Yin, go, what about me? I looked down at her. She looked up at me, her apricot eyes sparkling, her eyelashes fluttering. You'll walk with me. Bai Lu smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Okay. We walked side by side. On Friday afternoon, sunlight streamed through the glass windows, casting slanted shadows along the corridor of the teaching building. Through the semi-transparent glass door, I saw Zhou Zihang sitting across from Lin Tingyu. A bouquet of fresh flowers lay on the table. Zhou Zihang was saying something, wearing a perfectly fitting smile, focused, sincere, and with a hint of something I couldn't quite grasp. Lin Tingyu leaned back in her chair, listening intently. I stood in the corridor, watching them through the door, unconsciously digging my thumb into the web of my hand. My fingernail grazed my skin, causing a bit of pain, but it was nothing compared to the heaviness in my chest. I lowered my eyes and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, I glanced back. The bouquet was still there, a champagne color that complemented her gray shirt beautifully. Back in the classroom, Bai Lu was resting her head on the desk, waiting for me. Yingij, why did you take so long? She raised her head, her ponytail slipping from her shoulder, her apricot eyes filled with confusion. I sat down slowly, remaining silent. She leaned closer, tilting her head to look at me. You don't look well. It's nothing. She pouted and reached out to touch my forehead. You're lying, are you running a fever? I pulled back a little. Really, it's nothing. Bai Lu stared at me for a few seconds, then suddenly leaned in closer. In a lowered voice, as if sharing a secret, she said, Yingij, do you have something on your mind? I looked down at her. No. Her long eyelashes fluttered like two small fans, making the heaviness in my heart feel slightly lighter. Bai Lu clearly didn't believe me, but didn't press further. She just tugged at my sleeve and said softly, if you have something to tell me, I'll help you. I nodded. She smiled happily, her eyes crescent-shaped. In the evening, when I returned to Yunqi Mountain Villa, Sister Tingyu was already in the living room. She was leaning on the sofa, reviewing documents with a thin blanket draped over her knees, revealing a slender leg wrapped in black stockings. Seeing me come in, she looked up. You're back. I changed my shoes, intending to head upstairs directly. Wait. I halted my steps. Sister Tingyu set down her documents and stood up, walking to me. Did you come to my office this afternoon? I was taken aback for a moment, then shook my head no. Sister Tingyu looked at me, the corners of her eyes slightly raised. Zhou Zihang came to consult me about student council matters. Her tone was casual. That bouquet was brought by him. Ew, I didn't accept it. I swallowed hard. Oh. Sister Tingyu raised an eyebrow. Oh. Just that. I kept my head down, silent. The corners of her lips curled up slightly as she said softly, Yanyan, are you feeling jealous? My mind went blank. No. Stubborn. Sister Tingyu chuckled lightly, the arc of her eyes softening her entire demeanor. But I like it. She turned to walk away, but glanced back at me. I made him take that bouquet back. Do I won't accept anything he gives in the future. After saying that, she turned and went upstairs. I stood there unconsciously, digging my thumb into the web of my hand. Her words echoed in my ears. Are you feeling jealous? I touched my face. It was still slightly warm. That night, my phone buzzed with a message notification. I got up to check, but it was a friend request. No, Zhou Zihang Jr. has some questions to ask. After hesitating for a moment, I clicked to accept. Zhou Zihang Su Yan. Zhou Zihang. I know. Zhou Zihang, this afternoon, I went to the student council to find Sister Lin. I heard she's your sister. Me. Zhou Zihang, she's really nice. She helped me a lot. I stared at the message, my thumb pausing on the screen. Me, she's good to people. Zhou Zihang, by the way, do you know what she likes? I want to send a gift to show my gratitude. The heaviness in my chest surged again, heavier than this afternoon. Me, I don't know. Zhou Zihang, I see. Then forget it, I'll observe myself. Zhou Zihang, thanks, I'll treat you to a drink another day. I put down my phone, turned over, and buried my face in the pillow. The next morning, I went downstairs with 2 dark circles under my eyes. 5 people were already seated at the dining table. Bai Lu was the first to notice, standing up suddenly. Yingij, did you not sleep well last night? Sister Piaopiao rested her chin on her hand looking at me with a knowing smile. Who are you thinking about that kept you awake? My ears turned hot, no. Sister Qingqing silently handed me a cup of warm water. Sister Manny reached out to touch my head, her palm warm and soft. Not feeling well. Did you stay up late last night? It's nothing, just a bit of insomnia. I kept my head down while eating, not daring to look at the person across from me. But from the corner of my eye I could see her watching me. After finishing the meal, Sister Tingyu called out to me. Yanyan, come here for a moment. I followed her to the pavilion in the backyard. The autumn wind was a bit chilly. She wrapped her scarf tighter, turning sideways to face me. Did Zhou Ziheng look for you last night? I was stunned. How did you know? I guessed he asked for your WeChat from me. I kept my head down, digging into the web of my hand. Sister Tingyu looked at me, suddenly sighing softly. That soft sigh was carried by the wind into my ears. Yanyan. I looked up. Sister Tingyu stepped closer, reaching up to smooth my hair that had been ruffled by the wind. Her fingertips were cool, but her movements were gentle. She looked into my eyes. Remember, no matter what anyone asks, no matter what they do, She paused. I'm only waiting for you. The morning light fell on her face, illuminating the small mole at the root of her brow, her features sharp, yet her gaze soft like a March breeze. I swallowed hard. Sister Tingyu. Sister Tingyu withdrew her hand, the corners of her lips curving slightly. All right, go to class now. Bai Lu must be waiting. She turned and walked back. I stood there watching her silhouette until she disappeared behind the door. I touched my chest. My heartbeat was quick, but it felt smooth to breathe. Back in the house, Bai Lu was already waiting at the entrance. She was carrying her pink backpack and holding a paper bag in her hand. When she saw me, her eyes lit up. Yan Gij, I brought you the cookies that Sister Manny made. Eat them on the way. She stuffed the paper bag into my hands. I looked down, then back up at her. She was looking up at me, her apricot eyes sparkling, her nose slightly reddened from excitement. Bai Lu, thank you. She was taken aback for a moment, then smiled with her eyes curved. She tugged at my sleeve, pulling me outside. What are you thanking me for? Hurry up, we'll be late. In the morning light, two figures ran side by side towards the car. Behind them, Yunshi Mountain Villa stood quietly. In the window, a figure stood there watching us. But deep down, I vaguely knew that some things were just beginning. Yingij, try this. In the school cafeteria, Bai Lu placed a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs into my bowl. I lowered my head and took a bite. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled, her eyelashes fluttering. Is it tasty? Very delicious. Bai Lu smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, then eat more. She picked up another piece. I stared blankly at the pile of food in my bowl. Sister Piaopiao sat across from me, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes slightly raised. She leisurely said, Little Yanyan, Bai Lu is feeding you like a pig. My ears turned hot, and I hurriedly lowered my head to eat. Sister Tingyu sat beside me silent, but she picked a piece of braised meat from her bowl and gave it to me. She knew I didn't like fatty meat, and this piece was all lean. Sister Man and I didn't come to work today, but her thermos was on the table containing the soup she made in the morning. Sister Qingqing sat at the edge, quietly eating, occasionally looking up at me and smiling faintly when caught. I never ran out of food during this meal. After finishing, Bai Lu dragged me to buy milk tea. While waiting in line, I saw Zhou Ziheng. He was standing not far away by a table talking to Lin Tingyu. Lin Tingyu had her back to me, so I couldn't see her expression, but Zhou Ziheng's smile looked particularly piercing from this angle. My mood suddenly felt blocked, like a cotton ball stuck in my throat. I lowered my eyes, staring at the tiles beneath my feet. Bai Lu tugged at my sleeve. Yingij, it's our turn. What do you want to drink? Anything. After she placed the order, she noticed me in a daze and followed my gaze. She blinked. Isn't that Sister Tingyu? Who is that boy? I didn't say anything. Bai Lu glanced over there, and then back at me, suddenly leaning closer and whispering, Yingij, are you jealous? I froze. No. She confidently replied, her almond eyes sparkling with a mischievous light. Yes, your eyes are wide open. After a pause, she suddenly laughed, her eyes crescent-shaped. Yingij, you look so cute when you're jealous. My ears turned red in embarrassment. When the milk tea was ready, Bai Lu inserted the straw and handed it to me. She pulled me along. Let's go, we need to get Sister Tingyu back. I was being dragged by her, stumbling. Bai Lu. Don't worry, I have a plan. She walked up to Sister Tingyu and hooked her arm around her. She tilted her head back, smiling sweetly. Sister Tingyu. Yingij missed you, let me call you. Sister Tingyu turned to look at me. I stood 3 steps away, holding the milk tea, unsure where to place my gaze. Zhou Ziheng saw this scene, and his smile froze. You guys. Bai Lu interrupted. We are her younger siblings. We've known each other since we were little. Right, Sister Tingyu? Sister Tingyu glanced at her, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting. Yes, we've known each other since we were little. Zhou Ziheng looked at her, then at me, and Bai Lu, and finally forced a smile. Then you guys chat, I'm leaving first. He turned to leave, took a few steps, then looked back at me, clenching his fists. Bai Lu waved to him, then pulled Sister Tingyu towards me. Sister Tingyu, who was that boy? He's from the student council asking me questions. Bai Lu elongated her voice. Oh, why was he smiling the whole time? Sister Tingyu raised an eyebrow. Does smiling require a reason? Bai Lu confidently said, of course it does. If he smiles so brightly, he must have ulterior motives. In the afternoon class, I sat in the classroom, but couldn't focus on a single word. Bai Lu secretly watched me, and when the teacher turned around, she passed me a note. Yan still thinking about what happened at noon. Don't overthink it, Sister Tingyu, it's just being nice to you. I slightly smiled, and wrote back on the note, got it. Bai Lu saw my reply, her eyes curved in a smile, and then she wrote below, after school accompany me to buy hairpins. Okay. After school, Bai Lu pulled me towards the school gate. On the way, we bumped into Sister Tingyu. Where are you going? Bai Lu raised the note in her hand. To buy hairpins. Yan promised to accompany me. Sister Tingyu glanced at me. I looked down, not saying anything. Let's go together, I have nothing to do anyway. Bai Lu's eyes lit up. Great. She held my hand with one and linked arms with Lin Tingyu with the other, heading towards the school gate. In the mall, Bai Lu wandered through various accessory stores, trying on every hairpin she saw and asking me, does it look good? Looks good. What about this one? Looks good. This one? Looks good. Bai Lu pouted. Yan, can't you use a different word? I thought for a moment. It suits you very well. Bai Lu laughed, her eyes crescent-shaped. That's more like it. Sister Tingyu watched from the side, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting. Arriving at the entrance of a women's clothing store, she stopped, gazing at the model in the window. I followed her gaze. The model was wearing a Wynard velvet long dress that matched her aura today. Do you like it, eh? After saying this, I was taken aback myself. Sister Tingyu looked at me. Why? Are you going to gift it to me? I rubbed my thumb. Maybe. She raised her eyebrows slightly. Save it for next time. Today I'm with Bai Lu. Bai Lu came out of the store holding a new hairpin shaped like a bow and pink. Yan, does this look good, oi? I nodded. Looks good. Bai Lu smiled in satisfaction, pinning the hairpin onto my collar. This is a gift for you. Now you can always remember that you accompanied me to buy hairpins. I looked down at the pink bow on my collar, feeling both amused and helpless. This made Sister Tingyu chuckle silently. When I returned to Yunchi Mountain Villa at night, everyone else was in the living room. As soon as Bai Lu entered, she announced, Yan accompanied me to buy hairpins today. Sister Tingyu also came along. Sister Piaopiao raised an eyebrow. Oh, a date. Bai Lu panicked. It's not a date. It's just a casual outing. Sister Man and I cheerfully welcomed us. Wash your hands and eat. Sister Qing came over from the art room, her fingertips still stained with some ultramarine. When she saw the pink hairpin on my collar, she exclaimed in surprise, looks good. Only then did I remember to take it off, but Bai Lu held me down. No taking it off. I said it's a gift for you. I helplessly tugged at the corners of my mouth and had to sit down at the dining table wearing the pink bow. The five of them looked at me, all laughing. Sister Piaopiao laughed the hardest, the rhinestones at the corners of her eyes shimmering. Sister Tingyu lowered her head to eat, but the corners of her mouth kept lifting. Sister Man and I passed the soup over, smiling. This look is quite special today. Sister Qing gently nodded in agreement. Bai Lu proudly said, I told you it looks good. I felt amused and could only lower my head to drink soup. Late at night, I looked at the pink hairpin on the nightstand. Suddenly, I felt that today's events weren't so suffocating anymore. But I faintly sensed that Zhou Ziheng wouldn't give up so easily. How should I handle it moving forward? The Saturday sun shone brightly through the windows. I sat on the living room sofa holding a freshly squeezed orange juice from Mani Jia, yet not a single sip had passed my lips. My gaze drifted repeatedly beyond the floor-to-ceiling window, settling on the swimming pool in the backyard. Brother Yan. Bai Lu's voice rang out from the top of the staircase. I turned my head and felt my Adam's apple slide involuntarily. She wore a soft pink bikini. Two delicate scraps of fabric offered little concealment. Her bust full and rounded, her hips elegantly flared. Over it, she draped a sheer, gauzy cover-up, translucent, revealing rather than concealing, enhancing the luminous clarity of her youthful skin. As she dashed down the stairs, her supple curves bounced with each step, dazzlingly white in the sunlight. Do you like it, eh? She stopped before me and spun once gracefully. Up close, I could even see the faint dimples just above her waist, and the delicate red imprint left by the edge of her swimsuit. Beautiful. Yes, beautiful. My voice emerged hoarse and unsteady. Bai Lu leaned in, her almond eyes crinkling with mirth. Truly? Then why won't Brother Yan look me in the eyes? Heat rushed up my neck, scorching my ears. Bai Lu stopped teasing him. Mani Jia's voice floated in from the kitchen as she stepped into the room, carrying a tray of neatly cut fruit. She wore an ivory one-piece swimsuit, its chest cut in a delicate diamond shape, revealing a deep snowy cleavage between two softly rising mounds. The suit clung to her like a second skin, tracing every elegant contour, the sinuous curve of her waist, the generous swell of her hips, arresting the eye with effortless grace. Over it, she wore a matching gauzy skirt, its hem brushing just below her knees. With each step, slender calves emerged, smooth as silk, luminous as fine nephrite. On her feet were low-heeled nude sandals, her insteps pale as fresh snow, her ankles fine and porcelain-like. She set the fruit tray on the coffee table and gently ruffled my hair. Here, eat something first then swim. No need to be nervous. Yeah, it's okay. I swallowed reflexively. Piaopiao Jie's voice drifted down the stairs. Moni Jie's right. We're all family here. What's there to be nervous about? I lifted my gaze, and my breath caught entirely in my throat. Piaopiao Jie wore a black bikini, the top tenderly cupping her full uplifted curves revealing a wide, dazzling cleavage, the bottom, so sheer it seemed spun from gossamer, nearly transparent against her skin. Not a trace of excess lingered at her waist or abdomen. Her defined obliques sharp and clean, and just beneath her navel the subtle edge of a rose tattoo peeked out, like a star glinting in midnight sky. A long black gauzy cover-up fell from her collarbone to her calves, so translucent it might as well have been air. As she walked, the fabric fluttered, revealing fleeting glimpses of the inner curve of her thigh. She descended in sleek stiletto-heeled sandals, each step feline, and poised her calves taut, and sculpted her arches elegantly, curved her toes painted in rich berry gloss. She paused before me, bending slightly to pluck a slice of watermelon from the tray. From this angle, all I saw was that deep, radiant cleavage, and the gentle sway of her fullness, soft and overwhelming, parching my throat. She took a bite, juice glistening on her lips, her eyes lifting at the corners. Little Yanyan, shall we go for a dip together? My breath fractured again. The familiar click of high heels approached from the doorway. Tingyu Jie had arrived, wearing a winered one-piece sleek and form-fitting, rendering her complexion even more strikingly pale and luminous. Her chest strained gently against the fabric, like two perfectly ripened peaches, lush and succulent. Her waist tapered sharply, lean and taut. Her silhouette flowed seamlessly from hip to thigh, culminating in a firm, uplifted curve, a harmony of line and volume flawless and fluid. Over it, she wore a short, matching gauzy jacket, just long enough to drape over her waist and hips. Her legs were long, straight, and perfectly proportioned, taut and graceful, her ankles delicate, her toes small and rounded, her feet adorned with slender stiletto sandals, exuding both allure and cool reserve. She entered, her gaze sweeping briefly over Piaopiao Jie before settling on me. Her tone softened. Don't be tense. If you'd rather stay dry, just relax by the poolside. I nodded, my Adam's apple bobbing uncontrollably. Bai Lu had already nestled beside me, looping her arm through mine. Tingyu Jie's right. Brother Yan doesn't have to swim. We'll keep him company on shore. Her arm was soft against mine. Through the thin fabric of her cover-up, I could feel the warmth and silken texture of her skin, dizzying, intoxicating. Who said anything about staying ashore? Qingqing Jie's voice came from the patio entrance. All heads turned. She wore a pristine white one-piece, modest in cut, yet radiating an ethereal crystalline purity that held every gaze captive. The suit embraced her figure with quiet precision, accentuating the slender elegance of her waist and the gentle flare of her hips. The curve of her bust was subtle, yet alluring, like a crescent moon traced in moonlight. Over it, she wore a light beige linen tunic flowing down to her ankles. She walked barefoot, her toes long and pale, silent upon the grass. In one hand, she carried a sketchbook and pencil. She settled beneath the arbor and smiled faintly as her eyes met mine. I'll draw. You all enjoy yourselves. Within moments, the pool erupted in splashes. Bai Lu frolicked in the water like a rosy fish and surfaced with a gasp. Wiping water from her face, she waved toward the shore. Brother Yan, look at me. With each wave, her soft curves swayed, droplets sliding down her sunlit skin, glittering like scattered diamonds. Piaopiao Jie cut through the water with flawless butterfly strokes, each pull revealing the lithe line of her back and the slender taper of her waist. She reached the edge, propped herself up, and tilted her chin upward to meet my gaze. Really not coming in. The way she lay there, her spine arched in quiet grace, her hip bones pressing lightly against the pool's rim, her buttocks buoyed and fuller in the water, was achingly exquisite. I averted my eyes, pretending to study the distant sea. Tingyu Jie swam steady freestyle laps at the far end, clean, precise, effortlessly powerful. After several lengths, she climbed out and wrapped herself in a towel, dabbing gently at her neck, shoulders, and chest. As she dried her hair, her glance brushed across me, fleeting but deliberate. I kept my head bowed, my ears burning crimson. A faint, knowing smile played at the corner of her mouth. Moni Jie remained by my side throughout, offering fruit, refilling drinks, slipping into the water for brief, graceful laps before returning. Moni Jie, you don't have to stay with me. She smiled and stroked my hair. I want. Time slipped swiftly toward 3 o'clock, the sun beginning its slow descent westward. Piaopiao Jie emerged from the pool, wrapping the towel loosely around herself. Let's go shopping. Shopping. Bai Lu's eyes lit up. Piaopiao Jie glanced at me. Yes, let's get little Yan some new clothes. Those plain shirts won't do anymore. I tried to protest, but the 5 of them were already moving. Bai Lu darted over and tugged my sleeve. Come on, brother Yan, let's go. Her hand was soft, still damp from the pool, cool and tingling against my skin. Tingyu Jia rose and headed indoors. Time to change. Qingqing Jia closed her sketchbook and stood. Mani Jia began gathering the fruit tray. I stood by the pool's edge watching them. Sunlight bathed all five, still glistening with water, their swimsuits clinging to distinct, breathtaking forms. White, pink, black, crimson, ivory. 5 colors, 5 incarnations of beauty, blinding in their brilliance. My pulse still hadn't steadied. They were going shopping, buying clothes for me. I wondered if my heart would survive until evening. On the top floor of the mall, the lights of a men's clothing store shone blindingly. I sat on the sofa watching 5 people weaving between the racks. Bai Lu picked up a light pink shirt and waved it at me, asking how about this one. Too tender. Lin Tingyu glanced over, her tone indifferent. What about this one? Sister Piaopiao held up a black printed t-shirt with an exaggerated skull design. Too flashy. Lin Tingyu dismissed it again. Bai Lu pouted and Sister Piaopiao raised an eyebrow. The two exchanged a glance and sparks seemed to fly in the air. Ignoring them, Tingyu took a dark blue shirt from the rack. This one. Sister Manny walked over, took the shirt, and said, Tingyu has a good eye. Yin looks good in this color. Sister Qingqing stood aside, nodding lightly, her fingertips sketching something in a notebook. I was pushed into the fitting room. After changing into the shirt, I stood in front of the mirror looking at myself inside. It did seem more mature than the white shirt, but the collar was a bit tight, making my neck feel uncomfortable. Are you done changing? Bai Lu knocked on the door from outside, her voice anxious. I took a deep breath and opened the door. 5 pairs of eyes turned to look at me. Bai Lu's eyes lit up. Looks good. Sister Piaopiao raised an eyebrow. Tingyi's taste is commendable. However, Tingyu frowned slightly, walked over, and pinched my collar. The collar is too tight. Try a larger size. Sister Manny replied, I'll go get it. Wait a moment. Sister Piaopiao stopped her, picking up a light gray shirt from the side. Let him try this one. The fabric was light, and the collar designed to be more casual. I went back into the fitting room. When I came out this time, Sister Piaopiao was leaning against the door waiting for me. She looked me up and down, smiled, and said, this one is good. The collar is looser, not so tight. She stepped closer and helped me adjust the collar. Her fingertips accidentally brushed against my collarbone. Instantly, a layer of fine goosebumps rose on my skin. All done. She stepped back, her eyes smiling. I want one too. Bai Lu squeezed over, holding a white knitted shirt. Yin, go try this one. I looked at Tingyu. Tingyu nodded. I went back into the fitting room again. When I came out for the 3rd time, Bai Lu had already come over to help me adjust the cuffs. Yinga looks good in anything. Sister Manny asked, are we getting this one? Yes. Bai Lu nodded vigorously. Wait a moment. Tingyu walked over again, holding a dark blue casual suit. Try this one too. I hesitated, looking at the suit. This seems too formal. Just try it. I obediently took it and went back into the fitting room. When I came out this time, all 5 of them fell silent. The dark blue casual suit fit well, accentuating my shoulders and elongating my torso. I stood there feeling uncomfortable under their gazes, my fingers unconsciously digging into the web of my thumb. Tingyu said, well, take this one too. That's too much. I said softly. Not too much, you'll need it in the future. He'll go try on a skirt. Sister Piaopiao suddenly spoke up, picking up a black spaghetti strap dress from a nearby rack and turning to go into the fitting room. I sighed in relief and returned to the sofa. Bai Lu sat down next to me, pulling at the hem of my shirt. Within 2 minutes, the fitting room door opened a crack. Sister Piaopiao peeked her head out, beckoning me with her finger. Little Yin, come help me see if the back zipper is stuck. I momentarily froze, looking at the others. Bai Lu was busy playing on her phone. Sister Manny was looking at price tags. Sister Qingqing was drawing, and Tingyu was still on the phone. I nervously walked over. Standing at the entrance of the fitting room, I hesitated to look inside. Come in. Sister Piaopiao's voice was filled with laughter. I took a deep breath and stepped in. The fitting room was dimly lit, and Sister Piaopiao had her back to me. The zipper was indeed stuck halfway up, exposing a smooth patch of her back. Help me pull up the zipper, she said without turning her head. I nervously raised my hand. My fingertips touched the zipper, and I also brushed against her warm skin. The zipper slowly rose from her waist to her shoulder blades, and then to the nape of her neck. My fingertips inevitably grazed her spine once, twice, 3 times. Her skin was as delicate as satin. All done. I spoke, my voice hoarse and unrecognizable. Sister Piaopiao turned around. She faced me. Her peach blossom eyes were looking straight at me, the gaze flowing like a spring pool. She softly asked, does it look good? She wore a black spaghetti strap dress that clung to her body, outlining her slender waist and the fullness of her chest. The hem of the dress reached just above her knees, revealing a section of her calf wrapped in black stockings. The stockings shimmered softly under the light, accentuating the smooth line of her legs. My throat bobbed. Looks good. She tilted her head and looked at me. Should we buy this one? Bye-bye. Sister Piaopiao smiled charmingly. She suddenly leaned close to my ear, her warm breath grazing my side. Little Yanyan, do you know when your ears turn red, it's particularly cute? Her voice was very low. I was caught off guard, frozen in place. Piaopiao. A voice suddenly came from the entrance of the fitting room. Tingyu stood there looking at us with a blank expression. Sister Piaopiao stepped back looking at the entrance, smiling meaningfully. Tingyu is here to try on clothes too. Tingyu looked at her, then at me, her face betraying no emotion. Finish trying and come out, it's time to go home. Sister Piaopiao winked at me and whispered, let's go. Tingyu is jealous. I stood there, my heart racing as if it were about to leap out of my chest. As I stepped out of the fitting room, Bai Lu immediately ran over and hugged my arm. Yanyan, what were you two talking about in the fitting room? She looked up at me, her apricot eyes filled with curiosity, her eyelashes fluttering. Nothing. You're lying. She pouted and pointed at my ear. I instinctively touched my ear. It was indeed burning hot. Sister Manny walked over with a smile, handing me a glass of water. Drink some water, don't be nervous. I took the cup and gulped down a few sips. Sister Qingqing closed her sketchbook, stood next to me, and said softly, "I'll keep that drawing from earlier." I turned to look at her. She smiled faintly, her distant brows curved in a gentle arc, and she said nothing more. Tingyu had already grabbed several shopping bags and was heading toward the checkout. I hurried after her. Tingyu, I'll pay for myself. She didn't look back, her tone indifferent. No need, consider it a back-to-school gift. As we exited the mall, the sun was setting in the west. Bai Lu held my hand, her small hand soft and warm. Sister Piaopiao walked on the other side, already wearing that thin suit over the black dress, a smile lingering at the corner of her mouth. Tingyu led the way ahead. Sister Manny and Sister Qingqing chatted behind us, occasionally bursting into soft laughter. Suddenly, I recalled what Sister Piaopiao had said in the fitting room. When your ears turn red, it's particularly cute. I touched my ear. It was still hot. Bai Lu looked up at me. Yanyan, you're touching your ear again. No, I'm not. She leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with laughter. Yes. Are you thinking about Sister Piaopiao? I was at a loss for words. Sister Piaopiao laughed softly beside us. Tingyu paused for a moment, but didn't look back. Sister Manny said from behind, all right, let's think about where to have dinner. Sister Qingqing gently closed her sketchbook, a smile curving her lips. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the six of us long. In the shadows, 5 people surrounded one, all close together. I looked down at those overlapping shadows stretched longer by the sunset. But I felt a bit anxious. Would the next battlefield appear in the restaurant? What should I do? Dinner was ultimately set at an open-air restaurant on the mall's top floor. As the dishes arrived, the real performance began. Brother Yan, try this. Bai Lu speared a piece of foie gras with a tiny fork and held it directly to my lips. 4 pairs of eyes turned toward me in unison. Before I could react, she had already slipped the foie gras into my mouth. Delicious. She blinked up at me, her apricot-shaped eyes, sparkling lashes fluttering. Why's delicious? Good. Her eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she laughed, then reached for another piece. I chewed slowly, acutely aware of the warmth rising at my earlobes. Piaopiao leaned on her chin, watching me with a subtle upward tilt at the outer corners of her eyes. Yanyan, shall I feed you too? And no thank you. She lifted a piece of salmon from her own plate, leaned forward, and extended her arm across half the table. The morsel hovered just before my lips, leaving me trapped, neither able to retreat nor advance. Bai Lu pouted. Tingyu set down her cutlery, her gaze sweeping over us with quiet detachment. Man and I smiled warmly to smooth things over. Piaopiao, stop teasing him. Piaopiao blinked innocently. I'm not teasing. I truly want to feed him. Qingqing bent over her sketchbook, adding a few quick strokes, her lips curving faintly upward. With no other choice, I opened my mouth and took the salmon. Piaopiao withdrew her hand, satisfied, her eyes alight with deeper amusement. Tingyu raised her wineglass, took a slow sip, and said nothing. But that look, I understood it perfectly. When the main course arrived, the contest escalated instantly. Bai Lu sliced her steak into neat, bit-sized pieces, then slid the entire plate toward me. Brother Yan, this is for you. I've cut it already. You eat yours. I still have mine. She pointed emphatically to her untouched portion. Undeterred, Piaopiao selected a tender morsel of lobster from her own plate and placed it gently into my bowl. This is delicious. Try it. Piaopiao, yeah, that's enough. She propped her chin in her palm, her peach blossom eyes glinting with mischief. Not enough. You're too thin. Eat more. Tingyu remained silent, but quietly pushed the roasted vegetables toward me. She remembered I loved them. Man and I let out a soft chuckle and slid the cold salad to the center of the table. Try this. Qingqing nudged her dessert toward me. I don't like overly sweet things. Have it. I stared at the mountain of food piled before me, and then at the 5 women, Bai Lu's expectant gaze, Piaopiao's knowing smile, Tingyu's seemingly aloof yet deeply attentive eyes, Man Ni's gentle regard, and Qingqing's quiet, serene smile. All I could do was laugh helplessly and bury myself in eating. Each bite carried their affection, unmistakable and sincere. By dessert time, the atmosphere had grown subtly charged. Bai Lu's strawberry ice cream arrived, a delicate rosy scoop. She scooped a spoonful and held it to my lips. Brother Yan, taste it. Instinctively, I opened my mouth. Delicious. Then using the very same spoon I'd just used, she scooped another portion and brought it to her own lips. Piaopiao arched a brow. Bai Lu, that spoon was Yanyan's. Bai Lu blinked innocently. I know. So what? Piaopiao laughed softly and turned to me. Yanyan, I want some of yours too. I pushed my dessert bowl toward her. She shook her head. Not from the bowl. I want you to feed me. Tingyu set down her spoon with a soft, deliberate clink. Man and I quickly interjected, smiling. Piao, enough now. I'm not joking. Piao held my gaze, her eyes gleaming. Yanyan, will you feed me or not? Before I could answer, Bai Lu stood up, strode to my side, and wrapped her arms tightly around my arm. Brother Yin is mine. No feeding anyone else. Piao burst into laughter. Yours? Have you asked Tingyu? Bai Lu turned toward Tingyu. Tingyu lifted her coffee cup, sipped slowly, and set it down with calm precision. Shared. 3 simple, unadorned words. The entire table fell silent for a breath. Bai Lu froze. Piao paused, then laughed aloud. Tingyu, that word choice. Lin Ting, you met her gaze unruffled. Is it wrong? Don't you all think the same? Ching kept sketching, her lips lifting faintly at the corners. Man and I shook her head with a smile and continued eating her dessert. I raised a hand to wipe the fine sheen of sweat from my forehead. Bai Lu hesitated for a moment, then tightened her grip on my arm, defiant. There's still order. First come, first served. I met Brother Yin first. Piao rested her chin on her palm, grinning. First doesn't mean closest. Then who's closest? Bai Lu shot back. Piao turned her gaze to me, eyes gleaming. Yanyan, tell us, who are you closest to? 5 pairs of eyes converged on me. Tingyu watched me, her expression calm, yet holding the faintest trace of anticipation. Bai Lu clung to my arm, her apricot eyes wide with nervous tension. Piao leaned on her chin, her smile rich with implication. Man and I gazed at me with tender reassurance, as if whispering, don't be afraid. Ching set down her pencil and looked up. I drew a slow, deep breath and spoke, voice slightly unsteady. Hey, all of you. All of us. Piao couldn't suppress a laugh. Now that's a clever answer. But there must be a first place. Bai Lu insisted. There is no first place. My voice steadied firmer than before. You're all here. Silence settled over the table. Tingyu's eyes lifted just slightly at the outer corners. Piao's smile deepened, warm, knowing, luminous. Bai Lu paused, then laughed, and buried her face against my arm. Brother Yan's answer isn't bad, I suppose. Man and I reached out and gently ruffled my hair. Well said. Ching lowered her head again, adding a few more lines to her sketch. From the corner of my eye, I glimpsed at my profile as I spoke. My ear faintly flushed, my gaze steady and earnest. After dinner, all 6 of us stood by the restaurant entrance waiting for the elevator. Bai Lu still hadn't loosened her grip on my arm. Piao stood at my other side, leaning in occasionally to murmur something close to my ear. Tingyu stood ahead of us, Man and I, and Ching chatted softly behind. The elevator doors opened. Inside stood only a young couple, who instinctively shrank toward the corner upon seeing our group of 6. The space felt cramped. Bai Lu was pressed fully against me, her soft warmth seeping through the thin fabric of my shirt. Liu Piaopiao stood on my other side, her arm brushing mine. Light, lingering, deliberate. I held my breath, rigid as carved wood. Once we stepped out, Bai Lu still refused to release my arm. Brother Yin, I'm sleeping with you tonight. Tingyu turned to look at her. Bai Lu declared boldly, I'm scared sleeping alone. Tingyu asked calmly, how old are you? 19. Bai Lu tightened her hold and added, fear knows no age. Piao teased, then I'm scared too. Scared of what? Bai Lu shot back. Of Yanyan being taken away by someone else. Piao delivered the line with perfect deadpan sincerity. Bai Lu was momentarily speechless. Tingyu didn't speak, but her footsteps faltered just once. Man and I smiled gently. All right, let's talk about it at home. That night, I replayed the day in my mind. Bai Lu's earnestness as she fed me, Piao's playful mischief as she teased me, Tingyu's serene composure when she declared us shared, Man Ni's gentle diplomacy, Ching's quiet, unwavering focus as she sketched. And my own words, you're all here. I meant them, truly. Yet beneath that certainty lingered a quiet unease. How should I respond to kindness so profound, so unconditional? What if I said the wrong thing and disappointed them? Just then my phone chimed softly. A message from the group, chat the 5 beauties, and Yan. Bai Lu, brother Yan. I'm definitely sleeping with you tonight. Liu Piaopiao 1. Lin Tingyu 1. AI Ching 1. Shinman and I'll prepare midnight snacks for you all. I stared at the screen, 5 clean aligned 1S, and felt my lips lift, unable to resist. On a Monday morning, I was abruptly awakened from my sweet dream by the urgent sound of the alarm clock. I washed up and went downstairs where only Sister Tingyu was in the dining room. Everyone else had left early for their own errands. Sister Tingyu glanced at me and said, good morning. She then continued to review the documents in her hands. Her slender legs wrapped in black stockings intertwined beneath the table, her toes tapping lightly on the ground. Yanyan is awake, Sister Mana's voice called from the kitchen. She soon emerged carrying a plate with a fried egg, saying, I have to go to the company soon. There's an important project to wrap up today. She placed the fried egg in front of me and casually ruffled my hair. Eat more. I noticed a faint shadow under her eyes like ink spreading on rice paper. Sister Manny, did you not sleep well last night? Sister Manny was taken aback. It's nothing, just busy with the project lately. She turned back to the kitchen. Watching her back, I couldn't shake the feeling that she was walking slower than usual today. In the following days, Sister Manny became increasingly busy. When I got up in the morning, she had already left. I waited until 11 at night, but she still hadn't returned. After that, the living room remained lit at night. I turned on the TV, but couldn't focus on a single segment. At 11:30 on Thursday night, my phone chimed with a notification. Sister Manny, still at the company, don't wait for me, you should go to sleep. I stared at the message for a few seconds. I'm waiting for you. I sent it out, but received no reply. Time stood still past 1 in the morning when I heard a knock at the door. I got up and saw Sister Manny pushing the door open. The sound of her high heels on the tiles was noticeably heavier than usual. She walked into the foyer, bent down to change her shoes, and suddenly swayed slightly. Sister Manny. I rushed over and caught her. Sister Manny leaned against me, her body soft, as if lacking bones. Her face pressed against my shoulder, her skin chillingly cold. Sister Manny softly said, I'm fine. Just a bit tired. Before she could finish, she collapsed in my arms. Sister Manny. Sister Manny. I held her tightly, my heart missing a beat. I slowly helped her to the sofa, trembling, as I took out my phone to call Sister Tingyu. Sister Tingyu. Sister Manny fainted. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from upstairs. I'm coming down right away. Soon 5 people surrounded Sister Manny. Sister Tingyu called for an ambulance, her voice steady, but I saw her hand shaking as she held the phone. Sister Piaopiao placed a wet towel on Shin Mana's forehead, while Bai Lu squatted beside the sofa, her eyes red and biting her lip hard. Sister Qingqing held Shin Mana's other hand, her knuckles turning white from the grip. I stood by, a fine layer of sweat forming on my forehead. The siren of the ambulance pierced through the night. After a brief examination, the doctor said, she's not seriously injured, just overly fatigued and has low blood sugar. She needs to go to the hospital for some fluids. In the hospital's emergency room, the bright lights were blinding. Sister Manny woke up, but her face was still very pale. The doctor explained that it was due to severe lack of sleep and exhaustion. She needed to stay for overnight observation. Bai Lu sat by the bed holding Sister Manny's hand softly, saying, Sister Manny, you scared us. Sister Manny weakly smiled. I'm sorry for worrying you all. It's okay. It's already late. You should all go home and get some rest. I can manage here by myself. No way. Everyone turned to look at me. I paused and said, I will stay. Sister Tingyu glanced at me, but said nothing. Sister Piaopiao raised an eyebrow. Bai Lu opened her mouth to say something, but was gently pulled back by Sister Qingqing. Sister Manny looked at me, the corners of her eyes slowly curving upwards. All right, then you stay. At 2 in the morning, the hospital room was left with only me and Sister Manny. I sat in the chair by the bed, keeping watch over her while staring at the drip. Sister Manny softly called, Yanyan. Moi. Go back to sleep. I won't go back, I'll stay here with you. She looked at me, her gaze gentle. You were just like this when you were little. Sister Manny continued. That year you had a high fever and wouldn't let go of my hand, always staring at me as if afraid I would run away. She paused, her eyes slightly reddening. Back then I thought I want to take care of this child forever. The corners of Sister Manny's eyes drooped, slightly smiling in a way that made my heart ache. My voice was hoarse. Sister Manny. Moi. From now on, let me take care of you. I reached out and held her hand. Her palm had a thin callus marks left from years of cooking and handling kitchen utensils. I softly said, You've taken care of me for so many years, now it's my turn. Sister Manny looked at me, her eyes slowly reddening. All right. I held her hand like that, not letting go. The next morning, the doctor examined Sister Manny and found that she was basically fine, advising her to rest well at home for a few days. Upon returning home, I helped Sister Manny to sit on the sofa, then turned to go into the kitchen. Bai Lu followed me in asking, Yangu, what are you going to make? Making soup. Do you know how? I paused, learning. I took out my phone and searched for a recipe. Pork and corn soup. The steps were simple. Wash the vegetables, chop them, blanch, cook in the pot, and simmer for an hour. I followed the instructions. I washed the pork ribs. I chopped the corn, almost cutting my finger. While blanching, I splashed some hot water on myself. Bai Lu watched from the side, wanting to help, but too scared to do so. She could only pass me things. Yanyan, how much salt should I put in? 1 spoon. What about this? Half a spoon. This? I turned to her and softly said, Bai Lu, go keep Sister Manny company, I'll handle this here. She looked at my serious expression and nodded, okay. The kitchen fell silent, only the soup in the pot bubbling. The soup was ready. I ladled a bowl and brought it to the sofa. Sister Manny sat up, looking at the bowl of soup that didn't quite look right. Slightly off-white, but not white enough, with a hint of aroma, but not strong enough. The corn cut unevenly. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift. It might not taste good. Sister Manny took the bowl, lowered her head, and took a sip. I nervously watched her swallow. She looked up, smiling slightly. It's really good. Bai Lu, standing beside her, whispered, Yanyan, I think you put too much salt. Sister Manny shot her a glance, and Bai Lu quickly fell silent. If it tastes bad, then don't drink it. It's not bad. Sister Manny took another sip, looked at me with slightly reddened eyes, and said, it's really good. I looked into her eyes. Those eyes, usually gentle and smiling, gave a sense of reassurance. But now they glistened with tears sparkling like morning dew. Sister Manny, moi. From now on, don't work too hard. If there's anything, let me do it. Sister Manny reached out and patted my head. Okay. I smiled slightly. Her palm was warm. But from now on, it would be my turn to warm her. Sister Manny has been recuperating at home for 3 days. During these 3 days, I learned to cook porridge, noodles, and soup, as well as simple stir-frying. To be honest, the presentation wasn't great. But Sister Manny always finished every bite with a clean plate. After eating, she would look up at me and smile, saying it's really delicious. I knew she was lying to me. But her smile was so tender that I couldn't bring myself to expose the truth. At first, Bai Lu stayed honestly in the living room, but later she couldn't help but sneak into the kitchen to help. As a result, she mistook salt for sugar and added it to the porridge, and I watched helplessly as the entire pot turned into salty soup. She clasped her hands together, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with moisture. Brother, Yan, I'm so sorry. What could I say? I could only cook again. Sister Piaopiao occasionally passed by the kitchen and leaned against the doorframe to watch for a while. She wore a black spaghetti-strap nightgown with a thin cardigan draped over it, her legs wrapped in black stockings intertwined, and her slippers swaying. She smiled meaningfully. Little Yan has grown up. My ears flushed, and I pretended not to hear, continuing to chop vegetables. When Sister Tingyu came back from work, she would stand at the kitchen door and take a look. She was dressed in a white shirt and black wide-leg pants, her slender ankles wrapped in black stockings, holding documents in her hand. She glanced over before silently going to the living room to handle her paperwork. Just a glance. But for some reason, my heart felt quite happy. Sister Qingqing, after finishing her painting, would hold a teacup and stand outside the kitchen looking at my busy figure through the glass. I didn't know what she was looking at, but every time I turned around, I would meet her gaze. She wouldn't shy away, just smiled slightly, then lowered her head to sketch a few strokes in her notebook. On the morning of the 4th day, Sister Manny recovered her spirits. She tied on an apron and tried to enter the kitchen, but I stopped her. Sister Manny, you said I'll do it. She looked at me, her eyes curved into a smile. All right, then you do it. She sat at the dining table while I cooked behind the glass door. Wearing her apron, the straps were tied a bit crookedly at my back, but I was too lazy to adjust it. My chopping was still clumsy, but I had improved a bit compared to the past 2 days. Bai Lu leaned over and asked from the kitchen door what is brother Yan making today. Tomato and egg noodles. Her eyes brightened instantly, and she bounced up. Wow, that's my favorite. Sister Piaopiao laughed, resting her chin on her hand. Little Yan makes it, so you must like everything, right? Bai Lu wore a proud expression. That's right. Sister Tingyu sat at the dining table, documents spread out in front of her. I didn't turn around, but I caught her glancing this way from the corner of my eye. Sister Qingqing held her sketchbook, and it seemed like she was drawing me. I stole a glance and saw she was capturing my profile as I sliced the tomatoes. In the drawing, I had my head slightly lowered, a strand of hair falling over my forehead, and my eyelashes casting a faint shadow under my eyes. My ears began to burn again. The noodles were ready. I divided them into 6 bowls, each with a poached egg. Although the shapes were a bit irregular, some looked like the sun, others like clouds, and some like a lump. They were indeed poached eggs. Bai Lu was the first to dig in, taking a big bite, and her face lit up. Delicious. Sister Piaopiao took a bite, raised an eyebrow at me. Little Yan, you have a talent. Sister Tingyu didn't say anything, but finished her noodles, leaving the bowl completely clean. Sister Qingqing ate, slowly savoring each bite. I nervously watched Sister Manny. She picked up a bunch of noodles, put them in her mouth, and chewed slowly. I saw her eyes turn red. My heart tightened. Sister Manny, is it not good? She shook her head, looking up at me, her eyes shining with light. No, it's too delicious. She paused, her voice soft. Yan, you really have grown up. I couldn't help but smile slightly. After breakfast, Sister Manny pulled me into the kitchen. Come, I'll teach you a few simple dishes. She tied on an apron and stood at the stove, her movements fluid and graceful, each step showing years of accumulated skill. I stood beside her, watching attentively, wishing I could imprint every action in my mind. She demonstrated her long fingers slightly curved against the knife. When chopping, your fingers should curl like this to avoid cutting yourself. Her wrist flipped, and oil slid down the side of the pan with a sizzling sound. When stir-frying, the pot needs to be heated first before adding oil. Add salt in small amounts multiple times, tasting as you go. She scooped a little broth with a spoon, blew on it, and held it to my mouth. Try this. I took a sip. Hot but fresh. Sister Manny was wearing a light pink knitted cardigan, her long hair loosely tied up with a few strands falling at her neck. As she raised her hand to cook, her sleeves slipped down, revealing a delicate and fair wrist. Sunlight poured in through the window, illuminating her. I looked at her serious profile, and suddenly a thought surged in my heart. I wanted to stay like this with her forever. Not that kind of together, but never mind, I don't even know what it is. But I just wanted to stay like this. In the evening, the six of us watched a movie in the living room. Bai Lu snuggled next to me, her head resting on my shoulder. Sister Piaopiao sat on the other side, her legs resting on the coffee table, her shoes swaying again. Sister Tingyu sat on a single sofa, holding a glass of red wine. She had changed into loungewear, but that sharp aura remained. Her gaze fell on the screen, but occasionally drifted my way. Sister Qingqing sat on the carpet, leaning against the sofa, her sketchbook spread over her knees. She occasionally lowered her head to draw a few strokes, and occasionally looked up at the screen, her eyes slightly drooping at the corners like a lazy cat. Sister Manny sat behind me, knitting something. I couldn't tell what it was, but her fingers moved gracefully among the yarn, gentle and skilled. The movie was an old black and white film. It told the story of a couple who missed each other and then reunited. When the scene of the male and female leads reuniting, played by Lu softly, said, "They are so pitiful, having missed so many years." I looked down at her. She was gazing up, her eyes slightly red with a hint of moisture clinging to her eyelashes. "We want." Bai Lu was taken aback. The other four also looked over. The air suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. I paused and said, "I won't let you get lost." Sister Piaopiao smiled, her eyes curving. "Little Yanyan, I'll remember that." Sister Tingyu raised her wine glass and took a sip. I couldn't see her expression clearly, but it seemed like the corners of her eyes lifted slightly. Sister Qingqing lowered her head and drew a few more strokes in her sketchbook. I didn't know what she was drawing, but it seemed like she was smiling. Sister Manny reached out and gently touched my head, her palm warm, carrying the soft scent of yarn. Bai Lu buried her face in my shoulder and said, "Dully, brother, Yin is the best." The movie continued to play, but I couldn't focus on it at all. Moonlight spilled in from outside, falling on the six of us on the sofa. The room was filled with tenderness, warm enough to bring tears. I thought if it could just go on like this, that would be the best. Since then, I have been learning to cook with Sister Manny every afternoon. On Monday afternoon, it was scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Sister Manny stood behind me, her hand covering mine, guiding me as I cracked the eggs. Her palm was warm and soft, carrying a faint scent of hand cream. "You need to beat them in one direction until the egg mixture froth," she advised. I nodded, focusing intently on the bowl of egg mixture. She was too close, and I could smell the comforting scent emanating from her. On Tuesday afternoon, we made shredded pork with green peppers. Sister Manny demonstrated beside me, the knife moving up and down, slicing the meat evenly, as if measured with a ruler. "Cut against the grain for tender meat," she instructed. I tried to follow her lead, but my slices came out, some as thick as coins and others as thin as paper. I stole a glance at her, worried about being criticized. Yet Sister Manny smiled and said, "You're making great progress." I couldn't help but smile back. On Wednesday afternoon, we prepared braised pork ribs. This dish had so many steps that it made my head spin. Blanching, caramelizing, adding ingredients, and simmering, each step required careful attention. Standing in front of the stove, beads of sweat formed on my forehead. Sister Manny watched nearby and suddenly burst into laughter. I turned to her, asking, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at how serious you look," she replied, wiping the sweat from my forehead. "It's like you're working on a major project." "It is a major project," I insisted. On Thursday afternoon, we made dumplings. Bai Lu was the first to rush into the kitchen, her pink knitted sweater brushing against the flour. "I want to learn too." Sister Piaopiao followed in, her long legs wrapped in black stockings glistening under the kitchen lights. Just joining in the fun. Sister Tingyu passed by the kitchen door and was pulled in by Bai Lu. "Sister Tingyu is coming too." Sister Qingqing stood at the doorway with a teacup, and Sister Manny waved at her, "Come join us, the more the merrier." Soon the kitchen was packed with 6 people. Sister Manny was in charge of rolling the dough, her movements swift like magic as round dumpling wrappers flew from her hands. I was responsible for filling them, taking it seriously. Although my dumplings were a bit crooked, at least they were sealed. Bai Lu made a few each with a peculiar shape. Some looked like buns, some like wontons, and one. "Look, Brother Yan." She held up a misshapen dumpling. I made a little rabbit. I looked at the lump of dough and honestly couldn't find the words to say it looked like a rabbit, so I could only force a nod. "It's beautiful." Bai Lu's eyes curved into crescents as she laughed, her face dusted with flour like a little kitten. Sister Piaopiao wrapped dumplings like she was dancing, her fingers flying, producing exquisite dumplings with beautiful edges. She picked one up and raised an eyebrow at me. "Little Yin, does this look like you?" I stared at the dumpling, remaining silent for 3 seconds. Sister Tingyi's dumplings were uniform, lined up like soldiers awaiting inspection. She glanced at my creations, her lips twitching slightly, yet she said nothing. Sister Qingqing was the slowest, yet each dumpling she made was meticulous. After finishing, she gently pressed down on each as if sealing them with a stamp. When the dumplings hit the boiling water, they floated up after a few rolls. The 6 of us sat around the dining table, each in front of our own creations. Bai Lu was the first to take a bite of her rabbit, and her expression was instantly priceless. I asked what's wrong. She swallowed the dumpling and gulped down water. Nothing. Sister Piaopiao laughed, slapping the table. Is it undercooked? It's cooked. Bai Lu's face turned red. It's just, the salt didn't dissolve. Sister Manny shook her head with a smile, giving Bai Lu a few of her dumplings from her own plate. I shared my portion with them. Try mine. Bai Lu took a bite, her eyes lighting up. Brother Yan's dumplings are delicious. Sister Piaopiao nodded. They really are good. Sister Tingyu didn't say anything, but quietly finished hers. Sister Qingqing ate, slowly savoring every bite. Sister Manny looked at me, her eyes slightly red again. I put down my chopsticks. Sister Manny, what's wrong? She shook her head, her lips curved. It's nothing, I just feel. You've made great progress. I shook my head. It's all thanks to Sister Manny's great teaching. After finishing the dumplings, Bai Lu pulled me to the living room. She handed me her phone. Brother Yan, look at this. On the screen was a photo, a group shot of us 6 by the pool. Bai Lu was holding my arm. Sister Piaopiao leaned on the other side. Sister Tingyu stood in front, while Sister Manny and Sister Qingqing stood behind. The sunlight fell on us, and everyone was smiling. I was smiling too, even if a bit awkwardly, but it was indeed a smile. Bai Lu leaned closer to me, her bright apricot eyes sparkling. Brother Yan, do you think we can still be like this in the future? I looked down at her. She was tilting her head back, her long lashes fluttering like 2 small fans, with a bit of flour dusted on her nose, likely from earlier while making dumplings. I reached out and gently wiped the flour away. We can. She squinted her eyes and buried her face in my shoulder. That's good. From the kitchen came the sound of washing dishes mixed with Sister Piaopiao's laughter and Sister Tingyu's occasional chatter. Sister Manny came out of the kitchen, took off her apron, and sat down beside me. She didn't say anything, just reached out to touch my head. Sister Piaopiao strolled out, immediately flopping onto the other end of the sofa, her black stockings draped over the armrest. She pulled out her phone and scrolled through it suddenly, saying, Little Yan, I have a new dance rehearsal next week, come watch. Okay. Sister Tingyu walked over with a teacup and sat across from me. She glanced at me, saying nothing, but her lips curved slightly. Sister Qingqing was the last to come out, holding a sketchbook. She sat down next to me, opened the sketchbook, and handed it to me. Inside was a drawing of the scene from the kitchen earlier. 6 people gathered around the table, making dumplings. Bai Lu holding up the rabbit, me smiling, Sister Manny rolling dough, Sister Piaopiao pinching the edges, Sister Tingyu arranging the dumplings, and Sister Qingqing sketching in the corner. I looked up at her. She smiled slightly, saying nothing. Bai Lu lifted her head from my shoulder to peek at the sketchbook, exclaiming, Sister Qingqing, when did you draw this? Just now. Bai Lu leaned in to look closely. It's amazing. You made me look so cute. Sister Piaopiao also leaned over. What about me? What about me? Am I pretty? Sister Qingqing nodded, her smile deepening. I watched them crowding together to look at the drawing, and the scene was simply heartwarming. The moonlight outside poured in like a light veil, gently settling over the room full of people. Sister Manny got up to brew tea. Sister Tingyu continued to flip through her documents. Sister Piaopiao lay back down to scroll on her phone. Sister Qingqing put away her sketchbook, and Bai Lu leaned back against my shoulder again. In the kitchen, the sound of boiling water bubbled merrily. I closed my eyes, listening to these sounds, feeling incredibly at ease. On Friday night, Sister Piao leaned against the kitchen doorway, her eyes slightly raised. The bar where I perform has my special show tonight. Who wants to go with me? Bai Lu was the first to raise her hand. I want to go. Sister Tingyu glanced at me and nodded, sure. Sister Manny peeked out from the kitchen. I'll drive you all. Sister Qingqing softly said, I'll go too. I stood in the living room, not yet having a chance to express my opinion, and this matter was settled. At 9 o'clock in the evening, 6 of us appeared at the entrance of a bar in the west of the city. The facade was small, with an old neon sign flashing a dim red light. Through the door, a deep bass sound could be heard, thumping like a heartbeat. When we pushed the door open, a warm light and the scent of alcohol rushed out. The decor was retro, with dim yellow wall lights, dark brown leather sofas, and a bar cabinet that reached up to the ceiling. On stage, a live singer was strumming a guitar, her voice raspy, like sandpaper rubbing against wood. Sister Piao went backstage to prepare, and we found a table in the corner to sit down. Bai Lu leaned closer to my ear and whispered, her warm breath brushing against my ear, Sister Piao looks really good tonight. I followed her gaze and saw Sister Piao walking out from backstage. She was wearing a black spaghetti strap mini dress, the hem just covering the tops of her thighs, while her long straight legs wrapped in black stockings glimmered faintly under the dim light. On her feet were red-soled high-heeled shoes. Sister Piao walked to the bar, exchanged a few words with the bartender, and when she turned her back was largely exposed, shining white under the light. On the spot where her shoulder blade was, there was a rose tattoo sticker, bright red, as if just picked from the branch. Sister Piao suddenly lifted her eyes. From across the bar, her gaze met mine perfectly. The corners of her eyes lifted slightly, and her lips curled up as she winked at me. I quickly lowered my head and took a big gulp of the lemonade in front of me. My ears began to protest helplessly. Bai Lu beside me covered her mouth and laughed while Sister Tingyu gave me a faint glance and took a sip from her glass. At 10 o'clock sharp the performance began. The lights dimmed and a spotlight shone on the stage. Sister Piao stood in the light, the sequins on her black dress shimmering like scattered stars. She held the microphone, her gaze sweeping over the audience, landing on our corner. Sister Piao paused for a moment, her lips curving up. The first song is for the friends who came tonight. The music started a slow rhythm. The moment she began to sing, the entire bar fell silent. Her voice was lazy and hoarse like a summer night's breeze, slipping through everyone's eardrums like silk soaked in wine. As she sang the chorus, she closed her eyes, her body gently swaying with the rhythm. I found myself somewhat dazed. This was not the flirtatious enchantress who teased me every day. This was someone radiating on stage, a person meant for the stage. One song after another, Sister Piao sang 5 songs, each captivating my gaze. When she reached the last song, Sister Piao suddenly paused, her gaze piercing through the spotlight, landing precisely on me. Her voice softened. This song is for someone. Whistles and cheers erupted from the audience. My ears joined the uproar. The music played a slow love song filled with words like love, waiting, and guarding. She sang with great concentration, her eyes fixed on this side, the rhinestones at the corners of her eyes shimmering under the spotlight, resembling teardrops. I tightened my grip on the cup in my hand, my palms starting to itch. As the last song concluded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Sister Piao bowed and said she would rest for 10 minutes before singing again. After stepping off the stage, she walked towards us. Halfway there, she was suddenly stopped by a man in his 30s wearing a floral shirt unbuttoned at 2 buttons, revealing a gold chain around his neck. He held a wine glass, grinning smugly. He leaned forward a step. "Miss Lu, you sang wonderfully. Can I buy you a drink?" Sister Piao smiled, a smile I recognized as perfunctory and polite. "Sorry, I don't drink during my break." The man did not step aside, but leaned in closer. "Just one drink, give me some face." Sister Piao's smile faded slightly. "I said I don't drink." The man's expression changed. He reached out to grab her wrist. I didn't recall how I stood up. By the time I realized it, I was already standing in front of her. She said she doesn't want to drink. My voice squeezed out from my throat, steadier than I expected. The man looked me up and down. He scoffed. "Who do you think you are, meddling in other people's business?" My hands trembled, but I didn't back down. I stared into his eyes, each word deliberate. "She said she doesn't want to drink, can't you understand?" It was quiet behind me. Sister Piao didn't speak, but I could feel her gaze on my back like 2 flames. The man's smile vanished from his face. He stepped forward, towering over me, his shadow enveloping me entirely. "Kid looking for trouble?" I stood still. My heart raced as if it would leap out of my chest. Just then a hand landed on the man's shoulder. It was the bar manager in his 40s, bald, wearing glasses, smiling kindly. "Is there something I can help this guest with, eh?" The man turned to look at the manager, then at the gradually gathering eyes around us. He took a step back, pointing a finger at me. "All right, you kid, you have some guts." Then he turned and left. I stood there, my palms sweaty, my shirt soaked through. "Xiao Yanyan." Sister Piao's voice came from behind me. I turned to look at her. She stood there watching me, her eyes slightly red, the rhinestones at the corners of her eyes shimmering under the light like they were covered in dew. Her voice was a little hoarse. "You just..." I began to tremble. "I saw him stop you." Sister Piao looked at me, silent for a long time. But her smile curved at the corners of her eyes, tears glimmering in her eyes. She softly said, her voice as soft as cotton, "Xiao Yanyan, you've grown up." Sister Piao took a step forward and gently hugged me. It was light, quick, a fleeting touch. But that embrace was unlike any I had experienced before. It wasn't teasing, it wasn't a joke. It was a serious, heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you." Then she walked towards backstage. I stood still, my heart racing uncontrollably. The sensation of that embrace lingered on me, warm, soft, with the scent of her usual perfume. Returning to our table in the corner, all 4 were looking at me. Bai Lu's eyes were red, her nose also pink. "Brother, Yin, you were so cool, just now." Sister Tingyu looked at me, her gaze complex, but the corners of her eyes lifted slightly, a sign of her happiness. Sister Manny reached out and patted my head, her palm warm and soft, very brave. Sister Qingqing gently nodded and turned her sketchbook around for me to see. The drawing was of me, standing in front of Sister Piao just now. From behind, not particularly tall, even a bit slender, but standing very straight. I sat down, picked up the lemonade in front of me, and took a big gulp. My hands were still trembling, but inside there was a feeling I had never experienced before. Hot, swelling, full. The Sister Piao who always flirted with me, teased me, made my ears turn red, had just been protected by me. It was me standing in front of her. My phone vibrated. Sister Piao's message read, "Wait for me backstage, we'll go home together after the show." I replied, "Okay." I leaned against the sofa watching Sister Piao prepare for the next performance on stage, feeling a sense of security I had never felt before. So this is what it feels like to grow up. Stepping out of the bar, a chill night breeze slipped into my collar, and I instinctively hunched my shoulders. All the way home, she remained silent. No teasing, no playful banter with Bai Lu, not even the usual defiant glance exchanged with Tingyu. She leaned against the car window, her cheek pressed to the cool glass, watching the city lights blur past outside. Street lamps carved her profile into sharp contrasts of light and shadow. Once home, she was the first to step out of the car. Without pausing, she walked straight toward the dance studio. Sister Piaopiao. Bai Lu reached out to call her. Tingyu gently placed a hand on Bai Lu's shoulder, her voice barely above a whisper. Let her be alone for a while. The five of us stood in the courtyard watching her silhouette dissolve into the night. A quiet weight settled deep in my chest. My mind replayed her on stage tonight, singing that song, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on a single point in the audience. That point was where I sat. And afterward, when she looked at me backstage, the look in her eyes was different. No flirtation, no smile. Only something unnameable, tender and raw. I'll go check on her. Before anyone could react, I was already walking toward the dance studio. The studio lights were on. Through the glass door, I saw her sitting on the floor, back resting against the mirrored wall, knees drawn close, head buried in her arms. Her shoulders trembled faintly. I opened the door and stepped inside, settling beside her. She lifted her face, startled as if she hadn't expected me. Her eyeliner had smudged mascara streaking like faint ink beneath her lashes. Yanyan. Her voice was hoarse, unlike her own. I moved closer and sat down beside her. What are you doing here? I came to see you. She looked at me, and suddenly her expression softened. That smile was unlike any she'd ever worn before. No bravado, no allure. Only quiet vulnerability. That song just now. She paused. You heard it all. I nodded. Then do you know who it was for? I held her gaze. The studio lights shone brightly, illuminating the depths of her eyes, tremulous, expectant, and edged with fear. I know. She blinked, startled. Then, what do you think? She pressed her lips together. Honestly, I thought for a moment, then replied seriously, it was beautifully sung. She stared at me, then burst into laughter. But as she laughed, her eyes welled up. Her voice trembled. Yanyan, how do you manage to infuriate me so perfectly? I said nothing, just watched her. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand and took a slow, steadying breath. Then she lowered her gaze to the floor. I wrote that song a long time ago. You know me, I'm never serious. I say whatever I want, do whatever I please. A wry twist tugged at her lips. What others think, I couldn't care less. But this song, it's different. She turned to face me directly. I was afraid. If I sang it, I wouldn't be able to take it back. I kept looking at her. Her eyes were still red-rimmed, glistening tears clung to her lashes, and the tiny mole at the outer corner of her eye stood out vividly under the light. Gone was her usual boldness. She looked fragile, as if she might tear at the slightest touch. Sister Piaopiao. That version of you, the one everyone sees, is born of fear, isn't it? She froze, her breath catching. Afraid they'll see the real you. So you armor yourself first, becoming someone no one dares challenge. She didn't speak, only watched me. But you don't have to be afraid. With me, you don't need to pretend. Her eyes filled again. Yanyan, her voice trembled. Do you have any idea how dangerous those words are? I shook my head. She leaned in, holding my gaze. So close, oh, I could trace the delicate curve of her lashes. Heat rose along my ears. Yet she didn't draw nearer, only held my eyes for a few suspended seconds before leaning back, resting once more against the mirror. A rueful smile touched her lips. Fine, I won't tease you anymore. I'm too exhausted tonight. She gazed upward at the ceiling, then, after a long silence, said softly, that song, I wrote it for you. Ever since the first time I teased you until your ears turned red, I wanted to write it. Again and again I watched you, nervous beyond measure, yet always stepping forward to shield us. Watching you slowly find your voice, your courage to joke, to speak up. She turned to me. I don't even know when it changed. Teasing you stopped being just fun. I met her gaze steadily. How did it change? She smiled faintly. Before it was play. Now, it's irreversible. She looked away, staring at the ceiling again. All right, I've said it all. Laugh if you must. Then I reached out and gently took her hand. Her hand trembled. She turned to me, eyes wide. If it's irreversible, then don't pull away. This time she couldn't hold back. The tears fell freely. Yanyan, if you keep saying things like that, I really will cling to you forever. Then cling to me. She laughed through her tears. All right, you said it. When Sister Piaopiao walked me out of the dance studio, it was already past 1 a.m. As I started up the stairs, she called after me. Yanyan. She rose onto her toes and brushed a kiss featherlight against my cheek. Her eyes crinkled at the corners, the same bold, radiant Piaopiao I knew, yet somehow softer, deeper. Good night. Consider this a down payment on interest. What interest? For listening to me sing. She winked. You'll keep paying, starting now. With that, she turned and disappeared inside, leaving me standing there breathless. The spot she'd kissed still hummed with warmth. I touched my cheek, my heart pounding wildly. Then I looked down at my own hand. Just moments earlier, when I'd held hers, she'd squeezed back, gently, unmistakably. Not my imagination. I opened the door and walked back into the living room. For pairs of eyes locked onto me at once. Bai Lu rushed forward first. Brother Yan, how is Sister Piaopiao? She's all right now. Bai Lu sighed in relief. That's good. Tingyu leaned against the stair, railing her gaze sly. That was quite the long conversation. My ears burned. I just talked with her for a bit. All right, go rest. I nodded and headed upstairs. Halfway up, my phone chimed. A message from Sister Piaopiao. Sister Piaopiao, thank you today. Sister Piaopiao, and that song. It's yours alone from now on. A quiet smile tugged at my lips. Me okay. Sister Piaopiao, good night, Xiao Yanyan. Me good night, Sister Piaopiao. I slipped the phone into my pocket and returned to my room. Moonlight streamed through the window, spilling across the floor in a silvery pool. I looked down at my hand again. My pulse had raced wildly when I held hers, yet the feeling strangely was not unwelcome. At 2 a.m., I was awakened by thirst. I groggily opened my eyes and the cup on the bedside table was empty. I had forgotten to refill it last night. I walked downstairs barefoot, the stairs creaking softly under my steps. Just as I reached the corner, I suddenly heard voices coming from the yard. I paused, looking out through the floor-to-ceiling window. The pavilion was lit, and 5 people were sitting together. None of them had gone to sleep. He was only 6 years old then. The voice of Sister Manny came through. He had a fever that reached 40 degrees. I went to his house to deliver something, and as soon as I walked in, I heard him crying. His parents were not there, and he was lying alone in bed, his small face flushed red, holding onto my hand tightly. She paused, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. I stayed by his side for 3 days and nights, too tired to sleep, but I didn't dare to close my eyes. Later, when his fever broke, he opened his eyes hazily, and the first thing he said was, Sister, don't go. I don't remember this matter very clearly, but after that I just couldn't let it go. Sister Tingyu leaned against the pillar, her arms crossed over her chest, her expression calm. But the words she spoke carried much more weight than her demeanor suggested. When he was 12, some kids at school laughed at him for not having a mother to take care of him. Her voice was not loud, but each word was enunciated clearly. I rushed up and fought with them. Sister Tingyu, you fought? Bai Lu exclaimed softly. Yes. Tingyu's lips curled up slightly, a subtle smile. After the fight, I turned around to look at him. He was hiding in the corner, his eyes red, but he didn't cry. I walked over and said to him, from now on I'll protect you. He looked at me and slowly smiled. Her voice suddenly softened. That smile, I remember it to this day. I stood at the corner of the stairs, my throat tightening. So she remembered. She remembered everything. Bai Lu was curled up on the chair, hugging her knees, her chin resting on them, her voice muffled. I was 6. There was no one at home, and my 3 older brothers wouldn't play with me. I was alone in the yard building blocks. Brother Yan came over from next door and squatted beside me watching. I glanced at him, he didn't leave, and continued to watch. I looked at him again, he still didn't leave. Later I knocked down the blocks and asked him, will you help me build it? He nodded. From that day on I thought, this brother, I want him for a lifetime. Sister Piaopiao lay on the bench staring at the light above her, suddenly smiling. That smile was different from her usual ones, lacking the sharp edges of her typical demeanor. Her tone was much lower than usual. When I was 14 something happened, and you all know about it. No one responded. The night wind scattered her voice a bit. After that I changed. I became the one who flirts with others, the one who jokes around. They all thought I was frivolous, so I decided to show them just how frivolous I could be. She paused, turning to look at the others. But Yanyan was different. When I flirted with him, his ears would turn red, his hands would raise high, but he never shied away from me. Once I deliberately sat on his lap to see how he would react. He just raised his hands and asked me, Sister Piaopiao, can I hug you? At that moment, I thought, this person is different from the others. My eyes suddenly felt warm. So she remembered that time. So that sentence, she took it to heart. Sister Qingqing had been silent, her head down, sketching something in her notebook. Liu Piaopiao poked her. Qingqing, what about you? Sister Qingqing lifted her head, quietly smiled. When I was 16, my grandfather passed away, and he was hiding in the studio crying. I watched from the doorway, but didn't go in. She flipped open her sketchbook. Inside was a drawing. A side profile of a young boy, a tear hanging from his eyelashes yet to fall. Her fingertip lightly touched that droplet of tear. From that day on, I only drew him. The pavilion fell silent. I stood in the shadows, breathing heavily in my chest, feeling suffocated. So they all remembered. Those moments I thought were insignificant, squatting beside the blocks, hiding behind her, raising my hands without daring to touch, were all deeply etched memories in their eyes. Sister Tingyu stood up, brushing off her skirt. All right, it's too late, let's go back to sleep. She turned and took a few steps before suddenly stopping, looking back at them. No matter what happens in the end, today's conversations must not be spoken of. Sister Piaopiao nodded, understood. Bai Lu raised her hand, I promise. Sister Manny smiled as she collected the cups, and Sister Qingqing closed her sketchbook. The 5 of them stood up and walked towards the main building. I stood in place, watching their figures disappear behind the door. I quietly returned to my room. My mind was filled with the words they had just spoken. They were waiting for me. waiting for me to grow up, waiting for me to choose, waiting for me to give an answer. But what could I give? What right do I have to make them wait? I turned over, burying my face in the pillow. The sound of my heartbeat echoed in my ears, each thump heavier than the last. A voice in my head kept saying, Suyin, you can't let them wait forever. I opened my eyes, staring at the alarm clock on the bedside table. The second hand ticked away as if counting down. I needed to grow up, not just in words. The next morning I got up half an hour earlier than usual. As I walked downstairs, Shinmani was in the kitchen preparing breakfast. She turned to look at me, surprised for a moment. Why are you up so early today? I didn't answer, walking over to stand beside her. Sister Manny, let me help you. She was surprised again, then smiled, untying her apron and handing it to me. All right, you take over. I took the apron, tied it on, and stood at the stove. She leaned against the side, watching me, occasionally saying things like, lower the heat a bit, and put in less salt. When Bai Lu came downstairs and saw me frying eggs, she froze at the stairway. Brother Yan, you're cooking it? Yes. How many eggs do you want? She blinked, running over to tiptoe and look at the eggs in the pan. 1. I want a runny yolk. Okay. Sister Piaopiao leaned against the doorframe as she came down, staring at me for a long time. The sun must have risen in the west today. I didn't look up. What kind do you want? Runny or fully cooked? Fully cooked with crispy edges. Okay. Sister Qingqing said nothing as she came downstairs, just quietly sat at the dining table watching me. Her fingertips were stained with a bit of ultramarine, probably from painting a few strokes this morning. Sister Tingyu was the last to come down, standing at the kitchen door and watching me for a few seconds. What's wrong? She said nothing, walked over, took the spatula from my hand, flipped the eggs, and then handed the spatula back to me. The edges are burnt. Oh, Bai Lu burst out laughing at the dining table. The 5 of us sat together for breakfast, and I sat among them. As the fried eggs in my bowl were consumed, Bai Lu shared half of her runny egg with me. Sister Piaopiao pushed the crispy edges of hers into my bowl. Sister Manny poured me a glass of milk. Sister Qingqing silently pushed the jam towards me, and Sister Tingyu handed me a napkin. I lowered my head and ate without speaking. But that voice in my heart kept ringing. They are waiting for you. You can't make them wait too long. At midnight, I awoke to a faint rustling sound. My eyelids felt leaden, my consciousness still hovering at the edge of dreams. Yet my body had already sensed something amiss. The blanket was moving. 417 a.m. The digital glow of the nightlight alarm clock shimmered an eerie green. Then something furry slipped beneath my covers. My entire body froze, my back tensed like stone. That soft mass nudged gently against my chest, searched for a comfortable spot, and then stilled. Brother Yan. A soft, honeyed voice, trembling with unshed tears, muffled from beneath the quilt. It was Bai Lu. I exhaled in quiet relief, only to inhale sharply again. When had she entered? How? Hadn't the door been locked? I lowered my voice, my throat tightening as my Adam's apple rolled. Bai Lu, why did you? I had a nightmare. She lifted her head from beneath the covers, resting her chin on my chest and gazing up at me. I dreamed you abandoned me. Her almond eyes glistened, damp lashes still clinging to unshed tears. Her nose was flushed pink, its delicate tip slightly scrunched, a picture of heartbreaking vulnerability. Her pink coral fleece nightgown brushed softly against my arm, its plush texture carrying the subtle sweet scent of peaches, uniquely hers. Her small hand clutched tightly at the collar of my sleep shirt, plump fingers dimpling with quiet tension. My heart hammered fiercely. My voice came out hoarse. No, I never will. She blinked, a tear trembled loose from her lashes and fell onto my clavicle. Cool, glistening, achingly tender. Truly. Bai Lu held my gaze for several long seconds. Then she buried her face once more against my chest and nuzzled close. Then I'll stay just a little longer. I parted my lips to speak, to protest, but no words emerged. We lay there in silence. Only our breathing filled the room. Her breath was soft and light, fluttering gently against my neck. Her body, too, was warm and yielding, curled into mine like a sleeping kitten, drowsy and trusting. Her hand still gripped my collar, fingers occasionally tightening unconsciously. I dared not move a muscle. Yet my heartbeat grew louder, thunderous, insistent, as if drumming against my own ears. How long passed I could not tell, until Bai Lu's breathing deepened, steadied, softened into slumber. I stared upward at the ceiling, paused in quiet contemplation, then drew in a slow, deliberate breath. In that stillness, a quiet thought settled. This wasn't so bad. When I awoke again, I found myself utterly immobilized. I glanced down. Bai Lu was sprawled entirely across me. Not lying beside me, on me. Limbs splayed wide like a sunbathing cat. Her face nestled deep in my chest, breathing deeply in peaceful sleep, a silvery thread of drool glistening at the corner of her mouth. Her pink nightgown was rumpled beyond recognition, the hem hiked high above her thighs, revealing a slender pale calf. Her bare feet rested atop my leg, toes plump and rounded like 10 gleaming pearls. She smacked her lips and burrowed deeper into my chest. Brother Yan. I stiffened. Just as I reached to lift her gently away, my peripheral vision caught movement at the doorway. I froze completely. For pairs of bright, unwavering eyes. Tingyu leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, expression unreadable. She wore a smoky gray silk robe, its sash loosely tied, exposing the elegant line of her collarbone. Her long hair cascaded freely, yet her brow arches seemed sharper than usual. Piaopiao stood beside her in a black slip dress, draped casually with an open cardigan. A knowing smile played at her lips, her eyes tilted upward, clearly savoring the spectacle. Mani held a breakfast tray at the rear, her expression layered with quiet resignation and suppressed amusement. Qing stood at the far edge, clad in a soft gray cotton nightgown, and astonishingly holding a sketchbook, her pencil still gliding across the page. Heat flooded my ears, spreading down my neck until it burned. Tingyu spoke, her voice low, calm, each word striking like hail. Explain. My throat constricted, not a single syllable would emerge. Finally a whisper escaped, thin as a mosquito's hum. She had a nightmare. Piaopiao burst into laughter. A nightmare that led her straight to your bed, oi. She came at midnight. Midnight. Tingyu arched a brow, the curve of her eye sharpening with quiet danger. What time is it now? The moment she finished speaking, the alarm chimed, the hands pointing precisely to 7:30. I turned mechanically, dazed, toward the clock. The girl on the bed remained blissfully unaware of the commotion around her. She even smacked her lips again and snuggled closer, leaving a faint dark stain of saliva on my sleep shirt. Piaopiao doubled over, clutching her stomach as she leaned against the doorframe, laughing helplessly. Mani sighed softly, set the tray on the nightstand, and gently stroked Bai Lu's hair. Lulu, wake up. Bai Lu frowned, burying her face deeper. Lin Tingyu's voice cooled another degree. Bai Lu. Bai Lu finally opened her eyes, dazed, unfocused, then swept her gaze across the room. Her expression instantly turned to stone. For pairs of eyes, 8 unblinking stares, fixed upon her. Slowly she looked down, at herself sprawled across me, limbs entwined like a koala clinging to a branch. Then she lifted her gaze toward the 4 figures standing silently in the doorway. In one fluid motion, she vanished beneath the covers, leaving only the top of her head exposed, her hair sticking up in wild, tangled tufts. I can explain. Her voice emerged muffled from beneath the quilt, thick with tears. No explanation needed. Tingyu turned and walked out. Piaopiao followed, pausing at the threshold to flash me a playful wink. Mani shook her head, murmuring softly before exiting, the soup's still simmering. Drink it while it's hot. Qing closed her sketchbook, paused at the door, and glanced back at me. A faint knowing smile touched her lips. Finished. I'll show you later. The door clicked shut. Alone in the room. Only I and the trembling mound beneath the quilt remained. The blanket slid downward, revealing Bai Lu's face. Her cheeks burned crimson like ripe shrimp. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, lashes trembling with each shallow breath. Brother Yan. Moi. They all saw. Yes. She buried her face in the pillow, her voice muffled and wretched from the crevice between feathers. I'll never be able to face anyone again. I watched the back of her head, the messy ponytail, the riot of unruly strands, and the vivid red of her exposed ear tips. A quiet, rueful laugh escaped me. It's all right. They'd have found out eventually anyway. Bai Lu lifted her face from the pillow, eyes wide and round with disbelief. My own ears warmed again, but this time I held her gaze without flinching. Let's get up. Breakfast awaits. I sat upright, rubbing my arm where she'd lain, numb, tingling, alive. Bai Lu stared at me, unblinking. Then slowly her lips curved upward. Okay. She rose from the bed, her nightgown hopelessly wrinkled, bare feet padding softly across the floor. At the doorway she paused and turned back, eyes still dewy, but now crinkling into crescent moons. Brother Yan. Moi. When you said they'd find out eventually, what did you mean by that? I tugged at the corner of my mouth, but gave no answer. Bai Lu smiled, then skipped away, her footsteps light and skipping down the hall. I looked down at the rumpled sheets, then at the faint damp stain on my chest. A sudden question surfaced in my mind. Would she come again tonight? Just then Piaopiao's laughter echoed from the hallway, mingled with Bai Lu's startled yelp and Mani's weary fawn sigh. Stop it, you two. I thought. This morning hadn't been particularly pleasant. And yet, perhaps it hadn't been unpleasant at all. The atmosphere in the dining room hung heavy and uncanny, like the stifling stillness before a thunderstorm. Bai Lu shrank into her chair, her head nearly buried in her bowl, leaving only 2 crimson earlobes visible. She wore a light blue knitted dress, its hem grazing her knees, her slender calves encased in white stockings were pressed tightly together, and her pink cotton slippers dangled precariously from her toes. I kept my head bowed over my kanji, pretending nothing had happened. Yet I knew my own earlobes had already betrayed me. Sister Tingyu sat across from me, sipping her kanji with unhurried grace, occasionally lifting her gaze to glance at me. Her eyes held no anger, only a quiet, unnerving scrutiny that prickled along my spine. Sister Piapiao rested her chin on her palm, that faint knowing smile never once fading from her lips since she'd taken her seat. Sister Mani served congee as usual, saying nothing yet giving my hand a gentle fleeting pat as she passed me the bowl. That single touch deepened my unease. Sister Qingqing sat quietly in the corner flipping through her sketchbook. She glanced up at me now and then bent her head again to draw. I knew exactly what she was sketching. Surely once more my foolish scarlet-teared expression. Only the soft clink of porcelain and chopsticks broke the silence. It was too quiet. So quiet it made one long to flee. Then Liu Piaopiao finally spoke, her voice drawn out like a cat toying with its prey. So, from 4 a.m. to 7:30 a.m., 3.5 hours, what exactly were you two doing? Bai Lu's head dipped even lower, sinking almost into her bowl of congee. Sleeping, I answered honestly. Just sleeping. Just sleeping. Liu Piaopiao's smile grew richer, more layered. Yanyan, do you know how that sounds? I looked at her momentarily stunned. Then my earlobes flared hot, suddenly fiercely ablaze. Tingyu set down her chopsticks and turned her calm gaze toward Bai Lu. Next time you have a nightmare, you may come to me. Bai Lu lifted her head surprised. Tingyu paused, then added softly, or to any of the others. It need not be him alone. Bai Lu blinked, murmuring quietly, but what? But only brother Yan carries that scent. Her voice dwindled, her cheeks blooming with delicate pink. Warm. Safe. Tingyu arched a brow. Piapiao burst into laughter. Mani shook her head resigned and continued ladling congee for everyone. Qingqing's pencil stilled for a breath, then resumed drawing unruffled. I stared into my bowl of congee, wishing desperately I could vanish beneath its surface. Yet I knew my earlobes had flushed so deeply they seemed ready to bleed. After breakfast, I turned to slip back to my room, when Ai Qing approached and handed me her sketchbook. Here. I took it, glanced inside, and froze utterly motionless. The sketch showed two figures lying in bed. Bai Lu nestled atop me, fast asleep, her cheeks squished into soft folds of flesh. I lay awake, staring blankly at the ceiling, stiff as carved wood, my earlobes blazing crimson. In the corner of the frame stood 4 figures at the doorway, each wearing a distinct expression. Tingyu's face cool and composed, Piapiao doubled over in mirth, Mani holding a tray with an air of weary resignation, and Qingqing herself, sketchbook in hand, capturing the very scene. In elegant, delicate script at the bottom right corner, the title read, The Moment of Discovery. I managed dryly, it's beautifully drawn. Qingqing smiled faintly, the gentle curve of her distant mountain eyebrows softening her features. Her light brown eyes, slightly downturned at the corners, reflected my own face, cradled in quiet amusement. Thank you, Sister Qingqing. You're welcome. She turned to leave, then paused at the door and looked back, whispering, Next time remember to lock the door. The afternoon sun bathed everything in golden warmth, a drowsy honeyed light. Bai Lu sidled over and settled beside me. She'd changed, now wearing a pale pink knitted cardigan over a white pleated skirt. Her calves, wrapped in white stockings, remained demurely pressed together, and her favorite pair of white sneakers peeked out beneath her feet. She tilted her face toward me, her almond eyes shimmering with tentative care. Brother Yan. Moi. About this morning. She bit her lower lip, its rosy fullness paling under the pressure. Don't be angry. I'm not angry. Truly. She studied me for several seconds, certain I wasn't merely placating her. Then her eyes lit up bright as stars suddenly igniting in twilight. Then, will you let me crawl under your covers again? I tugged at the corner of my mouth and turned to look at her. She blinked, her lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, and gazed at me expectant and bright. Bai Lu tilting her face upward like a little rabbit waiting to be fed. You may come if you have another nightmare. But knock first. She blinked, then dissolved into giggles, nuzzling her head against my shoulder. Brother Yan is the very best. I watched the crown of her head, my own lips curving upward without my consent. Perhaps such days might not be so bad after all. Far away at the second-floor window of the main building, Sister Tingyu stood watching us in the pavilion, her expression serene, unreadable. At some point, Liu Piaopiao had drifted over and now followed her gaze. Jealous. Tingyu said nothing, only lifted her coffee cup and took a slow, deliberate sip. Piaopiao leaned against the windowsill, her lips curling upward. You'll get used to it. Tingyu glanced at her. Have you? Piaopiao pondered briefly, then shook her head. Not quite yet. They exchanged a look, and both smiled. That smile held quiet resignation, tender acceptance, and something else deeper, unspoken. Piaopiao gazed toward the pavilion and murmured, Do you think all 5 of us are a little unwell? Tingyu didn't answer. A few seconds passed. Then she set down her cup and turned to leave. Piaopiao asked where to. Lin Tingyu didn't turn back. The office. A mountain of work awaits. Piaopiao watched her receding figure and smiled. She knew perfectly well Tingyu was simply fleeing the site, not rushing to meetings. Shaking her head, she turned and walked away too. That evening a message arrived. From Sister Tingyu. Tingyu working late tonight. I won't be home for dinner. I stared at the message, stunned into silence for several seconds. Just as I raised my finger to reply, understood, another message appeared. Tingyu, tell Bai Lu not to crawl into your bed as she did when she was a child. My ears burned anew as I stared at the screen. Me. She says she won unless she has a nightmare. Tingyu, do you truly believe she'll hold herself back? I choked on the question. Indeed, Bai Lu had nightmares reliably every few days. My phone chimed again. Tingyu, never mind. I didn't say that. Tingyu, sleep early tonight and lock your door. I stared at those 3 words, lock your door, and laughed helplessly. Me understood. Outside the sun sank low, bathing the courtyard in warm amber light. Sister Mani moved about the kitchen, fragrant smoke rising from the stove. Faint music drifted from Sister Piaopiao's dance studio. Sister Qingqing's studio glowed with soft lamplight, her figure bent in quiet concentration over her canvas. Bai Lu curled on the living room sofa, hugging a pillow, her laughter bubbling up in light, cheerful peals. I stood by the window watching it all unfold. A strange, quiet feeling welled within me, as if perhaps this was home. Even though we'd been caught red-handed that morning, by 4 pairs of eyes. Even though Piaopiao's teasing had left me speechless. Even though Tingyu's gaze had haunted me all day long. Yet strangely, I didn't dislike this feeling. In fact, I rather liked it. My phone chimed once more. Bai Lu, brother Yin. Sister Mani says dinner's ready. Hurry. Bai Lu, there's braised pork belly today. A soft, genuine smile touched my lips. Me coming. I closed the window and descended the stairs. Below, Bai Lu's cheerful chatter rose and fell. Amani's voice responded, warm and steady. Liu Piaopiao interjected with playful jabs. Qingqing's footsteps sounded light and unhurried. Step by step I walked down. And as I did, a quiet thought crossed my mind. If Bai Lu has another nightmare tonight. No, better to insist she knocks first. In the early morning, I was awakened by the urgent knocking of Bai Lu. I sat up with a start, my heart pounding. My first thought was what had happened. It was the homepage of the campus forum. The headline was glaringly red. Breaking news, freshman Su Yin, the truth about being kept by 5 women. I was in shock. The post was lengthy and accompanied by images. There were pictures of them dining together, Bai Lu linking arms with me, and the flamboyant pose of Piaopiao sitting on my lap, clearly taken without permission, capturing Piaopiao's smile in an awkwardly intimate manner. The comments section was already in chaos. What the hell? What kind of treatment is this? 5. I don't have even one. Who is that black stocking sister? Seeking contact. But that picture of sitting on the lap is too ambiguous. As I scrolled down, my fingers became increasingly stiff and my hands started to itch. Bai Lu's messages popped up one after another. Brother Yin, did you see it? What should we do? I'm so angry they're talking nonsense. I hadn't even had the chance to reply when my phone vibrated again. It was from Tingyu. Tingyu, did you see it? I replied yes. Tingyu, don't worry, we will handle it. I stared at those words, stunned for a few seconds. They will handle it. I threw on some clothes and rushed downstairs. 5 people were already gathered in the living room. Tingyu was leaning against the sofa, wearing a knee-length satin sleep dress. She wasn't wearing makeup, but her fierce gaze remained unchanged as her fingers swiftly moved across the tablet. Piaopiao sat beside her in a loosely fitted black silk dress with her legs crossed. She was also looking at her phone, a faint smirk on her lips. Man and I stood beside them, holding a teacup, dressed in a light pink knitted sleep dress with sheer nude stockings and cotton slippers. Her expression was slightly serious, but she still smiled when she saw me come down. Bai Lu's eyes were red, clearly having cried, but she was curled up in the corner of the sofa in an old robe, hugging a pillow. Qingqing sat in the corner, her light gray sleep dress, making her look quietly like a painting as she flipped through a sketchbook, lost in thought. Seeing me, Bai Lu jumped up and rushed over, hugging my arm tightly. Brother Yin. She looked up at me, her apricot-shaped eyes red, tears still hanging on her lashes, her nose slightly pink. I reached out, using my thumb to wipe away the tear at the corner of her eye. It's all right. Tingyu looked up at me. I found out who posted it. Who? Zhou Zihong. I was taken aback. Zhou Zihong. What does he want? Piaopiao raised her eyebrows, her red-soled shoes gently swaying with her movements. He wants to ruin Yanyan's reputation. Tingyu sneered, putting down her tablet and standing up, or force me to take a stance. Man and I frowned. What should we do? Tingyu adjusted the hem of her dress. He'll handle it. Wait a minute. Piaopiao stood up as well. Let's go together. He'll go too. Qingqing closed her sketchbook and walked over. Count me in. Bai Lu lifted her head from my arm, sniffled, and nodded vigorously. And me. Then I. You stay here. Tingyu glanced at me, her eyes slightly raised. Just wait and watch. 2 hours later, I stared at the phone screen. The forum homepage had changed. Pinned post clarification regarding Su Yin. There are some things that must be clarified. The poster Lin Tingyu verified student union president. The content was lengthy, but she organized it clearly. 1. Relationship diagram. The 5 families of Lin Bai Lu and Shun and our Su family's close relationship began from our grandfather's generation, clearly marked. 2. Screenshots of chat records. They were discussing how to help me adapt to university life, all comments like, Yanyan was squeezed in the cafeteria today, should we bring him food? They'll go pick him up for the club activities, all clean and without a hint of ambiguity. 3. Childhood photos. 6 of us as kids. I was surrounded by 5 little girls laughing like a fool. Bai Lu had her hair in 2 little buns, pulling my sleeve. Lin Tingyu stood coolly at the edge. Shun man, and I gently patted my head. Liu Piaopiao was already throwing flirtatious looks at the camera, and Ai Ching, the youngest, was hiding at the back, secretly looking at me. The last line to those who spread rumors: prepare for a lawyer's letter. The tide of comments completely changed. What the hell, family friends? Growing up together. This is definitely a childhood sweetheart group. Lawyer's letter warning, is the poster scared yet? That picture of sitting on the lap, what's wrong with sitting on a brother's lap? Who are you to judge? I still hadn't reacted when Man and I posted a second message. Shin Man and I am Su Yan's sister. I have watched him grow up. To those spreading rumors, first ask yourself if you have any younger siblings. Accompanied by a picture of her and me together along with a collection of meals she made for me over the years. Sweet and sour ribs, braised pork, corn rib soup. Each photo was dated, the earliest being from my middle school days. Piaopiao's third post. Liu Piaopiao, I did sit on his lap, so what? Do you have a problem with that? Accompanied by a photo of her and me, both smiling happily without any hint of ambiguity. She was in her dance outfit, still sweaty. I handed her water, and she took it with a bright smile. Bai Lu's fourth post. Bai Lu, he is my brother Yan. Always has been. You are not allowed to bully him. Accompanied by a photo of her as a child with me, 2 little ones sitting in a sandpit stacking blocks, her face covered in sand, laughing with her eyes crescent-shaped. Ching Ching's last post. Ai Ching, the person in my drawings I've drawn for 3 years. Accompanied by a 9-grid collage, all of my portraits, from age 16 to now, each labeled with a date. When I was 16 and my grandfather passed away, I hid in the art room, crying. She drew my profile. On my 17th birthday, I made a wish in front of the cake. She captured that moment. Before the college entrance examination at 18, I stayed up late to review and fell asleep at my desk. She drew my sleeping face. Every single one was me, and each one was heartfelt. The forum exploded completely. 3 years. 3 years. Is this really being kept? This is true love. Woo, I'm crying. What kind of celestial childhood sweetheart group is this? I stared at the screen, my eyes feeling hot and swollen, my vision slightly blurred. Every word they said, every picture they posted was sincere. My phone vibrated. Tingyu. Tingyu, did you see it? I took a deep breath and typed yes. Tingyu, it's over. I replied, thank you, Tingyu. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Tingyu, just call me sister. Tingyu, no need to thank me. Footsteps approached from outside. I looked up. 5 people were walking in from the front yard. They walked up to me. Tingyu asked, what are you looking at? I looked at them, unable to help but smile. Looking at you guys. The 5 of them were momentarily stunned. Then Bai Lu burst out laughing, rushing over to hug my arm. Brother, Yan, why are you so sweet today? Piao raised her eyebrows, her red-soled shoes gently tapping my calf. Little Yan has learned to flirt. Man and I laughed as she placed the thermos on the coffee table, opening the lid, and the familiar aroma wafted out. It was my favorite corn rib soup. Ching didn't say anything, but her pencil was moving quickly across the sketchbook. I knew she was capturing this moment. Tingyu looked at me, her eyes slightly raised, then she reached out and ruffled my hair. Silly thing. I lowered my head and smiled. The campus forum was still buzzing, but none of that mattered anymore. What mattered was all here in this room. On the second day of winter break, Yunchi Villa lay in utter stillness, the ticking of the wall clock echoing clearly through the hushed air. Bai Lu had returned to her hometown for the Lunar New Year. Lin Tingyu went to the office to handle work matters. Ai Ching curled up in her studio. Shun Manny stepped out for grocery shopping. I was the only one left in the entire house, lounging on the living room sofa, scrolling idly through my phone. Not bad, peaceful. The thought had barely formed when a pair of high heels clicked at the top of the staircase. The rhythm was unhurried, each sharp tap of heel against marble reverberating as though striking directly upon my heart. Instinctively, I sat upright, and my thumb began nervously rubbing the fleshy mound beneath my thumb. Sister Piaopiao descended. She wore a burgundy velvet slip dress, its hem grazing just above the upper thighs, revealing long straight legs sheathed in matte black stockings. Her matching stiletto heels shimmered with scattered rhinestones that caught the sunlight, scattering delicate sparks. Her long hair cascaded freely, its ends softly curled, draped with languid elegance over her shoulders. Xiao Yanyan, home all by yourself. She stepped off the final stair and glided toward me, her waist swaying with the sinuous grace of a stalking cat. My Adam's apple bobbed. Piaopiao, didn't you say you had rehearsal this afternoon? It's been cancelled. She settled beside me, her stockinged legs neatly crossed at the knee. What? You don't welcome my company? I edged slightly away. No, not at all. A faint knowing curve lifted the corner of Sister Piaopiao's lips. Then without warning she tilted sideways, her hand bracing lightly on the sofa, as her whole body leaned intimately toward me. Her perfume mingled with her natural warmth, flooding my senses, and my breath caught. Her eyes flickered upward at the corners. What are you hiding from? I won't devour you. My earlobes flared hot. I lowered my gaze, eyelids dropping, only to find my line of sight falling precisely upon the hollow beneath her collarbones. The velvet neckline sat modestly high yet revealed a stretch of cool porcelain skin, delicate clavicles stark against it, and just beyond. I jerked my head sharply aside. My ears burned as if blood might drip from them. Sister Piaopiao laughed, a sound like downy feathers brushing across my heart. Yanyan. She suddenly rose, and before I could react she turned and settled herself squarely into my lap. Now that I'm sitting here, surely you won't need to hide anymore. My mind went utterly blank. She rested atop my thighs, leaning back slightly, her hand draped lightly over my shoulder, the other resting casually upon her own knee. The burgundy skirt bloomed across her black stockinged legs like a flower unfurling in full bloom. My hands hovered midair, fingers faintly curled, unsure where to place them. Why hold your hands up so high? She tilted her face upward, her gaze meeting mine, tiny rhinestones glittering at the outer corners of her eyes. Don't they ache? I swallowed hard and my throat tightened. I dared not look down at her, so I fixed my eyes on the television screen ahead. Yet its glossy surface reflected our silhouettes. She nestled effortlessly in my arms, languid and poised, while I sat rigid as stone. My breathing deepened. I felt the warmth of her legs seeping through the thin silk of her stockings, caught the subtle sweetness of her perfume woven through her hair, watched the tiny ruby earring at her lobe catch the light and gleam. My voice emerged tight and strained. Sister Piaopiao, you couldn't possibly. No. She cut me off, amusement dancing in her tone. I simply wish to sit here. I drew a slow, steadying breath, trying desperately to calm myself. But then her finger extended, its tip circling lazily around the second button of my shirt. Yanyan. She murmured, her breath warm against my jawline. Do you know why I love teasing you? I shook my head, my Adam's apple rolling again. Because you're the only one. She paused, her fingertips sliding from my button to the edge of my collar, gently pinching the fabric between thumb and forefinger. Who grows so flustered under my teasing, yet never lifts a hand to touch me. I tugged weakly at the corner of my mouth. Meeting her gaze, an indistinct surge rose within me, unformed, unspoken. Words gathered at my lips, then dissolved silently back into silence. Sister Piaopiao seemed to sense the shift in my mood, and slipped back into her familiar, easy languor. All right, I'll stop teasing you. She made as if to rise. Yet my hand fell, gently, almost imperceptibly, resting at her waist. She froze mid-motion. My touch was feather-light, barely more than a hovering support. Yet through the velvet I could feel the heat radiating from her slender waist. My breath remained ragged and my ears still flushed, but my hand did not withdraw. My voice dropped to a whisper thin as a mosquito's hum. Don't go. Sister Piaopiao stared at me stunned. Then after a heartbeat broke into soft laughter. This time her smile was different, softer, warmer, the corners of her eyes and brows relaxing into tenderness. Yanyan. She resettled herself more deeply into my lap, leaning deliberately closer. You know what? When you act like this, I find it even harder to resist teasing you. I gazed down at her. From this angle, I could trace the elegant arc of her lashes, thick, long, delicately upturned, each one meticulously defined. I could see the rich baritone gloss on her lips, plump and luminous with a subtle sheen at the peaks. And I could see the tiny mole nestled just below her collarbone, half hidden by the velvet edge of her dress, tantalizingly elusive. My breath faltered once more. She tilted her chin upward, holding my gaze. We were close, so close I could feel the quiet rhythm of each other's breath. Then she spoke, her voice lower, richer than before. Yanyan, when you dare to touch me. She left the sentence unfinished, smiled faintly, and rose from my lap. Her heels clicked against the floor, click, 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 each step resonating like a drumbeat inside my chest. At the foot of the stairs she paused, and turned back. Don't forget to invite me for afternoon tea. Her eyes flickered upward at the corners, reclaiming their usual playful poise. I remained seated on the sofa, watching her figure vanish down the hall. Time stretched suspended. I looked down at my hands, still tingling, still warm from those few seconds pressed lightly against her waist. That evening, stepping out of the shower, my phone chimed with a message notification. It was Sister Piaopiao. Piaopiao, Jia, don't tell the others about today. Me okay. Piaopiao, Jia, and remember what I said. My pulse skipped, staring at the screen. Me which part? Piaopiao, Jia, when you dare to touch me. I was instantly dazed. My mind replayed the afternoon, her perched upon my lap, nestled in my arms, those words hanging in the air between us. When you dare to touch me, what comes next? She didn't say. She'd done it on purpose, leaving it half-spoken. Tossing restlessly in bed, my palms still seemed to burn with the memory of that fleeting contact. Just a gentle press, yet now it flared like embers. My phone chimed again. I picked it up. It was her. Piaopiao Jia can't sleep. Me not really. Piaopiao Jia liar. You're thinking about that line right now. I stared at the screen, unsure how to reply. Then another message arrived. Good night, Xiao Yanyan. Think it over slowly, if you must. After all what? I waited, longer still, but no follow-up came. Why does she always speak in fragments? I placed the phone face down on the nightstand and closed my eyes. But darkness brought only sharper images. Her leaning into my chest, that unfinished sentence, the faint, elusive mole beneath her collarbone. I couldn't sleep. Truly I couldn't. The moment the door was knocked, I was curled up in bed reading. Though I said I was reading, I had actually been staring blankly at the same page for 10 minutes. My mind was filled with images from earlier in the living room. Sister Piaopiao was sitting on my lap, her breath brushing against my ear. I closed the book and cleared my throat, saying, "Come in." The door was pushed open. Sister Tingyu stood at the doorway. She returned quite late today, her long hair cascading down, a few strands framing her neck, and there was a hint of fatigue in her eyes. But when she looked at me, her eyes were still gentle. She walked in and asked, "Still awake?" "Yeah, just reading." I instinctively sat up straight and asked Sister Tingyu just back. She sat down at the edge of the bed and replied, "There were a lot of things at the company." A faint scent of perfume wafted over, crisp yet laced with a hint of sweetness. It was the fragrance she often wore, the lingering note always evoking a sense of comfort. I quietly inhaled. Sister Tingyu tilted her head, looking at me. In the next moment, her finger pressed against my chin, turning my face towards her. The cool touch, her fingertip slightly calloused. Her eyes were so closed, the light brown irises staring directly at me, as if they could see through all my little thoughts. "So what did you do today at home?" Her voice was soft, yet it made my back tense. "I didn't do much. Just read and watch TV." "And with Piaopiao?" The corners of her eyes lifted slightly. My heart skipped a beat. We didn't do much." Sister Tingyu looked at me for a few seconds. That gaze was too direct, leaving me nowhere to hide. I felt my ears burning, but dared not look away from her. Then Sister Tingyu smiled. The smile was faint, yet the curve at the corners of her eyes softened her entire demeanor. "Forget it, I won't ask you anymore." She withdrew her hand, stood up, and said, "Get to bed early." After saying that, she turned and walked out. I stared at her silhouette. The design of her fitted suit accentuated her slim waist, and as her waistline tapered down, the curve of her hips was smooth and rounded. The black stockings wrapped around her calves glimmered softly under the light by the door. Suddenly, I recalled how she used to walk ahead of me like this when we were young, and I always had to jog to keep up. Now I could keep up, yet I realized I couldn't catch up with her anymore. She reached the doorway and abruptly stopped. I was just about to lie down. Sister Tingyu turned around and walked back. I froze, unable to react, as she leaned down. A soft warmth landed on my forehead, carrying a faint cold fragrance. Suddenly, time seemed to stand still. I felt like I had been struck mute. My eyes wide, breath halted, my mind a blank. She straightened up, looking down at me. From this angle, I could see the small mole at the bridge of her nose. "Good night, kiss." Sister Tingyu's tone was as flat as if she were commenting on the nice weather. Then she turned and left. I sat dumbfounded on the bed, and after a long time, I raised my hand to touch my forehead. I looked down at my hand. It was shaking. At that moment, my phone chimed with a message notification. Her name popped up on the screen. "Sister Tingyu, good night." My fingers poked at the screen for a long time before I finally typed out a line. "Me good night." I tossed the phone onto the bed and lay back. "Good night, kiss." I murmured those 3 words over and over. What does this mean? A goodnight kiss from a sister to her brother? Or something else? I didn't know. That night, I was unable to sleep. Tossing and turning in bed, my mind was filled with her face. The next morning, I descended the stairs with 2 dark circles under my eyes. In the dining room, the 5 of them were already gathered around the long table. Sister Manny had made porridge, fried eggs, and prepared a few small dishes. The steam was rising and the aroma filled the entire room. Sister Qingqing had stayed at her own home last night and hadn't returned yet. Sister Qingqing was sitting by the window holding a bowl of porridge. When she saw me come in, she smiled slightly. Sister Piaopiao rested her chin on her hand, her gaze resting on me with a meaningful smile. Sister Tingyu was sitting in her usual spot, lowering her head to eat porridge. I didn't dare to look at her, heading straight to my seat and picking up the bowl to start eating. "Xiao Yanyan." Sister Piaopiao's voice rang out. I jerked, almost dropping the spoon into the bowl. "Did you not sleep well last night?" She tilted her head, looking at me. "Those dark circles are so heavy." No. "Is that so?" Sister Piaopiao's gaze shifted to Sister Tingyu. "Tingyu, did you go to his room last night?" Sister Tingyu put down her spoon and leisurely wiped the corners of her mouth. "Yeah, I just told him to sleep early. That's it." That's it. Sister Piaopiao pursed her lips and smiled, not asking further. I breathed a sigh of relief and lowered my head to continue eating porridge, but I could feel a gaze resting on me. It was faint, almost imperceptible, yet it made my heart race. I didn't dare to look up, only staring at the porridge in my bowl. Sister Manny, sitting beside me, picked up a piece of fried egg and said, "Yanyan, eat more." "Thank you, Sister Manny." I buried my head in my food, wishing I could bury my face in the bowl. After breakfast, I helped clear the dishes. Sister Manny took the bowl from my hands and suddenly said softly, "Yanyan." I looked up at her. She smiled, reaching out to pat my head. "Why are your ears so red?" My heart skipped a beat, and I instinctively touched my ears. It's nothing." Sister Manny didn't ask further, just shook her head with a smile. That smile was gentle like the spring breeze, yet it made me feel even more flustered. I carried the bowls into the kitchen and dawdled for a long time before emerging. In the living room, Sister Tingyu was sitting on the sofa reading documents. Sister Piaopiao was nestled on the other side, playing on her phone, and Sister Qingqing had already gone to her art studio. Everything was as usual. Just like yesterday, just like the day before, just like countless mornings before. I stood at the kitchen door watching them. Sister Tingyu flipped through the documents lightly, occasionally frowning, sometimes pressing her lips together, and occasionally glancing outside the window. She never looked at me, but I knew she knew everything. I also knew that something had changed since last night. I couldn't quite articulate what it was, but I knew it had changed. Like the first rain of spring, when it falls you don't notice it, but when you come to your senses the ground is already wet. I turned and returned to my room. At the moment I closed the door, I leaned against the door panel and let out a long breath. My heartbeat had yet to calm down. I raised my hand to touch my forehead. There was nothing there anymore, yet I still felt that something lingered in that place. The sunlight outside was splendid. I stood by the window watching the clothes Sister Manny had hung out in the yard, looking in the direction of Sister Qingqing's art studio and gazing at the shimmering light on the distant sea. My phone chimed with a message notification. I picked it up to see Sister Tingyu sleep early tonight. I stared at these 4 words, my lips slowly curving into a smile. Me all right. At the moment I sent it, I thought I probably know what that meant. On the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, it was Bai Lu's birthday. I was nestled on the sofa reading when the door was suddenly flung open. "Brother Yan." Before the soft call even reached my ears, a pink figure was already pouncing towards me. I was knocked back, sinking into the sofa, and found myself holding a soft, warm body. Bai Lu looked up at me, her almond-shaped eyes curving into crescent moons, her pure black pupils reflecting my image. Today she was dressed in a light pink princess dress, the flared skirt billowing as she ran, resembling a moving cloud. On her feet were white low-heeled shoes with little pearls adorning the edges of her socks, revealing a small leg wrapped in sheer white stockings, slender like the willow branches of spring. "I'm back." She hugged my neck, her cheeks flushed from running, her petite nose slightly upturned, her lips plump and pink like freshly peeled lychee. I steadied myself and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Be careful." She responded confidently, "I'm not afraid. You're here to catch me." She laughed brightly, her almond eyes narrowing into slits, her long curled eyelashes resembling 2 little fans, stirring a ticklish feeling in my heart. I felt my heart skip a beat. "Happy birthday." My voice was a few tones lower than usual. Her laughter made her eyes curve even more. "Thank you, Brother Yan." That evening Shin Manny prepared a lavish spread. Sweet and sour ribs, steamed base-boiled shrimp, garlic broccoli, and a large bowl of corn rib soup, all of which Bai Lu loved. 6 of us were seated around the long table with Bai Lu at the head. In front of her was a 6-inch cake topped with 19 candles. Make a wish, make a wish. Sister Piaopiao cheered, dressed in a black spaghetti-strap dress with a thin blazer over it, her long legs wrapped in black stockings crossed, her toes gently swaying. Bai Lu clasped her hands together and closed her eyes. The candlelight flickered on her face, illuminating her baby-like skin to a near-translucent glow. Her expression was as earnest as if she were praying for the most sacred thing in the world. The whole restaurant fell silent, only the faint crackling of the burning candles could be heard. After a few seconds, she opened her eyes and blew out the candles. "What did you wish for?" Sister Piaopiao leaned closer, the rhinestones at the corners of her eyes sparkling in the light. Bai Lu turned to look at me, her almond eyes sparkling. "I hope Brother Yan will always be with me." The air fell silent for a moment. I felt Sister Tingyu's tea-drinking action pause. Sister Piaopiao raised her eyebrows and smiled. Sister Qingqing slightly curled her lips, and Sister Manny looked at Bai Lu with gentle eyes. My ears began to burn. I looked at Bai Lu. "I will." Bai Lu froze, her almond eyes slowly widening, and then her eyes began to redden. "Brother Yan." All right, let's cut the cake." Sister Piaopiao interrupted her, pinching Bai Lu's cheek. "If we get any more sentimental, the cake will melt." Bai Lu smiled through her tears and picked up the knife to cut the cake. The first piece she handed to me. After dinner, Bai Lu dragged me to the yard to look at the stars. Bai Lu wrapped herself in her white coral fleece bathrobe, the fluffy collar making her face appear even smaller. The hem of the bathrobe reached her knees, and she wore fluffy slippers on her feet. She snuggled beside me, her small hand clutching the corner of my clothes. The stone bench in the pavilion was too cold, so we simply sat on the steps. Bai Lu leaned and closed, the soft scent of her body wash wafting over, mixing with the sweet osmanthus fragrance in the night breeze. "Brother Yan," she suddenly spoke, her voice soft and tender. "Where's the gift you gave me?" I pulled out the little box I had hidden all day from my pocket. The box was small, able to fit in the palm of my hand, made from materials I personally bought, thread, cotton, and 2 pieces of light gray fabric. Bai Lu took it, opened it, and inside lay a little rabbit. Hand-sewn, it was crooked and uneven, with one eye larger than the other, one ear half a centimeter taller than the other, and several visible stitches on its belly. She froze in place. I awkwardly averted my gaze. "I made it. It's a bit ugly." During that month, I secretly learned to sew every night. My fingers were pricked countless times, and half a basket of wasted fabric piled up. In the end, I barely made this, yet it still looked pitiful. Bai Lu said nothing. I glanced at her secretly. She was staring at the little rabbit, motionless. I began to feel anxious. "If you don't like it." "I like it." She suddenly looked up, her eyes red, tears already hanging on her eyelashes. "I really like it." She hugged the rabbit tightly to her chest, as if holding an extraordinary treasure. The crooked rabbit was pressed against her chest, its uneven eyes staring right at me, as if mocking my craftsmanship. "This is the best gift I've ever received," she said softly, her voice trembling with a hint of tears. My heart felt as if it had been struck hard by something. The moonlight fell on her face, illuminating the tear marks, making them glisten. Her almond eyes brimmed with tears, but her lips curved, smiling more gently than the moonlight. "Brother Yan." She looked up at me, her eyes shining with brilliance. "When you said, 'I will,' while cutting the cake, was it true?" I knew what she was asking. Not about the gift, not about the birthday, but about that sentence I said. I looked at Bai Lu and said, "It's true." Bai Lu immediately smiled brightly. Then she suddenly stood on tiptoe and quickly kissed my cheek. Soft, warm, and carrying that sweet fragrance from her. The moment we touched, she quickly stepped back, burying her face in the rabbit's fluffy head. "This is my return gift." She mumbled, her ears turned bright red. I touched the spot where she had kissed me. The skin I touched felt scorching. Under the moonlight, she curled up, only her red-tipped ears and the crooked rabbit were visible. The corners of my mouth slowly lifted. "Bai Lu, moi," she replied softly. "Come here." She hesitated for a moment, then slowly inched closer. I reached out and gently ruffled her hair. I repeated, "Happy birthday." She looked up at me, her almond eyes still holding tears, but her smile was brighter than ever. That night, I lay on my bed staring at the ceiling. My phone chimed with a message notification. "Bai Lu, brother Yan, good night." Bai Lu, I placed the rabbit by my pillow, hugging it to sleep. "Feels like hugging you." I stared at these 2 messages, a gentle smile curving my lips. I remembered what Sister Tingyu had said before. "Wait until you grow up." At that time, I didn't understand what she meant. Now it seems I understand a bit. It's not about understanding what to wait for, but understanding why to wait. Because some things are worth waiting for. I closed my eyes. A voice in my heart said, "It's really nice." 3 days after Bai Lu's birthday, I walked towards the small building in the northeast corner. I gently pushed open the door of the studio. It was very quiet inside, only the faint sound of the brush rubbing against the canvas. Ching was standing in front of the easel. She wore a loose white shirt dress, the collar loosened at 2 buttons, revealing her delicate collarbones. Barefoot, her toes were long and fair, stepping on the dark wooden floor, faint blue veins visible on the tops of her feet, and her Achilles tendon formed a graceful curve. I instinctively lightened my footsteps. The old chair at the door was where I often sat. I always took that spot whenever I came to the studio. Not wanting to disturb her, I quietly watched. I sat down, leaning against the back of the chair, my gaze fixed on her. She did not turn around. It seemed she hadn't noticed my entrance at all. With her head slightly tilted, her wrist moved gently, her eyes focused on the canvas. A faint scent of turpentine lingered in the studio, mixed with her unique, clean fragrance. This tranquility allowed me to relax completely without needing to think of what to say or do. Just being here was enough. I watched her add stroke after stroke to the canvas. I saw her step back to squint at the effect, then lean in closer to continue painting. I watched as fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, casually wiped away by her hand. I didn't know how long had passed. My eyelids began to droop. I hadn't slept well last night, and today I woke up early feeling waves of drowsiness wash over me. I struggled for a moment, but my head slowly began to droop. In a daze, I seemed to hear her let out a soft laugh, so light, like the wind passing by. Then I knew nothing at all. When I woke up, a thin blanket was draped over me. I moved my neck and my bones cracked a couple of times. My shoulders felt a bit sore. Ching was still standing in front of the easel, but her posture had changed. She was turned slightly towards me, holding a palette, adding something to the canvas. A few strands of hair fell by her neck, swaying gently with the movement of her wrist. The cuffs of her shirt dress were slightly rolled up, revealing a fair forearm speckled with a few dots of paint. She turned her head and smiled faintly at me awake. I straightened up the blanket, sliding down. My voice was a bit hoarse. How long did I sleep? The whole afternoon. Qingqing put down the palette and walked over, sitting down on the chair beside me. The distance was very close. Close enough to smell the scent of turpentine on her mingled with her unique light fragrance. She had just finished painting, and fine beads of sweat were on her forehead, her cheeks slightly flushed. Her light brown eyes looked kindly at me, the corners of her eyes slightly drooping, carrying a hint of an elusive smile. I rubbed my eyes. Why didn't you wake me? She shook her head. You were sleeping so soundly. Did you just keep painting? Qingqing nodded. Yes. Just painting you. I was momentarily stunned. She looked at me, her gaze calm as still water. I rarely see you sleeping like this. Is it pretty? I instinctively touched my face. Pretty. Just that one word felt better than any compliment. I looked at her and suddenly noticed paint on her fingers. Ultramarine, her favorite color. Her fingertips were stained blue, as if she held a small piece of the sky in her hands. Is it done? She stood up. Yes. Come and see. I followed her to the easel. The canvas depicted the profile of a young man. Sitting in a chair against the light, his head tilted slightly, sunlight streamed in from the window, outlining a soft halo around him. In his sleeping form, his lips wore a slight curve, and his eyelashes cast a faint shadow on his eyelids. It was me. I was stunned. Had she really watched me for an entire afternoon, then painted me stroke by stroke? The image of me in the painting looked relaxed, my brow unfurrowed, my lips not pressed together, as if I had dreamt a good dream. The sunlight enveloped me warmly, even the strands of hair glimmered. This. I opened my mouth, unsure of what to say. Qingqing stood beside me, looking at the painting with me. Do you like it? I nodded, my voice a bit dry. I like it very much. After hearing this, Qingqing's brows and eyes smiled. That smile was somewhat different from usual. Her eyes curved up, revealing a hint of teeth, like a child who had just stolen some candy. That's good. I turned to look at her. She stood by the window, backlit, her whole figure outlined with a silver lining. The hem of her shirt dress swayed, gently revealing a fair ankle. A few strands of hair fell over her face, which she casually tucked behind her ear. Qingqing. Yes. What were you thinking while painting me? She thought for a moment, her gaze dropping to the canvas. I was thinking, she said softly, that you seem to be in a good mood today. I was thinking this angle has the best light. I was thinking when you sleep your brows don't furrow. She paused. I was thinking it would be great if I could keep painting like this. My heart skipped a beat. She spoke so calmly, as if commenting on the nice weather today. But it was this calmness that made me feel something pressing on my chest, both warm and swollen. I called her again. Qingqing. Yes. Didn't we agree? Whenever you want to paint, just call me. They'll sit and let you paint. She turned her head to look at me, the corners of her eyes curving up slowly. Yes. I know. We stood in front of the easel looking at the painting, and no one spoke. The sunlight shifted slightly, quietly slipping away from our feet. When I returned to my room in the evening, I placed the painting on my desk. The light from the desk lamp illuminated the painting, casting a warm hue over the young man in the artwork. As I gazed at it, I suddenly recalled the blanket from when I woke up in the afternoon. It was she who covered me with it. And while I slept that entire afternoon, she had simply watched me painting stroke by stroke. My chest felt as if it were filled with something. My phone buzzed with a message notification. Qingqing, is the painting placed well? I replied, it's placed well on the desk. Qingqing, yes. Qingqing, good night. I looked at the screen, my fingertips hovering over the keyboard. Me, Qingqing. Qingqing, me, thank you for today. The other side was silent for a few seconds. Qingqing, for what? Me, the blanket. And the painting. And. I paused, unsure how to continue. Thank you for watching over me. Thank you for painting me so beautifully. Thank you for quietly accompanying me all these years. Qingqing understood. Qingqing, no need to thank me. Qingqing, sleep now. I stared at the screen, typed a few words, then deleted them. Me, good night. Putting down my phone, I glanced at the painting again. The young man in the painting slept soundly, the curve of his lips suggesting he had some beautiful dream. I thought indeed I had a beautiful dream today. An entire afternoon's worth. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, I caught a cold. I opened my eyes in the morning, my head felt heavy as if filled with lead, and everything was hazy. My nose was severely stuffed, and there felt like a lump of cotton in my throat, making it difficult to swallow. It might have been from watching the stars in the yard the night before, or perhaps I forgot to close the window while taking a shower. Who knows? I pushed myself to sit up, and a wave of dizziness hit me, the ceiling spinning before my eyes. I leaned against the edge of the bed for a moment, thinking it should be fine, and I would go downstairs for breakfast as usual. Halfway down the stairs, I caught a whiff of the aroma wafting from the kitchen. Sister Manny always woke up the earliest, always busy in the kitchen. When I entered the dining room, she was just bringing out a bowl of porridge. Upon seeing me, her brows instantly furrowed. Yanyan, why is your face so red? She put down the porridge and walked over quickly, her hand pressing against my forehead. Her palm was very warm, but in that instant I realized how hot my face was. Her warmth felt cool to me. You have a fever. Her voice changed. You're so hot, why did you come down? I shook my head wanting to speak, but as soon as I opened my mouth, a wave of dizziness surged over me. My body wobbled uncontrollably and my vision blurred. The next moment, a pair of hands steadied me. Yanyan. Sister Mani's voice sounded as if it came from a distance. One hand around my waist, the other pressed against my forehead, her brow furrowed tightly enough to crush a mosquito. Your temperature is at least 38.7. Let's go upstairs and lie down, I'll get you some medicine. I wanted to say it was fine, but my whole body felt as limp as a noodle, and I didn't even have the strength to open my mouth. She helped me upstairs, tucked me into bed, and took my temperature again. It was 38.9. It's a bit high, I'll go get the medicine, you just lie here and don't move. She turned to leave. I don't know what came over me, but I suddenly reached out and grabbed her hand tightly. I held on so firmly that I surprised myself. Sister Mani turned back to look at me. My fever made me feel dazed, and her face appeared slightly fuzzy in my vision. Yet I didn't want her to go. Subconsciously, I clutched her hand, mumbling something I couldn't quite comprehend. Sister Mani looked at me, her expression softening in an instant. All right, I won't leave, she said softly, sitting down by the bed, her other hand resting on the back of my hand. I'll stay here with you. Her hand was very warm. I held onto it and slowly closed my eyes. When the fever made me feel groggy, my sense of time became chaotic. I don't know how long it passed, nor do I remember if I was asleep or awake. I only felt someone changing the towel on my forehead, cool and very comfortable. Someone helped me sit up to drink water. The temperature of the cup against my lips was just right. Someone spoke gently in my ear, their voice as soothing as the lullabies my mother sang to me when I was a child. I opened my eyes to see Sister Mani's face in my blurry vision. She sat by the bed wearing a light pink knitted cardigan, her long hair loosely tied up, a few stray strands falling by her face. Her warm brown eyes were filled with concern. Seeing that I had woken up, her eyes curved into a smile. You're awake? Sister Mani asked softly, holding a cup of water. Here, drink some water. I wanted to sit up, but had no strength in my body. She reached out to help me sit up, letting me lean against her. I was pressed against her, feeling her body warmth against my back, and the scent of her clean laundry mixed with the flavors of the kitchen filled my nose, warm and comforting. She helped me drink water, and I took a few sips from her hand. The warm water slid down my throat, providing some relief. But I still had no strength, resting my head on her shoulder, not wanting to move. Sister Mani, I called her in a hoarse voice. Moi. Thank you. Sister Mani looked down at me, smiling gently. Thank you for what? She gently patted my head. Every time you were sick, when you were little, I always took care of you. When you had a fever, you wouldn't let go of my hand, just like now. I was taken aback. I didn't remember much of what she said, but I knew she was speaking the truth. Since childhood, every time I got sick, she was always there by my side. Suddenly I asked, Sister Mani, aren't you tired? She said nothing, just looked at me. I continued, taking care of me from childhood to now, isn't it tiring? She looked at me, her gaze soft and tender. She softly said, tired. Taking care of you is what I want to do. My nose tingled and my eyes felt hot. I buried my face in her shoulder and said muffled, Sister Mani, you're really wonderful. She smiled, gently patting my back, just like when she used to lull me to sleep. Sleep now, I'm here. I closed my eyes and fell asleep again. This time I slept deeply and had a long dream. In the dream, I seemed very small, only about 5 or 6 years old, running a high fever. Someone kept watch by my bedside, changing the towel, feeding me medicine, humming softly. I vaguely grasped that person's hand, tightly holding on without letting go. I kept holding that hand, never releasing it. When I woke up, it was already dark. A small night light was glowing by the bed, casting a warm yellow light that illuminated the entire room. Sister Mani was still sitting there, my hand still clasped around hers. She leaned against the headboard asleep, her head tilted slightly, brows furrowed gently, her face full of exhaustion. I didn't move, just watching her. She looked very peaceful, while sleeping, her eyelashes casting a small shadow on her eyelids. Her chest rose and fell gently, and slowly the hand I held completely relaxed, allowing me to grip it. She could have gone back to her own room to sleep, but she didn't leave. She had stayed by my side all afternoon. My nose began to tingle again. I gently released her hand, wanting to get up and cover her with a blanket. As soon as I moved, she woke up. Yanyan. She opened her eyes. The first reaction was to reach out and touch my forehead. Is your fever down? Her palm was still warm, resting against my forehead. I nodded, yes, it's down. Sister Mani let out a gentle sigh of relief, nodding with a faint smile. That smile spread slowly across her face, gentle, like a spring breeze in March. Are you hungry? I can cook you some porridge. I shook my head, not hungry. Sister Mani, you should go sleep now. I'm feeling much better. Sister Mani looked at me, saying nothing. Then suddenly she reached out and gently pulled me into her embrace. The hug was light and soft, filled with her unique warmth. Yanyan, she whispered in my ear, you've grown up. I was taken aback, my whole body stiff in her embrace. She released me, laughing as she stood up. I'll get you a glass of water, then I'll go to sleep. She turned and walked out, her footsteps light, as if afraid to wake someone. I sat alone on the bed touching the spot she had held me still warm, warming my heart. My fever had completely subsided, but I still felt a bit weak. Sister Manny touched my forehead, and after confirming my temperature was normal, she pushed me back into bed. Just lie down for another day. Her tone left no room for discussion. You had a fever of 39.5 yesterday, and it won't go away so quickly. I wanted to say I was fine, but she had already turned and left. The first to visit was Bai Lu. The door was pushed open a crack, and a fluffy head poked in. She was wearing a pink coral fleece robe with 2 little rabbits embroidered on the collar, hugging the ugly rabbit I had given her. Brother Yan. She called softly as if afraid to wake me. I turned to look at her come in. Bai Lu immediately pushed the door open, trotted to the bed, and sat down on the edge. Her eyes were red and her nose was slightly pink as if she had just been crying. I heard you had a fever, it scared me to death. She reached out to touch my forehead, then quickly compared it to her own, letting out a long sigh of relief. It's really gone down. She looked down at the ugly rabbit in her arms, hesitated for a moment, and then stuffed it by my pillow. Seriously, she said, let it keep you company, just like I do. Okay, thank you. Bai Lu smiled with satisfaction, resting her chin on her hands as she watched me, her almond eyes crescent-shaped with fluttering lashes. The second to come was Sister Liu Piaopiao. She was dressed in a black velvet spaghetti-strap nightgown with a thin cardigan draped over it, black stockings wrapped around her straight long legs, and wearing red-bottomed high heels. With a small rhinestone at the corner of her eye and glossy berry-colored lipstick, she looked enchanting, as if she had just come back from a night out. Leaning against the door frame, her eyes slightly raised, she said, I heard you were delirious from the fever last night. But I'm better now. Sister Piaopiao walked over and leaned down to look at me. From this angle, I could see the pale skin just below her collarbone and the subtle curve of her nightgown. The familiar sweet scent wafted over, mingled with a faint smell of smoke. She reached out, lightly tapping my forehead with her fingertip. It's good that your fever has gone down, otherwise Sister Manny would have been heartbroken. After saying that, she straightened up and sat at the edge of the bed, crossing her legs. The third to arrive was Sister Qingqing. She walked silently, and I noticed her presence first by the scent of pine oil. She was wearing a light, gray knitted long dress with flesh-colored stockings hugging her legs and low-heeled nude sandals. Her long hair fell loosely with the ends of her eyes slightly drooping, and she held a small painting the size of a palm. She handed over the painting, her voice very soft, for you. I took it and looked. It depicted me sleeping yesterday, my face turned to the side, eyebrows slightly furrowed. But there were 2 extra things beside me, a crooked rabbit and a pair of red high heels. I couldn't help but laugh. Thank you, Sister Qingqing. Sister Qingqing's lips curled slightly as she sat next to Sister Liu Piaopiao, quietly like a painting. The fourth to arrive was Sister Tingyu. When she pushed the door open, all 4 people in the room looked at her. Today she wasn't in a suit, but had rarely changed into a light gray knitted cardigan, paired with a white camisole, black wide-leg pants, and low-heeled nude shoes. Her long hair was tied into a low ponytail, exposing her slender neck. With less of her usual sharpness, she appeared softer. She scanned the room, her expression unchanged. Everyone's here. She then stood at the foot of the bed looking at me. Are you still feeling unwell? Not anymore. She replied with an took out a box of fever patches from her pocket and placed it on the bedside table. It's a backup. I was taken aback. She had even prepared this. Thank you, Sister Tingyu. She said nothing, sitting on the chair at the foot of the bed, crossing her legs, her gaze fixed on me, her light brown eyes hiding emotions that no one could decipher. Lastly came Sister Manny. She entered with a tray that held a bowl of congee and several small dishes. You all came. Bai Lu was the first to jump up. Sister Manny. Ill feed brother Yan the congee. Sister Manny smiled and sat down at the bedside, placing the tray on the bedside table. They'll do it, you all can just watch. So the 5 of them gathered around the bed, watching me eat congee. Bai Lu rested her chin on her hands, staring at me without blinking. Sister Piaopiao had her legs crossed, a meaningful smile on her lips, and her fingers gently tapping a rhythm on her knee. Sister Qingqing watched quietly, her gaze as gentle as a tranquil pool. Sister Tingyu leaned against the back of her chair, her gaze never leaving me. I felt uneasy under their watchful eyes, and my ears quietly turned red. Could you all not stare at me? I said quietly, wishing I could bury my face in the bowl. Sister Piaopiao laughed. Nope. Who told you to get sick? Bai Lu nodded vigorously. Yes, we have to watch. Sister Qingqing chuckled softly. Sister Tingyu remained silent, but did not take her eyes off me. After Sister Manny fed me the last spoonful of congee, she wiped the corner of my mouth with a tissue. Her hands were warm and her movements gentle, as if taking care of a child. She stood up. All right, everyone disperse, let him rest well. Bai Lu reluctantly stood up, hugged her ugly rabbit, and turned back 3 times. Brother, come to see you again tonight. Sister Piaopiao stood up, as well, leaning down to my ear, her voice very low. Get better quickly, I want to sit on your lap. The warm breath brushed against my ear, and my ears instantly turned crimson. She walked away with a smile, her high heels clicking on the floor. Each sound felt like a knock on my heart. Sister Qingqing stood up and nodded at me. Rest well. Sister Tingyu stood up, glanced at me, and turned to leave. At the door, she suddenly stopped. Yanyan. Moi. Next time you get sick, tell me first. She didn't look back and left after speaking. I was left in a daze. Sister Manny cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, smiling at me. Sleep now. She reached out to help pull up the blanket, tucking it in. With us here, there's nothing to fear. By the pillow, Bailu's ugly rabbit tilted its head, one ear long and the other short, as if guarding me. On the bedside table were Sister Tingyu's fever patch, Sister Qingqing's small painting, the scent of Sister Piaopiao's perfume, and the bowl of congee Sister Manny brought. Each of them was present in their own way. At 2 a.m., the cold glow of my phone screen stung my eyes. I stared at an anonymous post on the forum. Its title blazing red, unmasking the freshman surrounded by 5 campus queens. Just who is he? The comment section had erupted. Some guessed I was a second-generation heir. Others claimed I owed everything to family connections. Still others insisted I wasn't worthy of those 5 elder sisters. Instinctively, I dug my nails into the webbing of my thumb, leaving faint white streaks on my skin. Not from anger, but from unease. Each of them shone with relentless brilliance. Oh, why should they bear whispers and judgment simply for knowing me? Elder Sister Tingyu worked late every day at the student union. Elder Sister Piaopiao's knees bore bruises from endless dance rehearsals. Elder Sister Qingqing spent 3 full months completing a single painting by Lu. So pure and tender-hearted, Elder Sister Man and I had collapsed twice from exhaustion, yet still pushed forward. They all strived so fiercely. Why should their worth be questioned just because they knew me? I rolled onto my side and buried my face in the pillow. Sleep refused me because I knew part of those rumors was true. Yunqi Villa was no ordinary residence. My father never spoke of our family business, yet each spring festival the stream of visitors paying respects was staggering. Any single name among them could fill half a newspaper page. He always said, "You're still young, just focus on your studies." Even after I grew up, he remained silent. Our family's enterprise hung like mist, its silhouette visible, its edges unreachable. The next morning, dark circles shadowing my eyes, I headed to class. At the corner of the teaching building, someone blocked my path. Zhou Ziheng, clad in a deep blue hoodie, his eyes ringed with exhaustion. Clearly sleepless too. "Have you seen the forum post?" And I nodded. "And how does it feel?" "And uncomfortable." And he smiled, a smile that never reached his eyes. "Then you're feeling exactly as you should. Do you know how I feel each time my father says, 'Look at the Su family's boy'?" He stepped closer. "And uncomfortable too, but I learned to live with it long before you did." His gaze swept across my face. "Yunqi Villa, what does your father do?" I couldn't answer even that myself. "He's in business." And he lowered his voice. "Many people are in business, but few can afford a home in Yunqi Villa." Zhou Ziheng advanced another step, close enough that I could see the fine blood vessels threading his irises. And I looked into it. "Your property is registered under an offshore company, and the company's legal representative, untraceable." And my pulse skipped. "And you investigated me," and he didn't deny it. My father said, "He can't fathom your family's depth." Stunned, I stared. Zhou Ziheng's father, the patriarch of Zhou Group, had navigated the Binhai business world for over 2 decades, and yet he'd admitted I can't fathom it. He held my gaze, his smile laced with bitterness and self-mockery. "And see, even my father believes you surpass me. Before we've ever truly measured ourselves against each other, I've already lost." Then he turned and walked away. Sunlight sliced the corridor into stark halves of light and shadow. He strode through the darker half, his silhouette stretching long and thin. Suddenly, I remembered visiting the Zhou residence when I was 8. 10-year-old Zhou Ziheng sat in the study bookshelves lined with trophies. He asked me, "Doesn't your father push you to rank first?" I shook my head, and he fell silent for a long while, then said, "My father says, if you don't rank first, don't come home." And that was the first time I saw such weariness in another child's eyes. On the ride home, my father told me that Zhou boy lives no easy life. In the afternoon, with no classes, I went to Ai Qing's studio. She wore a white linen cotton shirt dress, sleeves rolled twice, her fingertips stained with cobalt blue pigment. And I asked Elder Sister Qingqing, "Did you see the forum post?" She set down her brush and approached, tilting her head up to meet my gaze. "I saw it, but I don't care." "And but, in Yanyan," she interrupted, her voice soft as breath. "What others say has nothing to do with us. Knowing who you are, that's all that matters to me." She reached out, her cool fingertips brushing gently over my brow. "Don't furrow your brow, it doesn't suit you." And I froze, then broke into quiet laughter. Elder Sister Qingqing smiled too, her distant mountain eyebrows curving into tender arcs. That evening my father called, and I know about the forum incident. And my chest tightened. It was Zhou Ziheng from the Zhou family. His voice was calm, detached. "He'll find nothing. What belongs to our family isn't easily uncovered." Na pause stretched across the line. "But someone's begun watching you." From now on, keep a low profile outside. And since childhood, those 4 words have been my father's only instruction. Avoid crowded places. Avoid conflict. Avoid drawing attention. I'd always assumed it reflected my introverted nature. Only now do I realize it may run far deeper. I replied, yes, I understand. And he hummed softly and ended the call. And staring at my phone screen, I realized, perhaps I knew less about my own family than Zhou Ziheng did. That night, all 5 were in the living room. Elder sister Man and I simmered soup in the kitchen. Bai Lu curled on the sofa watching cartoons. Elder sister Piaopiao leaned against the balcony smoking. Elder sister Qingqing sketched quietly in the corner. Elder sister Tingyu reviewed documents on her laptop. I sat beside Bai Lu pretending to watch television. And brother Yin, you're unusually quiet today, she murmured, leaning close to peer up at me. She wore a pink loungewear set freshly bathed. Her hair still damp, cheeks flushed rose pink from steam. And I am thinking. She reached up, her plump fingertips pressing lightly against my brow. Don't frown, it doesn't suit you. And exactly the same words elder sister Qingqing had spoken. I burst into laughter, and Bai Lu's eyes crinkled into crescent moons. And from the kitchen came elder sister Man Ni's voice, soup's ready. I rose and entered the kitchen. She stood at the stove ladling soup, wearing a pale pink apron, her long hair pinned back with a clipped wisps of stray strands curling along her neck. Elder sister Man and I looked up. Yanyan, don't dwell on the forum post. And I stood rooted, fingers digging once more into the webbing of my thumb. Zhou Ziheng investigated our family background. And her hand paused mid-ladle. What did he uncover? And nothing at all. But my father said, someone's begun watching me. And she reached out and gently ruffled my hair. Don't overthink it. No matter what unfolds beyond these walls, this will always be your home. I carried the bowl of soup back into the living room. And Bai Lu watched cartoons. Elder sister Piaopiao stepped in from the balcony. Elder sister Tingyu closed her laptop. Elder sister Qingqing set down her sketchbook. All 5 gathered around the dining table. Steam from the soup rose in gentle luminous haze beneath the lamplight. And father once said some things would wait until after graduation. Zhou Ziheng claimed he couldn't fathom our family's foundations. Rumors on the forum multiplied, growing wilder, more absurd. Yet one truth remains crystal clear regardless of the Su family's origins, regardless of how many eyes now track my every move. Here 5 people always wait for me at dinner time. Who wants elder sister Man Ni's soup? And Bai Lu shot her hand up first. Me. And for now, let's begin with the soup. After the campus gossip subsided, life quickly returned to tranquility. I was reading in the library when my phone vibrated twice on the table. It was a message from Sister Piaopiao. Sister Piaopiao, come to the dance studio. Sister Piaopiao, supervise me, or I might slack off. Slack off. Her. Last time she practiced until her knees were bruised, but refused to stop saying that slacking off was something only she would believe. I got up and walked out of the library. The dance studio is on the 4th floor of the arts building. The lights in the dance studio at the end of the corridor were on and music faintly drifted out. I pushed open the door and a wave of heat mixed with the scent of sweat rushed toward me. Sister Piaopiao was practicing dance in front of the mirror. She wore a black dance practice outfit, and the tight fabric accentuated her slender waist, clearly outlining the curve of her hips. Black stockings hugged her calves, and the lace at the top of the stockings danced in and out of view with her movements. Her foot arched, high toes touching the ground, her entire body resembling a taut string. Her arms slowly lifted from her sides, fingertips slicing through the air, tracing an invisible arc. Her body leaned back, her waist bending into a breathtaking curve. The calves, wrapped in black silk, remained straight, making her look like a bow drawn tight. Drops of sweat slid down her neck, disappearing into the shadow of her collarbone. My gaze followed one bead of sweat, and my throat involuntarily swallowed. Then I suddenly lowered my head, pretending to study the phone in my hand. The music stopped. Why didn't you say you were here? Sister Piaopiao was already standing in front of me. She leaned closer, the scent of sweat mixed with perfume wafting toward me, sweet and faint. The collar of her practice outfit was slightly open, revealing a small patch of skin dampened by sweat shimmering under the light. I looked up at her. I was afraid to disturb you. Disturb what? Sister Piaopiao straightened up and wiped away her sweat with a towel. She wiped the towel from her neck to her collarbone, her movements neither hurried nor slow. You sitting here is supervision. What kind of supervision is it if you don't talk? I didn't know how to respond. Xiaoyan, Yin's sister Piaopiao suddenly changed her tone, lowering her voice a few degrees. Why have you been staring at my legs today? I was taken aback, my ears instantly turning from a faint red to bright red. I didn't look. She raised an eyebrow. When I was dancing, you were looking up. When I stopped, you were looking down. You think I don't know? She took a step forward, resting one hand on the back of my chair, trapping me between her arm and the wall. This position was dominating. Sister Piaopiao's voice was as light as if wrapped in honey. Xiao, Yanyan, your ears are red again. I lowered my eyes. My gaze landed on her calves wrapped in black stockings. The lace pattern at the top was as exquisite as a painting, and the lines of her calves tightened from the ankle up, forming a smooth curve at the knee. I took a deep breath. Sister Piaopiao, why do you always look at my ears? The smile on Sister Piaopiao's face froze for a moment. The pride in her peach blossom eyes seemed to be paused, her lips still curved, but the arc stiffened for a beat. I did not dodge her gaze. I stared straight at her, my ears still red, but my eyes were not evasive. Sister Piaopiao came back to her senses, the corners of her eyes slightly lifted, and a deeper smile returned. She said slowly, little rascal, have you learned to counter-question? I didn't say anything, but the corners of my mouth curled up a bit. Very lightly, very shallowly, as if I couldn't help it. Sister Piaopiao stared at that slight curve for 2 seconds, withdrew her hand from the back of the chair, and took a step back. She looked me up and down as if she was meeting me for the first time. Not bad, you've made progress. Sister Piaopiao looked at my flushed ears and slightly raised mouth corners, suddenly bursting into laughter. I'm going back to practice now. Oh, and the angle you were watching from just now, I can repeat it a few more times tomorrow. I was caught off guard, frozen in place. Sister Piaopiao laughed as she turned and returned to the mirror, pressing play on the music. Her figure unfolded again, and her calves wrapped in black silk drew arcs in the light and shadow. I sat in the corner, my heartbeat still racing. But that slight curve at the corner of my mouth rose again. The next evening I came out of the library, and my phone vibrated again. Sister Piaopiao, come to the dance studio. Sister Piaopiao, I have something good to show you. I tucked my phone back into my pocket and headed toward the dance studio. The autumn evening grew increasingly cool, with the tree-lined path covered in sycamore leaves making a rustling sound underfoot. I walked along the rustling sound, my mind spinning. What could she mean by something good? When I pushed open the door, the lights inside were off. Sister Piaopiao. No one replied. I took a couple of steps inside, and then the lights suddenly turned on. Sister Piaopiao stood in front of the mirror. She was wearing a short knitted sweater with a strawberry pattern, the red dots on a pink background. The neckline wasn't big, but the fabric was thin, clinging to her body and revealing the outline of her waist. Her lower half was clad in a white pleated skirt, the hem barely reaching her knees, and pale pink sheer stockings wrapped around her calves, with white high heels adorned with a strawberry decoration. She twirled around the skirt, fluttering up, revealing a section of her thigh wrapped in stockings. The corners of her eyes lifted slightly. Is it pretty? I stood dazed at the door. I had seen her in black silk, shiny silk mesh and lace, but I had never seen her like this in pink with a strawberry pattern exuding sweetness. How come you're dressed like this? Sister Piaopiao stood in front of me, looking up at me. I'm recording a variety show today, and the production team asked me to dress a bit sweeter. She made a gesture of quotation marks. I think it looks pretty good. What do you think? I examined her closely. The light pink complemented her fair skin, and the strawberry pattern subdued her usual flamboyance, replacing it with an indescribable something. The rhinestones at the corners of her eyes were replaced with a light pink eyeshadow, and her lips were coated with glossy strawberry-colored lip glaze, making her look as if she was pulled out of a candy jar. Pretty. Sister Piaopiao slightly curled her lips and leaned in closer. How about compared to yesterday? I pondered. They're both pretty in different ways. How are they different? I paused and suddenly said, today you look like a strawberry. Sister Piaopiao was taken aback. A strawberry? I nodded, yes, the sweet kind. Sister Piaopiao looked at me, her smile spreading from the corners of her eyes to her lips. She took a step forward, close enough that our noses were almost touching. So do you want to eat it? Her voice was soft, as if it squeezed out from her throat. My breath caught. My ears instantly felt like they were on fire. Sister Piaopiao was looking at me, the corners of her eyes slightly lifted, her gaze filled with laughter, teasing, and something indefinable, like exploration or perhaps confirmation. My voice trembled. Sister Piaopiao. Sister Piaopiao stared at my flushed ears for a few seconds and suddenly burst into laughter. She stepped back, creating distance. The corners of her eyes curved into crescent moons. Just teasing you, look how scared you are. I instantly sighed in relief, but felt something empty in my chest. Sister Piaopiao turned back toward the mirror, took a couple of steps, and then looked back. She smiled and said, but I liked what you just said. You can say more like that in the future. I watched her admiring herself in the mirror, my heart still pounding in my chest. I touched my earlobe. It was hot, but it felt a bit different from before. Before it felt like being scorched over a fire. Now it felt like I was adding fuel to the flames. The slight curve at the corner of my mouth rose again. I thought that next time I shouldn't let her tease me so easily. At least I should make her freeze for a moment. On the weekend, the Yunqi villa was shaken by the roar of engines, causing the glass to tremble. I was sitting on the living room sofa reading, or rather staring blankly at the book in my hands. The scene from yesterday where I retorted against Liu Piaopiao was still swirling in my mind. Outside the window, the sound of a sports car's engine grew louder, approaching closer. Bai Lu peeked out from the kitchen, holding half an apple. It can't be, third brother, can it? No sooner had she spoken than a strong voice echoed from the courtyard, little sister. Brother is here to see you. Bai Lu's expression instantly turned quite subtle. I put down the book and looked through the floor-to-ceiling window. A flashy red sports car was parked diagonally beside the fountain, taking up 2 parking spaces. A young man dressed in a hoodie that read King of Esports, wearing limited edition sneakers and sunglasses, exuded an aura that screamed, "I am very flamboyant." Bai Jing, Bai Lu's third brother. We had known each other since childhood, but we weren't exactly close. The Bai family and our Su family were family friends, and we had crossed paths a few times during elder relatives' gatherings on holidays. He was a few years older than me, and back then his attention was all on games and racing, pretty much ignoring me, a quiet child who was nearly invisible. But I knew he was quite serious about Bai Lu. Her brothers were all protective of her, and Bai Jing was the most exaggerated one. When Bai Lu was bullied by the neighbors' kids and cried, Bai Jing directly rushed over and crushed their toy car. Now he was here looking for me. I instinctively rubbed my thumb against my palm. Bai Jing pushed the door open, took off his sunglasses, and scanned the living room before finally locking eyes with me. He clipped his sunglasses to his collar and walked over. Su Yan. Long time no see. I stood up. Bai Jing go. He looked me up and down. I had seen that look in the business world, like he wanted to see through me completely. You've grown up. You used to follow your dad around, not daring to speak. Before I had the chance to respond, Bai Lu dashed over. Third brother. She stood in front of me. What are you here for? Bai Jing looked hurt. Can I see you? Mom and Dad said you live here, so I came to check if you're doing well. I'm doing fine. You can leave now. Leave? I just got here. Bai Jing circumvented her and plopped down next to me, causing the sofa cushion to sink significantly. He suddenly lowered his voice. Su, Yan, does my sister cling to you every day? I didn't deny it. We are classmates. Bai Jing raised an eyebrow. Classmates? She hasn't called anyone else Yan go. Bai Lu stomped her feet anxiously across from us. Third brother. Bai Jing ignored her and placed his hand on my shoulder. His palm was wide and his knuckles were rough, worn from years of gripping a mouse and steering wheel. At first he merely rested his hand there, but then he gradually tightened his grip, applying pressure little by little. It hurt. It really hurt. A throbbing ache surged through my bones as if it were caught in a vice. I didn't move or make a sound, just raised my eyes to meet his. Bai Jing was also looking at me. Su Yan, he said casually, but his gaze was serious. My sister has been spoiled since she was little with 3 brothers at home. No one dares to let her suffer any grievances. He applied a bit more pressure with his hand. If you dare to make her cry, Bai Lu's voice rose. Third brother. Bai Jing glanced back at her, then turned to look at me again, finally releasing his grip. I didn't look away from his gaze. I won't let her cry. Bai Jing was taken aback for a moment. He probably didn't expect me to respond so quickly. Silence lingered for a few seconds. The air in the living room seemed to have solidified. Just then I heard a soft sound behind me, followed by the noise of a coffee cup being placed on the coffee table. Sister Tingyu had come down from upstairs at some point. She wore a black spaghetti-strap nightgown with a light cardigan draped over it, her long hair cascading loosely. She didn't look at Bai Jing. Instead, she sat down on the single sofa opposite, crossing her legs. Her slender calves, wrapped in black stockings, peeked out from beneath her skirt, and the delicate high-heeled slippers on her feet swayed gently. She said nothing, but the hand that Bai Jing had placed on my shoulder was withdrawn on its own. He cleared his throat. Tingyu is also here. Sister Tingyu took a sip of her coffee and hummed in response. Footsteps sounded from the staircase again. Sister Piaopiao had come down too. She wore a short knitted sweater with a strawberry pattern paired with a white pleated skirt. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, exposing her long neck. Her slender straight legs were wrapped in light pink stockings, and she wore matching little high heels that made a crisp sound on the staircase. She approached the sofa area, leaning against the armrest with her arms crossed, watching Bai Jing with a smirk that was almost a smile. Bai Jing swallowed hard. At that moment, the kitchen door swung open and Sister Manny emerged carrying a plate of fruit. She wore a light apricot-colored knitted dress, flesh-colored stockings wrapped around her calves, and low-heeled nude slippers. She set the fruit plate on the coffee table and smiled at Bai Jing. Bai Jing is here. Would you like some fruit? Bai Jing glanced at Sister Tingyu, then at Sister Piaopiao, and finally at Bai Lu standing beside him. Bai Lu crossed her arms, her chin held high, and her almond-shaped eyes were filled with the words, "You're done for." Bai Jing suddenly chuckled. That smile was a bit awkward, but also helpless. All right, he patted my shoulder. This time it was a genuine pat without force. Su Yan, I just want to ask you one thing. He looked into my eyes. You know what the relationship is between your family and mine, right? I nodded. Since childhood, my dad has mentioned your Su family quite a bit. So I'm not here to start trouble. He put his hands in his pockets, tilting his head as he looked at me. I just wanted to see what kind of person my sister talks about all the time. Yan go. He said, his mouth curving slightly. After seeing you, you're okay. Bai Lu immediately leaned in. What do you mean by okay? It just means okay. Bai Jing walked toward the door, waving his hand as he went. All right, I'm leaving. I'm going to be late for the training match. He pushed the door open, took a couple of steps outside, then stopped and turned to look at me. The sunlight streamed in from behind him, obscuring his expression. Su Yan, be good to her. This time his voice was much lower than before, with less playfulness and more seriousness. I nodded. Bai Jing stared at me for a few seconds before turning to leave. The roar of the sports car's engine sounded again, gradually fading away. The living room fell silent. Bai Lu leaned over and tugged at my sleeve. Yan, good, does your shoulder hurt? I moved my shoulder a bit, not really. Let me see. She stood on tiptoe to tug at my collar. Sister Piaopiao walked over and lightly patted her on the head. All right, don't take off his clothes in the living room. Bai Lu pouted. I just wanted to take a look. Sister Manny handed me a piece of fruit. Bai Jing is just like that, fierce on the outside, but not bad at heart. Sister Tingyu suddenly spoke up. What he said is true. We all looked at her. The Bai family and the Su family have been family friends for a long time. Bai Jing isn't here to start trouble. He's here to see people. I was taken aback. After seeing you, she said, her eyes slightly lifting at the corners, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. The conclusion is okay. Sister Piaopiao chuckled. Getting an okay from him is already a high compliment. Bai Lu grumbled. What do you mean by okay? It's clearly very good. After that, they all went about their own business, occasionally exchanging a few words. Sister Tingyu was reading documents. Sister Piaopiao leaned on the sofa scrolling through her phone. Sister Manny returned to the kitchen, and Bai Lu sat beside me, resting her head on my shoulder. Sister Qingqing came over from the art studio to get some paint. As she passed through the living room, she glanced over at us. When our eyes met, she smiled slightly and walked on. I leaned back on the sofa, my shoulders still faintly aching. I wasn't sure if Bai Jing's okay counted as recognition, but at the very least, he didn't break my legs. That should be considered a good start, right? Bai Lu picked a piece of fruit from the platter and stuffed it into my mouth. Yan, go eat more. Okay. She looked up at me, her almond eyes sparkling like two black grapes soaked in stream water. Yan, go, when you said you wouldn't let me cry, were you serious? I looked down at her. MHM. She squinted her eyes and buried her face in my arm, her voice muffled. Then I won't let you cry either. I curved my lips slightly. Okay. At 4 in the afternoon in a cafe near Yunqi Villa. I sat by the window. In front of me was a cup of cold latte. I stared at the condensation on the cup, watching the droplets slowly slide down the curve, leaving a small dark ring on the coaster. The aroma of the hand-brewed coffee had long dissipated, leaving only a hint of bitter undertones lingering in the air. In the corner, the fragrance of hand-brewed coffee wafted up, mingling with the sweetness of freshly baked bread, slowly spreading through the air. What are you thinking about? Lao Zhou brought over 2 cups of freshly brewed coffee, pushing one toward me. Steam rose from the cup, carrying scents of citrus and chocolate. I snapped back to reality, taking the cup, my fingertips getting burned. Thank you, Lao Zhou. Don't call me uncle, just call me Lao Zhou. He sat down across from me, starting to wipe the cup in his hands. The white porcelain shone like a mirror under his careful strokes, circle after circle, unhurried. This was his habit for decades, as if he couldn't speak smoothly without wiping something in his hands. Go on, what's bothering you? I opened my mouth and closed it again. The coffee in my hand was too hot, making my palm moist, so I set it back on the table, my fingers unconsciously fiddling with the cup handle. Lao Zhou, I said, focusing on the brown liquid in the cup. If you had 5 people who treated you exceptionally well, how would you choose? His motion of wiping the cup paused. I looked up at him. He was staring at me, a meaningful smile in his eyes. 5 people. Yes. 5 women. I didn't respond, but my ears began to burn. He set the cup down, leaned back in his chair, laughing so hard his shoulders shook. Young man, this is a sweet trouble you have. It's not. I'm serious. I'm serious too. He took a sip of his coffee, the smile on his face diminishing, though the creases at the corners of his eyes remained. Do you know how long I've been running this cafe? I shook my head. 12 years. He held up a finger. In these 12 years, I've seen countless couples. Some stayed together, some parted ways. Do you know what those who stayed together had in common? I looked at him. His finger pointed at me. They know what they want. I paused for a moment. Do you know what you want? I struggled to find a response. Lao Zhou retracted his hand and slowly sipped his coffee, not urging me, nor looking at me, just staring out at the street outside, as if there was something beautiful to see. But there was nothing outside. Only a crooked-necked sycamore tree and a stray cat napping beneath it. I don't know. Lao Zhou set down his cup and the sound of wiping the cup began again. Then what are you conflicted about? I stared at the cold coffee in my cup, oil forming a thin layer, cracking into irregular patterns. They are all wonderful, but I don't know how to choose. The sound of wiping stopped. I looked up. Lao Zhou was watching me, his gaze devoid of mockery or surprise, just a calm understanding. Do you like them all? This question felt like a needle pricking at the most sensitive spot. I remained silent for a long time. Yes. He didn't rush to speak. He stood up, walked behind the bar, and took down a coffee jar from the wall. He opened the lid, sniffed it, then closed it again. When he returned, he had a handful of beans. Do you know how many types of coffee beans there are? He spread the beans on the table, the dark brown grains rolling close to my hand. I looked down. Many types. Over 100 types. He picked up one, holding it up to the light. I have over 30 types in my cafe. Some are sour, some are bitter, some have fruity notes, and some taste like chocolate. Everyone who comes chooses one. He set the beans back on the table looking at me. But feelings are not like choosing coffee beans. I looked up. He leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the edge of the table. You can only choose one coffee bean because you can only drink one cup at a time. Feelings are different. He smiled, his laughter light and airy, as if commenting on the lovely weather today. If you like them, keep them all. I was momentarily taken aback. Keep them all. He countered, why not? They treat you well, and you treat them well too. They are willing to stay by your side, and you are willing to stay by theirs. Isn't that enough? I opened my mouth wanting to say, that's unreasonable, wanting to say, how is that possible? But the words stuck in my throat, not a single syllable could escape. Because I remembered Bai Lu tugging at my sleeve, remembering the scent of Chow Chow, resting her head on my shoulder, remembering Ching Ching looking at me after finishing her painting, remembering Man Ni's gentle care, and remembering the light in Tingyu's eyes when she said, wait until you grow up. Each image was as vivid as if carved by a knife. I couldn't bear to part with any of them. Lao Zhou saw the expression on my face and chuckled. He stood up, walked behind the bar, and placed an empty cup on the counter. Look, he said, this cup can hold coffee, tea, or water. But it can only hold one kind at a time. He set the cup down and turned to point at the wall lined with coffee bean jars. But those beans, they don't need to be chosen. They just stay there, each one having its own place. He turned back to me, his eyes warm, as if he were looking at his own child. Young man, you are not a cup. I stared at him, my heart skipping a beat. You have enough space to hold all the people who treat you well. Outside the window, a car passed by, the sound of the engine growing louder, then gradually fading away. I sat there staring at the few rolled coffee beans on the table, the words echoing in my mind. There is enough space. I stood up, the chair scraping against the floor, making a dull sound. Lao Zhou, thank you. He didn't look up, just waved his hand, continuing to wipe his cup. Next time you come, I'll brew you a cup of First Love. That batch of beans I roasted myself, the name is good, and the taste is nice. I smiled softly. As I pushed the door open to leave, the evening breeze rushed at me, carrying the salty scent of the sea mixed with the sweetness of roasted sweet potatoes on the street, an indescribable aroma, yet comforting. I stood at the door, taking a deep breath. The clouds at the horizon were set ablaze by the sunset, turning into large patches of orangerd burning from the horizon to the top of the sky, as if someone had spilled a whole can of paint. People walked by on the street, some hurried home with groceries, some strolled leisurely with their children, and some leaned against the utility pole engrossed in their phones. They were all ordinary people living ordinary lives. Suddenly, I felt something in my heart loosen. Like a door that had always been closed was pushed open, a crack from the outside. Light squeezed through the crack, not blinding but bright. I knew what was outside that crack. It was them. Always has been. At 7:30 m. on Friday, I was awakened by noises from the living room. More precisely by Bai Lu's voice, Sister Man, and I brought so much. We're only going for 2 days and 1 night. And in rubbing my eyes, I descended the stairs and found Shun Man and I stuffing luggage into the trunk of a minibus parked by the door. A thermal cooler, a picnic mat, a sunshade umbrella, a snack bag, and an unidentifiable sack filled the trunk to bursting. Bai Lu leaned against the car door, peering inside, her eyes sparkling like those of a hamster who'd just unearthed treasure. Are there strawberry cakes? And yes. What about mango pudding? And in also yes. And in Bai Lu threw her arms around Shin Man and I's waist. Sister Man and I is the best. I stood at the doorway watching them, my lips lifting unconsciously. Today, Sister Man and I wore a light apricot knitted cardigan over a white long skirt paired with low-heeled nude shoes. Her hair was loosely pinned up at the nape with delicate strands framing her ears. She patted Bai Lu's head, then glanced up and saw me awake. Go wash up. We'll be leaving soon. I nodded and turned to head back upstairs, only to nearly collide with Tingyu. Today she dressed unlike her usual self, a white t-shirt tucked into light blue jeans, white sneakers on her feet. Her hair was swept into a high ponytail, revealing the elegant line of her neck, less sharp-edged than in her tailored suits, more like a university student. And in good morning. Morning. And in Piaopiao, Jia descended the stairs in stiletto heels. I almost failed to recognize her. Black skinny jeans hugged her figure, paired with a crop top that bared her midriff. Black ankle boots completed the look. Her waist swayed with a languid feline grace, like a cat just rousing from sleep. And in Xiao Yanyan, what are you daydreaming about? And as she passed me, she pinched my cheek. Let's go. I touched the spot where she'd pinched me and followed her outside. Ching Jia emerged last, her sketchpad slung over one shoulder, a paint box held lightly in her hand. She wore a soft gray knitted dress just below the knee, sheer nude stockings hugging her calves, and low-heeled nude ankle boots. Her hair fell freely, her eyes slightly downturned at the outer corners, as if still half asleep. Sister Ching, let me carry that for you. I reached for the paint box, and then she glanced at me and handed it over. Be careful. It contains newly purchased ultramarine. Ultramarine, the color most synonymous with her. And in carrying the box toward the car, I thought wryly that its contents were probably worth more than my life. An hour and a half later, the vehicle pulled to a stop at a seaside resort. Japanese-style villas dotted the hillside. White walls, slate-gray roofs, steam curling gently from their courtyards. Shinman and I had reserved the largest villa, 6 bedrooms, 1 living room, and a private courtyard featuring an open-air hot spring bath. Wow. Bai Lu dashed inside first, spinning once in the living room, her skirt flaring like blooming petals, so beautiful. I carried my luggage and set down my suitcase, and immediately heard Piaopiao Jia calling from the courtyard, "Xiao Yanyan, come see this." I stepped outside. She stood beside the hot spring pool barefoot, testing the water temperature. Her black skinny jeans were rolled up to her calves, revealing smooth, pale skin. Her toes were painted barriered, glinting dazzlingly in the sunlight. She turned to me, her eyes slightly upturned at the corners. "The water's perfect. Shall we soak together tonight?" And in my ears flushed warm, my Adam's apple bobbed. I. And then she washed my ears, reddened slowly, teasing, "Just kidding." She patted barefoot across the wooden floor, leaned close to my ear, and whispered, "But if you'd like, you may come find me." And I stood frozen, torn between laughter and exasperation. Dinner was prepared by Sister Man and I, sushi, salad, grilled meats, and delicate side dishes artfully arranged along the long living room table. And then Bai Lu raised her juice glass. "Cheers." Piaopiao Jia joined in the cheer, while Tingyu Jia lifted her glass for a gentle clink. After dinner, Bai Lu tugged me toward the beach for a stroll. In our bare feet sank into the sand, still faintly warm from the day's sun. The sea breeze lifted her skirt as she pressed one hand to it, while gripping my sleeve with the other, walking unsteadily. Suddenly she stopped. "Brother Yin, are you happy today?" "Yes." And then "That's good." And then she tilted her face up, almond-shaped eyes crinkling into crescent moons. "I love seeing Brother Yin smile most of all." The wind swept strands of hair across her forehead. Instinctively, I reached out to brush them aside. And at the moment my fingertips grazed her cheek, she froze. And so did I. I withdrew my hand, pretending nothing had happened. And then we continued walking in silence. And then she didn't speak again, but her fingers quietly hooked mine. At 10 o'clock that night, the door swung open. And I sat up, catching sight of the visitor in the soft glow of the bedside lamp. Bai Lu, clad in pink pajamas, clutching a pillow, standing in the doorway. "Brother Yin, I can't sleep." And then she peered inside and froze entirely. And then 4 people already lay on the bed. Tingyu Jia reclined against the headboard, scrolling through her phone. Piaopiao Jia sprawled across the spot I usually occupied. Qingqing Jia sat on the footboard chair, flipping through a sketchbook. Shinman and I perched on the edge of the bed, folding towels. Bai Lu blinked. "Why is everyone here?" And then Piaopiao Jia looked up. "To keep Xiao Yanyan company, of course." "And then why are you lying on his bed?" "Because it's comfortable," she declared, rolling onto her side and nestling into my pillow with a contented sigh. Bai Lu hugged her pillow and stepped in. After 3 silent seconds standing beside the bed, she placed the pillow beside me and climbed in, settling down on my other side. Then I won in too. And Tingyu Jia glanced briefly at the full bed, then resumed scrolling. Piaopiao Jia's hand draped across my waist, her fingertips tapping idly against my side. Bai Lu edged closer, resting her head on my shoulder, her hair tickling my neck. Shinman and I rose, drew the blanket up around me, and brushed a gentle kiss onto my forehead. "Good night." And she moved to the adjacent single sofa and picked up a magazine. Qingqing Jia lifted her gaze, offered me a quiet, knowing smile, and returned to her sketchbook. I lay there, Bai Lu's breath whispering softly on my left, Piaopiao Jia's hand resting lightly on my waist to my right, Tingyu Jia scrolling silently beside the bed, Qingqing Jia sketching in her chair, Shinman and I reading calmly on the sofa. 5 people, 5 distinct fragrances, all enveloping me. And in who could possibly fall asleep? And in Tingyu Jia didn't even lift her eyes from her screen. "Aren't we supposed to be on a spring outing?" And exactly. And in Piaopiao Jia gave my waist a playful pinch. "And a spring outing night means sleeping together, doesn't it?" And in Bai Lu nuzzled my shoulder. "Does Brother Yin dislike it?" And in, "It's not that I dislike it." And then you like it. Piaopiao Jia supplied the rest of my sentence for me. And then I closed my mouth. And into my left, Bai Lu's face rested against my shoulder, her lashes casting delicate fan-like shadows in the lamplight. To my right, Piaopiao Jia's hair spilled across my pillow, her berry-red nails shimmering faintly in the dimness. And then surrounded by 5 people, I couldn't move, and I couldn't sleep. Yet strangely, I didn't want to. And Tingyu Jia's phone screen suddenly lit up. And then I tilted my head to look. She was replying to a message, her profile sharply outlined by the cool glow. I whispered, "Not sleeping yet." And she glanced up, then bent back to typing, "Just finishing a work message. You go ahead and sleep." A moment later, she leaned back against the headboard and looked at me again. And in, "What is it?" And in, "Nothing. Just thinking, it's nice having you all here." Tingyu Jia paused silent for several seconds, then reached out and covered my eyes with her palm. and in sleep now. In her palm was cool, scented faintly with hand cream. I closed my eyes. In and outside the ocean murmured softly. Around me 5 people settled into quiet, each breathing, each present. And I thought even if I couldn't sleep a night like this was worth every sleepless minute. In the dead of night, I was awakened by faint laughter coming from outside the window. I walked to the window and opened it slightly. In the pavilion, the 5 of them were either sitting or lying down, none of them noticing the half-open window on the second floor. Sister Manny sat on the swing, gently swaying. Sister Manny pushed me higher. Bai Lu lay on the lawn looking up at her. Sister Manny laughed and stopped the swing. Aren't you all grown up to be acting cute? Come over and have some watermelon. Sister Piaopiao had already taken a piece and was reclining on a lounge chair. She took a bite of the watermelon and the glitter of the gem at the corner of her eye flashed. Today's watermelon is just sweet enough, like Xiaoyan's face when she is shy. I instinctively touched my ear. It was hot. Sister Tingyu sat on a stone bench, her back straight, her brows slightly furrowed. Sister Tingyu, what are you thinking about? Bai Lu crawled over and lay at her feet. Sister Tingyu looked down at her, her eyes slightly raised. Nothing, just work matters. Bai Lu flipped over, lying on her back. Oh. Sister Qingqing sat on the other side of the pavilion, holding a brush, sketching something by the moonlight, glancing up at the 4 in the yard from time to time. Sister Manny called to her. Qingqing, don't just keep drawing us, come eat watermelon too. Coming right away. Bai Lu suddenly sighed. Do you think Brother Yan knows why we treat him well? The air was still for a moment. My heart tightened as well. Sister Tingyu put down the watermelon, took a wet wipe to clean her fingers, her movements slow, as if she were contemplating how to respond. He's so dull, he definitely doesn't know. Sister Piaopiao changed her posture, lying down, her leg wrapped in lace stockings shifted under the moonlight. But there's a silver lining to being dull. Oh, it's more fun to tease him. I actually hope he knows. Bai Lu pouted, but I'm afraid that if he knows, it will put pressure on him. Sister Manny gently swayed the swing. He knows. That child is very perceptive, just doesn't dare to express it. Do you all remember? Sister Qingqing suddenly spoke, her voice as light as the night breeze, the time he had a fever when he was 6. The 4 of them looked at her. Sister Manny stayed up for 3 days and nights. Sister Qingqing continued. When I went to deliver a painting, I saw him groggily, holding on to Sister Manny's hand, not letting go. At that time, I thought to myself, this person, I want to keep painting him forever. Sister Manny chuckled and said, I was young then too, only 11, taking care of someone for the first time. I was all flustered. But the moment he held my hand, I no longer panicked. Bai Lu sat up. I remember. When Brother Yan was 12, he was mocked by his classmates, and Sister Tingyu rushed over to fight. Sister Tingyu smiled slightly at the corners of her lips. That kid was hiding behind his fists tightly clenched, wanting to help, but too afraid to come up. After the fight, when I turned back to look at him, his eyes were red, and he said, Sister Tingyu, I will protect you from now on. I tightened the curtain. I remember that sentence. When I spoke it, my voice was as soft as a mosquito, but she heard it. And she remembered it all along. Bai Lu continued. I also have one. When I was 12, the boy I liked didn't like me back, and I hid at home crying. Brother Yan came to keep me company, saying nothing, just sitting next to me stacking blocks. He piled them so high, then gently pushed them over, saying, if it falls, we can start over. At that moment, I thought having him around is so nice. Back then, I just didn't know how to comfort someone. Stacking blocks, knocking them down, starting over, was the only method I could think of. She actually remembered so clearly. Sister Piaopiao was silent for a moment, then smiled a smile different from usual. I told you about that incident when I was 14. The next day when I saw him, he shyly handed me a box of chocolates, saying, Sister Piaopiao, eating something sweet will make you feel better. At that time, I thought, how can there be such a pure person in this world? A heaviness weighed down on my chest. Sister Tingyu looked at her, her gaze softening a little. Bai Lu asked, what happened next? Then I decided to protect this purity well. Sister Piaopiao said seriously, so when I tease him now, it's because I want to see him remain that pure forever, not like me who got dirty and pretended not to care. Sister Manny got off the swing and walked over to gently hug her. It's all in the past. Sister Piaopiao leaned on her shoulder, saying nothing. Sister Qingqing spoke again. When I was 16, my grandfather passed away. He was hiding in the studio crying, and I happened to walk by, standing at the door watching him. He was crying very quietly, his shoulders trembling, yet he made no sound. I secretly drew his profile and later left the painting for him. The next day when he came to the studio and saw that painting, he was stunned for a long time, then smiled at me. That smile I can remember for a lifetime. That smile. I can't even remember when I smiled. Yet she remembered it for a lifetime. Sister Tingyu stood up and walked to the edge of the pavilion, looking toward the main building. I instinctively shrank back behind the curtain. When I first saw him at 12, she said, he was hiding behind Sister Manny, timid like a little deer. I touched his head and said I would protect him. Back then I just thought he was cute and wanted to protect him. But later, she paused. Later I realized it wasn't about wanting to protect him, it was about wanting to possess him. The night breeze blew and the leaves in the yard rustled. I tightened the curtain, my knuckles turning white. Bai Lu whispered, I also want him to always be with me. Sister Piaopiao smiled, so do we all. Sister Manny looked at them, her eyes filled with gentle light. Then let's wait together. Wait for him to grow up, wait for him to understand, wait for him to choose. Bai Lu asked, what if he chooses someone else? No one answered. I leaned against the window, listening to their conversation word for word. So they all knew. So they were all waiting. So I was never alone. Downstairs, Sister Piaopiao suddenly looked up at the main building, furrowing her brows. Don't you feel like someone is upstairs? Sister Tingyu followed her gaze. I suddenly shrank back behind the curtain, my heart racing as if it were about to burst. She slowly smiled. Go to sleep, we have to get up early tomorrow. Before entering, Sister Tingyu looked back once more. Through the gap in the curtain, I vaguely saw her eyes slightly raised, a smile, hiding a kind of expectation only she knew. The footsteps faded away. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling. Their words still echoed in my ears. Wait for him to grow up, wait for him to understand, wait for him to choose. It turned out that those fragmented daily moments, every frame, was their heartfelt intention. I reached for my phone on the bedside table and opened the notes. It contained snippets I had recorded over the years which I had never dared to say face to face. I flipped to the latest entry, which had only a few words. They are all here. I closed my eyes, my lips unconsciously curling up. When dawn breaks, I must do something. Not to respond, but to tell them. I heard, I know, I am also waiting. Waiting until I am strong enough. Waiting until I am worthy of their affection. Waiting until I can openly keep them all by my side. November wind rushed down my collar, making me instinctively hunch my shoulders against the chill. The street lamp at the school gate cast Zhou Ziheng's shadow, long and distorted, across the pavement. He stood beside a black Mercedes, holding something that shimmered with a soft golden light beneath the lamp. A bouquet of champagne roses. Yanyan. He stepped forward and lifted the bouquet toward me, as if presenting a trophy. Do you think Lin Tingyu would like these? The first thought that flashed through my mind was, Sister Tingyu dislikes roses. She once said they were too ostentatious. When they wilted, their petals scattered everywhere, leaving a tedious mess to clean up. I don't know. A faint sardonic curve tugged at Zhou Ziheng's lips. Do you truly not know? Or simply refuse to say? I remained silent. He took another step closer. I love her. Each word landed with deliberate weight. Ever since freshman year. Then why haven't you confessed yet? Because she sees only you. His voice dropped low. She mentions you in meetings, talks about you over meals. Even her social media posts revolve around you. I've pursued her for 3 years, yet she's never granted me so much as a proper glance. The lamplight cleaved his face into stark halves of light and shadow. Suddenly, I recalled visiting the Zhou residence at 8 years old. 10-year-old Zhou Ziheng seated in the study shelves, overflowing with trophies. He had asked me, does your father pressure you to rank first? I replied no, and he fell silent for a long while. My voice sounded calmer than I felt. So I'll pursue her properly. Flowers every day, waiting every day, until she finally says yes. He turned and got into his car, driving away from the school gate. Just then my phone chimed. White do, Brother Yan. I'm at the gate. So cold, come out quick. I shoved my hands deep into my pockets and walked toward the gate. Bai Lu stood beneath the lamplight, wrapped in her pink horn-button coat, a knitted beanie pulled low over half her forehead, leaving only her bright, sparkling eyes visible. The moment she spotted me, she dashed over and clung tightly to my arm. She nuzzled her cheek into the hollow of my shoulder. So cold. So cold. My fingers are frozen solid. Let's go. She chattered nonstop as we walked, words tumbling out like spilt beans. I listened, murmuring occasional affirmations, heading toward the bus stop. Brother Yan, are you unhappy? No. Liar. You're digging your thumb into your thenar eminence. I glanced down. Sure enough, a red streak marked my palm where my thumb had pressed hard. She didn't press further, just pulled my hand from my pocket and enclosed it within both of hers. Brother Yan's hands are icy cold. She blew warm breath into her palms, rubbed them together, and began warming mine. Her hands were small and plump, but radiating warmth. When the bus arrived, she tugged me aboard and claimed the last window seat in the rear row. She leaned against my shoulder, her hair brushing my jawline. Brother Yan. Her voice softened, drifting like a half-remembered dream. Are you worried someone might chase after me? Don't worry, I only love you. And just like that, she fell asleep. The next morning dawned brilliantly. When I arrived at the student union office, a dense crowd already thronged the doorway, 3 layers deep. I rose onto my toes for a glimpse, and there he was, Zhou Ziheng. Today's bouquet of champagne roses was even larger than yesterday's. His voice cut clearly through the murmur. Lin Tingyu, I love you. From freshman year until now, 3 years. Please give me a chance. Inside the office, Sister Tingyu didn't even lift her gaze. Finished speaking. Yes. She turned a page of her documents. Then you may leave. He didn't move, instead stepping forward. Lin Tingyu, I'm serious. These past 3 years. I know. She set down her pen, rose, and walked calmly around the desk to the doorway. Zhou Ziheng, all you've just said, I already knew. For an instant hope flickered in his eyes. Her voice remained quiet, but each word struck the floor like a nail. But I'm already in love, with someone else. A wave of stunned murmurs erupted, like a sudden tide crashing inward. Zhou Ziheng's face paled. Is it? Su Yan. She offered no denial. His fists clenched, knuckles bleaching white. He turned his head, his gaze slicing through the crowd to lock onto me. We held each other's stare for 3 seconds. Then he laughed, a grotesque strained sound as though forced from a throat gripped tight. Fine. Understood. He dropped the bouquet onto the ground and strode away. The crowd parted silently, no one daring to breathe. Sister Tingyu's gaze pierced across the throng and settled directly on me. Come in. Inside, only the rustle of turning papers filled the silence. I sat in the chair opposite her, unsure where to rest my eyes. Did you hear what was just said? I nodded. Anything you'd like to say? After a pause, I asked, that person, is it me? She didn't answer, only looked at me. Her gaze was unflinching, unervingly direct, as if peeling back every layer of pretense. I fought the urge to dig my thumb into my palm again, and my palms were already slick with sweat. Zhou Ziheng is pursuing you. He's quite admirable. My own voice emerged dry and rasping like sandpaper scraping stone. She arched a brow. So, if you do happen to like him. I don't. She rose, circled the desk, and stopped directly before me. Then she leaned, embracing her hands on the armrests of my chair, enclosing me within her space. Su Yan, listen carefully. My Adam's apple bobbed. Who I love, and who I don't, is my own knowledge to hold. I need no one to decide for me. As for Zhou Ziheng, I'll handle it myself. You focus only on doing your part. My mouth opened, but nothing came out. My mind was utterly blank. She watched me for a beat, then unexpectedly curved her lips upward. Straightening, she reached out and tapped my forehead lightly with one finger. Look at you, so foolish. Then she returned to her seat and resumed sorting her documents. I sat frozen in the chair, heart hammering painfully. Where her finger had touched my forehead burned fiercely. As I stepped out of the office, a voice halted me at the stairwell landing. Su Yan. Zhou Ziheng stood there, uncertain how long he'd been waiting. His expression was composed, but his eyes remained faintly bloodshot. Is it really you? I met his gaze without speaking. He studied me for several seconds, then let out a hollow, self-mocking laugh. I knew it. The way she looks at you, it's unlike anything she's ever shown anyone else. But Su Yan, do you truly believe you're worthy? He stepped closer. Do you even know who she is? The heiress of Lin Group Real Estate, president of the student union. And you, what are you? Merely the younger brother she shields, hiding perpetually behind her shadow, good for nothing else. Cold air gusted through the stairwell, biting and raw. I gazed into his eyes, and suddenly heard my father's words echo, that Zhou boy lives a harder life than most. Have you finished? Zhou Ziheng blinked, startled. I brushed past him, took 2 steps, and paused, turning back. You're right, Zhou Ziheng. I am nothing yet. My voice was quiet, but resonated sharply in the stairwell. Yet I will become someone worthy of her. At the main entrance of the teaching building, Bai Lu crouched on the steps, chin resting on her knees. Hearing footsteps, she lifted her head, eyes lighting up, and sprang to her feet, rushing over. Brother Yan. She seized my hand, icy cold. Did Zhou Ziheng corner you again? How did you know? Guessed. She pouted. I saw him block you at the gate yesterday. Today he declared his love for Sister Tingyu. Words spread across campus. Don't pay him any mind, Brother Yan. He's just jealous. I looked at her, and suddenly laughed. What's so funny? Nothing. Let's go home. She looped her arm through mine, chattering all the way. I listened, murmuring replies now and then, my tension slowly easing. I thought to myself, I can become extraordinary, not to prove anything to anyone, but because I wish to deserve their kindness, their faith, their love. On Saturday evening, a deep gray customized Maybach appeared on the driveway of Yanchi Villa. The car's lines were sharp, and its paint glimmered subtly under the setting sun. The license plate was not an attention-grabbing sequence, but that combination of numbers held more weight in certain circles of Binhai City than any ostentatious emblem. The driver got out first, walked around to open the rear door. My father emerged from the car. Su Jiangwo, the helm of the Su family group. He wore a deep gray cashmere suit tailored as if it had been measured to fit his form. Indeed it had. The cuff exposed a white edge of the shirt, and the cufflinks were repurposed from a Patek Philippe antique watch, understated to the point of being nearly unrecognizable in value, yet anyone in the know would understand that it was worth more than a car. His hair was meticulously styled with a few strands of white at the temples that did not detract from his gravitas, but instead added a touch of dignity. Then my mother got out on the other side. Li Yuntang, the pianist. She wore a pair of nude high heels. The satin surface bore no logo, but the quality of the leather was unmistakable, handmade. Draped in a camel-colored cashmere coat, the belt was tied casually, yet the knot was perfectly executed. A jade brooch adorned the coat's collar, its clarity as pure as a pool of water. Her hands emerged from the coat's sleeves, fingers long and nails neatly trimmed, polished with a transparent coat that shimmered subtly in the light. As I emerged from the living room, my mother was rummaging through a box at the entrance. "Xiaoyan," she called. She looked up at me, her gaze lingering on my face for a couple of seconds before she got up and walked over. Her hand rested on my shoulder, the warmth of her palm transmitting through my shirt. "You've lost weight." "I haven't. Sister Manny cooks well." She smiled gently, a few fine lines at the corners of her eyes. She retrieved a box from the container and handed it to me. "For you." The box was light. Inside was a deep gray tie. The brand was indiscernible, but the feel of the fabric was exquisite with a subtle sheen. "Thank you, Mom. Your blue one is already pilling." After saying this, she bent down to search another box. My father approached from the sofa and gently patted my shoulder. "You've grown taller." "Yes, but not noticeably," I replied. He nodded. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Sister Tingyu was the first to arrive. As she entered, my father stood by the entrance. Upon seeing her, he nodded. "Uncle, Auntie." My mother took her hand and examined her from head to toe. Sister Tingyu wore a smoke gray suit dress, the hem just above the knee, with black stockings wrapping her calves elegantly, and she wore nude heels with fine straps. Her long hair was styled up, revealing her neck. My mother said, "You've lost weight." "I'm fine," she replied. When the shoe box was handed over, Sister Tingyu opened it, and her eyes brightened momentarily. My father walked over from the entrance and paused in front of her. "How's your father lately?" "Pretty good, thank you for asking, Uncle." He nodded and turned back to sit in the living room. Next came Sister Bai Lu. She bounced in, wearing a pink princess dress, the skirt puffed out like a cloud, with white stockings wrapping her calves and white shoes adorned with small pearls. When she rushed in, she first looked at my father. "Hello, Uncle." My father nodded. Then she dashed into my mother's embrace. "Auntie, I missed you so much." My mother smiled and patted her head, handing over a teddy bear. Bai Lu took it, her eyes widening as she hugged it, and spun around. Sister Qingqing entered quietly, wearing a cream-colored knitted long dress, flesh-colored stockings hugging her skin, and low-heeled nude slippers. She first called "Uncle," then turned to my mother and said, "Auntie." My mother handed her a box of paints. Sister Qingqing opened it, her fingertips gliding gently over the tubes. One tube was ultramarine with a small inscription on the label, "Florence, Old Workshop, Last Batch." Her finger paused on that tube. She looked up. "Auntie, this has already been discontinued." My mother smiled and replied, "I had someone find it for me." Sister Qingqing said nothing, closed the box and hugged it. Sister Piaopiao entered, brightening the entire living room. She wore a winard velvet slip dress topped with a black short fur coat, winard glossy stockings wrapped around her long legs, and high-heeled shoes adorned with rhinestones. "Uncle." She first waved at my father, then turned to my mother, kissing her cheek. "Auntie, did you miss me?" "I missed you a lot," my mother replied, smiling as she patted her back. "This is for you." The paper bag was handed over, and Sister Piaopiao opened it, pulling out a few pairs of stockings to examine under the light. She turned back, the sequins at the corners of her eyes sparkling. "Auntie, are you having someone watch my shopping cart?" "Do I need to?" "What you like, how could I not know?" Sister Piaopiao lightly curled her lips and hugged the paper bag. Sister Manny was the last to arrive, dressed in a light apricot knitted cardigan, paired with a white long dress, flesh-colored stockings, and low-heeled nude shoes, carrying a thermos. When she entered, she first slightly bowed to my father, then turned to my mother. "Auntie, I made soup." My mother accepted it, and the lid of the thermos opened a crack, releasing a fragrant aroma. Manny is the most considerate. At 7 in the evening, everyone was seated around the table. Half of the dishes on the long table were made by Sister Manny, and the other half were local specialties brought back by my mother. My mother served everyone food, inquiring about each person's recent happenings. Her order of serving was intentional. First to Sister Tingyu, then to Bai Lu, followed by Qingqing, Piaopiao, and finally Manny. This order had been the same since I was very young. My father ate little and moved his chopstick slowly. Most of the time he listened, occasionally chiming in. Suddenly my mother asked, "How is Xiaoyan doing at school?" "Pretty well," I replied. "Is anyone bullying you?" The 5 sisters' chopsticks all paused simultaneously. My mother's gaze swept over their faces, her lips curving slightly, and she did not press further. After dinner, my mother called me into the study. My father was already seated in a chair, his posture relaxed, yet his back was straight. My mother began, "Xiaoyan, I want to ask you something." "What is it, Mom?" "What is your relationship with them?" My mother continued, "I can see the way they look at you." "I know." I fell silent, but my palms began to sweat. Don't rush," she interrupted. "I'm not going to criticize you." She stepped closer and gently touched my head. "They are all good kids. If you like them, treat them well." I looked up at her, astonished. She smiled slightly and glanced back at my father. "Your mother is right." My mother turned back to face me. "Your mother has seen a lot over the years." "What haven't I seen?" She walked to the window, turning her back to me. These 5 girls have treated you well since childhood. I have observed for years and seen it clearly. The way they look at you is different from how they look at others. My father added our family's relationship with their 5 families began with your grandfather. My mother turned back, standing firmly in front of me, reaching out to adjust my collar. So all I want to say is this: if they help take good care of Yin, your mother will be at ease. I stood there suddenly feeling a bit choked up. My father stood up and walked in front of me. His hand rested on my shoulder. Your grandfather also started taking charge of the family at your age. He didn't elaborate, but I understood his meaning. But did what my mother said align with my own thoughts? At noon in Zhoutian, at the Coastal Grand Hotel, my mother had reserved the largest private room on the top floor with floor-to-ceiling windows facing the sea. By the time we arrived, most of the 5 families had already gathered. Bai Jingfeng stood by the window holding a cup of tea. He wore a deep blue traditional Chinese coat made of a subtly patterned fabric that appeared black from a distance but revealed swirling cloud patterns upon closer inspection. Behind him was Bai Mu, gentle and amiable, her brows and eyes resembling Bai Lu by 70%. The Bai family's business specializes in high-end children's products. In Binhai City, 1 out of every 3 households has used something from the Bai brand. Bai Jingfeng started from scratch, beginning with children's safety seats, later expanding into children's clothing, educational toys, and children's furniture. He turned his gaze towards me and smiled. Xiaoyan, come here. I walked forward. He looked me up and down, his gaze lingering on my face for a couple of seconds. He said, his tone reflecting the familiarity of an elder towards a younger generation. The last time I saw you, you were still losing your baby teeth. Now you're taller than I am. Hello, Uncle Bai. He nodded and patted my shoulder twice. Lin Yuanzhou was the second to arrive. He was tall and slim, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in a deep gray suit made of British fabric tailored in a British style with sharp shoulder lines. Having taught at Binhai University for a few years, he later took over the family real estate company, but he still carried an air of scholarly refinement. The Lin family was different from those developers who were always seeking to make quick money. After taking over, Lin Yuanzhou focused on commercial real estate and urban renewal. Half of the iconic office buildings and shopping malls in Binhai City were developed by the Lin family. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across my face, pausing for a second. I heard from Tingyu that you have been working on that project with the school. His tone sounded like calling on a student to answer a question in class. I nodded. Yes, for a group project, I'm still gathering information. Keep it up. The Qingqing family's members arrived the quietest. Her grandmother walked at the front, her hair completely white, yet her spirit was vigorous. She wore a dark blue qipao made of hand-woven fragrant cloud gauze with an old jade pin at the collar that had an excellent luster. She walked slowly, but every step was steady, as if measuring something. The AI family was a cultured household. AI Qing's grandfather was a professor of fine arts at Binhai University, and her grandmother also painted, specializing in meticulous flower and bird paintings. The family had collected many paintings from the Ming and Qing dynasties, with some said to be passed down through generations. Growing up alongside them, Qingqing had learned to paint with her grandmother's guidance. The AI family's business was not large, but they held high standing in the cultural and artistic circles. The grandmother walked up to me and stopped. Xiaoyan, she called out, her voice soft yet clear. Hello, Grandma. She did not respond, only looked at me. Her gaze was not scrutinizing like Bai Zhengfeng's, nor was it examining like Lin Yuan's. It was like admiring a painting, slowly inch by inch. Then she extended her hand. I instinctively reached out mine. Her fingers were cool with distinct joints, and the tips bore thin calluses. Hands that had painted for a lifetime were always like this. She looked down at my hand, turning it over then over again. This child looks just like he did when he was little. She looked up at me. The corners of her eyes had deep lines, yet her eyes were bright. It's just that there's more in those eyes now. I was taken aback. She released my hand, smiled, and turned to talk to my mother. Qingqing stood behind her, her face slightly flushed. When Lu Jingmao arrived, the atmosphere in the entire room changed. He wore a floral shirt with a casual suit over it, his hair dyed a dark brown and heavily styled with gel. He walked in with a gust of wind, shouting, Zhangwo, sister-in-law. Lu Entertainment is the largest film company in Binhai. Lu Jingmao was an actor in his early years, later transitioning to producing, gradually rising to his current position. His company owns an agency, film production and cinema distribution, producing dramas that capture a significant share of prime time each year. Lu Jingmao slapped my shoulder, his strength much greater than Bai Zhengfeng's. Xiaoyan. He looked me up and down. That girl Piaopiao said she wanted to dance for brother Yan since she was little. She's been saying it for over 10 years. Piaopiao rolled her eyes behind him. Dad, did I say something wrong? Lu Jingmao turned to look at her. Piaopiao's face flushed instantly. Today she wore a short black formal dress, her long legs wrapped in black stockings with delicate heels adorned with rhinestones. The edges of her eyes were accentuated with a small glitter. Her aura was originally towering, but her father's words brought her back to reality. You must have remembered wrong. She turned her head away. Liu Jingmao laughed heartily, patting me on the shoulder again. Come over to my house sometime. Your aunt has learned a few new dishes. Shen Huaishan was the last to arrive. He wore a dark gray jacket made of ordinary fabric, his hair slightly graying but neatly styled. The Shen family's business is high-end food supply. 70% of high-end hotels and restaurants in Binhai use their products. Shen Huaishan looked at me for a moment, his gaze lingering on my face. Manny said you've been learning to cook recently. I was taken aback. Yes. It was taught by Sister Manny. He nodded. Study well. The 20-person round table was now filled to the brim. My mother sat at the head of the table with my father beside her. The 5 families sat down in order, by Lin, Bai Lu, and Shun. The 5 older sisters sat next to their families, but their gazes occasionally drifted towards me. My mother raised her glass. Today I invited everyone here to catch up. Having known each other for so many years with the children all grown up, it's time to connect more. Bai Jingfeng was the first to respond. That's right. We old folks are busy with our own matters, but the kids often hang out together. Qingqing's grandmother chimed in. It's a blessing for several families that the children share such a good bond. She spoke without looking at anyone, but I knew she was referring to me. Lin Yuanzhou adjusted his glasses, not responding, but the corners of his mouth twitched. He lifted his cup and took a sip of tea, and as he set it down, his gaze swept across my face. Liu Jingmao chimed in quickly. That's right. The children from our families have grown up together, closer than relatives. Shen Huaishan was the last to speak, his voice soft, but everyone at the table heard. Manny said Xiaoyan can cook soup now. There was a moment of silence at the table. Manna's face slightly flushed as she lowered her head to drink tea. My father spoke up. Xiaoyan still has a long way to go. He can't compare to Manny. Shen Huaishan glanced at him. As long as he can cook, that's good. Take your time. My mother smiled, raising her glass. As for the children's matters, let them handle it themselves. As elders, we just need to watch. Bai Zhengfeng nodded. That's right. Lin Yuanzhou adjusted his glasses. Just watching is enough. Qingqing's grandmother said, kindly, grandchildren will have their own blessings. Liu Jingmao raised his glass. Then it's settled. Regarding the children's affairs, we won't interfere. Shen Huaishan followed suit and raised his glass. I sat there awkwardly, my palms sweating. As the dinner party wrapped up, Bai Zhengfeng walked past me and patted my shoulder. Lu has been spoiled since she was little. Now you're spoiling her too. Before I could finish, he turned and left. Lin Yuanzhou paused as he walked past me. I heard from Qingyu that your project is going well. Just a sentence, then he followed Lin Mu out. Qingqing's grandmother left the slowest. She reached the door and glanced back at me. Bring that painting of Qingqing's next time for me to see. Liu Jingmao patted my back. Come over for dinner sometime. Shen Huaishan was the last to leave, looking at me. Don't forget to blanch the ribs. The 5 older sisters stood at the door waiting for me. Bai Lu waved at me. Hurry up, Brother Yan. Liu Piaopiao leaned against the wall, looking at her phone, glancing up at me with a smile. Qingqing stood quietly holding a sketchbook. Listening to you stood furthest outside, waiting until everyone had left before following. Sister Manny smiled. Let's go home. My mother stayed home for 3 days, then flew away again. Before leaving, she called each of my 5 elder sisters into the study one by one for private conversations. No one told me what was said, but when they emerged, their gazes toward me had all changed. Tingyu's eyes held a faint, enigmatic smile as she looked at me. Piaopiao arched a brow in silent, knowing amusement, then said nothing. Qingqing lowered her head, her ears flushed pink. Mani gently stroked my hair and murmured, treat her well. But the strangest of them all was Bai Lu. There was something new in her gaze, something indefinable, yet unmistakably different. I didn't dare ask. That night, I slept deeply. Half asleep, I felt something soft and small slip beneath my covers, light as air, fragrant with milk. Startled awake, I instinctively recoiled. Brother Yan. A muffled, tear-thickened voice rose from the blankets. It was Bai Lu. I sat up and switched on the bedside lamp. She was curled entirely within my quilt, revealing only her face. Wearing a pale pink nightgown, her hair tousled, 2 dried tear tracks streaking her cheeks, her eyes still red-rimmed. What's wrong? She gazed at me, her lips trembling slightly, her eyes flooding anew. Her voice was barely a whisper, as if afraid to wake someone. I had a nightmare. I dreamed you'd abandoned me. I froze, momentarily speechless. She edged closer, her small hand slipping out from beneath the covers to grasp the hem of my shirt. Brother Yan. She tilted her face upward, tears still glistened in her almond-shaped eyes, her lashes damp and clinging together. The lamplight fell softly across her features. Her freshly wept cheeks faintly flushed, her nose reddened, her lips slightly pouted like a ripe honey peach. Her nightgown collar had slipped sideways, revealing a delicate sliver of collarbone. My heart melted utterly. Never. She held my gaze for several long seconds, unblinking, searching, as if verifying the truth behind my words. Then she inched forward and rested her forehead against my shoulder. Then stay and sleep with me. Her voice was muffled against my clavicle. Otherwise I can't fall asleep. I stiffened completely. I tried to phrase my reply carefully. Bai Lu, you're growing up. You can't. She lifted her eyes suddenly bold and resolute. I'm not grown up. I'm only 19. I was instantly silenced. Seizing my hesitation, she slipped back under the covers and settled beside me, her tiny hand still tightly gripping my shirt hem. Brother Yin, you mustn't leave. Watching her, I couldn't help but smile wryly. After a moment's hesitation, I lay down. Feeling me settle, Bai Lu nestled closer, resting her head once more upon my shoulder. Brother Yin. Auntie told me that day to treat you well. I froze, utterly petrified. I said of course I would treat you well. She continued, her tone laced with quiet pride. I'd do it even without her saying so. Then she paused, her voice dropping softer still. Brother Yin, I've loved you since childhood. Not the way a younger sister loves an elder brother, but the way. She left it unfinished, but I understood. The room felt utterly still, only the whisper of the air conditioner, the distant murmur of passing cars, and the quiet rhythm of our breathing. I know, I said. She lifted her gaze. Her almond eyes brightened. You know? Yes. She studied me for a few seconds, then smiled. A sweet, tender curve of her lips. That smile held something I couldn't quite decipher. Not mere joy, but rather a profound, quiet relief. Then it's all right. And she leaned her head back onto my shoulder. Moments later, her breathing deepened, growing slow and even. Gently, I brushed aside the stray strands of hair from her forehead. My thoughts churned, chaotic and unmoored. I recalled Tingyu's words. I'll wait for you to grow up. I remembered Piaopiao's gaze, like a cat eyeing a succulent morsel. I thought of Qingqing's sketches of me, each stroke light, yet astonishingly precise. I remembered Mani's warm palm resting upon my head. I couldn't bear to let any of them go. Bai Lu shifted in her sleep, her hand sliding from my shirt hem to my fingers and clasping them tightly. I'll never abandon you, I whispered. In her dreams, she hummed softly, and her lips curved higher. The next morning, I awoke under the weight of 4 pairs of eyes. Opening my eyes, I found Tingyu standing by the bed, arms crossed, white blouse tucked into black trousers, her hair loose over her shoulders. Her expression betrayed neither anger nor amusement, yet her eyes gleamed, their outer corners delicately upturned. Piaopiao leaned against the doorframe in a black slip dress, a cardigan draped loosely over her shoulders. A faint theatrical smile played upon her lips. Qingqing stood beside her in a soft gray knitted dress, sketchbook cradled in her hands. Mani stood furthest back in cozy loungewear, holding a glass of water. Her expression was complex, caught between laughter and restraint. My mind went utterly blank. Bai Lu still lay beside me, her head resting on my shoulder, her fingers still entwined with mine, sleeping soundly. Mani finally broke laughing aloud. The laughter roused Bai Lu. Blinking drowsily, she opened her eyes, then froze upon seeing the 4 figures standing by the bed. She glanced down, at herself then at me. Her face flushed crimson in an instant. From throat to ear tips, even her forehead tinged with delicate pink. I. Stammering, she frantically released my fingers and burrowed deeper into the covers. I had a nightmare last night. No need to explain. Tingyu spoke, calm, unruffled as ever. Just remember to lock the door next time. With that, she turned and walked out. Piaopiao stepped forward, bending low beside me. Her voice dropped to a hushed, teasing whisper, her breath grazing my earlobe. Little Yanyan, you certainly have your charms. My ears burned instantly. Qingqing approached and offered me her sketchbook. There, rendered in delicate lines, was our sleeping forms, side by side, peaceful and intimate. Is it beautiful? She asked softly. I managed a strained smile. Yes, it's beautiful. Mani came last, reaching out to gently ruffle my hair. Suppressing her laughter, she said, next time, remember to lock the door. The room emptied, leaving only Bai Lu and me. We stared at each other. Brother Yin, she whispered, voice thin as a mosquito's hum, did I cause trouble? Her hair was a wild bird's nest, her face boiled shrimp red, her nightgown collar skewed, her fingers twisting nervously beneath the quilt. Something inside me softened sudden and deep. No, she blinked. Then her eyes crinkled into a radiant, guileless smile, utterly unlike the quiet relief of the night before. Truly. She reached out from beneath the covers and reclaimed my fingers. Then, if I have another nightmare, may I come to you again? I met her gaze. Lock the door. She stared bewildered, then burst into delighted laughter, vanishing beneath the quilt, leaving only 2 sparkling eyes peeking out. Then I'll climb in through the window. I flicked her forehead lightly. She yelped, clutching her brow, but her eyes still shone with laughter. On a Saturday morning, sunlight slipped through the gap in the curtains, tracing a golden line across my face. The bedroom door burst open with a loud bang, as if someone had kicked it. Brother Yin, wake up. Bai Lu's voice pierced the quiet of dawn, sharp and startling. She bounced into the room wearing a light purple knitted dress, its hem fluttered with each lively step. She rushed to the edge of the bed and yanked the blanket off me. I instinctively curled inward. Bai Lu. Hands on her hips, she glared at me with wide, almond-shaped eyes. We promised to go to the amusement park today. You forgot. I rubbed my eyes, my mind still sluggish, half asleep. Last week she had said we'd have a date. Just the two of us. She tossed clothes onto my face. Hurry up and change. I'll wait for you downstairs. Her footsteps clattered away, fading into distance. I stared at the garments in my hands, and suddenly felt a flutter of nervousness. A date. Just the two of us. Soon enough I finished dressing and descended the stairs. Bai Lu was pacing circles in the living room. At the sound of my footsteps she lifted her head, and her eyes lit up. Brother Yan. She beamed, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons, then seized my hand and tugged me toward the door. Just as we reached the threshold, a voice drifted down from the staircase, leaving this early. Piaopiao leaned against the banister, clad in a black silk slip dress draped loosely with a matching thin cardigan. To the amusement park. Bai Lu declared it boldly, gripping my hand tighter. Brother Yan and I are going on a date. Piaopiao arched one elegant eyebrow. A date? Bai Lu tilted her chin upward. Yes, just the two of us. Piaopiao curved her lips into a faint, knowing smile. Go ahead, have fun. That smile sent an involuntary chill down my spine. The amusement park teemed with weekend crowds, like dumplings boiling in a pot. Children clutching balloons darted everywhere, couples strolled hand in hand, the air hung thick with the sweet scent of popcorn and the savory aroma of grilled sausages. Bai Lu pulled me forward, her ponytail swaying rhythmically behind her. Brother Yan, what shall we ride first? Anything is fine. She dashed ahead, dragging me after her. The carousel. I've always wanted to ride the carousel with someone I love. A warmth rose to my ears. As the carousel began to turn, Bai Lu sat astride the horse beside mine, her eyes crinkling with joy. She waved at me. Brother Yan, aren't you happy? Watching her like that, my own lips lifted without my consent. Then she dragged me from ride to ride, one after another. Roller coasters, pirate ships, bumper cars. Her energy seemed wound tight as a spring, endless and tireless. Only after the bumper cars did she finally consent to sit down on a bench. Thirsty? I'll grab drinks. You wait right here. She sprinted toward the beverage stand, her ponytail whipping behind her like a playful tail. I leaned back against the bench. Suddenly something caught the corner of my eye. Near the ice cream stall, a woman in a black slip dress stood, wearing sunglasses, her hair loose and flowing. Her posture was languid, her body tilted lazily like a cat's. Piaopiao. I blinked. When I looked again, she was gone. Perhaps I'd imagined it. Bai Lu returned, breathless, holding two frost-beaded cups, cold to the touch. She thrust one into my hand. Here. Thank you. In the afternoon, we continued racing through attractions. Log flumes, wild mice, drop towers. Her excitement only intensified while I was hauled breathlessly across the entire park. After stepping off the drop tower, my legs trembled, weak as water. We collapsed onto a bench, too spent to move. She leaned in close. Brother Yan, are you tired? Not too much. I gasped for air, my throat parched and raw as sandpaper. She stifled a laugh, rummaged in her bag, and gently wiped my brow with a tissue. Watching her so focused, my chest tightened, not with pain, but with a soft, tender ache. Bai Lu folded the tissue away and took my hand again, lacing her fingers tightly through mine. Let's go. The last ride, the Ferris wheel. A long queue snaked beneath the Ferris wheel, winding back on itself several times. Bai Lu stood on tiptoe, peering ahead impatiently. Why so many people? I gazed upward as the great wheel turned slowly, and my heartbeat quickened just slightly. The Ferris wheel, the legendary ride of lovers. Just as the thought crossed my mind, a voice chimed from beside me. Oh, what a coincidence. Slowly I turned my head and looked up. Piaopiao stood 2 paces away, holding an ice cream cone, her smile disarmingly innocent. Behind her, Tingyu glanced down at her phone, but her earlobes were unmistakably flushed. Further back, Qingqing held a sketchbook, her pen frozen mid-stroke upon the page. Many carried shopping bags and offered me a warm, easy smile. For women, standing side by side, perfectly aligned. I froze, utterly unprepared. Bai Lu turned, saw them, and after a startled pause burst into laughter. How did you all get here? Piaopiao took a bite of her melting ice cream. To have fun, can't we? Bai Lu laughed so hard, she doubled over, clinging to my arm. Of course you can, absolutely. She looked up at me, tears of mirth glistening at the corners of her eyes. Brother Yan, look, they've all come. I studied these 4 women, each more transparent in her pretense than the last. Piaopiao held her dripping ice cream motionless. Tingyu's phone screen remained dark. Qingqing's sketchbook bore only a half-finished Ferris wheel. Manny's shopping bag held 5 bottles of water. A wry smile tugged at my lips, but I dared not let it show. So that smile Piaopiao gave me this morning, that was what she meant. Tingyu finally raised her gaze. Her eyes flickered briefly across my face before drifting away. Don't misunderstand. We just happened to feel like coming. Piaopiao nodded vigorously beside her. Exactly, pure coincidence. Qingqing closed her sketchbook softly. I just happened to want to draw the amusement park. Manny added with a gentle smile. I just happened to feel like going out for a stroll. My mouth opened, but no words came. Bai Lu had already collapsed onto the ground laughing helplessly. You're all so adorable. Piaopiao nudged her calf lightly. Enough laughing. Let's go. Don't hold us up. The line had just reached us. Bai Lu sprang up, tugged me toward the gondola, and waved back at them. We'll watch you from up there. The gondola doors clicked shut. The cables groaned softly as we rose steadily upward. I pressed my palm against the glass and looked down. The four of them remained rooted in place, gazing up. Piaopiao waved. Tingyu stood with hands tucked casually into her pockets. Qingqing sketched something quietly. Manny smiled and nodded at us. Bai Lu leaned beside me, also peering downward. She spoke suddenly, Brother Yan. My. Look, they've all come. She turned to me. Her almond-shaped eyes reflected the sky outside, bright, clear, and boundless. They all love you. So deeply they were willing to follow us secretly all day long. Something indescribable welled up inside me. It lodged itself in my throat, neither swallowable nor expellable. Bai Lu squeezed my hand, her fingers weaving firmly into mine. Her voice was soft, tender. So, Brother Yan, you don't need to rush. Take your time thinking. The Ferris wheel continued its slow ascent. Outside, the sky stretched deep and blue. Below, the four figures grew smaller and smaller. Yet still they looked up. I tightened my grip on her hand. My palm was drenched in sweat. On a Tuesday afternoon, I went to the art studio to find Ai Qing. Pushing the door open, I saw her standing before an easel, brush in hand, yet utterly still. She stared blankly at the canvas, unaware even of my entrance. Qingqing Jia. She blinked back to awareness, turning toward me, but her eyes were red-rimmed. My heart lurched. I stepped forward. What's wrong? She shook her head and set the brush down. Nothing. I glanced at the easel. The canvas was a muddled swirl of color, formless and chaotic. She had never painted like this before. What is it? She fell silent for a moment, then picked up a letter from the table and handed it to me. An overseas art academy, full scholarship graduate program. The paper was thick, embossed with a gold foil crest, its texture subtly raised beneath my fingertips. I stared at the letter, unable to name the knot of feeling tightening in my chest. Congratulations. Of course I should congratulate her. This had been her dream since childhood. She had painted for years, waiting for this very day. Yet she'd received the offer last week and said nothing. Why didn't you tell us? She looked at me. Sunlight streamed in through the window, catching in her light brown irises. Bright, yes, but unnervingly so. I didn't know how to say it. I understood why she hadn't spoken. Because speaking meant deciding, and deciding meant leaving. Leaving would leave only the five of us behind. Do you want to go? Qingqing Jia looked at me, then said nothing. I gazed back, my throat constricting as if choked by something solid. Qingqing Jia. You? The words rose to my lips, then vanished. I wanted to beg her not to go, but what right did I have? Who was I to her? What claim could I possibly make? I wanted to urge her to go, but those two words lodged in my throat, refusing to emerge. She watched my struggle, her lips lifting just slightly, yet her eyes reddened further. You don't need to agonize. I'll decide for myself. At dinner that evening, Qingqing Jia was quieter than usual. I kept my head down, shoveling rice into my mouth without uttering a word. When the meal ended, she was the first to return to the studio. I watched her figure vanish down the corridor's far end, wanting to chase after her, yet my legs felt leaden. Manny Jia sat beside me. What's troubling Qingqing? I told her about the offer. She paused in silence after hearing it. She wants to go, doesn't she? I nodded. And you, do you want her to go? My mouth opened, but no sound came. Manny Jia sighed and gently stroked my hair. Yanyan, some words must be spoken when the time comes. Otherwise you'll regret it. She rose and walked away. Late into the night, all I could see was Qingqing Jia's tear-bright eyes. That quiet girl who always painted in stillness. That girl who watched me silently from afar. That girl who captured every fleeting moment of my life with her brush. She'd received the offer and stayed silent. Because she couldn't bear to part. From what, or whom, did she hesitate? Suddenly I sat upright. The answer had always been there. I simply refused to face it. The next morning, Ai Qing missed breakfast. Manny Jia packed the meal into a thermal box and handed it to me. Take it to the studio. The autumn morning was crisp with chill. Frost dusted the courtyard grass, crunching softly underfoot. The studio door stood ajar. I pushed it open and stepped inside. Qingqing Jia lay asleep over the drafting table. Her white blouse dress was rumpled, one sleeve stained with dried ultramarine. A thin cardigan draped loosely over her shoulders. She was curled tightly like a sleeping cat. I placed the thermal box beside her and gently laid my coat over her shoulders. She stirred slowly, opening her eyes. Rubbing them drowsily, her voice rasped. Yanyan. What time is it? 8 in the morning. Why did you sleep here? Qingqing Jia sat up, and my coat slid from her shoulders. She glanced down, picked it up, and offered it back to me. I fell asleep while painting. I took the coat and opened the thermal box. Manny Jia made it. Eat while it's warm. She gazed at the porridge and side dishes inside, pausing for several seconds. before offering a faint, more genuine smile than yesterday's. Thank you. She lifted the spoon and ate slowly in small, careful sips. I sat beside her watching. Her white blouse dress was deeply creased, strands of hair clung to her cheeks. A faint bluish shadow lingered beneath her eyes, like watercolor left unblended. You didn't return to your room last night. She shook her head. You painted all night. She nodded. I hesitated, then asked, are you thinking about the offer? Her spoon stilled for a breath, then she resumed eating. I watched her, wanting to ask whether she'd decided whether she'd go, whether she'd ever return, if she did. But not a single word would force its way past my lips. After finishing her meal, she closed the thermal box and handed it to me. Thank you. Please thank Manny GF for me. I reached the doorway, then turned to look back at her. She already stood before the easel, brush in hand. Sunlight poured through the window, lifting the hem of her white blouse dress, its fabric fluttering softly, brushing her calves, her nude-toned stockings glowing with a muted velvety luster in the light. She raised her hand. The sleeve slipped down, revealing a slender, delicate wrist. The brush tip hovered motionless before the canvas, uncommitted, suspended. What was she waiting for? I stood there for a long while, then quietly closed the door. That afternoon, I sat dazed in the living room when Bai Lu sidled up beside me. Yan, why have you been so absent-minded these past 2 days? And no, I'm fine. She pouted. Liar. You didn't hear me call your name 3 times. I blinked. You called me. She glared, then leaned in, lowering her voice. Is it because of Ching Jia? I managed a wry, helpless smile. She sighed and rested her head on my shoulder. Her weight was featherlight, her hair brushed against my jaw. Yan, the more you run from certain things, the less they let you go. I looked down at her. She tilted her face upward, her almond-shaped eyes reflecting the sunlight spilling in from outside. You love Ching Jia, don't you? My heartbeat skipped. Her smile held a trace of bittersweetness, but more than that, something else entirely. We all know it. Ching Jia loves you, and you love her too. It's just that you're too afraid to say it. She took my hand in hers. Yan, we're all willing to wait. Not for you to choose between us, but for you to learn, to accept, and to respond. She paused, her voice softening further. We also know about Ching Jia's offer. Right now, what she needs most isn't to bear it alone, but for you to tell her, I can't bear to let you go. I looked at her, and the tight knot in my throat dissolved. Not vanished, melted, transforming into a warm, rising tide. Bai Lu. She nudged me gently. Go. Now. I stood. She tilted her head up, smiling, eyes crinkling yet shimmering faintly with unshed tears. I'll wait for you to come back. I turned and hurried toward the door, my steps quickening until I was nearly running. Outside, the sunlight bathed the courtyard in golden warmth. The studio door remained ajar. I pushed it open. Ai Ching stood before the easel and turned toward me. Ultramarine stained her fingertips, gleaming faintly in the light. Ai Ching stood in front of the easel and turned to look at me. We gazed at each other. I hesitated, feeling a twitch in my palm. That offer. Please don't go. Ai Ching merely looked at me quietly. I don't want you to go. I enunciated every word clearly. It's not because it would be bad for everyone if you left, nor because the studio would feel empty without you, but because I can't bear to part with you. Her eyes instantly reddened. I took a step forward. I inhaled deeply. I care about you. I've cared since the first day you painted me. I just didn't dare to say it. Her tears flowed like a flood that had broken its dam. She stood there silently, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls that had come undone. I was suddenly flustered, hurriedly trying to wipe her tears. She grasped my wrist and pressed my hand against her face. Su Yan. Ai Ching's voice trembled. Do you know how long I've waited for this sentence? I was at a loss, but I saw the stack of drawings in the drawer, each with a date written in the bottom right corner. The earliest was 3 years old. I'm sorry. She shook her head, tears splashing onto the back of my hand. Don't say sorry. She smiled through her tears. Just being here is enough. She stood on tiptoe and hugged me, her forehead resting on my chest, her hands gripping the back of my shirt tightly. I reached out and gently embraced her. Ai Ching was a head shorter than me, curling up in my embrace like a cat that had finally found its nest. I don't know how much time passed. Ai Ching lifted her head. Her eyes were still red, but her lips were curled into a smile. Sit down, she said softly. I have something for you. She walked to the storage cabinet and opened the bottom drawer. Inside was a neatly stacked pile of drawing paper. She brought it over and sat down beside me. The sofa was small, and sitting 2 people felt a bit cramped, our shoulders brushing against each other. These, she handed the drawing paper to me. I originally planned to give them to you before I left. Back then, she said softly. I looked at you and suddenly felt a strong urge to capture you on canvas. I flipped through them one by one. Me reading, me daydreaming, me dozing off. Me standing at the studio door being pulled by Bai Lu to run, me learning to cook with Sister Man and I in the kitchen. Each one was dated. Ai Ching. I called her, not using Sister Ching. I spoke softly. In the future, only paint me, all right? AI Ching was momentarily stunned. Do you? Do you know what you're saying? I know. My ears burned fiercely, but I didn't shy away from her gaze. You used to paint me, and in the future. In the future, I will accompany you while you paint. AI Ching's tears fell one by one, rolling down her cheeks. She raised her hand to wipe them, but the more she wiped, the more they came. Sister Ching, please don't cry. I'm not crying, she said with a nasal voice, her lips curled up. I'm just happy. She held my hand, our fingers intertwining. Su Yan. In the future, I will only paint you, and you must not hide. I couldn't help but laugh. I won't hide. Outside the window, the wind blew gently, making the studio's windows softly rattle. She leaned against my shoulder, her hair brushing against my neck. I held her hand, my thumb happily dancing on the back of her hand. Sister Ching. Are you really not going for that offer? After a few seconds, she replied, not going. But that is your, Su Yan. She interrupted me, lifting her head from my shoulder to look at me. You can paint anywhere. But you only have one. I looked at her clean face, momentarily lost in thought. She reached out, her fingertip touching my brow. Don't frown. She stood up. Let's go, sister man, and I must be waiting. As she walked to the door, she suddenly stopped and turned to look at me. Su Yan. She stood on tiptoe and lightly brushed her lips against the corner of my mouth. Soon it was so light it felt like it never happened. She took a step back, her face as red as a sunset. This is a reward. Her voice trembled. A reward for you keeping me here. I touched the spot. She kissed, my mind going blank. Then, if I don't let you go, will there be more rewards? She stared blankly for a moment and then burst into laughter. You've become bad. My ears turned crimson, but I couldn't help but smile. She turned and walked outside, taking a few steps before looking back at me. Are you coming? Yes. I closed the door and followed her. The night breeze in the yard was cool, but the warmth at the corner of my mouth never faded. During dinner, the atmosphere at the dining table felt off. AI Ching sat in her usual spot, her head lowered as she drank porridge, but her ears were red. Sister Tingyu sat opposite her, leisurely eating breakfast, occasionally raising her eyes to glance between me and AI Ching. Sister Piaopiao rested her chin on her hand, glancing at one and then the other, smiling like a fox. Bai Lu sat next to me and whispered, Brother Yan, why is Sister Ching looking at you so much today? I lowered my head to drink porridge, pretending not to hear. Sister Man and I brought out the fried eggs, looked around, and shook her head with a smile. Eat, today's eggs are perfectly cooked. Just as I was about to take a bite, I felt a gaze fall on me. I looked up to meet AI Ching's eyes. She was looking at me with a gentle gaze. She blinked and then lowered her head to continue drinking porridge. My throat involuntarily tightened. Sister Piaopiao watched this scene from the side and suddenly spoke, Little Yanyan. Your smile is even higher today. I immediately lowered my head, but couldn't help but chuckle. Bai Lu asked in confusion, Brother Yan, what are you laughing at? Sister Piaopiao pinched her face. Little kids shouldn't ask. Bai Lu pouted, I'm not a little kid. Suddenly the dining table erupted with laughter. My phone vibrated in my pocket. Sister Ching, your smile is about to reach your ears. I glanced down, replied, so is yours. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her looking down at her phone, and her ears turned red again. Sister Piaopiao sighed from across the table. I can't take it anymore. Can you two finish your meal before getting all lovey-dovey? Bai Lu looked confused. What lovey-dovey? Who's lovey-dovey? Sister Tingyu put down her chopsticks. I'm full. As she walked past me, she paused. Yanyan. She looked at me, her gaze calm, but the corners of her mouth held a slight curve. You did well. I stood there in shock. Sister Piaopiao laughed. Did you hear that? Sister Tingyu praised you. That's a rare thing. Bai Lu finally reacted, looking between me and AI Ching with wide eyes. Brother Yan. You and Sister Ching. Just eat your food. Sister Piaopiao stuffed a piece of fruit into her mouth. Bai Lu chewed, mumbling, but I want to know. Sister Man and I shook her head with a smile and got up to clear the dishes. AI Ching stood up, walked to my side, and whispered something in my ear, her voice as light as the wind. Come to the studio tonight. I sat at the dining table, my ears burning fiercely. Bai Lu leaned over. Brother Yin, what did Sister Ching say to you? Nothing. Liar. Your ears are red again. Sister Piaopiao stood up and patted Bai Lu's head. Don't ask anymore, or he might blow up. She took a few steps, turned back to look at me. Little Yin, congratulations. I opened my mouth, not knowing what to say. Bai Lu hugged a pillow, pouting as she looked at me. I flicked her forehead. What are you doing? Don't pout. She huffed, but her lips still curled up. Sister Man and I poked her head out of the kitchen. What do you want to eat tomorrow? Let's celebrate. For the next few days, the atmosphere remained delicate yet calm. Jia Ching no longer mentioned the offer, going to the studio, as usual each day. Yet whenever I visited her at the studio, the way she looked up at me had changed. Before, her gaze was tender, but edged with cautious hesitation. Now, though still tender, it carried a new quiet openness. I sat in my usual spot, watching her back as her brush glided across the canvas, her wrist turning softly, her sleeve dusted with cobalt pigment. A deep sense of calm settled within me, as if something unseen held me steady. But the others were not blind. On the evening of the 5th day, Lin Tingyu summoned me into her study. She sat behind her desk, a white shirt neatly tucked into black trousers, sheer black stockings encasing her slender calves, and fine-heeled black stilettos on her feet. She had just returned from work and hadn't changed yet. Her long hair was gathered into a low ponytail revealing an elegant neck and the clavicle necklace I had given her. She gestured toward the chair opposite her. Sit. I sat down, hands resting on my knees. This time I didn't fidget with my thumb. After that night, I felt less tense. She fixed her gaze on me and asked bluntly, "What's going on between you and Ai Ching?" My Adam's apple bobbed. Well, what? I took a slow, deep breath. I asked her to stay. She did. That's all. She arched a brow. That's all. I nodded. Yes. Jie Tingyu studied me for a moment, then rose, walked around the desk, and stood before me, the sharp tap of her heels echoing clearly against the floor. Suddenly, she let out a soft, knowing chuckle. Yanyan. She bent slightly, her eyes meeting mine. You know how differently we've always treated you, since childhood. I lifted my gaze to meet hers. Her fingertip brushed lightly over my chest. Bai Lu clings to you, Ai Ching paints you, Liu Piaopiao teases you, Mani Jie cares for you. And I protect you. She paused, her voice softening. So you must already know what each of us feels for you. Her cool fingertip pressed gently against my chest through the fabric of my shirt. I won't say anything about Ai Ching. Jie Tingyu withdrew her hand. But you must decide, what truly is your heart's stance toward all of us? She turned and walked to the window, standing with her back to me. Moonlight streamed and tracing the graceful outline of her silhouette. Of the 5 of us, what do you intend to do? I watched her back, my throat tightening. Jie Tingyu. I don't know. She didn't turn around. I rose and stepped close behind her, so near I could smell the faint, clean scent of her laundry detergent. I don't know what to do, but I do know this. I can't bear to lose any of you. Jie Tingyu turned to face me. Her eyes held something shifting alive. She repeated quietly, can't bear to lose any of us. I met her gaze and gave a gentle, solemn nod. She held my eyes for a long while, then sighed faintly. I knew it would be like this. Her voice was barely above a whisper, as if spoken only to herself. My chest tightened. Jie Tingyu. She raised a hand and gently ruffled my hair. Her fingers slipped through my strands, lighter than usual. All right, go on now. I remained frozen in the chair, head bowed. She tilted her head. What's wrong? Do you want me to say more? You're not angry. She looked at me, a faint smile touching her lips. It was subtle, but the soft curve of her outer eyelids softened her entire expression. Would anger help? We've watched you grow up since you were little. Whose temper, whose heart, whose nature do we not know? She paused, her tone deepening. But Yanyan, you may be greedy, yet you must also grow up. I froze speechless. Jie Tingyu held my gaze, her eyes slightly uplifted at the corners, her voice firm as ever. The greedy must possess the strength to sustain their greed. Can you protect all of us? I stayed silent for several seconds. I will. Meeting her eyes, I spoke slowly, deliberately. I will grow up. I will protect you all. Not one will be left behind. She gazed at me, her lips slowly curving upward. Good. I'll wait. Stepping out of the study, I had barely reached the stair landing when Jie Piaopiao was already leaning against the wall. She wore a black slip dress, a sheer chiffon cardigan draped over her shoulders, sheer black stockings hugging her long legs, and delicate stiletto mules on her feet. Tiny rhinestones glittered like stars along her outer eyelids beneath the hallway light. She smiled at me, eyes crinkling warmly. Little Yanyan, finish talking. She stepped forward, circling me once, her silk-clad calf brushing past my peripheral vision. Did Jie Tingyu scold you? No, not at all. Good. She stopped directly before me, tilting her head up. Then shall we talk about us? I blinked, startled. Us? She rose onto her toes, drawing near my ear, her warm, sweet breath grazing my skin. I'm keeping careful note of how you kept Ai Ching. Next time I decide to leave, you'll have to keep me too. I swallowed hard, my throat tightening. You're thinking of leaving too? Jie Piaopiao stepped back, grinning like a sly fox. Who knows? She turned and sauntered toward her room, moving with feline grace, her silk-wrapped calves catching the light with every sway. Good night, little Yanyan. My ears burned crimson. Just as I turned toward my room, the door beside me opened. Bai Lu peered out, wearing pink pajamas, her hair tousled, rubbing her eyes sleepily as she looked up at me. Brother Yan, why aren't you asleep yet? Her voice was soft and drowsy, still thick with slumber. Watching her dazed, sleepy face, my heart softened. I'm going to sleep now. Why are you awake? She patted over and tugged gently at my shirt sleeve, her fingers plump and warm. I dreamed you disappeared. Then I woke up. She gazed up at me, her almond eyes still heavy with sleep, her lashes damp and clumped together in delicate clusters. Looking at her, I remembered how she'd done the same as a child, running to me after nightmares. I reached out and gently stroked her hair. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. She blinked slowly, then smiled, eyes crinkling, warmth blooming across her cheeks. Rising onto her toes, she pressed a quick soft kiss to my cheek, then darted back inside, slamming the door shut behind her with a soft thump. I stood frozen, fingertips instinctively brushing the spot where her lips had lingered. As I walked toward my room, Mani Jie's door opened. She stood in the doorway, wearing a pale pink silk nightgown, sheer nude stockings tracing her calves, and low-heeled beige mules on her feet. Her long hair fell loose around her shoulders, her features tender as spring breeze. She murmured softly, still not asleep. Mani Jie stepped closer and gently touched my head. Don't overthink it. Take your time. We're all here. Yes, I understand, Mani Jie. She smiled warmly and withdrew her hand. Good night, Yanyan. The door closed softly behind her. I stood alone in the hallway. I thought of Jie Tingyu's words. You must grow up, of Jie Liu Piaopiao's teasing. Next time you'll have to keep me too. Of Bai Lu's trusting whisper. You're not going anywhere. Of Mani Jie's quiet reassurance. Take your time, we're all here. And of Jie Qingqing in the studio. Her kiss as light as a feather. And of Bai Lu's affectionate lingering kiss just moments ago. I clenched my fists. You all tease me like this. I won't be able to hold back much longer. In a daze on the bed, I lost track of time until my phone chimed with a message alert. It wasn't Qingqing Jie, but Piaopiao Jie. Xiao Yanyan, have you slept yet? I replied, not yet. Come down, I'm waiting for you in the yard. It was already early morning. Oh, why was she calling me down? Nevertheless, I sat up, put on a jacket, and quietly stepped outside. In the yard, Piaopiao Jie was sitting in the pavilion, legs crossed, holding a cup of something and bringing it to her lips. She had changed into a black silk camisole dress, draped with a thin cardigan, her legs encased in black stockings, slightly angled, wearing those delicate high-heeled slippers. Her long hair was draped down, the ends slightly damp, sticking to her collarbone. She patted the spot next to her, saying, come sit. She handed me the cup. It was red wine with droplets of water clinging to the glass. Want to drink some? I shook my head. Can't sleep. She didn't answer, just gazed at the distant sea. Suddenly she spoke. Xiao Yanyan, do you know why I called you down? I don't know. She turned to look at me, her eyes slightly raised, but her gaze was different from during the day. I've been feeling blocked about your relationship with Qingqing Jie. I was taken aback. She quickly added, it's not jealousy. It's just, feels unfair. She swirled the wine in her cup. I want that kind of treatment too. I want someone to come running to me saying don't go, and someone to hold my hand saying I can't bear to lose you. But you know, for me, whether I stay or go, no one really cares. I care. The words escaped me quicker than I could think. She turned to look at me, her gaze fixed on my face. I felt a bit flustered under her gaze. I mean it, if you were to leave, I would also keep you here. Xiao Yanyan, do you know that when you say that I take it seriously, I really mean it. Piaopiao Jie's eyelashes fluttered. She set her cup down and turned to face me. Her voice dropped low. Then tell me, if I were to leave, how would you keep me? I would come find you. And then, then I would tell you not to go. That's it. I lowered my head, my ears turning quietly red. Piaopiao Jie suddenly teased. You know, sometimes I think you're silly, and sometimes I think you're incredibly clever. Why? Because you always say the right thing, but you don't even realize it. She pointed at my chest, saying, when you say don't go, it's more effective than saying 100 times I like you. I didn't quite understand, but her eyes told me she was serious. She stood up and walked in front of me. Just now in the living room, when you said they all can't bear to let you go, I wanted to kiss you. Her voice was soft, but since there were people around, I held back. I swallowed, feeling my throat tighten. Her eyes slightly narrowed, a smile playing on her lips. Now there's no one around. She bent down, one hand resting on my knee, revealing her ample bosom and deep cleavage. The other hand cradled my chin, her thumb pressing against the corner of my mouth. Xiao Yanyan. Her voice was as low as the night breeze. This is a reward. A reward for your honesty. Her warm lips brushed against the corner of my mouth, and instinctively I compared. Qingqing Jie's kiss was as light as a feather. It carried warmth, the bittersweet taste of red wine, and her familiar sweet scent. Piaopiao Jie stood up straight, looking at me. I was frozen on the bench, my mind a blank. She smiled, reaching out to pinch my face. Are you stunned? No. Then why is your face so red? I touched my face. It was scorching. She laughed even harder, doubling over, her legs wrapped in black stockings swaying in the moonlight. She straightened up and dusted off her dress. All right, go to bed. Xiao Yanyan. Moi. If it's my turn to leave next time, you have to hold on to me even more tightly than you did with Ai Qing. She winked and pushed the door open. I sat in the pavilion, touching the spot where I had been kissed. You said don't go, it's more effective than saying 100 times I like you. Is that so? I closed the door and stood in the hallway. My phone vibrated in my pocket. Ching ching Jia still not asleep. I leaned against the wall and typed not yet. About today, don't take what they said to heart. I replied I didn't take it to heart. Just thinking they are all too good to me. There was a long silence on the other end. Because it's you. So it's worth it. I stared at those 2 lines, typed a few words, and then deleted them, deleting and retyping. You too. Worth it. As I passed Man and Jia's room, the door was slightly ajar, letting out a sliver of light. I hesitated for a moment and walked over. In the gap of the door, she was sitting on the edge of the bed holding a book. In a pale pink silk nightgown, her long hair, cascading down the light from the bedside lamp, cast a shadow of her eyelashes that stretched long. Just as I was about to leave, she looked up and saw me. Yanyan. She set the book down. Why are you still awake? I can't sleep. She smiled and waved me over. Come in and sit for a while. I pushed the door open and walked in. Her room was very simple, with beige bed sheets, a glass of water on the bedside table, and a potted green plant on the windowsill. She patted the spot next to her. What are you thinking about? After a moment of silence, I spoke. Man and Jia, I was kissed by 2 people today. Oh really? She looked surprised, then chuckled. Does Tingyu know? No, she doesn't know. She shook her head with a smile. That girl probably has an idea. She paused and turned to look at me. Yanyan, do you know why they kissed you? Piaopiao Jia said it's because of honesty. That's right, it's because of honesty. She nodded. You never lie about your feelings for them. If you can't bear it, you can't bear it, or if you want it, you want it. She reached out and gently patted the back of my hand. They can't bear to lose someone like you. I looked at her, feeling warmth, as if something was supporting me. Man and Jia, what about you? As soon as I said it, I regretted it, my ears instantly turning red. Tu didn't mean it like that. She looked at my flushed ears and suddenly laughed. She reached out and pulled me into her embrace. I swallowed hard. Man and Jia's embrace was warm, her firm, yet soft bosom pressing against my chest, making it hard for me to breathe. Her hand gently patted my back, just like when she used to soothe me to sleep as a child. Yanyan, you can always take your time with me. I instinctively raised my hand to wrap around her waist. After a long time, she finally let go and looked at me. All right, go back to sleep. You have to get up early tomorrow. I nodded and got up, walking to the door. When I turned back, she was still sitting on the edge of the bed, smiling at me. Good night, Yanyan. Good night, Man and Jia. I gently closed the door. Standing in the hallway, I touched the spot where I had been embraced. There was no kiss, but this embrace was warmer than any kiss. The next morning when I woke up, the sunlight had already reached the foot of the bed. After washing up and going downstairs, the living room was bustling with activity. Bai Lu was curled up on the sofa watching cartoons. Sister Piaopiao leaned against the other end of the sofa, scrolling on her phone. She glanced at me, and a smile crept up on her lips. That smile was as profound as it was last night, hinting at some hidden secret. Sister Ching Ching was sitting by the window reading. The sound of turning the pages was soft, but after flipping 2 pages, she flipped back, clearly not paying attention. Sister Ting Yu was looking at documents at the dining table. Hearing me come downstairs, she didn't even look up, saying breakfast is on the table. Sister Mani poked her head out from the kitchen, awake. The porridge is still warm, have something to eat first. I sat down at the dining table. The lid of the thermal container lifted. Fried eggs, bacon, toasted bread, and a bowl of warm porridge. Halfway through the porridge, Sister Piaopiao came over. She sat down across from me, resting her chin on her hand and looking at me. Little Yin, did you sleep well last night? It was okay. She teased. Really? I thought you would have insomnia. I lowered my head to drink the porridge, pretending not to hear. At that moment, Bai Lu ran over and squeezed next to me. Brother Yin, will you play with me today? Play what? She thought for a moment, her eyes lighting up. How about going to the beach? Sister Piaopiao interjected. The beach sounds great, I want to go too. Sister Ting Yu looked up. I have nothing to do today, let's go together. Sister Ching Ching closed her book softly. I want to go too. Sister Mani came out of the kitchen, wiping her hands. Shall we eat out for lunch? At noon, the 6 of us set off. Sister Mani had prepared a large basket of bento sushi sandwiches, fruit salad, all packed to the brim. She carried the basket at the back, smiling as she looked at the people in front like she was taking a group of children out to play. Bai Lu was holding my hand and walking at the front. She wore a light pink dress that reached just above her knees, with white stockings hugging her calves and white low-heeled sandals on her feet. In her hand, she held a small bucket, saying she wanted to collect seashells. Bai Lu pulled me as we ran towards the beach. As the waves crashed, she screamed and dodged back, but the hem of her dress still got splashed. Brother Yin, look. So many shells. She picked up a pink shell and held it up for me to see. As she looked up at me, the sunlight and reflections of the sea sparkled in her almond-shaped eyes, making them shine brilliantly. Is it pretty? Very pretty. Sister Piaopiao walked over in her high heels. It was just like her to wear stilettos to the beach. She wore a black spaghetti strap dress with a sheer cardigan over it. Her long legs were wrapped in black stockings, and her sandals sank into the sand, leaving deep impressions. Little Yin, help me take a picture. She handed me her phone and walked to the edge of the sea to pose. She turned sideways, one hand sweeping her hair back, her legs crossed, and the hem of her dress blown up by the sea breeze. Her sunglasses covered half her face, but the smile at the corner of her mouth couldn't be hidden. Sister Piaopiao came over to take a look and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, your skills have improved. Can't you wear flat shoes? Sister Tingyu raised an eyebrow, looking at her without saying much. That would be boring. Sister Piaopiao's lips curled slightly as she walked in her high heels towards the picnic mat, leaving a trail of deep holes in the sand. Sister Tingyu walked over to my side. Yanyan, want to walk with me? I walked slowly along the beach with Sister Tingyu. She walked to my left, her pace neither fast nor slow. Occasionally a wave would come crashing, and she would dodge slightly, not caring even if her sandals splashed some water. Suddenly she spoke. Have you thought about what happened last night? I thought it through. She turned to look at me. I met Sister Ting. Yes, gaze Sister Tingyu. I know I can't bear to lose anyone, and that makes me seem greedy. There might be many problems ahead. I paused and took a deep breath. But I will grow up. I will learn how to treat you well and how to protect you. Not a single one less. Sister Tingyu looked at me, the corners of her eyes slightly uplifted. Really? Really? She stared at me for a few seconds, gently curling her lips. She reached out and ruffled my hair. Let's go, they're waiting for us. In the distance on the beach, Bai Lu was still collecting shells, her small bucket already half full. Sister Piaopiao was sitting on the picnic mat scrolling on her phone, while Sister Qing stood nearby, looking at the sea, her skirt blown up by the wind as she raised her hand to press it down. Sister Mani was laying out the bento, taking each item out and arranging them neatly. The sunlight gently bathed them, while the sea breeze playfully whipped their hair around. That evening when we returned home, Bai Lu was so tired that she curled up on the sofa, dozing off, clutching a pillow, her head bobbing slightly. Sister Piaopiao was leaning beside her, scrolling on her phone. Sister Qing was sitting by the window reading. Sister Tingyu was looking at documents, and Sister Mani was peeling an apple. I sat in the middle watching them. Suddenly I stood up. All five of them looked at me. My palms were sweaty and I gulped. I want to say a few words. My voice was a bit tense. Bai Lu woke up, rubbing her eyes, and sitting up straight. Sister Piaopiao put down her phone. Sister Qing closed her book. Sister Tingyu set down her documents, and Sister Mani put down her fruit knife. I took a deep breath and slowly said, I know I'm very greedy, and I also know there might be many problems in the future. But I looked at each of them. I won't let you down. The living room fell silent for a few seconds. Sister Piaopiao smiled first. Oh, little Yin is making a promise. Sister Tingyu didn't say anything, just looked at me. Sister Qing smiled faintly at the corners of her mouth. Bai Lu rubbed her eyes, not fully understanding, but smiled along. Sister Mani stood up and walked in front of me. She reached out to touch my head, her palm warm. Good. We trust you. My eyes suddenly felt a bit hot. I lowered my head, not wanting them to see. Sister Piaopiao's voice came over, filled with laughter. Little Yin, you're not going to cry, are you? No. I raised my head. All right, no tears. She laughed even harder. Bai Lu ran over and hugged my arm, hanging on to me. Brother Yin, I believe everything you say. Sister Tingyu stood up and walked in front of me, reaching out to tap my forehead. Remember what you said? I nodded vigorously. At that moment, Sister Qing walked in front of me, looking at me without saying anything, just smiling faintly. Her smile was soft and light, but warmer than any words. Bai Lu yawned, feeling sleepy again. Sister Piaopiao said it was time to sleep, and Sister Mani went to the kitchen to clean up. Sister Tingyu went upstairs and glanced back at me. Get to bed early. Bai Lu was pulled away by Sister Piaopiao, and the living room quieted down. Only Sister Mani remained in the kitchen, washing dishes, the sound of water splashing. I walked into the kitchen, and Sister Mani glanced back at me. Why aren't you going up yet? I'm helping you wash the dishes. She smiled gently and nodded, handing me a cloth. The two of us stood by the sink, one washing and the other drying. Yanyan. What you said today, is it true? It is true. Sister Mani didn't say anything else, handing me the last plate. Then just do it well. A week before the final exams, a torrential rain fell in Binhai City. I stood before the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, watching the rain as it pelted against the glass, the sound like a lively drum, while the osmanthus tree in the yard bent low under the force of the wind. Bai Lu was curled up on the sofa browsing her phone when she suddenly shouted, Brother Yin, come look. She held her phone up in front of me. On the campus forum, a post had risen to the top. Student Council President Lin Tingyu rejected Zhou Zihang's live video. The video was short, only a few seconds long. The quality was mediocre, as if someone had secretly filmed it from a corner. Sister Tingyu stood at the entrance of the Student Council office, her white shirt tucked into black trousers, her long hair tied back in a low ponytail, her profile sharp and defined like a well-cut blade. Zhou Zihang stood opposite her, holding a bouquet of champagne roses. His voice was intermittent. I have someone I like. Zhou Zihang's voice was unclear, but the last words, is it Su Yan, could not be drowned out even by the sound of the rain. The comments section was in an uproar. What the hell? Zhou Zihang's confession was rejected. Lin Tingyu said she has someone she likes. Who could it be? Didn't anyone upstairs watch the video? Zhou Ziheng asked, is it Su Yan? Lin Tingyu didn't deny it. Su Yan. Is he the kid surrounded by 5 school beauties? No, isn't Su Yan her younger brother? What younger brother? They are just childhood friends. Bai Lu looked up at me, her bright eyes sparkling. Brother, Yan, what are you looking at? Nothing. I handed the phone back to her. She glanced down, pouting immediately. It's Zhou Ziheng again. She sneaked a glance at me. Brother Yan, aren't you unhappy? No. You're lying. She leaned in closer. You never talk when you're unhappy, and your ears turn red. Just like now. I instinctively touched my ear. Bai Lu pinched my earlobe sweetly, saying, don't worry, Sister Tingyu doesn't like him anyway. At the same time at the Zhou family. When Zhou Ziheng pushed open the door, he found the person he least wanted to see sitting in the living room. His father Zhou Jiangwo sat upright on the sofa, a cup of tea that had long gone cold in his hand. Clad in a custom-made dark gray suit, his tie impeccably knotted, furrows of worry etched across his brow. On the coffee table lay a phone, its screen lit up, displaying the post from the forum. You're back. His voice was not loud. Dad, Zhou Ziheng called out and walked toward the stairs. Stop right there. He halted, turning his back to his father. The living room was very quiet. The ticking of the wall clock could be heard. Zhou Jiangwo stood up, his leather shoes clicking on the marble floor, each sound clear and distinct. He walked behind his son, his voice lowered. What were you doing at school? Did you think I wouldn't know? Zhou Ziheng turned to meet his father's gaze. I didn't do anything. Did nothing. Zhou Jiangwo picked up the phone, shoving the screen in his face. Chasing Lin Tingyu, investigating Su Yan, posting online. This is called doing nothing. Zhou Ziheng clenched his fists. That's my business. Your business. Zhou Jiangwo's voice suddenly rose, then quickly suppressed, as if he were holding back something. Do you know who Su Yan is? The only son of Su Jiangwo, the sole heir of the Su group. He stared at his son, each word deliberate. The Zhou family currently has a partnership with the Su family. If you ruin my affairs, am I really that embarrassing to you? Zhou Ziheng's voice trembled. Zhou Jiangwo was taken aback. Zhou Ziheng's throat tightened. All my life you've only cared whether I can measure up to Su Yan. My grades have to be better than his. I have to win competitions against him, and even in pursuing someone I have to consider his feelings. I like Lin Tingyu because I like her. His voice echoed in the living room, then was quickly swallowed by the walls. It's not because of Su Yan. The wall clock ticked away, the second hand moving steadily, as if someone were counting. Zhou Jiangwo watched his son for a long time. Then he sighed a long breath that seemed to expel something else along with it. Ziheng, Dad is doing this for your own good. His voice softened. We can't afford to offend the Su family. Just let it go. Zhou Ziheng said nothing. Zhou Jiangwo reached out and patted his shoulder, walking out. At the door he paused for a moment. Next week the Su family has a cooperation meeting. You will accompany me. Zhou Ziheng stood frozen, his fingers digging into his palm until they turned white. He walked to the window. The rain was still falling outside, the glass covered in chaotic patterns blown by the wind. He recalled the look in Lin Tingyu's eyes when she rejected him in the student council office. It was distant and aloof, as if she were looking at someone inconsequential. She didn't look at Su Yan that way. Last Wednesday, he had hidden around the corner of the hallway, watching her wait at the school gate. When Su Yan emerged, her sharp expression softened instantly, and her lips curved into a faint smile. That look she had never given anyone, not even him. Difference. He murmured his father's words, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Yes, there is indeed a difference. He paused, his voice dropping lower. But I don't believe this difference is something we can never overcome. The rain pounded against the window, the sound lively and sharp. At Yunqi Villa, when the rain finally stopped, the sky had already darkened. I sat in the living room when Sister Manny poked her head out from the kitchen. Yan, help me bring the soup over. I stood up and walked into the kitchen. On the stove, tomato beef stew was simmering, steam rising from the edge of the pot, filling the air with a sweet and sour aroma. Be careful, it's hot. She handed me the bowl of soup, the handle turned toward my side. I carried the soup out and sat down at the dining table. Bai Lu had already set the table. Sister Piaopiao leaned against the sofa looking at her phone, and Sister Qingqing came over from the art room, her fingertips still stained with paint. I asked, where is Sister Tingyu? She said she would be here soon. Sister Manny wiped her hands and came out of the kitchen. Her dad is treating us tonight, so let's eat first. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a commotion at the door. Sister Tingyu pushed the door open, wearing a white shirt that had been changed to a smoky gray knitted sweater, her black stockings hugging her calves, and she wore low-heeled nude shoes. Her long hair was down, slightly damp from the rain. Sister Manny frowned. How did you get caught in the rain? It started pouring when I got out of the car. Sister Tingyu sat down at the dining table, taking the tissue that Sister Manny handed to her to dry her hair. Yan, did you see the post on the forum? I paused for a moment. I saw it. Her hands didn't stop drying her hair. Anything you want to say? Bai Lu, Sister Piaopiao, and Sister Qingqing all looked at me. Sister Manny brought the soup out and looked at me too. Nothing. Lin Tingyu glanced at me, her lips moving slightly, but she didn't say anything more. The dining table was very quiet. Bai Lu served me food. Sister Piaopiao was focused on her meal, and Sister Qingqing's slurping of soup was very light. I lowered my head and picked at my rice, my mind buzzing with thoughts of Zhou Ziheng. Would he still come looking for Sister Tingyu? Would he make any more fuss? On the first day of summer vacation, a collaborative meeting of the Su group. The floor-to-ceiling window faced the bay where several cargo ships were slowly moving and the distant docks cranes loomed like a row of steel giants. The conference room was filled with people, suits, ties, briefcases, laptops, everyone whispering to one another. I sat on one side of the long table clutching a document, my thumb nervously digging into my palm. Then I set it down. Opposite me sat the representatives from the Zhou group. Zhou Zhengwo was seated at the main position across the entire table from my father. Next to him was a young man in a dark gray suit, his tie impeccably fastened, his hair neatly combed. It was Zhou Ziheng. Our eyes met. He looked at me expressionlessly for a second before looking away. My father tapped the table. Let's begin. Soon the meeting reached its halfway point, discussing the promotional plan for the collaboration project. Zhou Zhengwo's assistant stood up, flipping through the PPT. We suggest having Lin Tingyu from Lin Real Estate as the project's image ambassador. She has significant influence among the youth and... No. Everyone in the conference room turned to look at me. Sister Tingyu is an employee of Lin Real Estate, not an artist. My voice was a bit tense, but I didn't falter. This suggestion is inappropriate. Zhou Zhengwo's assistant froze, glancing at me, then at Zhou Zhengwo. Zhou Zhengwo chuckled. Young Master Su is right. We have not considered this well. Let's change the plan. My father shot me a glance, said nothing, but I saw the corner of his mouth twitch. After the meeting ended, I followed my father out. He interrupted me without looking back. You were right. But next time let me speak first. His strides were long, and I followed behind, my leather shoes thumping softly on the carpet. You go ahead. Oh, I have some things to take care of. I walked into the elevator. Just as the doors were about to close, a hand reached in to stop them. It was Zhou Ziheng. He stepped inside and stood beside me. Neither of us spoke. He suddenly said, Su Yan. I turned to look at him. He stared at his reflection on the elevator door. Was what you did just now to protect Lin Tingyu? I replied, she is an employee of Lin Real Estate, not an artist. Anyone would feel it's inappropriate. You know, sometimes I really envy you. Not because of your family, but because of the people around you. I stood in the elevator watching his figure disappear. That night I sat in the yard. Around 9 o'clock my phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Su Yan. It was Zhou Ziheng's voice. What's up? Come out. I'm waiting for you at the school gate. Now. I stood up and walked back inside. Bai Lu was on the sofa watching TV. When she saw me grab an umbrella, she looked up and asked, Brother Yan, where are you going so late? Just stepping out for a bit. Oh, I'll be back soon. He'll go with you. No need. Just as I reached the yard entrance, I heard footsteps behind me. I'll accompany you. Sister Tingyu stood on the steps wearing home clothes, a black satin nightgown that fell just past her knees with black stockings hugging her calves and low-heeled slippers on her feet. Sister Tingyu, let's go. She had already walked ahead. The streetlight at the school gate was on and rainwater dripped down from the edge of the umbrella. Zhou Ziheng was standing at the school gate without an umbrella, his white shirt soaked through, clinging to his body. When he saw me coming over and then noticed Sister Tingyu behind me, the corner of his mouth twitched. You're here too. Sister Tingyu remained silent, standing beside me. Zhou Ziheng looked at us, suddenly laughing. It was a painful smile, like someone grasping his throat, yet still forcing it out. I received my report card today. First in my major. My dad didn't even glance at it. He only cares about your collaboration with the Su group. Su Yan, do you know why I dislike you? He stepped forward, rain splashing onto my shoes. It's not because of Lin Tingyu. It's because you have everything handed to you while I have to chase after it desperately and can't even get a glance. His voice trembled. Suddenly he took a step back, rainwater dripping from his chin. I give up. He turned to look at Sister Tingyu. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. I'm leaving. He turned and walked into the rain. His white shirt clung to his back, revealing the shape of his spine. I stood there watching him walk through the school gate, disappearing into the rain. Sister Tingyu stood beside me. Let's head back. When we returned home, the lights in the living room were still on. Bai Lu rushed over first. Brother Yan. Your clothes are wet. It's fine. Piaopiao leaned against the sofa, glanced at me, then at Sister Tingyu behind me, raising an eyebrow. Sister Manny came out of the kitchen with a bowl of ginger soup. Drink this, don't catch a cold. Brother Yan. Bai Lu tugged at my shirt. What did Zhou Ziheng want with you? He said he gives up. The living room fell silent for a second. Piaopiao whistled. Gives up. Little Yan is impressive. I didn't do anything. Just standing there is doing something. Piaopiao laughed knowingly. Bai Lu pulled me to sit on the sofa, covering my legs with a blanket. Brother Yan, are you cold? Not cold. Piaopiao picked up a candy from the coffee table and handed it to me. Have a piece, it's sweet. I took it, unwrapped the candy. It was strawberry flavored. The one Bai Lu loved the most. Ching Ching came over from the art studio holding a small painting and handed it to me. The painting depicted the school gate on a rainy night, 3 people, 2 umbrellas. One tilted to one side, the other held straight up. The lines were faint, but the raindrops were depicted densely, as if it were really raining. She said softly, just a little keepsake. Sister Manny shouted from the kitchen, the soup is ready, come drink some. The 5 of us walked toward the kitchen. Bai Lu turned back to call me brother. Yan, hurry up. I placed the painting on the coffee table and followed. The kitchen was steaming hot, and Sister Manny was serving the soup. She handed me a bowl, the handle facing my side. Drink up. I took a sip. It was very hot with a strong ginger flavor, but it warmed my stomach. Piaopiao leaned against the stove holding her bowl of soup, glanced at me. Little Yan, next time Zhou Ziheng looks for you, bring me along. What for? Bai Lu asked confusedly. Give him a dance. Piaopiao laughed. Scare him to death. Then I'll sing for him. Scare him away. Ching Ching said softly, I'll draw him a picture. Make it a little ugly. Sister Manny shook her head with a smile. You guys. I stood in the kitchen surrounded by them. The steam from the soup blurred my vision. I looked down, drinking the soup in silence. The bowl covered half my face, but the corners of my mouth were turned up. The rain was heavy and the kitchen was noisy. Everyone was talking, but I didn't hear any of it. In my mind was only Zhou Ziheng's figure as he turned and walked into the rain. Very thin, very straight, like a tightly stretched string that finally snapped. On the second day of summer vacation, I was awakened by Bai Lu's face. When I opened my eyes, she was leaning on the bedside, her hands propping up her chin, her almond-shaped eyes crescent-shaped, as she stared at me. Good morning, Brother Yan. Her voice was soft and sweet. Bai Lu. Why are you? I came to wake you up. She said this with confidence, poking my face with her finger. Sister Manny said breakfast is ready, so she sent me to call you. Today she was wearing a white lace nightgown, the hem flaring out a circle of small pearls adorning the neckline. Her hair was loose, tousled over her shoulders with a few strands falling onto her forehead, making her cheeks appear even rounder. Standing barefoot on the wooden floor, her toes curled slightly resembling 10 freshly peeled lychee meats. She tilted her head and asked me, what are you looking at? I wasn't looking at anything. I turned my face away, lifted the blanket, and got out of bed. You're lying. She giggled, following me to the bathroom door, and standing there, Brother Yin, your ears are red again. I shut the door. Her giggles came from behind the door. When I went downstairs, 5 people were already seated at the dining table. Any plans for the second day of vacation? Sister Piaopiao rested her chin on her hand, her eyes slightly lifted at the corners. I want to go to the beach. Bai Lu raised her hand. I want to go too. Sister Ching Ching closed her sketchbook, her voice gentle. We can do some sketching at the beach. Sister Tingyu put down her phone, her tone calm. Then let's go to the beach. He'll arrange the transport. 5 people, 3 sentences, and our itinerary was set. I stood at the top of the stairs, barely finishing my morning, when I was clearly arranged. Bai Lu had already run over to grab my hand. Brother Yin, hurry up. Sister Manny said we need to leave early or else we'll get sunburned. She pulled me toward the dining table, and out of the corner of my eye I could see the other 4 people. Sister Piaopiao, leaning back in her chair with a smile, Sister Ching Ching flipping through her sketchbook, Sister Tingyu typing away to arrange the transport, and Sister Manny packing fruits into a thermal bag. This is my daily routine. Being arranged, being pulled along, surrounded by 5 people. A year ago, I would have been nervous, biting my lip, unsure of where to put my hands. When we reached the beach, the sunlight was just right. Bai Lu was the first to jump out of the car, standing on the boardwalk with her arms wide open, the sea breeze lifting her skirt. Wow, what a big sea. Today she wore a light pink dress, the hem just above her knees, white stockings hugging her calves, and white low-heeled sandals on her feet. Taking off her shoes and stepping onto the sand, she left a trail of small footprints, turning back to wave at me. Brother Yin, come quickly. I followed her. The sand, warmed by the sun, squeezed between my toes, tickling me and giving an indescribable sense of solidity. Sister Piaopiao also took off her shoes, walking barefoot along the edge of the waves. She wore a black spaghetti strap long dress, the hem blown up by the sea breeze, revealing a section of her leg wrapped in black stockings. Before leaving, she insisted on wearing stockings, saying, the sea breeze is strong, it will be cold without them, and no one could argue with her. She walked slowly, each step taken where the waves receded, as if she were playing a game with the sea that only she understood. Sister Ching Ching set up her easel on the beach. She wore a light gray cotton long dress, the hem dragging on the sand, and low-heeled nude sandals on her feet. She stared at the sea for a few seconds, then bent down to mix colors, her wrist turning gently, her movements slow, as if she were waiting for something. Sister Tingyu stood on the rocks, hands in the pockets of her wide-leg pants, gazing into the distance. Her white chiffon shirt billowed in the sea breeze, the neckline slightly open, revealing a glimpse of her collarbone. Sister Manny spread out a picnic mat in the pavilion by the boardwalk. She wore a light apricot-colored dress, the hem just above her knees, her legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings glimmering softly in the sunlight. I sat on the beach watching them. 5 people, 5 colors: white, pink, black, gray, and apricot. Scattered by the sea like someone had spilled a box of paint. Bai Lu ran over, plopping down beside me, resting her head on my shoulder. "Brother Yan, look over there." She pointed at the sea. A white yacht was sailing by in the distance, leaving a white wake that arched across the surface of the water. She said, "We should buy one in the future and take the sisters out to sea." "Okay, really?" She looked up at me, her almond eyes reflecting the light from the sea. "Really?" In the distance, Sister Piaopiao came back from the shore, sitting down on my other side. She leaned back, lying on the beach, her head resting on her arms. Her legs wrapped in black stockings stretched out, her toes slightly curling up in the sunlight. "Little Yanyan." She gazed at the sky lazily and asked, "Do you think we'll always be like this in the future?" I looked down at her, and she squinted, her eyes, the little rhinestones at the corners sparkling. "We will." She turned to look at me, the corners of her mouth slowly rising. "So sure." She didn't say anything more, but the smile at the corners of her mouth deepened. Closing her eyes, her eyelashes cast a small shadow on her face. Sister Qingqing walked over from the easel, holding her sketchbook, and crouched down in front of me. She flipped open a page and handed it to me. The drawing depicted the beach from earlier. 5 people scattered on the sand, Bai Lu running, Sister Piaopiao splashing in the waves, Sister Tingyu standing on the rocks, Sister Manny arranging things in the pavilion, and me sitting alone on the beach watching them. Each stroke was light, yet every person was clear. "Is it pretty?" "It's beautiful." She smiled softly, closed the sketchbook, and hugged it to her chest. Ultramarine blue smudged onto the cover of the book, leaving a small mark. In the evening, the sun began to set, turning the sea into a vibrant orange light streaming through the gaps in the clouds. The 6 of us sat in the pavilion enjoying dinner. Sister Manna's sandwiches, Bai Lu's cut fruits, Sister Piaopiao's sparkling water, Sister Qingqing's little cookies from the studio, and the seafood platter that Sister Tingyu arranged for delivery. The picnic mat was filled to the brim with no space left for cups. Bai Lu suddenly sat up straight, cleared her throat, and her expression turned serious. "Let's make a promise." Everyone looked at her. She felt a bit shy, her ears turning pink, but she still mustered the courage to continue. "From now on, every summer vacation, we will all come to the beach together. Is that okay?" Sister Piaopiao teased, "What kind of promise is that? Don't we come together every year?" Then, Bai Lu thought for a moment, her eyes lighting up. "From now on this day, every year we will come." Sister Tingyu nodded, "Sounds good." Sister Qingqing smiled slightly, "I'll remember that." Sister Manny reached out and gently ruffled Bai Lu's hair. "All right, I'll handle the food preparations." Sister Piaopiao looked at me. "What about little Yanyan?" I looked at her, then at the others. "Okay, I'll come every year." Bai Lu extended her hand, her pinky raised. "Pinky promise." I reached out, our pinkies intertwining. Her fingers were soft, and the grip was tight. Sister Piaopiao stacked her hand on top, followed by Sister Tingyu, Sister Qingqing, and Sister Manny. 6 hands piled together under the sunset, resembling a half-blooming flower. "Pinky promise, 100 years, no changing." Bai Lu's voice was crisp and bright. Everyone burst into laughter. The laughter was carried away by the sea breeze drifting over the surface of the ocean. Bai Lu's hand was still hooked onto my pinky, not letting go. "Brother Yan," she said softly, "isn't 100 years too long?" "Not long." She looked up at me, her eyes reflecting the light from the horizon. Then it settled. It settled. In July, the coastal city was as hot as a steam chamber, the air sticking to the skin, impossible to shake off. I lay on the living room sofa, the air conditioning set to 16 degrees, a thin blanket draped over my stomach. Holding a chilled watermelon, sliced by Sister Manny before she left, wrapped in plastic wrap. There was a note on top. "Yanyan, finish it before 3 in the afternoon, or it won't be fresh." Biting into it, the icy juice exploded in my mouth, cooling my throat down to my stomach. My phone vibrated. "Bai Lu, brother Yan. We are discussing something important in the group, take a look." Swiping open WeChat, the group chat, 5 beauties, and Yan already had 99 messages. Scrolling up, Sister Piaopiao had sent several voice messages. I opened the first one, her voice bursting out from the speaker, filled with undeniable excitement. "Hot springs. We must go to the hot springs. I checked, there's a new place called Cloud Hot Spring Villa in the west of the city with private pools and an infinity pool." Sister Tingyu replied with just 2 words, "Budget." Sister Piaopiao quickly responded with a voice message, her tone a notch lower, tinged with a hint of guilt. "Sister Tingyu, don't be such a killjoy, ill treat." "You treat? Who said next time for sure, last time only to make me pay the bill?" Sister Tingyu's message was text, but I could feel her raised eyebrow, even through the screen. Sister Piaopiao sent a meme of begging for mercy, then followed up with another voice message. This time her tone was strong, this time for real. "I swear. Sister Manny will vouch for me." Bai Lu had already sent more than 10 messages, all exclamation marks and memes. The last message was a voice note. and when I opened it her voice was sharp and crisp. Hot springs, hot springs, hot springs. I want to soak in the hot springs with Brother Yan. Sister Qingqing replied the slowest, but her content was the most specific. If we go to the hot springs we can sketch. The villa is said to have a Japanese style perfect for painting. Sister Manny sent a screenshot of the ratings and reviews of Cloud Hot Spring Villa from a review website. I checked there's a kitchen we can use. I'll cook for you all. Sister Piaopiao sent 3 exclamation marks in quick succession, then another voice note, her voice trembling. Long live Sister Manny. Then it's settled. We'll set off tomorrow and stay for 3 days and 2 nights. I stared at the words on the screen, nearly dropping the watermelon in my hands. Tomorrow. Hot springs. With them. Sitting up, I felt the juice from the watermelon drip onto my t-shirt, but I didn't care to wipe it off. My thumb began to dig into the web of my hand, one poke after another. The phone vibrated again. This time, it was a private message from Sister Piaopiao. Little Yanyan, did you see the group message? We set off tomorrow at 8 in the morning, don't oversleep. I typed, deleted, typed again, then deleted. What I finally sent was, Piao, Sister Piaopiao, do I have to go too? She replied instantly, her voice laced with laughter. Of course. What hot springs are we going to if you don't join us? I was momentarily taken aback. Then she sent another message, her tone a bit more serious than before. What I mean is, if you don't go, who will carry our bags and take photos? Oh. What? Don't want to go. No. Then it's settled. By the way, bring your swimsuit. Swimsuit. Those 2 words felt like a piece of red-hot iron, burning my palms with sweat. I obviously knew I needed to wear a swimsuit to the hot springs. But the question was, what would they wear? It was like someone pressed play in my mind, and the images popped up frame by frame, but I quickly shook my head to stop it. The phone vibrated again. This time it was Sister Tingyu. Have you packed your things for the hot springs tomorrow? Not yet. Go pack now. The swimsuit is in the second compartment of the wardrobe. The black one I bought for you last week is new and still has the tag on it. I stared at the screen, stunned for a few seconds. She even knows where I keep my swimsuit. Oh, okay. Don't bring too much, just 3 days worth. Bring 2 sets of clothes to change. There are bathrobes at the hot springs. MHM. Sleep early, don't stay up late. I put down my phone, a strange feeling swelling within me. Upstairs, I opened the wardrobe. In the second compartment, there lay a black swimsuit, the tag still attached. Next to it was my usual old one, washed out and loose. I picked up the new one and compared it to it should fit well. There was a knock at the door. Yanyan. Come in. Sister Manny entered carrying a cup of warm milk. Sister Manny had already finished work, changed into loungewear. A light pink knitted dress that reached just above her knees, skin-colored stockings hugging her calves, and wearing low-heeled nude slippers. Her long hair was loosely tied up with a few strands falling by her neck. She handed me the cup, turning the handle towards me. I saw you hadn't come down for a long time, worried you forgot to drink your milk. Sister Manny, about the hot springs. Moi. She sat down at the edge of the bed looking at me. Are all of you going? Of course. Her brows arched with a smile. Why don't you want to go with us? No. I shook my head a bit too eagerly. It's just, I'm a little nervous. Nervous about what? It's not your first time going out with us. But the hot springs. What about the hot springs? She tilted her head, her eyes slightly drooping, her gaze soft, as if to envelop me. Afraid we might eat you up. My ears instantly burned. She laughed and stood up. All right, finish your milk and sleep early. I'll come knock for you in the morning. As she reached the door, she turned back. Yanyan, bring the new swimsuit. She blinked. The old one doesn't look good on you. The door closed. I stood there dazed, my ears burning as if scorched by fire. How did Sister Manny know about my swimsuit? After finishing the milk and washing up, I passed by Bai Lu's room, the light seeping through the crack of the door along with her voice on the phone. Of course I have to bring that pink one. Brother Yan likes pink the most. Oh, don't worry about it. I just want to look the best. I paused for a moment, then hurried back to my room. Lying on the bed, I stared at the ceiling. The room light was off, but my mind was swirling with colors: pink, black, blue, gray, apricot, various shades. I turned over and buried my face in the pillow. My heart raced as if it were about to leap out of my chest. My phone vibrated again. This time it was Sister Qingqing. Are you asleep? Not yet. About the hot springs, don't feel pressured. I was taken aback for a moment. I'm not. You always fidget with your hands when you're nervous. I saw it today. I looked down at my left hand's web. It was indeed a bit red. Sister Qingqing. Tomorrow I'll sketch something for you, the scenery by the hot springs. Okay. Sleep early. Good night. Good night. I put down my phone and rolled over happily. Hot springs, and them, I suddenly felt a bit of anticipation. Yet unconsciously the corners of my mouth lifted. The next morning at 8 o'clock, we have arrived at our destination. Outside the car window, a traditional Japanese mountain villa appeared before us. With its green tiles and white walls, bamboo curtains hanging low, the wooden sign at the entrance read Yuntang Mountain Villa. Bai Lu was the first to jump out of the car, taking a deep breath. Wow, what fresh air. Sister Piaopiao took off her sunglasses and walked over in her high heels. So how is it? Did I pick a good place? It's indeed a nice place. The villa was built against the mountain with lush green forests behind it and a small stream flowing in front. The air was filled with a faint smell of sulfur mixed with the fresh scent of grass and trees. While checking in, the receptionist glanced at our IDs, then looked at me with a somewhat subtle expression. 6 people, 3 rooms. Sister Tingyu nodded. 2 twin rooms and 1 double room. How will we assign them? Sister Piaopiao leaned in. The double room is for me and Xiao Yanyan. Sister Tingyu shot her a look. Dream on. Can't I just think about it? Bai Lu hugged my arm. Yingu, you're sleeping with me. Sister Mani shook her head helplessly. All right, enough nonsense. Tingyu, how about you and Yin share one of the twin rooms? So Piaopiao, Bai Lu, and I will share another twin room. And the double room. Sister Tingyu said the double room is for me. Piaopiao raised an eyebrow. On what grounds? Because I have trouble sleeping and need the double bed. The receptionist stifled a laugh as she handed over the room card. I shared a room with Jie and Tingyu. All the rooms were on the 2nd floor, designed in a Japanese style with sliding doors and tatami mats overlooking the forest outside. There was a small balcony outside the floor-to-ceiling windows where distant mountains could be seen. Jie walked and stood by the window and began sketching in her notebook. Tingyu placed her luggage down and looked at me. Let's take a break first. We'll go soak in the hot springs in the afternoon. I'm sure. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was tilting westward. Bai Lu came knocking on the door. Yin, go. Change your clothes. We're going to the hot springs. When I opened the door, I was stunned. Bai Lu was wearing a pink floral bikini that accentuated her slender waist and curvy figure. Her skin was very fair, appearing even more delicate against the pink fabric, with a small patch of skin below her collarbone subtly visible beneath the sheer skirt. Does it look good? She twirled around the skirt, fluttering. I quickly averted my gaze. Yeah, it looks good. She took my hand. Let's go. In the hallway, Sister Piaopiao was leaning against the wall playing with her phone. She wore a black bikini topped with a sheer sun protection shirt. The shirt offered little coverage, with the black fabric covering only the key parts, leaving large areas of skin exposed. Black stockings wrapped around her long legs, and she wore delicate heeled sandals. The rhinestones at the corners of her eyes were replaced with a light purple, making her gaze even more enchanting. Xiao Yanyan, how do I look? Sister Piaopiao turned around, her legs wrapped in black stockings, clearly visible beneath the sheer shirt. The curve of her hips accentuated. She tilted her body, revealing a small patch of skin at her waist that was not covered by fabric, strikingly white. That looks good. She leaned closer, poking my chest with her finger. Your ears are red again. Bai Lu tugged at me. Yingo, let's go. Don't mind her. The two of them walked downstairs, just bumping into Sister Mani and Tingyu. Sister Mani wore a light blue one-piece swimsuit covered by a matching sheer skirt. The swimsuit had a conservative cut, yet it highlighted her figure more clearly. Full breasts, a slender waist, and rounded hips. Nude stockings wrapped around her calves, and she wore low-heeled sandals. Her long hair was loosely tied up, with a few strands falling gently by her neck, appearing gentle yet poised. Tingyu was in a black bikini topped with a black cover-up. The bikini's design exposed just a bit of her waist and abdomen, which was flat and firm, without an ounce of excess flesh. The black fabric made her skin appear whiter, and a small mole just below her collarbone stood out clearly under the light. Black stockings clung to her long legs, and she wore black-heeled sandals. She glanced at me. Yin, did you change into your swim trunks? Tu did. She nodded in satisfaction, leading the way to the hot spring area. The hot spring area was in the backyard, divided into indoor and outdoor sections. Outside, there were 3 hot pools with varying temperatures and a small infinity pool facing the forest. The hot pools were surrounded by bamboo fences, and the sound of the mountain wind rustled through the bamboo grove. Bai Lu pulled me straight to the largest hot pool. She took off her sheer skirt and casually hung it on a rack, then stepped down into the water. The warm water flowed over her legs, waist, and chest, leaving only her shoulders and head above water. Droplets slid down her neck, pausing briefly at her collarbone before disappearing beneath the surface. Yingu, come down quickly. I took off my bathrobe and hung it nearby, revealing my black swim trunks. Sister Piaopiao whistled from behind. My ears turned hot, and I hurriedly stepped into the water. The pool was not deep, and when I sat down, the water level reached just above my chest. Bai Lu immediately scooted closer, her arm brushing against mine, her skin smooth in the water and carrying the scent of shower gel. Sister Mani also joined, sitting on my other side. She entered the water gracefully, causing ripples to spread out. She let out a soft sigh, closed her eyes, and leaned back against the edge of the pool. The water reached her collarbone, and the neckline of her swimsuit clung tighter as it got wet, the curves of her chest subtly visible beneath the surface. Sister Piaopiao did not rush into the water, but started posing by the pool's edge for selfies. She leaned over the edge of the pool, her legs wrapped in black stockings raised up. Water droplets slid down her legs, leaving a dark mark on the stockings. After taking her pictures, she slid into the water directly opposite me. Her entrance splashed water onto my face. She laughed and said sorry, but the smile carried an air of mischief. She settled in the water which just reached her chest, the black bikini's fabric soaked and darkened, clinging closely to her skin. The pool was not large, and after 5 of us entered, the space was just right. I found myself sandwiched between Bai Lu and Sister Mani, with Sister Piaopiao opposite me. Bai Lu leaned against my shoulder, her arm wrapped around mine, her fingers playing with mine underwater, squeezing one by one, then releasing each one. Her body felt soft, and when she leaned closer, I could feel the curve of her shoulder and the warmth of her arm. Sister Mani kept her eyes closed, occasionally opening them to glance at me. At one point she turned her head, her lips almost brushing my ear. "Are you comfortable?" "MHM." My voice was a bit tense. She smiled, saying nothing, and her hand lightly patted my knee underwater. It was just a gentle pat, but the location was too close to my thigh, and the warmth of her palm came through the water, making me tense up. Sister Piaopiao leaned on the opposite side, resting her chin in her hand, her legs stretching underwater, her toes brushing against my calf. The sensation of her stockings in the water was very smooth, her toes gliding lightly down my leg before retracting. I looked up at her, and she blinked innocently. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Her foot reached out again. This time it rested on my foot, her toes pressing against mine, slowly applying pressure. Nothing was visible on the surface, but her movements underwater were very clear. The corners of her mouth curled up, and her eyes sparkled with playful mischief. Bai Lu finished playing with my fingers underwater, moving my hand to her waist. "Yanyan, your heart is beating so fast." She looked up at me, her apricot eyes reflecting the light from the water. The temperature is too high, is it?" Sister Piaopiao laughed from across the pool, her toes pressing down on my foot again. Sister Mani opened her eyes and glanced at Sister Piaopiao. She said nothing, but her hand reached out from underwater, pressing against my knee, her thumb applying gentle pressure. The gesture was light, but the meaning was clear. She knew. I froze in the pool, too afraid to move. On my left was Bai Lu leaning against me. On my right was Sister Mana's hand on my knee, and across from me was Sister Piaopiao's foot resting on my foot. The water was indeed a bit hot, but not in that way. Sister Tingyu was soaking in the adjacent pool, and I could see her profile through the low wall. She leaned against the edge of the pool, eyes closed, her black cover-up floating on the water like a dark cloud. Bai Lu pulled my hand over, intertwining our fingers and placing them on her knee. Her knee was small, the bones protruding, and her skin was smooth. Sister Piaopiao retracted her foot underwater, and I thought she might let me off. In the next moment, her foot pressed against my calf, sliding up along my leg, stopping at the bend of my knee, brushing lightly. The skin there was thin, and the gentle tickle nearly made me leap out of the water. Sister Mana's hand moved from my knee to the outer side of my thigh, not heavy, but very steady. It was like saying, "Don't move." I truly didn't dare to move. Bai Lu pulled my hand from her knee, placing it at her waist. Through the water, her waist felt slender, and her skin was smooth. She said nothing, simply pressing my hand there and leaning against my shoulder. The palm of my hand was against her waist, and I could feel her breathing. It rose and fell lightly, quickly. Sister Piaopiao watched this scene from the opposite side, her smile widening. Her foot reached out again, this time resting on my calf, unmoving. Just like that, pressed against me, I could feel the warmth of her foot through the stockings. Sister Mana's hand remained on the outer side of my thigh, her thumb slowly tracing circles. 3 points of contact. Bai Lu's waist, Sister Mana's hand, Sister Piaopiao's foot. 3 different temperatures, 3 different pressures. I stared at the water surface, not daring to look at anyone. A few leaves floated on the water, swirling in the wind. My heart raced as if it could leap from my throat. In the distance, Qing Jia was setting up her easel by another pool. She didn't enter the water wearing a light gray cotton linen long dress, her bare feet stepping on the stone tiles, her toes long and fair. She glanced at me before lowering her head to continue painting. The tip of her brush made a soft sound on the paper, and I couldn't tell what she was painting. Sister Ting, you stood up from the pool. The black cover-up floated above the water as water flowed down her legs, the black stockings reflecting light under the sun. She stepped out of the pool, approached Ai Qing, and leaned down to look at her painting. "How's the painting going?" "Not bad." Sister Tingyu's gaze moved away from the painting, and through the mist she glanced at me. That glance was brief, but I noticed it. Bai Lu leaned against my shoulder, her breathing growing lighter. Her hand was still intertwined with mine, her waist pressed against my palm. The water temperature gradually dropped, but my body temperature remained unchanged. Finally, Sister Piaopiao pulled her foot back, resting her chin on her hand, looking at me. "Xiao, Yanyan, your face is red. The water is hot. Is it?" She chuckled and stood up from the water. Water flowed down her body, and her white bikini soaked became almost transparent. She quickly wrapped herself in her sheer skirt, looking back at me and sticking her tongue out. Sister Mani was the last to stand up, reaching out to pat my head. "Stay in a little longer, but not too long." She stepped out of the pool and glanced back at me. "Yanyan. Huh. Next time don't let Piaopiao sit opposite you." I leaned against the edge of the pool, closing my eyes and taking a deep breath. The smell of sulfur, the scent of grass and trees, and the lingering fragrances of their bodies. This hot spring was much harder to endure than I had imagined. Dinner was prepared by Sister Mani in the small kitchen inside her room. She had brought a variety of ingredients and used the villa's kitchen to make a simple sukiyaki hot pot. Beef tofu, enoki mushrooms, napa cabbage, and crown daisy simmered gently in the pot, sending up fragrant wisps of steam. The six of us sat cross-legged on the tatami floor around it with a bowl of steamed rice before each of us. Bai Lu ate with her cheeks puffed like a little hamster. Sister Piaopiao lifted a slice of beef with her chopsticks and held it teasingly near my lips. Xiao Yanyan. Open up, I can do it myself. Open up. I reluctantly parted my lips, letting her place the beef inside. She smiled satisfied. Good boy. Sister Tingyu glanced at her, but said nothing, only quietly transferred a slice of beef from her own bowl into mine. Bai Lu hurriedly scooped up another bite. Brother, Yin, eat mine. My bowl quickly piled high. Sister Mani shook her head, chuckling, let him eat on his own. Sister Qingqing silently added a piece of tofu from her bowl to mine. I gazed at the mountainous heap in my bowl. My heart warmed, yet I felt utterly helpless. Enough. I can't finish it. Bai Lu declared. Then I'll eat the rest for you. Sister Piaopiao teased. Is that really helping him? You're just hungry. Bai Lu blushed. After dinner, Sister Mani cleared the dishes. Sister Tingyu stepped onto the balcony to take a call. Sister Qingqing resumed her sketching. Sister Piaopiao stretched out and scrolled idly through her phone. Bai Lu tugged me to the window to gaze at the stars. Night deepened. By 9 o'clock, everyone retired to their rooms. I showered, changed into a clean t-shirt and shorts, and lay down on the tatami mat. Sister Qingqing sketched by the soft glow of the desk lamp beside the window, while Sister Tingyu leaned against the headboard scrolling through her phone. A gentle vibration, a private message from Bai Lu. Bai Lu is brother, Yin asleep yet? Me not yet. Bai Lu, I can't sleep. I want to come see you. My heartbeat skipped. Don't. Sister Tingyu and Sister Qingqing are here. Bai Lu, oh, then what should I do if I can't sleep? I paused, then typed count sheep. Bai Lu, I did. I counted 300 and still couldn't fall asleep. I didn't know how to reply. Another message arrived, this time from Sister Piaopiao. Sister Piaopiao, Xiao Yanyan asleep. Me not yet. Sister Piaopiao wants sister to keep you company. My hand jerked. The phone nearly smacked my face. Mia, no need. Sister Piaopiao, haha, just teasing you. Get some rest. Tomorrow's another full day. I exhaled in relief. Another message appeared, from Sister Mani. Sister Mani, Bai Lu wanted to visit you. I stopped her. Sleep well. See you tomorrow. I replied okay, set the phone aside and stared at the ceiling, my pulse still unsteadied. Then faint rustling sounds came from the doorway. I sat up, eyes fixed on the door. The sliding panel opened just a crack, and several heads squeezed into the gap by Liu Piaopiao and Shin Mani. I froze speechless. You all. Shoo. Sister Piaopiao pressed a finger to her lips and tiptoed in. Bai Lu followed close behind. Sister Mani entered last, gently sliding the door shut. Sister Qingqing glanced up briefly, then bent back to her sketch. Sister Tingyu set her phone aside and frowned. What's this about? Sister Piaopiao answered boldly, a midnight raid. How could an onsen night be complete without one? Sister Tingyu arched a brow. How old are you? 18. Bai Lu raised her hand. Sister Piaopiao grinned. 19. Sister Mani sighed helplessly. They dragged me along. Sister Piaopiao had already reached my futon and plopped down beside me. Xiao Yanyan. Afraid to sleep alone? And no, not afraid. Then we'll keep you safe. With that, she stretched out, claiming half my futon. Her nightgown neckline dipped low. Viewed from this angle, I caught sight of smooth skin stretching down from her collarbone. Bai Lu hurriedly squeezed in on the other side. Me too. She slipped under the covers and immediately reached over, gripping the hem of my shirt, as if fearing I might vanish. Sister Mani surveyed the 3 futons laid out across the tatami, then the 3 figures now crammed onto my bed. Inside, I'll sleep on the floor. No need. Sister Tingyu spoke up suddenly. Climb up. There's plenty of space. Indeed, the traditional tatami was spacious enough to accommodate 5 or 6 people when the futons were joined. Sister Piaopiao began rearranging the bedding at once. Yes. Let's join them. Bai Lu eagerly fetched her pillow. I found myself wedged into the corner, wordless as they bustled about. That afternoon's sensation, being surrounded in the hot spring, returned only now it was beneath the covers. Sister Tingyu set her phone aside and approached, sitting beside me. Her navy blue satin nightgown fell just past her knees, black stockings hugged her calves, and she wore slippers. As she settled, her knee brushed almost against my thigh. Just get used to it, she said calmly, yet a faint glint of amusement flickered in her eyes. Sister Qingqing closed her sketchbook and joined us, taking a seat on my other side. She wore a long white cotton nightgown that draped nearly to her feet. She said nothing, merely sat in quiet stillness, the pencil still resting lightly between her fingers. 5 minutes later, all 6 of us lay side by side upon the joined futons. From left to right, Ai Ching, Lin Tingyu, me, Liu Piaopiao, Bai Lu, Shin Mani. Bai Lu even shifted slightly closer, to press herself nearer to me. Sister Piaopiao rolled onto her side, propping her head on one hand as she watched me. Her nightgown's low neckline combined with that pose revealed the soft, weighty curve of her breasts. I kept my gaze fixed on the ceiling, daring not look lower. Xiao Yanyan, Tingyu on your left, me on your right. How happy are you? My Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Sister Tingyu closed her eyes, stopped teasing him, let him sleep. Sister Piaopiao curled her lips into a sly smile. All right, I'll stop. Good night, Xiao Yanyan. Bai Lu whispered softly, good night, brother Yan. Sister Mani, good night. Sister Qingqing gave a quiet murmured I opened my mouth, but my throat felt dry. Good night. To my left, Sister Tingyu's cool, subtle fragrance drifted toward me. A slight shift in the bedding signaled her turning over. To my right, Sister Piaopiao's breath was light, yet I felt its warmth brush across my forearm. Beyond her, Bai Lu's hand emerged from beneath the covers, clutching my shirt hem tightly, her knuckles whitening with the grip. Sister Mani breathed deeply and evenly. Sister Qingqing made almost no sound at all. 5 women, 5 distinct scents, enveloped me. This afternoon it was water in the onsen, tonight it was the soft embrace of bedding. Yet the feeling was identical, wrapped, filled, inescapable. And I did not wish to escape. I turned over facing Sister Tingyu's direction. In the darkness her silhouette was only a faint outline, narrow shoulders, hair spilling across the pillow. Suddenly I recalled the glance she'd given me earlier by the pool. She knew everything. Sister Piaopiao's hand slipped from beneath the covers and rested lightly on my arm. No more than that. Her fingers were slender, her touch cool. I closed my eyes and smiled. Let it be like this. Tomorrow holds another full day. The hot spring villa was exceptionally quiet in the dead of night. Only the chirping of crickets outside the window and the rhythmic, overlapping breaths of 6 people broke the stillness. I stared at the ceiling, already for nearly 2 hours. Tingyu's sister slept peacefully to my left, her breathing steady, her body utterly still. One hand rested lightly on her waist, her fingers were slender, and a delicate silver ring gleamed faintly on her ring finger. Piaopiao's sister's sleeping posture, however, was far less restrained. She lay on her side, one leg draped over the quilt, her sleek black stockings hugging her long, taut calves. Her breathing was slightly deeper than Tingyu's, and occasionally, she softly smacked her lips, as if savoring some delicacy in her dreams. To her right lay Bai Lu. Her hand still clutched the hem of my shirt, unloosened from start to finish. She slept deeply, her cheeks faintly flushed, her lips gently pouted like a contented kitten. The neckline of her white nightgown had slipped askew, revealing a sliver of collarbone, and just beneath it a patch of smooth porcelain skin. Mani's sister slept at the far right, her posture as poised by night as it was by day. She lay supine, hands folded neatly over her lower abdomen, breathing evenly, her lashes fluttering faintly now and then. A pale pink silk nightgown clung softly to her figure, its contours rose and fell slowly in the azure moonlight. Her flesh-toned stockings were nearly invisible in the dim glow. Only a subtle sheen shimmered along her calves. Qingqing's sister lay farthest left, curled beneath the covers, her face half hidden. She slept in utter silence, her breath so faint it was almost imperceptible. Her long hair spilled across the pillow like spilled ink. A single fingertip peeked out from beneath the quilt's edge, bearing traces of pigment, left over from painting before bed, a deep ultramarine, glowing with a quiet spectral luster in the moonlight. I turned my head gently, first left to right, then right to left. 5 women, 5 postures, 5 distinct kinds of beauty. Old Joe's words echoed in my mind, if you like them all, keep them all. It's not like choosing coffee beans. But this wasn't about choice. It was that they were simply too good. So good, I didn't know what I could possibly offer in return. I sighed softly. Can't sleep. Her voice was barely audible, nearly swallowed by the crickets. I turned and met Tingyu's sister's gaze. Tingyu's sister, did I wake you? She looked at me and murmured, what are you thinking about? I hesitated, then whispered, I'm wondering why you're all so kind to me. She paused, silent for a moment, then reached out, her fingers threading gently through my hair, tenderly massaging my scalp. Because you deserve it. Her voice was soft, but unwavering. My chest melted, instantly warm and weightless. But, there is no but. Go to sleep. She withdrew her hand and closed her eyes. In the moonlight, the line of her profile softened, gentle and serene. Watching her, I suddenly realized how trivial those tangled thoughts inside me truly were. I closed my eyes, trying to drift off. Just as drowsiness began to settle, Piaopiao's sister shifted abruptly on my right, rolling onto her side. One leg swung over and settled across me. Her thigh pressed against my lower abdomen, her calf wrapped in black stockings radiated warmth. Still dream drunk, she mumbled something indistinct, then rubbed her leg against me again. I froze entirely, not daring even to breathe. Her nightgown neckline gaped wider, revealing a shadowy, bottomless cleavage. Her lips parted slightly, the overnight lip gloss smudged, but still plump, like a ripe, glistening berry. My Adam's apple bobbed. I tried gently to lift her leg away. My fingertips had barely brushed her ankle when she hummed softly and pressed down harder. My heart hammered violently, threatening to burst from my throat. To my left, Tingyu's sister's breathing seemed to pause, but quickly resumed its steady rhythm. Whether she'd awakened I couldn't tell, and dared not turn to look. So I remained motionless, her leg resting upon me, Bai Lu's hand still gripping my shirt, enveloped by 5 distinct fragrances. Minute by minute, time slipped away. I don't know how long passed, until exhaustion finally pulled me under in a deep slumber. When I awoke again, dawn had begun to bleed gray light across the sky. I woke pinned down, my chest tight and heavy. Opening my eyes, I found Bai Lu had somehow rolled over during the night, now sprawled fully atop my chest. Her face was buried in the hollow of my neck, her breath feather-light against my skin. Her small hand still clutched my shirt, but had shifted position. On my right, Piaopiao's sister's leg still rested upon me, but her posture had changed. Now one leg draped over mine, the other curled inward. Her arm had somehow slipped over my shoulder. Trapped between them, I couldn't move. I stirred slightly. Bai Lu hummed and tightened her embrace. Piaopiao's sister's arm tightened too. I gave up. Turning my head leftward, I saw Tingyu's sister's and Qingqing's sister's beds were empty. The balcony door stood open, morning breeze drifted in, carrying the crisp scent of mountain woods. Faint sounds came from the balcony. Tingyu's sister speaking on the phone. I understand. We'll talk more when I return. Her voice was low, too hushed to make out the details. Gazing toward the balcony, an unexpected unease stirred within me. Why was Tingyu's sister taking a call so early? Was it work? I continued staring at the ceiling, waiting for them to awaken. Dawn's light grew steadily brighter, spilling softly through the curtains. Bai Lu awoke first. Her eyes opened. She blinked, realizing she was sprawled across me, and froze, then flushed crimson. Yet she didn't move. She stole a glance upward, caught me watching, and hastily buried her face again. I whispered, awake. A muffled answered me. She stayed put. I smiled. Not getting up. Don't want to. She murmured, this feels nice. I said nothing, letting her stay. Soon after, Piaopiao's sister stirred awake. She opened her eyes, glanced at her own position, and then at me. Good morning, Yanyan. Her voice was languid, husky with sleep. Gee, good morning. She propped herself up, gazing at me, her eyes slightly upturned at the corners. Did you sleep well last night? Still all right. She glanced down at Bai Lu, still nestled against my chest, then at her own leg draped over mine, and let out a knowing, amused, oh. Our little Yanyan is quite popular, isn't he? Bai Lu mumbled, embarrassed. Piaopiao's sister, please stop. Piaopiao's sister laughed aloud, finally drawing her leg back and sitting up. All right, enough teasing. I'm off to freshen up. She rose, her black stockinged calves long and elegant in the morning light. The hem of her nightgown swayed gently with her movement, revealing a fleeting glimpse of lace edging her upper thigh. At the doorway, she turned back, her eyelash crystals catching the dawn light with a glint. By the way, Yanyan, next time you stage a midnight raid, save me a spot. Bai Lu climbed off me, cheeks still flushed. Brother Yan, I'll go wash up too. And just like that, I was left alone in the room. I recalled Tingyu's sister's silhouette on the balcony, speaking quietly. Piaopiao's sister's parting smile. Bai Lu's flustered retreat. Qingqing's sister's focused profile as she painted the night before. Mani's sister's gentle touch tucking the quilt around me before sleep. A beautiful life begins each morning. I got up and walked towards the balcony. Sister Tingyu was leaning against the railing, gazing into the distance. Sister Tingyu. She turned to look at me. Awake. I nodded and stood beside her. Is it about the company? She shook her head. It's nothing serious. A project ran into some issues and they asked for my opinion. Is it urgent? Not urgent. She paused, turned to look at me. Why don't you sleep a bit more? I scratched my head, feeling shy to speak. I hardly slept last night, my heart racing as if it were about to burst out of my throat. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that I fell into a hazy sleep. Sister Tingyu. Why are you so good to me? She looked at the distant mountains and was silent for a long time. Because I watched you grow up. When you were 6, you had a high fever and Manny stayed by your side for 3 days and nights. I went to see you and you were groggy, holding Manny's hand tightly, calling out, sister, don't go. She paused. At that time, I thought, this little fool needs someone to look after her in the future. I was dumbfounded. When you were 12, someone mocked you for not having a mother to care for you, and I ran over and fought them. She turned to look at me, a slight smile on her lips. After the fight, I looked back at you. You were hiding in the corner, tears in your eyes, and you gave me a thumbs up. Also, when you were 12, you first. She paused. Piaopiao taught you, don't be afraid, it's normal. You asked me on the phone if it was true. I felt my ears heat up. Back then, I didn't dare to ask anyone else, and could only call her. When you were 14, you had a crush on a girl from the next class, but didn't dare to say it. Bai Lu hugged you to comfort you, and you told me on the phone, Sister Tingyu, she doesn't like me. I lowered my head silently. At 16, Grandpa passed away. You cried in the art studio, and Qingqing painted your profile. That night you called me saying nothing, just crying for 10 minutes. She looked at me, her gaze softer than usual. See, I have been there for every important moment in your life. So you ask me why I am good to you. She extended her hand, gently brushing her fingertips across the corner of my eye. Because you are Su Yin. Because you are worthy. My throat felt blocked, and I couldn't utter a word. I know what you are thinking. Her voice was soft. You are thinking, what should I do when they are all so good to me? I was completely stunned. Last night you couldn't sleep, I heard you. Your breathing was light, then heavy, turning over and over. Sister Tingyu. I won't pressure you. She interrupted me. But remember, we are waiting for you not because you should choose someone, but because we are all willing to wait. I looked at her, a surge of indescribable feelings welled up in my heart. It felt stuck in my chest, causing pain. But there are no buts. She turned to look at me. Su Yin, you only need to do one thing. Grow up. She paused, a faint smile appearing in her eyes. Wait until you are strong enough to support yourself, then come and answer us. I looked at her and nodded vigorously. I will. She smiled and reached out to tousle my hair again. Let's go, it's time for breakfast. In the afternoon, Bai Lu dragged Sister Manny to shop at the specialty store. Brother Yin, are you really not going? She stood at the door, her apricot eyes full of anticipation. You all go ahead, I'll take a break. She pouted, all right. Then I'll bring you some delicious food. Sister Piaopiao went back to her room for a nap, walking in high heels while yawning. Sister Qingqing was sketching in the courtyard of the villa, saying the evening light was the best. I stood alone in the corridor for a while and walked toward the hot spring area. The innermost hot spring was surrounded by bamboo groves, very quiet. I was stunned when I walked over. Sister Tingyu was soaking in it alone. She had her eyes closed, her hair pinned up, revealing her long neck. The water reached her collarbone, and the gray swimsuit material was very thin, clinging to her skin, when wet, showing the curve of her chest. After hesitating for a moment, I walked over. Sister Tingyu. She opened her eyes, saw me, and was momentarily taken aback. What brought you here? I sat down by the pool. Bai Lu and the others went shopping, and I had nothing to do alone. Looking at her, I suddenly asked, Sister Tingyu, is there something urgent about the company? She opened her eyes to look at me. Why do you ask that? You called this morning and your expression didn't seem right. It's nothing serious. She paused, just a bit tired. Suddenly my heart ached. The Lin Tingyu I knew had always been strong and capable. She helped me sort everything out, never complained of exhaustion. But it turned out she could also feel tired. Sister Tingyu. Moi. You don't have to be so tired. She turned to look at me, the corners of her eyes slightly lifting. Why do you say that? Because. I pondered my words, because you can take a break. We are here for you. She looked at me, her lips slowly curling into a smile. We, including you. Including me. She slightly raised the corners of her lips, reaching out to touch my face, her palm warm and damp. Sister Tingyu. Moi. You just said you were waiting for someone to grow up. Her hand came to a stop. I looked at her. Is that person me? She withdrew her hand, leaning against the edge of the pool, looking at the distant bamboo grove. Yes. Her voice was very soft. Since the year you were 6 when I first met you, I have been waiting. Sister Tingyu. When I spoke, my voice was a bit hoarse. Moi. I have already grown up. She turned to look at me, and I met her gaze directly. I know I am not good enough yet, but I will work hard. I will strive to become someone worthy of you all. She was stunned. Looking at me, her eyes filled with surprise, appreciation, and a hint of moisture. Su Yin. I interrupted her, so wait for me. She looked at me, her eyes reddening, her smile glistening with tears. Okay, I will wait for you. No matter what the future holds, at least at this moment I was serious. Returning to the room, the others had already come back. Bai Lu rushed over when she saw me carrying a big bag. Brother Yin, look. I bought this. She pulled out a small wooden cat from the bag. And this. She took out a box of snacks. And this. A string of wind chimes made of bamboo sounded very crisp. Sister Piaopiao was lying on the bed scrolling through her phone. When she saw me come in, her eyes slightly lifted. Little Yin, I haven't seen you all afternoon. Where did you go? I accompanied Sister Tingyu to the hot spring. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Lin Tingyu. Sister Tingyu walked into the bathroom expressionlessly, and the door closed. Sister Piaopiao let out a meaningful "oh." Bai Lu was oblivious, still rummaging through the bag. Brother Yin, look at this keychain. Isn't it cute? A small ceramic rabbit, white, with a small flower on its ear. Cute. She smiled as she shoved the keychain into my hand. It's a gift for you. Looking at the little rabbit in my hand, I was momentarily stunned. Thank you. At dawn I awoke once again, crushed beneath an unbearable weight. A stone seemed to press upon my chest. My right leg from the knee down had gone entirely numb. My left arm was pinned tight, utterly immobile. I opened my eyes, and there she was, Bai Lu, sprawled fully atop me. Her head rested on my right shoulder, one arm encircled my neck while the other had slipped beneath the hem of my t-shirt. Her palm pressed warmly against my waist. One leg draped across my hips, her knee pressing just beneath my ribs. Her nightgown had ridden high, revealing a generous expanse of pale, luminous skin along her inner thigh, glowing softly in the morning light. Her breath brushed gently rhythmically against my clavicle. And to my right, Piaopiao's legs had drifted over once more. This time both of them, one lay heavy across my calf, the other rested perilously close to my upper thigh. Its position so intimate I dared not dwell on it. She lay on her side, facing me, her arm draped across my lower abdomen, fingers trailing lightly along my waist. Her face was buried deep in the hollow of my shoulder, her breath warmed my neck, her black-stockinged calf pressed snugly against my right leg, the fine texture of the silk unmistakable against my skin. I tried shifting my left hand, just slightly. Bai Lu instantly hummed in protest, tightening her grip and nestling her entire face deeper into the crook of my neck. Her nose grazed my throat, her lips hovered almost against my skin. Her lashes swept across my chin, a feather-light maddening itch that made me inhale sharply. I attempted to move my right leg. Piaopiao's arm tightened across my abdomen, her fingertips dug gently into my waist. Her leg pressed heavier still, and the one resting near my thigh crept upward just a fraction. I froze completely. To my left, Tingyu's bed was empty. To my right, Moni's was too. Only Qingqing remained. She curled tightly within the far left corner of the bedding, a compact sleeping coil. Only half her face and a sliver of hair visible. Her lashes were long, resting like delicate shadows over her lower lids. Her breathing was so faint her chest barely rose and fell. She slept like a cat folded inward upon itself. Gently, I turned my head toward the balcony. The sliding door stood ajar, just a slender gap, through which morning air seeped in damp with the scent of mountain foliage and faint mineral tang of sulfur. Tingyu stood on the balcony, one hand braced against the railing. Her hair hung loose, lifted, and settled again by the breeze. Moni stood beside her holding a steaming cup of coffee, sipping occasionally, gazing wordlessly at the distant peaks. Their silhouettes stretched long and slender in the golden morning light. Beside me, Bai Lu hummed again, this time with quiet waking awareness. She shifted her whole body closer, her face gliding from the hollow of my neck down to rest against my chest, her ears settling directly over my heartbeat. Piaopiao's lashes trembled, then fluttered again. She stirred awake. First came another soft tremor, then her nose nudged gently at my shoulder, like a feline confirming scent. Then she lifted her head. Our eyes met. For a suspended moment she paused, her gaze unfocused, pupils still soft and diffuse from sleep, a tiny rhinestone at the outer corner of her eye slightly askew clinging to her cheekbone. Her lips parted slightly, revealing the faintest gleam of teeth. She glanced down at her own position, then back up at me, and smiled slow and knowing. Good morning, Yanyan. Her voice was honey-thick and languid-edged with the warm rasp of sleep. Gee, good morning. She made no move to rise, simply propped her head on one hand and watched me. Her nightgown slipped lower at the neckline, offering an arresting, unguarded view. A playful lilt colored her words. Did you sleep well last night? Still all right. She glanced down at Bai Lu still draped across my chest, then at her own legs still draped over mine, and gave a soft, knowing click of her tongue. Our little Yanyan really is popular, isn't he? Just then Bai Lu stirred awake, first frowning, then rubbing her face against my chest, as if resisting consciousness. A second ripple of Piaopiao's laughter reached her, and only then did she reluctantly blink her eyes open. She lifted her head, and saw Piaopiao propped on one elbow watching her with quiet amusement. Then she saw herself, still sprawled across me. For a breathless instant, she went utterly still, before her cheeks bloomed crimson, spreading swiftly, vividly, like ink in water. Oh, she shrieked, and scrambled off me in frantic haste, bracing her arms against my chest for leverage, pressing down, so hard I gasped. Her knee struck my thigh, sharp stinging pain making me wince. She tumbled sideways, yanking the quilt over herself, and curling tightly into a trembling ball. Her voice emerged muffled, thick with embarrassment. How did I even? Piaopiao laughed aloud, sleepwalking obviously. Bai Lu peeked out halfway from beneath the quilt, her face flushed, scarlet eyes startlingly bright, lashes still trembling. I did not sleepwalk. Her voice was thin, high-pitched, indignant. Then explain this, Piaopiao said, pointing to my chest, the imprint of Bai Lu's face still faintly creasing the fabric of my t-shirt. Bai Lu opened her mouth, then snapped it shut and vanished beneath the quilt once more. At last Piaopiao slid gracefully off me and sat up, stretching luxuriously. Her black-stockinged legs extended fully across the bedding, her toes arched, nails painted a deep, glossy berry hue that caught the morning light. Her arms rose overhead, lifting her nightgown high, exposing a smooth, uninterrupted length of waist. Her waist was slender, delicately defined, from the side the gentle curve of her ribs was just visible. A tiny mole nestled beside her navel. She murmured drowsily, rubbing her eyes, slept so deeply. At last I managed to sit upright, my left side tingling fiercely as though electrified. Bai Lu peered at me from beneath the quilt, whispering, Brother Yan. I'm sorry. I rolled my shoulders, joints clicking softly. It's all right. She stretched a small hand from beneath the quilt, grasping the hem of my shirt. Truly sorry. I didn't mean to. Her fingers were soft, plump, childlike. Really, it's fine. I tapped her forehead lightly with a finger. She yelped, clutching her brow, but through her fingers I caught the glint of her smile. Piaopiao rose from the bedding and padded barefoot toward the bathroom. Passing Bai Lu, she bent low, whispering something into her ear. Bai Lu blushed anew and pulled the quilt over her head. The bathroom door clicked shut, the water began to run. I rubbed my stiff shoulders and rose from the bedding. My legs still prickled with pins and needles. I steadied myself against the wall for a moment. On the balcony, Tingyu ended a phone call and entered the room with Mani. Tingyu's gaze swept over me. My rumpled t-shirt, its collar twisted askew, my hair wild and tangled, then lingered on Bai Lu, a single crown of dark hair visible above the quilt. Finally, her eyes settled on the bathroom door where the steady murmur of running water echoed. Awake! Bai Lu mumbled a faint mosquito-soft mem from beneath the covers. Mani approached, glancing first at me, then at the indentation left by Piaopiao on the bedding, and at the tight, trembling bundle that was Bai Lu. A quiet, knowing curve touched her lips. Seems you slept well last night. I scratched my head, too flustered to reply. Just then the bathroom door opened, and Piaopiao stepped out. Spotting Mani, she teased, not bad, though someone was awfully crowded. Her eyes flicked pointedly toward Bai Lu. Bai Lu popped her head out. You're the one who crowded. You had your leg right on Brother Yan. Weren't you lying on top of him? I was just... Bai Lu faltered, and disappeared once more beneath the quilt. Piaopiao wore a triumphant, radiant smile as she seated herself by the window to begin her makeup. I snatched up my clothes. I'll go freshen up, and all but fled into the bathroom. I shut the door behind me and leaned against it, hard hammering. Turning on the tap, I splashed icy water onto my face, the shock jolting me wide awake. Outside, Piaopiao's laughter rang clear and bright, like silver bells. Bai Lu's murmurs followed, soft and syrupy, too low to decipher. Mani's voice wove in, gentle, measured, soothing. Tingyu interjected now and then, brief, precise, cutting through the air like a blade slicing cloth. Qingqing remained silent, but I knew she was there. Her silence was unlike theirs, deep, grounded, unshakable, as still and certain as a stone resting at the bottom of a river. Such a morning. Awkward, yes, yet strangely tender, quietly whole. After dinner, the six of us sat in the courtyard enjoying the cool breeze. The bamboo chairs still held the warmth of the sun from earlier in the day, making them pleasantly cozy to sit on. Bai Lu leaned against my shoulder, her eyelids already battling to stay open. Her head sank lower and lower, and just when it was about to slide down completely, she would jerk it back up, rub her eyes, and then succumb to the weight once more. Sister Piaopiao lay on my lap, her hair spread out over my knees, the fragrance of her shampoo wafting up. She held one of my hands, turning it over and over, pinching my fingertips, pressing down on the pads, and then spreading my palm open, tracing her thumb slowly along the lines. Sister Mani sat on a nearby bamboo chair, sipping tea, occasionally lifting the cup to her lips, her gaze sweeping over my face. Sister Tingyu sat opposite her, leaning back against her chair and looking down at her phone. The light from the screen illuminated her face clearly, but her peripheral vision stayed fixed on me. Sister Qingqing sat a little further away, sketching the moonlight. The sound of the pen on the paper was crisp, and she would occasionally glance up before returning to her drawing. 5 people, each with their own scent, surrounded me. My heartbeat quickened. Sister Piaopiao played with my fingers and suddenly spoke up. Xiaoyan, what did you say to Tingyu yesterday? She didn't seem quite right when she came back. I was taken aback and looked at Sister Tingyu. She didn't lift her head, her voice faint. Nothing. Nothing. Sister Piaopiao raised an eyebrow. I saw your eyes were red. Sister Ting, you didn't reply. The light from the phone screen illuminating half of her face, making her emotions hard to read. Sister Piaopiao looked back at me, her fingers gently tracing my palm, her nails scraping lightly against my skin. Xiaoyan, you tell me. I hesitated for a moment. I told Sister Tingyu. I've grown up now. Sister Piaopiao lifted her head to look at me, her eyes slightly raised at the corners, filled with surprise, intrigue, and something else. Oh. She propped herself up a bit closer to me. Grown up? How much? Sister Mani's teacup froze in midair, steam curling up from the cup. Bai Lu opened her eyes in confusion, mumbling, "What's going on?" before closing them again. Sister Qingqing's pen halted on the paper, not falling. Sister Tingyu lifted her gaze from her phone screen. I looked into Sister Piaopiao's eyes and spoke slowly, word by word, "Grown up enough to wait for you all." The courtyard fell silent in an instant. Sister Piaopiao stared at me. Xiaoyan, her voice lowered several notches. Do you know what you are saying? I nodded instinctively, my heart racing. She looked at me, a complex light flashing in her eyes. Then she reached out her fingertip, gently grazing my Adam's apple. Then do you dare to wait for me? Her voice dropped low, only audible to the two of us. I nodded instinctively. I dare. A smile crept onto her lips as she withdrew her hand and nestled back onto my lap. Okay, they'll remember that. Bai Lu struggled for a moment in her own hazy world before finally lifting her head. What are you all talking about? Her eyes half up and her eyelashes stuck together. Sister Manny gently patted her head. It's nothing, go back to sleep. Oh. Bai Lu leaned back against my shoulder this time, truly falling asleep, her breathing soon becoming even. I looked down at Sister Piaopiao. She had her eyes closed, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, a smile still lingering on her lips. Sister Tingyu set her phone down and looked at me. Yanyan, those words you said today, were they sincere? Sincere. I leaned back against the chair. Bai Lu's breathing brushed against my neck. Sister Piaopiao's fingers rested in my palm. The scent of Sister Manny's tea drifted by Sister Qing's pen rustled on the paper, and the glow from Sister Ting's phone screen illuminated the scene. My heart continued to race, but I felt a sense of calm within. In the past, those words had lodged in my throat, impossible to express. After speaking them today, they didn't seem so hard to say after all. Sister Piaopiao's fingers moved slightly in my palm. I looked down at her. She hadn't opened her eyes, but the corners of her mouth were turned up. She whispered, Xiao Yanyan, Moi, come to my room tonight. My hand trembled, nearly causing her to tumble off my lap. She burst into laughter, her entire face shaking with mirth. Just kidding. Go to sleep early. She opened one eye to look at me, her smile playfully mischievous. I stared at her for 2 seconds. All right then. Both of her eyes opened wide, looking at me. I continued, what time? The courtyard fell silent once more. Sister Manny's teacup hung in the air again. Sister Tingyu lifted her gaze from her phone, raising an eyebrow. Sister Qing's pen tip hovered over the paper, forgetting to descend. Sister Piaopiao looked at me, her eyelashes fluttering rapidly. That expression, I had never seen it before. She opened her mouth, but didn't manage to say anything. Looking at her like that, I suddenly felt a rush of delight. Just kidding, I said, mimicking her tone. Go to sleep early. Sister Liu Piaopiao froze for 2 seconds, then reached out to pinch my thigh. Xiao Yan, you've learned badly. I gasped in pain, but couldn't help but laugh. Sister Manny chuckled, almost spilling the tea from her cup. Sister Ting's mouth curved slightly before she suppressed it again. Sister Qing lowered her head, her shoulders shaking. Sister Piaopiao pinched, and then rubbed my thigh, mumbling, learned badly, learned badly. I looked down at her, and noticed the tips of her ears had turned red. So do you like me, eh? I surprised myself when the word slipped out. Her hand lingered on my thigh. Looking up at me, the redness in her ears spreading to her cheeks, glowing under the moonlight, very distinct. I do. Her voice was soft, but every word was clear. This time I was the one left speechless. She watched my astonished expression and laughed, withdrawing her hand and closing her eyes again. I'm going to sleep. I sat in the chair, my heart racing. Sister Manny stood up, holding her teacup as she walked inside, glancing at me as she passed, her eyes filled with laughter. Yanyan, you did well tonight. Sister Tingyu also stood up, putting her phone in her pocket, pausing next to me. Don't get too proud. Her tone was light, but the corners of her mouth were turned up. Sister Qing came over, putting away her sketchbook, glancing at Sister Liu Piaopiao, and then at me, offering a slight smile. She whispered, I've captured it on paper. In the courtyard, it was just me and Sister Piaopiao, along with Bai Lu, who had fallen asleep against my shoulder. Sister Piaopiao's breathing was steady, her eyelashes occasionally fluttering. I couldn't tell if she was truly asleep. Leaning closer to her ear, I whispered as softly as possible. Sister Piaopiao, the like you mentioned, I've remembered. Her eyelashes fluttered again. I said nothing more and leaned back against the chair. Bai Lu's hair brushed against my chin, Sister Piaopiao's fingers still resting in my palm. The stars twinkled above, and the light from the stone lantern spilled over the maple tree. Tonight the moonlight is delightful. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, we prepared to head home. Inside the carriage, I glanced down at the 2 figures resting against my shoulders. Bai Lu slept soundly, her cheeks flushed pink, her lips slightly parted, just enough to glimpse a sliver of teeth. Piaopiao's eyelashes trembled faintly now and then. Whether she was truly asleep or merely pretending, I couldn't tell. The sweet fragrance clinging to her mingled with Bai Lu's milky scent, lingering thickly in the air of the carriage. If time could pause right here, it would be fine, perhaps even perfect. The car merged onto the expressway. Outside, the scenery blurred faster and faster. Bai Lu stirred awake, rubbing her eyes sleepily and murmuring, Are we there yet? Not yet. She hummed softly. Oh, and leaned back again, her fingers idly twisting the hem of my shirt. Piaopiao opened her eyes and looked at me. Xiao Yanyan, Moi, what are you thinking about? I paused, then said, about everything that happened these past few days. Her outer eyelids lifted just slightly at the corners. From this angle, I could see the tiny rhinestone affixed to her lower lash line. A fleeting glint as sunlight streamed in through the window. Which moment? The one you'll remember most. A warmth rose to my ears. Piaopiao noticed, and her smile deepened. Leaning close, her voice dropped to a whisper beside my ear. Was it that morning after the midnight raid? Her breath brushed against my earlobe, sending a shiver down my neck. My Adam's apple bobbed, while I remained silent. She laughed, soft bright, and settled back into her seat. Yanyan is truly adorable. Startled awake by the laughter, Bai Lu blinked drowsily and asked, "What's adorable?" Piaopiao replied, "Your brother, Yin, is adorable." Bai Lu nodded, utterly matter-of-fact. Up front, Mani Jie smiled warmly. Tingyu Jie glanced at me through the rearview mirror, her lips curving ever so slightly. Qingqing Jie kept sketching, but even her mouth held a quiet, tender smile. I scratched my head, too flustered to speak. The car exited the expressway and turned onto the tree-lined road, leading to Yunqi Villa. Sycamore leaves rustled loudly in the wind on both sides, a sunlight filtered through the gaps in the canopy, casting shifting, dappled patterns across the car's surface. Bai Lu was the first to leap out, stretching luxuriously. Finally home. Her skirt billowed in the breeze, and her slender calves, sheathed in white silk stockings, glowed softly in the sun. Piaopiao stepped out in stiletto heels, her long legs wrapped in black stockings swayed briefly at the car door before her slender heel struck the cobblestone path with a crisp, clear chime. She bent to retrieve her bag from the car, the skirt riding up slightly, revealing a smooth stretch of thigh encased in black silk. Mani Jie carried the insulated box out. Tingyu Jie fetched luggage from the trunk, and Qingqing Jie stood nearby, cradling her sketchbook, her hair tousled by the wind, which she gently smoothed aside with one hand. I was the last to step out. Standing beside the car, I gazed at the villa before me, white walls, a blue-sloped roof, and the osmanthus tree in the courtyard, greener now than when we'd left. Though we'd only been gone 3 days, it felt like much longer. "Brother, Yin, what are you daydreaming about?" Bai Lu tugged my hand. "Let's go in." She pulled me toward the entrance. Behind us came the sharp tap-tap of Piaopiao Jie's heels, the murmur of Mani Jie and Qingqing Jie speaking, and the soft electronic chirp of Tingyu Jie locking the car. The living room remained exactly as we'd left it. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows lay the backyard lawn and swimming pool. Farther still, the sea shimmered under the sun. The same sofa stood in place. On the coffee table rested the book I'd left unfinished before departing. Mani Jie went straight to the kitchen. "I'll make dinner. You all rest." Tingyu Jie carried luggage upstairs. Piaopiao Jie strode off in her heels toward the dance studio. Qingqing Jie climbed the stairs with her sketchbook hugged to her chest. Bai Lu tugged me onto the sofa to watch television. An animated show played, but she wasn't watching. Instead, she nestled against my shoulder, her small hand clutching the edge of my sleeve. "Brother Yan, my, next time can we go to the hot springs again?" I looked down at her. She tilted her face upward, her almond-shaped eyes catching the glow of the screen, luminous and sparkling. "Yes." Her eyes crinkled into crescents, and she nuzzled deeper into my shoulder. From the kitchen drifted the rhythmic chop-chop of Mani Jie slicing vegetables. Tingyu Jie spoke softly on the phone upstairs. Faint music seeped from the dance studio. The art studio remained hushed and still. These 3 days had felt like an extended, vivid dream. Yet this was no dream. At dinner, all 6 of us gathered around the long dining table. Mani Jie had prepared sweet and sour spare ribs, steamed sea-based garlic broccoli, and tomato endive soup. Bai Lu ate heartily, her cheeks puffing with each bite. Piaopiao Jie scrolled absently through her phone between bites, occasionally tossing a rib into my bowl. Tingyu Jie ate quietly, her chopsticks moving with unhurried grace. Qingqing Jie took a few bites, then sketched a few strokes, her open sketchbook resting on her lap. Mani Jie kept passing me dishes, her hand always positioned the cup handle toward me. "Brother Yan, try this." Bai Lu placed another rib in my bowl. It overflowed. I lowered my head and ate quickly, determined not to let anything spill. Piaopiao Jie set her phone aside and looked at me. "Yanyan, what's your impression of the hot springs trip?" Instinctively, I nodded. "It was wonderful. Just wonderful. Very unforgettable." She teased. "Unforgettable? What exactly?" My throat tightened. I stayed silent. Tingyu Jie glanced at me, her lips lifting faintly at the corners. Mani Jie shook her head, smiling. Qingqing Jie murmured, "I sketched many pages. I can show them to you." Me first. Me first." Bai Lu raised her hand eagerly. After dinner, Qingqing Jie brought out her sketchbook and turned the pages slowly. 6 silhouettes beside the hot spring pool, steam rendered thick and hazy, faces deliberately blurred, yet unmistakably ours. Another sketch captured us relaxing in the garden. Light from the stone lanterns merging with moonlight, one figure lying across my lap, another leaning against my shoulder. The ride home, 3 of us squeezed into the back seat, my head wedged between 2 others, only the tip of one ear visible. Each drawing seemed to suspend time itself. At the final page, Qingqing Jie paused. It was my solitary silhouette standing on the balcony, distant mountains and clouds fading into soft, seamless mist, while my outline remained strikingly clear. "When did you draw this?" "The morning of the 2nd day. You stood there for a long time." Qingqing Jie closed the sketchbook and looked at me. "I'm giving it to you." I blinked, startled. "To me?" She nodded. "Yes, yours." I accepted it, opened it again, and lingered over the pages. Me beside the hot spring, me at the dinner table, me lost in thought, me pinned between two heads. Each portrait was me, yet each was also her vision of me. My eyes pricked suddenly with heat. Ching Jia. She smiled faintly and brushed her fingertips gently across my eyelid. Her touch was cool and faintly tinted with the indigo hue of her pigment. Don't cry. I'll draw more later. I gave a soft, quiet nod. Bai Lu leaned in, eyes wide. Brother Yan, I want to draw too. You? Draw? Piaopiao Jia teased. Bai Lu bristled. I can learn. Mani Jia laughed lightly. Of course, you can learn from Tingyu Jia watched us, her gaze warm with quiet amusement. I looked down at the sketchbook in my hands, and then at the 5 people beside me. Bai Lu continued arguing with Piaopiao Jia over whether she could master drawing. Tingyu Jia murmured gently, yes you can. Mani Jia shook her head smiling, while Tingyu Jia reclined against the sofa observing it all. Beautiful life continues, unfolding unhurried whole. The 3rd day after returning from the hot spring resort, a phone notification chimed. Senior sister Piaopiao be at the dance studio at 7 p.m. Anything urgent? Senior sister Piaopiao, you'll know once you're here. I stared at the screen for a few seconds and slipped my phone back into my pocket. My heartbeat quickened, just slightly, but no longer with the frantic panic of a year ago. Now I seemed to have grown accustomed to being guided by them. At precisely 7 p.m., I stood before the dance studio door. It stood ajar, spilling out a soft amber glow, and faint music drifting as if from a distant dreamlike shore. I pushed the door open. Only a single lamp was lit inside, casting a circular pool of warm light onto the wooden floor. Senior sister Piaopiao stood within that circle of light. She wore a form-fitting black dance leotard, high-necked long sleeve tapering seamlessly from waist to ankle. The fabric shimmered with a muted luster under the light, tracing every contour of her body. The gentle arc of her shoulders, the subtle hollow of her waist, the taut rise and fall of her calf muscles. Barefoot, her toes rested lightly on the wood, painted a deep, ripe berry hue. Her hair was swept into a neat chignon, revealing the slender curve of her nape, trailing softly beneath the collar of her leotard. Tiny crystal rhinestones glittered delicately at the outer corners of her eyes, catching the dim light like distant stars. When she saw me, the corner of her mouth lifted, just slightly. You're here. I gave a quiet nod and sat down on the chair by the door. She drew in a slow, deep breath and closed her eyes. I knew little of dance, but I could tell beauty from its absence. Her body moved as though boneless, each joint articulating with independent liquid grace. When her arms unfurled, her fingertips carved a perfect arc through the air, as if reaching for something just beyond grasp. When drawn inward, her palms settled gently over her chest, fingers curled ever so softly. As she turned, her skirt flared briefly, black tights gleaming for an instant beneath the light. With each leap, her toes extended tautly, her calves tensing, her entire form seeming to rebound from an invisible force. She danced not with speed, but with profound slowness. Not the kind that spills outward, but one that draws inward, gathering intensity, every ounce of strength engaged, yet never displayed as effort. I sat motionless on the chair, utterly entranced. When she pivoted to face me, her gaze shifted. Moments before it had been vacant, gazing somewhere far beyond the walls, and now it anchored itself firmly upon me. That look defied naming. Not the playful mischief she sometimes used to tease me, nor the bold radiance she wielded on stage. It was deeper, heavier, like something stirring silently beneath still water. She took a single step toward me, arm extending, fingertips nearly brushing my cheek, then turned away again. What was she dancing? I couldn't name it. Yet I felt she was speaking, not with words but with movement. Each reach of her arms seemed a longing, grasping for something intangible. Each curl of her body evoked vulnerability, fear perhaps, each leap yearning, striving for something just out of reach, yet never ceasing to strive. The music softened. Her movements slowed in kind. In the final sequence, she sank gracefully to her knees within the circle of light, head tilted upward toward the ceiling, arms falling loosely to her sides, fingertips resting lightly upon the floor. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, beads of sweat traced paths down her temples, paused momentarily at her jawline, and fell, dampening the fabric of her leotard. Silence followed the last note. Only her ragged breath lingered in the stillness. I remained seated, unaware until then that my hands were clenched, white-knuckled around my knees. Senior sister Piaopiao rose and walked toward me. Her steps were slow, her legs unsteady, the natural aftermath of exertion. She stopped directly before me and looked down. Sweat traced a glistening path down her throat, pooled briefly in the hollow of her clavicle, then continued downward. Her collar hung slightly open, revealing a sliver of skin glistening with moisture. Was it beautiful? Her voice was husky. I nodded instinctively, my pulse surging anew. She pressed her lips together, smiled faintly, and brushed her thumb gently across my lower eyelid. You cried. I blinked, startled, and touched my own cheek. It was damp. When the tears had fallen, I couldn't say. It was breathtaking. She held my gaze, her eyes shifting, transforming. Not pride, not joy, something else entirely. She sat beside me, leaning her weight against my shoulder. Her body radiated heat. The scent of her sweat mingled with a sweet, delicate fragrance that rose into my senses. The smooth fabric of her leotard clung to my arm, damp, warm, alive. Her voice dropped to a whisper. This piece is called Yen. I went utterly still. It's for you, only for you. I turned to look at her. Her eyes remained fixed on the empty stage ahead. The lights still glowed overhead. The circular pool of brightness, now vacant, the wooden floor bearing only the faint imprint of her bare feet. Senior Sister Piaopiao. She cut me off. Don't speak. Just let me rest here a while. I pressed my lips together and stayed silent. The studio hushed. Only the low hum of the air conditioner on the wall and the steady, insistent rhythm of her heartbeat filled the space. Even through layers of fabric, her leotard, my t-shirt, I could feel it rapid, resonant, alive. How long passed I couldn't tell, until she straightened, turning to face me once more. Fool, why did you cry? I wiped the corner of my eye. It was too beautiful. She arched a brow. Me, or the dance? Both. She rose and extended her hand. A sly, knowing smile played on her lips. Come on, let's go shower. I froze, stunned. She burst into soft laughter. What are you imagining? I just want you to wait outside. I scratched my head, too flustered to reply. The corridor lights were dim. Her silhouette moved ahead of me, steps still, unsteady. Her calves, wrapped in black tights, caught the faint light with every step, light, weightless, as if treading upon clouds. At the dressing room door she paused and turned to look back at me. Wait here. I leaned against the wall, mind still awash with images of her dance. Her arms, her gaze, the way she knelt, bathed in light. She had told me the piece was titled Yen, composed solely for me. Something swelled in my chest. Unnameable, undeniable, full to bursting. After a long while, Senior Sister Piaopiao reappeared, wearing a white slip dress layered with a sheer lightweight cardigan. Her black tights were fresh, finer, smoother in texture. Delicate sandals with slender heels adorned her feet, toes still painted in that rich berry shade. Her hair, half-dried, fell in soft waves, damp and clinging to the curve of her collarbone. Let's go. I walked beside her, ascending the corridor stairs. At the door to her room she paused and turned to face me. Xiao Yanyan. Moi. I choreographed this piece over 3 months. I met her gaze. The day we returned from the hot springs, I decided I would dance it for you alone. She paused, then said quietly, so remember it. I nodded quickly, earnestly. Then she rose onto her toes and brushed her lips against my cheek. The kiss was featherlight, so fleeting it might have been imagined. Good night. She opened the door and stepped inside, leaving behind only the flawless line of her retreating silhouette. I stood frozen in the corridor, fingertips lingering on my cheek. My heart raced, not with panic, but with something warmer, deeper, the unmistakable flutter of affection. I touched my eyelid again, still faintly damp, the trace of dried salt lingering there. The night deepened. I lay in bed, restless, turning over again and again. Closing my eyes, I could only see Sister Piaopiao dancing in my mind. My phone vibrated softly beside me. Sister Piaopiao asleep yet? Not yet. Sister Piaopiao, neither am I. Sister Piaopiao, what are you thinking about? I hesitated. Your dance. Sister Piaopiao, was it beautiful? Yes, beautiful. Sister Piaopiao, more so than Sister Tingyu's. I paused, startled. They're different. Sister Piaopiao, how so? After a moment's reflection, I typed, Sister Tingyu protects me. You make my heart race. I sent it, and instantly regretted it. I stared frozen at those words glowing on the screen. Sister Piaopiao. Sister Piaopiao, Xiao Yanyan, you've grown mischievous. I didn't mean. Sister Piaopiao, didn't mean it. Or is it true? Sister Piaopiao, never mind. I won't press you. Get some rest. See you tomorrow. Good night. My phone vibrated again. White do, brother Yen. Is your light out yet? Not yet. White do, neither can I sleep. White do, did Sister Piaopiao dance for you? How did you know? White do, I guess. She's been practicing all week, and even asked me which angle looked best. White do, I told her yours, the seated one, was perfect. Since when do you understand angles? White do, Sister Qingqing taught me. She says painting begins with learning to see, and once you've seen enough you'll know instinctively which angle captures grace. White do, so I've been watching you, every day. I stared blankly at the screen, tongue-tied. White do, brother Yen. Your cheeks are flushed, aren't they, eh? No. White do, liar. Every time you lie you say just that. No. 2 characters, no punctuation. I glanced down. Indeed, no punctuation mark followed. I added a period. White do, ha. Brother Yen, you're utterly adorable. Sleep now. White do, okay. Good night, brother Yen. White do, oh. And tomorrow morning I'll come wake you up in your room. No need. White do, yes you do. Good night. I placed the phone face down on the nightstand. Just as I closed my eyes, it lit up again. Sister Tingyu still awake. Almost. Sister Tingyu Did you watch Piaopiao's dance? I did. Sister Tingyu, was it beautiful? It was. Sister Tingyu A quiet pause lingered. Sister Tingyu, there's a meeting tomorrow morning. I won't be joining breakfast. Understood. Sister Tingyu, rest early. Good night, Sister Tingyu. The next morning I descended the stairs, dark circles shadowing my eyes. White Dew was already at the dining table, her smile radiant, eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Good morning, Brother Yan. Morning. Sister Piaopiao sat across from me, chin resting on her palm, gazing at me with a faint teasing lift at the outer corners of her eyes. What were you thinking about last night? I met her gaze and felt warmth bloom along my earlobes. Just things. White Dew chimed in. Brother Yan thought all night, so it must have been something important. Sister Piaopiao arched a brow. How important? White Dew pondered seriously. More important than exams. Sister Piaopiao teased. Then yes, it is important indeed. White Dew leaned in, lowering her voice. Her hushed tone mimicked a whisper, but carried clearly across the table. Brother Yan, were you thinking about Sister Piaopiao's dance last night? I nearly spat out my kanji. White Dew blinked innocently. Did I say something wrong? Wiping my mouth, I murmured, no, let's eat. Auntie Manny poked her head out from the kitchen. Yanyan, don't forget your milk. I rose to fetch it. Passing White Dew, she murmured softly, Brother Yan, your ears are red. I quickened my pace. Behind me, Sister Piaopiao's laughter rippled like wine through silver bells. I had class in the morning, and White Dew fell into step beside me as I headed out. Brother Yan, I'll walk with you. Don't you have class only in the afternoon? I want to walk with you, for just a little while. She declared it boldly, and slipped her arm through mine. She walked beside me, her steps small, two of hers to match one of mine. Brother Yan, moi. Last night, I said I watch you every day. That's true. I know. She tilted her face upward. Don't you find it strange? Not at all. She smiled, and buried her cheek against my arm. Then it's all right. At the entrance of the teaching building, she released my arm. I'll pick you up after class this afternoon. No need. Yes, you do. She waved and dashed off. Her ponytail swayed, a golden arc flashing in the sunlight. With no afternoon classes, I went to the art studio to visit Sister Qingqing. Pushing open the door, I found her before an easel, wearing a white shirt, dress sleeves rolled twice. I stepped closer and looked up. 6 figures stood beneath moonlight, their shadows long and entwined. The brushwork was soft, edges blurred, as if viewed through a veil of mist. Beautiful. She turned toward me, set down her brush, and reached for a sketchbook. Let me show you something. The first page revealed me by a classroom window, sunlight spilling across my face, eyes half closed against its glow. The second, me in the kitchen learning to chop vegetables with Auntie Manny, holding the knife backward. The third, me in an onsen leaning against the edge, water lapping at my chest. My earlobes flushed. Page after page unfolded. Me eating, me lost in thought, me asleep, me flustered amid them all, unsure where to place my hands. Each bore a date in the lower right corner, the earliest yesterday. When did you draw these? After we returned from the hot spring. Every night I couldn't sleep. I'd draw. I gazed at her, and something rose inside me, thick and warm, lodging itself in my throat. Sister Qingqing closed the sketchbook. It's yours. Thank you, Sister Qingqing. She reached up and gently ruffled my hair. No thanks needed. You're my muse. That evening, all 6 of us gathered in the living room. White Dew watched television. Sister Piaopiao lounged beside her, scrolling through her phone. Sister Tingyu reviewed documents at the dining table. Auntie Manny knitted quietly on the single sofa. Sister Qingqing sketched in the corner. I sat at the center, surrounded by them. On screen, a variety show played. A male guest delivered a long, heartfelt confession. White Dew's eyes shimmered, nose reddening. So moving. She turned to me. Brother Yan, could you ever say something like that? No. Why not? I couldn't. Sister Piaopiao peered up from her phone. Xiao Yanyan, can't you, or won't you? I considered it. I couldn't. White Dew sighed, disappointed. Liu Piaopiao curved her lips. If he could, he wouldn't be himself. Sister Tingyu didn't lift her head. Could you all keep it down? I'm reviewing files. Sister Piaopiao lowered her voice. Sister Tingyu's in a mood today. Who upset her? White Dew whispered. Maybe someone angered her during the meeting. Sister Tingyu set down her pen and looked straight at us. I can't hear you. Silence held for 2 breaths. Auntie Manny lifted her head from her yarn. The soup's ready. We'll serve it. I will. Sister Piaopiao had already taken her seat at the table. She glanced at the bowl, then at me. Xiao Yanyan, you hold the bowl just like Auntie Manny. How so? Handle facing outward. She pointed to the bowl in my hand. I looked down. Yes, both bowls held the same orientation, handles turned inward toward my palms. Auntie Manny had taught me that years ago. Repetition had made it second nature. Shin Manny approached from behind, voice tender. Years of teaching. And finally it took. Sister Tingyu set aside her documents and joined us, glancing at the soup, tomato, and beef brisket. Yes, it's your favorite. She said nothing, but her lips lifted just slightly as she settled into her seat. All 6 of us circled the table, sipping the steaming broth. White Dew burned her tongue, hissing softly, while Sister Piaopiao laughed at her clumsiness, and White Dew shot back indignant. Sister Ching Ching drank slowly, her spoon touching the bowl without a sound. Sister Tingyu set hers down after 2 sips. Auntie Manny glanced at her. Not drinking more. Too hot. Wait until it cools. I sat at the center sipping soup, listening to their voices weaving around me. The broth burned, but I refused to set it down. The variety show played on, laughter rising and falling like gentle waves. On a weekend evening, the premiere of Liu Piaopiao's dance center took place. She had handed me the ticket 3 days in advance, saying, "Middle of the front row, don't be late," before leaving. I sat in that seat directly facing the stage. When the lights dimmed, the entire venue grew silent. She stood in the center of the stage, dressed in a form-fitting white dance outfit that covered her neck to her wrists and extended from her waist to her ankles. The spotlight shone on her, the fabric shimmering with a soft white glow. White stockings wrapped around her legs, and on her feet were satin dance shoes, the laces wrapped around her ankles. Her long hair was styled up, exposing her nape. She had applied rhinestones at the corners of her eyes, larger than usual, resembling tears from a distance. As the music began, she stood in the light, eyes closed, her chest rising and falling slowly. She danced to the piece Yen, but it was different from the day she performed in the dance studio. That day she danced solely for me, every movement directed toward my direction. Today she faced the entire audience, yet her gaze remained fixed on the middle of the front row. She danced even better than that day. When she swung her arms, her fingertips seemed to slice through the air. As she turned, her skirt flew up and her thighs, wrapped in white stockings, flashed in the light. During her leaps, her entire body hung in the air for a second before she gracefully landed. Her toes touched the ground, first her knees bending slightly to absorb the impact, her movements as fluid as water. For the final pose, she knelt in the center of the stage, looking up at the lights. The spotlight illuminated her face, beads of sweat on her forehead glistening. As the music stopped, the audience erupted in thunderous applause. Piaopiao gasped for breath, her gaze piercing through the crowd and landing on me. "This dance is called Yen," she announced. Someone from the audience asked, "Why this name?" "Because it is dedicated to someone special." The crowd gasped. People around me turned to find out who that person was. I sat in the middle of the front row, illuminated by the lights, under the scrutinizing gaze of everyone. She set down the microphone and stepped off the stage. The crowd instinctively parted to create a path. She stood in front of me, looking down. The neckline of her white dance outfit was slightly open, revealing sweat trickling down her collarbone. "Do you like it?" she asked. I slowly stood up. "I do." I took her hand. Her hand was small, her fingertips cool, her palm warm with thin calluses, evidence of her dance. Piaopiao momentarily lost her composure. She looked at me, her eyes slowly reddening. "From now on, I will watch all your dances." Her lips quivered slightly, as she seemed to want to say something, but held back. She tiptoed and briefly touched my lips. The audience screamed. I was caught off guard, frozen in place, my gaze fixated on her. Piaopiao's lips curled into a smile. "You said it." "I did." She laughed, her smile blooming like spring flowers, tears cascading down her cheeks like a flood. I reached out and gently plucked the crooked rhinestone from her. Her skin felt scorching, as if it could ignite the entire world. "Don't cry." She grasped my hand, pressing it against her face, closing her eyes. In the backstage dressing room, she sat in front of the mirror, removing her makeup. Her profile was visible in the reflection. The sweat on her forehead had dried and her hair fell loose, a few strands sticking to her neck. I sat beside her watching. She glanced at me through the mirror, asking, "What are you looking at?" "At you." She raised an eyebrow slightly. "Have you had enough of looking?" "Not enough." She smiled, pressing a makeup pad against the corner of her mouth, but couldn't quite manage it. "Little Yin, you've really gone bad." I scratched my head, feeling shy to respond. After she finished removing her makeup, she turned to face me. "Su Yen, do you know what you are doing?" I swallowed hard and just nodded. She looked at me, her expression complex. "I've never believed anyone could be sincere with me, especially after what happened when I was 14. But you were different." She paused. "I flirt with you and you don't dodge. I get close to you and you don't run away. I treat you well and you treat me well in return." Her eyes reddened again. "So was what you said just now sincere?" I looked into her eyes. "Sincere." A smile blossomed on her face. "Fool." Piaopiao's voice was soft. Tears seeped through her fingers, dripping onto my hand. I gazed at her reddened eyes, her bitten lower lip, and the hand gripping my finger, the knuckles turning white. Something swelled in my chest, choking my throat painfully. "Piaopiao, moi." I hadn't figured out what to say, but my body acted faster than my mind, leaning forward, my lips kissing hers. I pressed against her a bit too hard, her head hitting the back of the chair with a thud. Piaopiao's hand slid down my face, gripping my collar. Her fingers trembled, clenching tightly, the knuckles pressing against my collarbone. Her lips felt dry, carrying the taste of makeup remover. The upper lip was thinner than the lower, with delicate lines along the edges. The tip of her nose brushed against my cheekbone, cool to the touch. Her breath was hot against my face, rapid and short, as if she had just finished dancing and hadn't yet caught her breath. It felt like seconds, maybe longer. I pulled back slightly, and she leaned forward just a bit. Our lips separated, but our foreheads remained touching. Piapiao slowly opened her eyes. I could see my reflection in her pupils. Her ears were flushed. Suyen. Her voice trembled. You kissed me. If something can't be expressed, just do it. You taught me. She paused for a moment, laughing so hard her whole body shook and tears began to fall again. She released my collar and playfully hit me. When did you learn this? Just now. You're lying. Just now I didn't want you to cry. She looked at me, her eyes bright. Then from now on, if I cry, will you kiss me, eh? I thought seriously for a moment. It depends on the situation. She laughed again, playfully hitting me once more. 3 knocks sounded on the dressing room door. Staff outside called, Piapiao, the celebration banquet is about to start. Got it. Piapiao reached out, smoothing out the crumpled part of my collar. Let's go. As we stepped out of the dressing room, people were in the hallway. Seeing us holding hands, their expressions changed. As we turned the corner, Bai Lu rushed over from the opposite direction. Yanyan. Piapiao. You too. She froze upon seeing our interlocked hands. Piapiao raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Bai Lu glanced at her, then at me. It's nothing. Sister Manny asked me to call you. The celebration banquet is starting. She turned and ran her ponytail swaying. Piapiao watched her retreating figure. Teasingly, she said, she'll be messaging everyone once she goes back. Messaging about what? About you all. I thought for a moment and felt she was right. The outside air was cool, and the streetlights cast long shadows, our 2 silhouettes pressed together, indistinguishable from one another. Suyen. Was your kiss earlier sincere? It was sincere. Piapiao smiled, faintly nodding. I felt her fingers move in my palm, intertwining with mine. The night breeze of September slipped in through the floor-to-ceiling window, lifting a corner of the sheer curtain. Sister Tingyu was still at the meeting, which was supposed to last until 9 o'clock. I sat on the living room sofa, holding the remote control pointed at the television, but I was completely uninterested in what was playing on the screen. When the wall clock struck 9:40, I heard the sound of a key turning in the entrance. I practically sprang up and hurried to the entrance. Sister Tingyu stood at the door, one hand resting on the doorframe and the other holding a briefcase. She wore a navy blue suit skirt, the hem just above her knees, with black stockings hugging her calves in straight lines, and the thin high heels sounded dull against the floor. Why are you still awake? She looked up at me. Her voice was lower than usual, tinged with hoarseness. I took the briefcase from her hand. I was waiting for you. She changed into her slippers and walked inside. Are you hungry? Sister Manny left some soup. I'll go heat it up. Her footsteps halted as she turned to look at me. No need. After a pause, she said, all right. I turned and walked into the kitchen. I opened the refrigerator door. The second shelf of the fresh-keeping compartment held the rib soup that Sister Manny had made before leaving, sealed with plastic wrap, and a note was stuck to the bowl. Yanyan, heat for 3 minutes, not too long. I tore off the plastic wrap and poured the soup into a small pot. I turned on the heat, the blue flames licking the bottom of the pot, and soon the surface of the soup began to steam. I stirred it a couple of times with a spoon, the ribs and corn rolling in the soup, and the aroma wafted up instantly. I had been doing this routine for over half a year, and I could do it with my eyes closed without making a mistake. Sister Tingyu stood at the kitchen door, leaning against the doorframe. I could feel her gaze on my back, sweeping from my shoulder down to my waist, then back up to my shoulder. All done. Sister Tingyu took the bowl from my hands and turned to sit down at the dining table. I walked over and sat down opposite her. She drank the soup slowly, taking small sips. I spoke up. Sister Tingyu, was the meeting not going well today? She put down the spoon and looked up at me. It went well. But there's one thing I need to tell you. Sister Tingyi's tone was too calm, too unlike her usual self. She never hesitated when she spoke, but when she said that, her tone dipped slightly at the end. My heart skipped a beat. What is it? She looked at me, her light brown eyes reflecting my face. She reached out her fingertips, gently tapping my forehead. Just like when we were kids, cool to the touch, carrying the scent of the hand cream she often used. I received an offer. It's a 1-year program for young leaders at an overseas business school. As she finished, the air suddenly fell silent. Going abroad for a year. Is Sister Tingyu leaving? I dug my thumb into my palm, my nails pressing into the flesh, the pain jolting me awake. You? My voice was a bit dry. I cleared my throat. Do you want to go? Sister Tingyu didn't answer, but countered, what do you think? Under the light, the sharpness in her brows and eyes softened a bit, the corners of her eyes drooping slightly, her lips pressed together without a smile. The forever strong and knowing Sister Tingyu had something in her eyes I had never seen before. Not hesitation, but fear. What was she afraid of? Afraid I would disagree. Or afraid I would agree too easily. I recalled her words, I'll wait for you to grow up. At that time I understood nothing, only felt secure being protected by my sister. Later I began to understand that her growing up was not just about getting taller or passing exams, but being able to stand on my own. If you want to go, then go. My voice was steadier than I expected, though my throat still rolled slightly. She raised an eyebrow just like that. MHM. She stared at me for a few seconds. Her eyes were like searchlights scanning me from head to toe. I looked into her eyes, my palms sweaty. She smiled faintly, but the upward curve at the corners of her eyes softened her entire demeanor. Are you silly? I haven't even decided yet. I was taken aback then. I'm just telling you to prepare yourself mentally. She stood up, carrying the bowl back to the kitchen, not asking you to decide for me. I followed her closely. Sister Tingyu. She turned her head back. I stood in front of her, half a head taller, the kitchen light shining down from above, our shadows overlapping. No matter whether you go or not, I will wait for you. She froze. The bowl in her hand paused in midair. I saw her fingers tighten slightly, her knuckles turning white. I hadn't thought much when I said that, but in the moment it came out, I knew it was true. It wasn't passively accepting the fact that she was leaving, it was actively giving her a promise. It had always been her waiting for me to grow up, waiting for me to understand, and now it was my turn. She looked at me, something moving in her light brown eyes. It wasn't tears, but something heavier than tears. She raised her hand and rubbed my head. The warmth of her palm lingered on my scalp, her fingers moving through my hair, the motion lighter than usual. Her voice was a bit hoarse. Gotta go to sleep. She turned and entered the kitchen, placing the bowl in the sink. The bottom of the bowl clinked against the tiles, making a crisp sound. I stood still, touching my head where she had rubbed it. The warmth of her palm still lingered on my scalp. Sister Tingyu said, got it. It wasn't okay, it wasn't, I promise you, it was, got it. I understood what she meant. In the kitchen, the faucet turned on and the sound of water rushed. I stood at the door watching her silhouette. She didn't turn back, but her shoulders moved slightly, as if taking a deep breath. I turned and walked back to the living room, picked up the remote control that had fallen on the sofa, and turned off the television. The wall lamp was still on, casting a dim yellow light on the floor, stretching the shadows long. Bai Lu peeked her head out from the stairway. Yanyan gu, is Sister Tingyu back? MHM. Has she eaten? She drank soup. Bai Lu responded with an oh and pulled back. From the next room, the sound of Sister Piaopiao watching videos could be heard. The light in Sister Qingqing's art studio was still on, and light was seeping through the gap in Sister Manna's door. I walked to the door of Sister Tingyi's room. The door wasn't fully closed, leaving a gap. She took out her pajamas from the wardrobe, her back to the door, moving slowly. I didn't knock or enter, just stood at the doorway watching for a while. Suddenly she spoke. What are you standing there for? Go sleep. I was startled. She didn't turn back, but knew I was there. Good night, Sister Tingyu. MHM. I turned and went back to my room, lying on the bed staring at the ceiling. There was a tiny crack on the ceiling stretching from the light fixture to the corner of the wall. The sound of the air conditioning hummed. The faucet in the kitchen downstairs was turned off, and the whole house fell silent. My phone vibrated. Sister Tingyu, I remembered what you said earlier. I stared at that line of text for a long time. The light from the screen reflected on my face, a bit blinding. The cursor in the typing box blinked repeatedly. I typed several versions, then deleted them one by one. In the end, I sent 3 words. I feel the same. In the days that followed, I found myself unconsciously watching Tingyu's sister. When she left for work, I stood by the entrance pretending to tie my shoelaces, stealing glances as she changed shoes. Bending at the waist, her smoky gray skirt lifting slightly to reveal a slender calf sheathed in black stockings. When she returned late from overtime, I lounged on the living room sofa with the television on. The soft turn of her key in the lock echoed from the doorway, and I sat up instinctively. She entered, and upon seeing me, her lips curved faintly. The weariness etched around her eyes momentarily softened, as if smoothed by an unseen hand. When she worked in her study, I carried upstairs the fruit Monty's sister had prepared. On the 5th evening, she worked late again, nearly until 11. She opened the door, saw me, and her gaze softened. But this time she did not head upstairs immediately. Su Yan. Come here. She turned and ascended the stairs. I followed behind. Her high heels struck the wooden steps with crisp, distinct taps. Her skirt swayed gently with each step. The elegant curve of her waist emerged subtly beneath the narrow cut of her dress. The study door stood ajar. She walked in, and the exhaustion in her eyes surged forward, raw and unmasked. Sit. She gestured toward the chair across from her. You've been watching me these past few days. My ears grew warm. Yes. Why? Because I'm afraid you'll leave. Her lashes fluttered. You said you haven't decided yet, but I know you want to go. That project means everything to you. You've waited years for it. Tingyu's sister remained silent. I could feel her gaze settle on my face, weighted, deliberate, profound. So you. Her voice caught roughened. So you want me to go? I don't want you to. She froze. But you should. You've waited so long. It's time you chased your dream. Her eyes glistened, just for an instant. Then she turned her face away. Su Yan. Do you know how long I've waited to hear those words? Go ahead. I pressed my lips together and shook my head wordlessly. She turned back to face me. Ever since I was 12, when I first said, "I'll protect you," I've been waiting. Waiting for you to become strong enough to protect yourself. Waiting for the day you no longer need my shelter. Waiting for the moment you can look at me and say go. I'll wait for you. Her voice trembled. As the final syllable fell, its tail frayed into quiet silence. I rose, circled the desk, and stepped before her. Tingyu's sister tilted her head up, gazing at me. The small mole at the outer corner of her eye stood out clearly in the light. A faint shimmer clung to her lashes, unshed trembling. I bent down and embraced her. Tingyu's sister went utterly still. My arms encircled her waist, slim, delicate, her ribs discernible beneath the fabric of her shirt. Her breath brushed my neck, shallow, uneven at first, then gradually steadying. Her hands rose, sliding around my back. Her fingers gripped the fabric of my shirt tightly, knuckles taut. Tingyu's sister. I'm not a child anymore. Her grip loosened, then shifted to a firm, warm press of her palm against my shoulder blades, searing with heat. Tingyu's sister released me. I straightened, looking down at her. Her eyes were red-rimmed, but dry. Her nose too bore a faint flush, her lashes damp, clinging in delicate clusters. Did you cry, eh? No. She arched a brow, her tone shifting. Suddenly, unmistakably, Lin Tingyu once more. Do you want me to cry, eh? No, not at all. I waved my hands frantically. Watching my flustered panic, the corners of her eyes lifted into wide, gentle arcs, softening her entire face. Silly. She turned back to her computer, fingertips resting lightly on the keyboard. What are you still standing there for? Go to sleep. Oh. I turned toward the door. Tingyu's sister. Will you really go? Her fingers hovered above the keyboard, motionless, for 3 or 4 seconds. Yes. My heart sank, just slightly. Then she added, but I'll come back. She looked up at me, lamplight bathed her profile, her eyes bright, unwavering. Just 1 year. Wait for me. 1 year. And when I return, I won't leave again. I held her gaze for a long time. Her expression was solemn, not comforting but earnest, profoundly sincere. A smile rose unbidden to my lips. All right. She watched the curve of my mouth. What are you smiling about? I'm happy. Happy about what? Happy that you'll come back. Tingyu's sister's lips parted slightly, as if poised to speak. Then closed again, the words swallowed whole. I eased the door open and walked slowly back to my room. My pulse quickened, recalling the solid weight of her leaning against my shoulder, the warmth of her breath against my neck, moist, rhythmic, intimate. Recalling the light in her eyes when she said, I'll come back. I lay back on my bed, staring at the ceiling. Closing my eyes, her face filled my mind, every version of it. The one with reddened eyes. The one arching a brow, calling me silly. The one whose lips curled upward in quiet, tender laughter. I rolled onto my side, burying my face in the pillow. It still held the clean, faint scent of laundry detergent, but that wasn't the fragrance I longed for. Those few phrases replayed endlessly in my thoughts. Wait for me 1 year. I'll come back, and never leave again. She said come back. Not go, but come back. That word carries a different weight. Go is departure. Come back implies roots. Her roots remain here. My phone vibrated softly. The screen lit up, a message from Tingyu's sister. Go to the study and shut down my laptop. I forgot. I sat up and stared at the message for several seconds. Then I got out of bed and stepped into the hallway. The corridor lights flickered on, and my footsteps were hushed, reverent. The study door remained open. Her laptop glowed, the desk lamp burned steadily. I pressed the power button. Just before the screen faded to black, it flashed, revealing the document she'd left open. Its title read, MBA Application Materials. I powered down the laptop, switched off the lamp. Turning to leave, I noticed a crumpled tissue lying beside the chair on the floor. I bent and picked it up. It was damp, cool to the touch, heavy with moisture. I stood motionless in the darkened study, clutching that wet tissue in my palm. I remembered her saying, I didn't cry. Remembered the subtle tremor in her throat. Remembered the muffled sound behind the door. Then I dropped the tissue into the wastebasket. I closed the study door quietly and returned to my room. Back in bed, my phone lit up again. Tingyu's sister, did you shut down the laptop? Me, yes. Tingyu's sister, good. Sleep well. Me, you too. Tingyu's sister, see you tomorrow. I stared at those 3 words for a long while. See you tomorrow. She's still here. She hasn't left yet. Tomorrow, when I descend the stairs, she'll be seated at the dining table. Black stockings framing her calves, slender heels clicking softly, her gaze lowered to her phone, murmuring, without looking up, breakfast's on the table. Yet she will leave. I know it. And I believe her when she says she'll return. A car passed outside, its headlights slipped through the gap in the curtains, tracing a luminous arc across the ceiling, then vanished. She'll still be here tomorrow. So tomorrow I'll look at her just a little longer. The atmosphere at the breakfast table the next morning felt strangely off. Bai Lu nibbled on her chopsticks, her gaze darting restlessly between me and senior sister Tingyu, like a little dog catching an elusive scent, yet unable to trace its source. Senior sister Piaopiao rested her chin on her palm, a knowing smile playing at the corners of her lips while her fingers tapped lightly, almost imperceptibly, against the tabletop. Senior sister Qingqing bowed her head over her kanji, yet the spoon hovered motionless before her mouth for an unnaturally long time. Her ears were pricked alert. Senior sister Man and I ladled soup for each of us. I kept my head lowered, shoveling rice into my mouth, but my ears had already begun to burn. Bai Lu could no longer contain herself. Senior sister Tingyu, what were you doing with brother Yin in the study last night? My chopsticks froze midair. I nearly overturned the kanji bowl. Senior sister Tingyu finished chewing deliberately, then lifted her eyes to meet mine. Discussing matters. What matters? Bai Lu pressed on her almond-shaped eyes, spelling out, don't think you can brush me off. Adult matters. Bai Lu choked on the reply. Her mouth opened then snapped shut again, her cheeks flushing faintly red. Senior sister Piaopiao burst into quiet laughter, her shoulders shaking. Senior sister Qingqing's lips curved upward ever so slightly as she resumed sipping her kanji. Senior sister Man and I shook her head and placed a piece of braised pork rib into Bai Lu's bowl. All right, let's eat. Bai Lu bit into the rib with reluctant defiance, her gaze still flickering between me and Lin Tingyu. After breakfast, I helped Senior sister Man and I clear the dishes. Water rushed steadily in the kitchen sink. She took the plate from my hands, lowering her voice almost to a whisper. Is Tingyu leaving? I gave a gentle nod. What do you think? I hope she goes. She turned to look at me, her eyes soft warm like freshly steamed rice rising with tender steam. Aren't you afraid she won't return? I shook my head. She said she would. Do you believe her? I do. She held my gaze, pausing mid-rinse. Her voice softened, warm and tender. You've grown up. She gave my shoulder a light, affectionate pat before turning back to the sink. That's good. Feelings are most fragile when one person strides forward while the other stands still. She moves ahead, and you remain where you are, steadfast, waiting until she turns back and finds you exactly there. That is the finest kind of love. Senior sister Man and I. Thank you. She glanced over her shoulder. For what? For always being here. She paused, just for a breath. The plate hung suspended in her hands, water dripping slowly from her fingertips. Her eyes glistened, reddened, as if stung by the sharp scent of onions. She turned her face away, placed the plate into the dish rack, and spoke with a slight hoarseness in her voice. How silly you are. Hurry off to class. A week passed in the blink of an eye. We all stood together at the airport. The departure hall teemed with people. The rhythmic rumble of rolling suitcases echoed across the tiled floor. Senior sister Tingyu stood before us. Bai Lu was the first to rush forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Tingyu's waist, her face buried against her shoulder. Senior sister Tingyu, please come back soon. Her voice muffled inside Tingyu's trench coat, vibrating softly. Tingyu patted her back, lightly, gently, yet with unshakable steadiness. Bai Lu released her hold, her eyes rimmed with red as she sniffled. Senior sister Piaopiao stepped forward, not embracing, but simply pressing 2 fingers into Tingyu's shoulder. It's only a year, not forever. Her voice was hushed, the final syllable drifting like mist. Tingyu met her gaze, a faint, tender curve lifting the corners of her lips. Take care of yourself. As if I needed reminding. Piaopiao smiled, stepping back and slipping her hands into her coat pockets. Senior sister Qingqing approached and stood quietly before her. From her pocket, she withdrew a small object and offered it. It was a miniature sketchbook, palm-sized, deep blue, leather-bound, secured with a thin rubber band. You can draw on the flight when it's dull. Tingyu accepted it, flipping open the cover. The first page held a delicate line drawing of the Yunqi Villa courtyard, the osmanthus tree, the pavilion, the swimming pool. The strokes were faint, yet each one precise and assured. Thank you. She slipped the sketchbook into her trench coat pocket and patted it gently. Senior sister Man and I stepped forward last, handing her a paper bag. A plain white bag containing several sealed food containers. Snacks for the flight, sandwiches, fruit, and 2 slices of cake. All your favorites. Tingyu took the bag. It felt weighty in her hands. She glanced down briefly, then looked up again, her eyes shimmering faintly. Senior sister Man and I. Don't speak. Man and I murmured softly. Go on now. Don't miss your flight. Finally, she turned toward me. I stood a few paces away, hands tucked into my trouser pockets. I must have seemed composed, if not for the way my left thumb rubbed insistently against my palm. She walked over and stopped directly before me. The hem of her trench coat brushed my shoe. Her black silk-clad calves stood straight and poised, knees nearly grazing my thighs. She was slightly shorter than I, yet at this distance I had to lower my gaze to meet hers. I'm leaving. I nodded. 1 year. Wait for me to return. Yes. She held my gaze, her lips curving slowly upward. That's all you'll say? I pressed my lips together and gave a quiet, gentle shake of my head. What could I say? Don't go, but she must. Come back sooner. Yet a year is not long. I'll miss you. The words circled in my throat, round and heavy, refusing to rise. Tingyu simply watched me. Her hands had emerged from her coat pockets, resting loosely at her sides. Long-fingered nails neatly trimmed, clean and elegant. I clenched my fist, my palm slick with sweat. She rose onto her toes and brushed her lips against my forehead. It lasted only a heartbeat. Electricity surged through me, from crown to sole, my fingertips tingling alive with static. Seeing my stunned expression, the outer corners of her eyes lifted just slightly. Wait for me to return. She turned, lifted the paper bag, and walked toward security. The hem of her trench coat swayed with each step, her black silk-clad calves vanished and reappeared amid the crowd. At the security checkpoint, she paused, raised her hand in a brief bright wave, and disappeared into the queue. I remained rooted in place, my hand still resting against my forehead. That single point of warmth lingered, like a brand seared into skin. Bai Lu sidled up beside me, tilting her head back to peer at my face. Brother Yin, your cheeks are burning red. Her voice sounded distant, muffled, as if heard through thick glass. Senior Sister Piaopiao leaned in from the other side, red. His ears are practically bleeding. Her voice too receded, drowned beneath the thunderous rhythm of my own heartbeat drumming fiercely within my chest. Senior Sister Qingqing's voice drifted from behind, soft, yet unmistakably clear. She kissed his forehead. Senior Sister Man and I came over and ruffled my hair gently. Let's go home. The car waited on the third level of the parking garage. Bai Lu yanked open the door and called back, Brother Yin, get in. I blinked, startled, back to the present, and hurried over. Sunlight streamed through narrow gaps in the garage ceiling, casting striped beams across the concrete floor, like lines drawn in golden ink. Bai Lu leaned against my shoulder, her hair brushing softly against my jaw. Senior Sister Piaopiao scrolled absently on her phone in the front passenger seat. Senior Sister Qingqing gazed out the window. The Senior Sister Man and I started the engine. As the car pulled out of the garage, sunlight flooded through the windshield, blinding brilliant. I sank into my seat and closed my eyes, lingering in memory. That warmth still pulsed upon my forehead. Just 1 year. I will wait. On the way back, the atmosphere was as delicate as a taut string. Bai Lu's lips were pouted high. Sister Piaopiao's smile was even more pronounced. Sister Qingqing's eyelashes drooped even lower. I instinctively dug at my palm, my nails scraping against my skin, causing a slight sting. Mutt. 3 voices chimed in unison, overlapping each other. 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on me. I choked up. Sister Mani glanced at me through the rearview mirror, her lips curving slightly. Just say what you want to say. I swallowed hard. Are you unhappy? The car fell silent for 3 seconds. Bai Lu was the first to speak, her voice muffled. No. Sister Piaopiao raised an eyebrow, the arc of her expression doubling. Why do you ask? Sister Qingqing's voice was the softest. I'm not unhappy. I stared at Bai Lu's pouted lips, Sister Piaopiao's upturned corners, and Sister Qingqing's drooping eyelashes. This was what they called being not unhappy. Sister Mani glanced at me, without saying a word, and turned down the air conditioning by 2 degrees. The cold wind hit my face, and my shirt on the back was already damp in a small patch. What were they really thinking? When we arrived home, as soon as Sister Mani parked the car, Bai Lu pushed the door open and got out. Her movements were quick, not looking back, her ponytail swaying behind her as she disappeared through the door. Sister Piaopiao leisurely opened the car door, her legs wrapped in black stockings, stretching out first, the delicate high heels tapping on the ground. She walked around the front of the car and suddenly stopped when passing by me. The heel of her shoe was only a fist away from the tip of my shoe. She turned sideways, leaning closer to my ear. That familiar sweet fragrance washed over me, mingled with the lingering scent of lavender in the car. Yanyan. Her voice was low, breathy against my ear. The kiss from you is on the forehead, but we may not do the same. After she finished speaking, she turned away, her heels clicking against the stone path. Tap, tap, tap. I stood frozen in place, the string in my mind completely snapped. What did she mean? We may not do the same. Not do the same as what? Not kiss on the forehead. Then where? Sister Qingqing was the last to get out of the car. She stopped in front of me, looking at me. Don't overthink it. We just... Before she could finish, her eyes dropped, and she turned to leave. I stood dumbfounded in the yard. Sister Mani parked the car and walked over. She wore those low-heeled nude shoes, her legs wrapped in skin-colored stockings radiating a soft glow. Seeing me standing there motionless, her footsteps paused. Can't figure it out. I nodded silently. They aren't unhappy that you kissed you. They're unhappy that they didn't get a kiss themselves. Standing in the yard, the broken string in my mind was suddenly reconnected by something. Bai Lu's pouting lips, Sister Piaopiao's upturned corners, Sister Qingqing's unfinished words. All of them clicked together. These 5 girls were each more difficult to deal with than the last. At the dinner table, the atmosphere was even more delicate than in the car. Sister Bai Lu lowered her head, shoveling rice, her chopsticks moving only in the plate of pickled radish in front of her, not even touching the ribs. The chopsticks poked at the radish. Poke, once take a bite of rice, poke again. Sister Piaopiao rested her chin on her hand, her chopsticks resting on the edge of the bowl, hardly moving. She occasionally glanced at me, her lips curling with that kind of smile that said, "I wonder how long you can hold out." Sister Ching Ching ate quietly, her movements slow each time she picked up food. Her chopsticks would pause in the dish, as if counting. She would occasionally lift her gaze, meeting mine for a fleeting moment before quickly looking away. The tips of her ears were slightly pink, hardly noticeable unless you looked closely. Sister Mani continued to serve everyone. I stared at the pile of food in my bowl, having no appetite at all. When Bai Lu poked at the pickled radish for the 17th time, I finally couldn't hold back. Bai Lu. Her chopsticks froze, and she looked up at me. There was a hint of moisture in her almond-shaped eyes, whether from the light or something else I couldn't tell. "Why aren't you eating ribs today?" She was taken aback for a moment, looking down at the piece of rib that Sister Mani had served in her bowl, then looked back at me. Her voice was muffled. "I'm eating." She poked at the radish again. Sister Piaopiao laughed lightly from the side. "Can you fill up on radishes?" Bai Lu's face turned red, her chopsticks moving away from the radish to poke at the ribs, then quickly retracting. Watching her, my heart softened a little. After dinner, I took the initiative to clear the dishes. Sister Mani glanced at me, but didn't take over, handing me the apron instead. Light footsteps approached from behind, carrying a hint of hesitation. "Yanyan." Bai Lu stood at the kitchen door, her head lowered, fingers twisting her clothing. She had changed into a pink loungewear embroidered with small flowers at the neckline, her hair, let down, cascading over her shoulders. "What's wrong?" She walked over and stood beside me, quickly raising herself on tiptoes. Something brushed against my cheek. It was soft, carrying a hint of warmth and the scent of strawberry lip balm. The sound of slippers pattered from the kitchen to the living room, from the living room to the stairs, from the stairs to upstairs. The sound of the door shutting was also loud. I stood there, both amused and exasperated. Laughter came again from the doorway. Sister Piaopiao leaned against the door frame, arms crossed, her legs wrapped in black stockings, the delicate heels of her shoes swaying. "Bai Lu, you snuck out." Bai Lu's voice floated down from upstairs, muffled by the floor. "I didn't. I just wanted to kiss." Sister Piaopiao laughed, even harder, her shoulders shaking. "Xiao Yanyan, you're blushing." Sister Ching Ching walked by from the living room, glancing at me, her lips curving slightly. Sister Piaopiao's heels clicked against the floor tiles, tap, tap, tap. She stopped in front of me, looking up. She smiled, saying, "Xiao Yanyan, who's next?" I averted my gaze, remaining silent. She reached out and poked my chest. "Just teasing you. They'll let you off today," leaving behind a string of playful laughter. As I walked out of the kitchen, the living room was lit up. Sister Mani arranging fruit, Sister Piaopiao curled up on the sofa, looking at her phone, Sister Ching Ching sitting by the window, flipping through a sketchbook. Bai Lu didn't come down. I stood at the staircase for a moment before stepping up. When I reached her door, I raised my hand and knocked twice. "Bai Lu." It was quiet inside for a few seconds, and the door opened a crack, revealing half of her face. Her face was still red, her eyes shining excessively. "Yanyan. Thank you for the strawberry flavor." She peeked her head out to look at me, her almond eyes full of light. You like strawberry flavor?" "Like." She smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, all traces of grievance vanished. "Then I'll use this flavor again, next time." Sister Piaopiao's voice came from downstairs. "Bai Lu, you snuck out again." Bai Lu shouted down, "I didn't." Yanyan came up on his own. Laughter from downstairs mixed together. Sister Piaopiao's sister Manis, even Sister Ching Ching, chuckled softly. I stood at Bai Lu's door, listening to those sounds surging up from downstairs like a tide. The scent of lemon from the dish soap lingered in my palms. The trace of strawberry lip balm remained on my cheeks. My heart began to race slightly. What would the next flavor be? On a weekend evening, I stood in the kitchen doorway, gazing at Mani Jie's back. She wore a light blue knitted cardigan over a white camisole paired with an oak-colored long skirt. "How long have you been standing there?" She didn't turn around, yet the corners of her lips had already lifted. "How did you know?" "Saw you in the reflection of the range hood." She lowered the flame and turned to face me. "Why are you just standing there? Come in." The beef brisket in the clay pot had simmered to tender perfection. Its rich, fragrant broth rose warmly into the air. "Almost ready. 20 more minutes, then we'll serve just as they get home." I watched her profile. "Mani Jie, do you ever feel tired cooking every day?" Her movements paused for a moment. "Tired? Not at all. I love cooking. I mean, besides working, you also cook for us and take care of this household. Don't you ever feel like you've lost your own life?" She turned to me, her eyes crinkling like crescent moons. The apron strings tied behind her waist formed a delicate bow, accentuating her slender figure. "Yanyan, why ask this all of a sudden?" I stared down at my own toes. "It's just, you've always been taking care of us, never once thinking about yourself." She fell silent for a few seconds, then resumed chopping. "Who says I haven't thought about myself? You know, I once had a dream. To open my own restaurant. Not large, but with a small courtyard full of flowers. The kitchen would have floor-to-ceiling glass walls so guests could watch the cooking unfold. The menu would feature only the dishes I mastered best, served in limited quantities each day, closing the moment they sold out. She swept the finely sliced vegetables into a bowl. Then each evening I'd sit in that courtyard watching guests savor my food before leaving with quiet contentment. She glanced at me, her gaze soft as still water. Does that sound foolish? I quickly shook my head. No, it sounds beautiful. Enough, you're overthinking. This is fine too. With all of you here cooking for you each day and seeing you eat with joy, that's enough to fill my heart. That image stayed with me. The flower-filled courtyard, the glass-walled kitchen, the daily limit, the quiet closure at day's end. That afternoon on the day of Qingqing Jie's art exhibition, I skipped class and went straight to the museum. A crowd of young students gathered at the entrance holding up phones to photograph the poster, featuring the painting titled Yan. I stood outside the group and overheard their murmurs. She's far too young to be such an accomplished painter. Who's the person she painted? Her boyfriend? No idea, but he must matter deeply. She painted him across an entire wall. I slipped past the edge of the crowd and followed the exhibition path inward. Before the portrait of the weeping profile, a young woman stood motionless for a long time. Someone beside her asked what held her attention, and she whispered, "Look at his eyes. They feel utterly real. The painter must love him deeply." I paused mid-step. At the final painting titled Yin, the largest crowd had gathered. I stood at the back, gazing at myself in the canvas. The youth seated in sunlight, lips curved faintly upward. "This piece is not for sale." Qingqing Jie's voice came from beside me. I turned to see her speaking with a middle-aged man in a suit, his wristwatch glinting under the gallery lights. $3,000. Could you ask the artist if she'd consider selling it? Professor Zhang beside her chuckled. Can't you tell what this painting is about? It's the person who lives in her heart. How could it possibly be sold? The collector blinked, then laughed softly. Fair point. I moved deeper into the gallery and nearly collided with someone at a corner. It was Qingqing Jie. She wore a white lace dress ending just below the knee, sheer nude stockings revealing the delicate luster of her skin, and low-heeled nude shoes. Her long hair fell freely, a few strands damp against her temples, her cheeks flushed. Yanyan, when did you arrive? Just now. Are you tired? Not really. She glanced at me, voice hushed. Stay after closing. Then she turned and hurried away. After closing, the gallery fell silent. The lighting softened the portrait of me, bathing it in gentle warmth. Footsteps approached. Qingqing Jie had changed out of the dress, now wearing a crisp white shirt and wide-leg gray trousers, nude stockings tapering elegantly to her ankles, flat shoes on her feet. Have you been waiting long? No. She stepped beside me, gazing at the painting alongside me. Someone offered $3,000 for it today. Would you sell it? She turned, her eyes slightly upturned at the corners. What do you think? I hesitated. $3,000 is quite a lot. A wry smile touched her lips. Yanyan, are you truly that naive? I just thought. What did you think? I looked into her eyes, glittering like scattered starlight, and suddenly understood. I think you wouldn't sell it. Of course not. It's you in the painting, and it belongs only to me. I reached out and gently took her hand. Her fingers were cool, trembling faintly in my palm, then slowly, steadily returning the pressure. With my other hand, I brushed aside the stray strands clinging to her forehead. My fingertips traced softly along her temple, warm, yielding, tender. Qingqing Jie watched me, her light brown irises reflecting my own face. Yanyan, do you realize how much more I want to paint you now? Didn't we agree? You may paint me for a lifetime. Her eyes grew moist. She rose onto her toes and pressed a kiss to the corner of my mouth. Stepping back, she smiled. This is the deposit. The deposit for a lifetime. I pulled her into my arms, resting my chin atop her head. She relaxed gradually within my embrace, her hands sliding around my waist. This painting will hang in our living room. Yes. That night, 5 of us connected via video call. Tingyu Jie appeared on screen in pajamas, her hair still damp. Go ahead. What's going on? Piaopiao Jie laughed. Tingyu, your intuition is uncanny. Tingyu Jie arched a brow. The way you two looked at each other today wasn't ordinary. Qingqing Jie pressed her lips together, silent. My ears burned crimson. Bai Lu Jie leaned forward impatiently. Come on, just tell us. Tingyu already guessed. Mani Jie shook her head, smiling. Qingqing Jie spoke. Tingyu, Qingqing, and I, we're together now. A beat of silence passed across the screen. Then Tingyu Jie smiled. A quiet, subtle curve of her lips, her eyes crinkling gently at the edges. Congratulations. Tingyu Jie. I said it before I left, whoever gets there first wouldn't surprise me. Piaopiao Jie clapped. All right. Congratulations, congratulations. Who's next? Bai Lu Jie shot her a look. Piaopiao Jie, what's your rush? I'm just speaking for everyone. Mani Jie interjected, gently enough, teasing. Tingyu's alone over there. Let's not dwell only on our news. She turned toward the screen. Tingyu, how is it there? Tingyu Jie pushed back her damp hair. It's fine. The coursework is intense. She paused, then looked directly at me. Yanyan, I'm giving a lecture next week. Would you come? It can be online. Good. I'll send you the time. Late at night, I stood by the window. I remembered the light in Mani Jie's eyes when she spoke of her dream restaurant. The quiet certainty in Qingqing Jie's voice when she said it's you in the painting, and it belongs only to me. Tingyu Jie's muted, graceful congratulations across the screen. Piaopiao Jie's laughter, Bai Lu's eager impatience. A soft, wordless laugh escaped me. It's coming. Soon it will be your turn.